generation of the technological society, we have been acted upon by forces of such power that few, if any, of us can understand. Extensive information gathering on every American, human experiments with drugs and psychosurgery, electronic surveillance, the era of the computer, invasion of privacy, growing government and corporate power over our lives, a people plagued by dehumanization, loneliness, and violence. Dramatic? Perhaps. But we are losing control of our technology and our lives. Not so long ago, people in a similar situation did not awaken to the forces around them. Are we so unwise as to do the same?
Behavior control. And then you change it up every day. Alien. Paranoia. Enemy list. Wired death. Dead acts. Dossiers. Medical records. Social security number. Credit record. National security.
With another agent, Pat Webb. Pat was an explosives agent. So we kind of opened the door just a bit to the cabin. And as we opened the door, we were both pretty much overcome as we looked across the cabin at the shelves that were built on the other side of the door. We could see coffee cans and bottles and jars, and they all had labels on them, and they were very meticulously done. You could see that some were labeled with the name of certain chemicals. One of the things we saw was a hooded sweatshirt, that was hanging up there. And the cabin smelled as if you might start to think, if you really think about this. This is a person who lived in this cabin. They had a cutaway spot on the floor to go to the bathroom in if he needed to. Had built fires in the cabin.
Internet. The creation of a collective consciousness and the merging of the human mind with the internet is the basis of the aspiration of the transhumanists, known as the singularity. Their dream of creating a global brain came nearer when Tim Berners-Lee, a British computer scientist and former employee of the European Organization for Nuclear Research, CERN, invented the World Wide Web. Berners-Lee's breakthrough was to marry hypertext to the internet. The underlying concept of hypertext originated in previous projects from the 1960s, such as the Hypertext Editing System, HES, at Brown University, Ted Nelson's Project Xanadu, and Douglas Engelbart's Online System, NLS. Both Nelson and Engelbart were in turn inspired by Vannevar Bush's microfilm-based Memex, which was described in the 1945 essay As We May Think. Berners-Lee founded the World Wide Web Consortium, W3C, after he left CERN in 1994. It was founded at the MIT's Laboratory for Computer Science, MIT LCS, with support from the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA, which had pioneered the Internet. The transhumanists' idea of mind uploading is reminiscent of that expressed by Allen Ginsberg following his LSD experiments at Stanford with Gregory Bateson. While under the influence of LSD, the doctors hooked him up to an EEG machine, and following the suggestion of his friend and lover William S. Burroughs, connected a stroboscope blinking in synchronization with his alpha rhythms. Describing his experience, Ginsberg recounted, "There was no distinction between inner and outer. Suddenly, I got this uncanny sense that I was really no different than all of this mechanical machinery around me. I began thinking that if I let this go on, something awful would happen. I would be absorbed into the electrical network grid of the entire nation. Then I began feeling a slight crackling along the hemispheres of my skull. I felt my soul being sucked out through the light into the wall socket and going out point one." During the final years before his death in 2000, Terence McKenna became an early proponent of technological singularity and called the internet the birth of the global mind, believing it to be a place where psychedelic culture could flourish. Point two, however, as Derry clarifies in Escape Velocity, cyberculture at the end of the century. 327. 328. Transhumanism. But as Thomas Hein reminds us in Facing Tomorrow, what the future has been. What the future can be, futures like McKenna's are stories we tell ourselves. About the present, an attempt to invest our lives with a meaning and a drama that transcend the inevitable decay and death of the individual. We want our stories to lead us somewhere and come to a satisfying conclusion, even though not all do so. 1264 placing our faith in an end-of-the-century Deus Ex Machina that will obviate the need to confront the social, political, economic, and ecological problems clamoring for solutions is a risky endgame. The metaphysical glow that increasingly halos the high-tech tomorrows of cyberdelic philosophers, corporate futurologists, pop science programs such as the Discovery Channel's Beyond 2000, or even ads such as AT&TSU will campaign, blinds us to the pressing concerns all around us. Point 3. As Eric Davis remarked in Technosis, some Christians, especially those with a brute Protestant conviction in the rock-solid inerrancy of the biblical word, would concur with Teilhard that our headlong flight toward planetization is part of a master plan. 4. Davis was commenting on Marshall McLuhan's 1969 interview in Playboy, where McLuhan mentioned that computer networks hold out the promise of creating a technologically engendered state of universal understanding and unity, a state of absorption in the logos that could knit mankind into one family and create a perpetuity of collective harmony and peace. McLuhan clarified, in a Christian sense, this is merely a new interpretation of the mystical body of Christ, and Christ, after all, is the ultimate extension of man. 5. However, as Davis pointed out, in a letter to the Thomist philosopher Jacques Maritain, McLuhan flip-flopped on the idealism he had earlier expressed. Electric information environments being utterly ethereal foster the illusion of the world as spiritual substance. It is now a reasonable facsimile of the mystical body of Christ, a blatant manifestation of the Antichrist. After all, the prince of this world is a very great electric engineer. Point 6. However, for the transhumanists, the internet is not just an agglomeration of inert information, but poses the possibility of humanity creating a collective consciousness of the mystics. Effectively, transhumanism is the hallucination arrived at by computer scientists on drugs. As psychedelic drugs impede the ability to discern reality from imagination, they often lead to the mistaken attribution of life, or even divinity, to inanimate objects, like a computer program. The ultimate foolish dream of the transhumanists is that with the creation of cyberspace, we'll be able to enter the pleroma, the mystical realm of the ancient Gnostics, by uploading our minds to the internet. Thus, the internet will have come to serve as a totality of human knowledge, the omniscient collective consciousness of Teilhard de Chardin, also known as the global brain. Global brain. The relationship between the global brain and the internet, and its connection to the thought of Teilhard de Chardin, is explained in The Lost Symbol by Da Vinci Code author Dan Brown, a fellow alumnus of Exeter with Stuart Brand and Facebook. The Singularity. 329. Founder Mark Zuckerberg. There is an important section from the novel, which is based on revealing the secret of Freemasonry, where Willis Harman's Institute for Newtic Sciences, IONS, named after the noosphere of Teilhard, plays a central role. Here the character Catherine Solomon explains the significance of Newtics. 2 heads are better than 1, and yet 2 heads are not twice better. They are many, many times better. Multiple minds working in unison magnify a thought's effect exponentially. This is the inherent power of prayer. Groups, healing circles, singing in unison, and worshipping en masse. The idea of universal consciousness is no ethereal New Age concept. It's a hard core scientific reality, and harnessing it has the potential to transform our world. This is the underlying discovery of Newtic science. What's more, it's happening right now. You can feel it all around you. Technology is linking us in ways we never imagined possible. Twitter, Google, Wikipedia, and others all blend to create a web of interconnected minds. God is found in the collection of many, rather than in the one. In Darwin Among the Machines, The Evolution of Global Intelligence, George Dyson, who was director's visitor at the Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton, expands upon the premise of ex-club member Samuel Butler's 1863 article of the same name, and suggests that the internet is a living, sentient being.
The Technological System by Jacques Ellul. 1. People are not machines, but in every opportunity where they are allowed to behave like machines, they will so behave. 2. 25 years ago, I arrived at the notion of the technological society, but now, that stage is past. 3. The industrial society. This term is very widespread, but I find it inadequate. 4. Present-day society is still industrial, but that is not its essence. 5. At one time, technology and machine industry were connected, but for more than half a century now, a gap has widened between them. Industrialism developed a centralized, hierarchical system, with a linear growth, a division of labor, and a separation between the means and the ends. Mechanization created additional jobs and made human work more draining. It operated by means of steady reproduction, developing masses of men and integrating them in the industrialization. 6. Modern technology, however, contradicts each of those different points. If allowed to act, it leads to decentralization and flexibility. It does away with the hierarchy and the division of labor. It particularly has to bridge the gap between implementation and management. It presupposes a polyvalent and nonlinear growth. It reintegrates the ends into the means. It cuts down on labor and thus on the costs of labor. The value factor is no longer human work but scientific invention and technological innovation. Consequently, we can no longer apply Marx's analysis, which states that the economic totality is based on the surplus value produced by the salaried labor of the worker. 7. The industrial system is a closed, repetitive world, with a linear revolution. The technological system is inevitably open, non-repetitive, with a polyvalent evolution. It can proceed only by the universal development of mankind, and that development is absolutely necessary for the development of the technological system. We are thus confronted with an ensemble that is totally different from any that has ever existed before. 8. Technology, conceived in terms of its automation, its chemical transformation of the world, its economy of energy, its cybernation, its data processing, its biological intervention, and its indefinite output of nuclear energy, has little to do with the old industrial mechanization. 9. Technology is power, made up of instruments of power, hence producing phenomena and structures of power, that is of domination. 10. Turing, in contrast to Bell, hesitates about a qualifying term. Thus, he speaks of a programmed society. In this case, I am far more in agreement. For he thereby joins the overall outlook of those people for whom the new thing about our society is the organization. He sharply distinguishes between the primary, capitalist, era of industrialization and our era. He qualifies this new society in terms of 3 features. 1. The emergence of new social classes, technicians, bureaucrats, efficiency experts. 2. The new trend of business, which is now based on organization and no longer on the relationship between economic power and productive labor. 3. Spare time activities. All 3 characteristics boil down to a reduction and to the necessities of the technological system, which, as Turing realizes, transforms the social struggles themselves. They are becoming more technological and are no longer subject to a takeover by the proletariat. Turing adds one more essential feature of post-industrial society: the importance of the student movement with its deep contestation, its challenge, and its political weakness. But, as I have tried to show in my studies on revolution, I regard this feature as episodic and contingent. 11. What triggers consumption? Advertising, that is to say, the technologies of advertising. What is it that demands greater consumption? Mass production, which is possible only because of technology. What are we given to consume? Technological objects, because they are the things that are produced most. Hence, the consumer society, in all its aspects, is primarily characterized by various technologies. 12. Spectacle is a complete way of life. Consumption is a spectacle, so are political activity and leisure and work and family life and revolution. Modern man watches everything as a spectator. Everything is supplied to him as a spectacle, including the things he believes he is most deeply contributing to or participating in. 13. Technological activity is, by nature, spectacular, excluding all internal reality. Technological activity is what waters down all serious things, since no action can be performed any longer unless by way of technologies. 14. Z. Brzezinski, Between Two Ages, America's Role in the Technotronic Era, 1970, also figured he could add something absolutely new by coining the term technotronic. He lists a number of differences between industrial and technotronic society. In industrial society, the machine plays the essential role. The dominant social problems are unemployment and employment. Teaching is done through human relations. The ruling class is plutocratic. The university is an ivory tower isolated from reality. Reading favors a conceptual thinking proper to ideologies. Political conflicts are intrinsic. The masses are organized into trade unions. Economic power is personalized. Wealth is the object of activity. 15. Technotronic is a portmanteau word combining technical and electronic. Come now. Isn't electronics technological? Does the word add anything to the early definitions of technology? Once again, technology equals the machine plus industry. Fine, then there is something new according to the famous definition. In a machine, there are material parts that move. Electronics operates with no moving material parts. Granted. But if the computer is not a machine in the normal sense, then in what way is it not the product of a certain number of technologies? In what way is it not integrated in a technological system? There is no reason to distinguish between technology and electronics. 16. Man can no longer be a subject. 4. The system implies that, at least in regard to itself, man must always be treated as an object. Today, this phenomenon is far more important than the renowned Marxist interpretation of commodity. 17. Nothing can have an intrinsic sense, it is given meaning only by technological application. Nothing can lay claim to action, it is acted upon by technological process. Nothing can regard itself as autonomous, it is the technological system that is autonomous, as we shall demonstrate.
I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work. Who would have thought that I would slaughter these jerks? The first full-time clocking serial microphone rocker. I used to jump on the stage back in the day wearing a stocking. To conceal my identity in any stereotypical venue. Never will I reveal the serious way that I feel. I'm on job time, all I do is talk into the steel. Use my style to hide and conceal. Profile and be out while they smile and just say that I'm real. Bad luck strikes in 3, all of you will agree. I didn't have a heat shield, they rained triplicate on me. But it's squares versus circles, then and if you can compare front and back are differentiated by a 90-degree square circle. If you know what I'm talking about, you know the code, work it out. Forced entry, I was disguised as a century. I gave not a care, life is an adventure to me. I obtain secret money and manufacture inventions. Fracturing the line between space and time dimensions. Restructure the torque and the structural integrity so I can walk on water while the returning surface tension. This making me an acolyte of the greater unknown. The word shark, king of these murky seascapes. Within my patriarch society, you cannot dethrone the intricate degree and climate that I seize from the police state. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. Come on, I still wish they made more girls like me, intelligent, beautiful, and rich like but they don't, so I stay fucked up like King Keeper. She's the type of person that will still rock Latigua. I'm the type of person that will still sport feelers. I found a pair of size 15s out in Pasadena. Those are my work boots. I insert this into these jerks' necks, giving them a virus. They'll destabilize their hardware. Now I can tap in just in my onboard wet works. Plant the hidden charge there. It's a cellular reconfiguring program consisting of integers, turning human beings into kindling, whittling the psyche into an apparition, place it back into the skin. Now it's the ghost in the shell. Should I boast? Well, no. I stay on the west coast of hell, where hell's bullets is. I know so well. I have my work cut out for me. This has its perks. Just then I realized life is mostly hard work. And why not get your car pulled off under you? It won't get sorted back from that. Them just lurking. Who's the one to suffer you? I didn't know what to do, so when in doubt, go to work. When I'm 25, I contract myself out once I'm through. Then it's just books and beats for me. I leave the rapping to my crew. I'm a good scientist and a world got cuckoo. Imagine how it is to watch them turn crazy around you and then look over at you like you are the insane one. That's how it is. It's okay to meet the controversy bubbles and flattens out like this. Left by little kids. And I've got to go to work so I can work it out. Come on, got to work for me. I've got to make it work. I've got to make it work. Come on, let it work it out. I've got to make it work. Come on, let it work this way. Come on, compare it, work it work. Come on, jiggle.
Hegemonic sentences through cavalcades of reminiscence, the dark soul mentions crevices of insight, appendages of tripwire reverence. The Gun Hill legend brandish your weapons for Armageddon. Headless corrections for willing participants before the line finishes. I got shadow grimace, the upstream green with human chaos for the pilot smoke screen. Combined with the best wishes, master attacks, intended full advanced craft methods that were highly adapted to the presence, sharpening psyche, which often might be construed as badly used or beautiful looks of life to mirror the schism unseen hidden. The newest eyes cast shadows into the bluest skies until the notoriety allegory brought to the kings before me as a sacred justice plotted to misinform the whole decorous within constructions. Nano-nets filaments hidden secret touch, mystified by the comfortable and united by inner struggle. Hidden a bundle of scar-ridden enigmas. Now the claw is risen. Man is up with cheeky. With insight, disease praying to the east, not to the man-made structures, but to the rising of the sun. A comparison of those diligent millipedes, legs rushing around in any direction. Misperception and prism seem a bad sign. And the best vision from the unlikely incision to the makeshift minions of bad decisions. I'm pressing danger to the head skill, kicking fixes. To hidden cages you can't unstage this cause I'm live and in the basement with bones hidden all chrome, hidden with thrones. Like a program metal skull covered in the hard routinely cycled by a metronome. Bones are collected to make me feel like the connection is real. Now only steel can sharpen steel. They hit.
Who you been around, nigga? Chain snatching, mighty go motherfuckers.
Alejandro.
Bird. Rock Moss with Scum. Brownsville in the building. Sean Nice. Yo, they call me Sean the Scared harming ya. Fuck that, they call me Sean the Scared alarming ya. Sean the Vet warning ya. Sean to grab the crumbs and bomb medulla oblongata. Now the nigga that you know flow is ill the word to mama. I'm in a whole different space, call it Andromeda. Battlestar Galactic with the ratchet Abu Lama. understand, nigga, the flow ill. You should know by now, nigga, Angela Bofield. No jerk, I blow perp. Captain America logo in front of the low shirt. You can't sell drugs with no work. Manicured fingernail, niggas did no dirt. Nigga, respect my conglomerate. Before I run in your crib, some tech to your mama shit. Time for change, get the fuck off Obama dick. P for president, nigga, I know a lot of shit.
Just a consumer, fuck out Ruger, son's a shooter, none truer, the bum chewer. Lines and hooks, real and tuna. Shines a book, lives are took, you die sooner. Y'all manure, why try and tutor? Put knives through ya, we got guys from Rooter to Tutor. That's dry humor, we don't buy Puma or drive Cougars, but my tools the size of a tuba. I'm the future, it's no lie rumor. Try and maneuver when I fire the bazooka. Child abuser, mama was a user. Slum crack, wasn't a good shooter like a Hoosier. Overachiever, blood spill over a liter. You get rolled like a Peter, overachiever. Chrome heater, low no Tigra. My bone feeder, she fetch it like a golden retriever. Snow, let's go, finesse the flow. Fresh dress from head to toe. Let them know, on with the show. We used to play the corner for dough. Rain, hail, snow, let's go, finesse the flow. Fresh dress from head to toe. Let them know, on with the show. We used to play the corner for dough. Rain, hail, snow.
Niggas be chillin' at the round table building. My robberies and killings, man, they ran up in the spot. Knew the guap was in the ceiling. Saw niggas in the hood get down for the millions. They bust gats, some rap, some be dealing. But watch out for them thugs, you don't wanna fuck with them. Cause niggas real grimy, you had to fucking kill them. They living like life, just wipe his ass with them. Niggas strung out, have your gun out when you see him. Cause dude money hungry, you wouldn't wanna be him. He stick you for 500 and flip it to a G. Put dope in the bags and sell it in the streets. He known as a hustler. Watch it, he'll cut ya. Dig in your pockets, turn around and gun butt ya. Running game when your brain is street hustler. Yeah, bad motherfucker. I'm a natural born hustler. Coming from Queens, where we don't get caught up in between. Oh shit.
Gotta hustle to hustle. Some hustlers, naturally born with street smart.
I'm a natural born hustler. I'm a Queens state. Represent to the fullest. Oh shit.
Gotta hustle to hustle. Some hustlers, naturally born with street smart.
Banging on them pads, hanging on them abs, raining on that ass, whip high to straight slash, my professional. Yeah, we still sparring in them vegetables, beating niggas, leaving them like garden vegetables. Trying to stay up while everybody doing bad. Make a little lag, get low down like boss cash. There's too many brothers walking around, get smothered for their everyday wordplay game. I discovered knots of cash underneath lots of ash, where our forefathers used to fling rocks and flash for the cameras, like Bob Vila with the hammers. Too much beef, forget a motherfucking sandwich. From both ends with no folks and no friends. The pain of having choking the box and more trends, while I maintain on them blocks with oceans of love. Large pro still keeping it raw.
Get that money done. I'm a natural born hustler. Coming from Queens, where we don't get caught up in between.
Oh shit. Gotta hustle to hustle. Some hustlers, naturally born with street smart.
I'm a natural born hustler. I'm a Queens state. Represent to the fullest.
Oh shit. Gotta hustle to hustle. Some hustlers, some hustlers.
I'm from NY, but thorough niggas get that money. Call me the ventriloquist, the way I talk with the dummies. Dummy G ain't running no sideshow act. Think it's a game till I put one in your chest and make your eyes roll back. Reppin' Corona Queens, Northern Boulevard. You can let your chrome scream or you can get bullets scarred. You like Duke Spade here, it's nothing to pull a jar. Cause niggas know the shit come out that man fully hard with no problem. Better take notice, you notice and learn to focus your hands. Niggas watching the time, you niggas learn you a line, you know how how to design move. Real dirty with it. Niggas will leave your ass for somebody to find you. Here you get nowhere but all the front. You either hustling up a mile a minute or shaking down something. Lean a shack body weight on the weighing down something. For real, telling you, boy, you better move with the function. Feel me? I'm a natural hustler. Coming from Queens, where we don't get caught up in between.
Oh shit. Gotta hustle to hustle. Some hustlers, naturally born with street small.
I'm a natural hustler. I'm a Queens state. Represent to the fullest.
Oh shit. Gotta hustle to hustle. Some hustlers, naturally born with street small.
Know what I mean? I'm a natural hustler. I'm a natural hustler. I'm a natural hustler. Back to Queens, pumping the fiend.
Welcome to the Machine Lives, where we talk about the lives of the machine on the machine that lives. We got a very special compilation of ideas, obviously conceptual frameworks, right, in which we describe the history of transhumanism, right, the history of techno-liberalism, right, and also scientific totalitarianism, right, and obviously we're trying to describe how real is this idea, right, of the sort of technological, right, sort of basis, right, for human civilization. So that's one of the main problems we're focusing on, right, is this main concept of technology and human creativity and how it relates to nature, right? Now, obviously, we've been critiquing a number of ideas, right? And obviously the fact that human society can be sort of manufactured by technical means, right? This is not a new concept. It was a very old concept, right? Actually, right? Let me change my background here. I keep going to the wrong thing to kind of change my background. This is strange. Sort of just looks a little different here, right? I think it looks a little 3D here. Don't know what's that about, right? But anyways, so they must have changed the buttons here, right? Anyways. The whole idea about the technical means for civilization, or the technical milieu that we live in, right? Or the technical basis, right, for civilization. And we do live in a technological system, right? This is obvious. Not only this, I also usually say that we live in a global technological system, right? And of course, this global idea, right, that all around the world, man should be inundated through technological means, right? This didn't just develop suddenly, right? This didn't just develop suddenly, right? Okay, it's not like man finally woke up one day and, he's, living in a technological milieu instead of one that's, from nature, right? But of course, we describe these various modes, right? Now, the three main modes that Mumford, sort of is describing, right, in Technics and the Nature of Man, right, is biotechnics, right, cultural techniques, and mechanical techniques. Right, and these are all methods of adapting to the world, right? Now, he says that the mechanical techniques are sort of experimental, uniform, right? Okay, they're sort of non-empirical because they're sort of depersonalizing in a way, right? And the old empirical traditional modes have been replaced by these mechanical modes, right? Well, what delivered these natural modes to these mechanical modes was man's cultural edifice, right? Cultural techniques, right? If I could go to a line by Mumford, right? Let me actually pull this up because I want to get this right. I want to get this line right. I want to get this line right, but I know exactly where it is, right? I know exactly where it is. Let me pull this up, right? He says, machine techniques are but a specialized fragment of biotechnics. And by biotechnics, one means man's total equipment for living. Okay? So this idea of the relationship between biotechnics and mechanical techniques being related to cultural techniques, right? This is also an idea that Ellul draws from, right? Obviously, Mumford wrote before Ellul, right? And what it has to do with is about man's creativity and our relationship to nature, right? He came to the summation that, not only is the narrow reading of our technological advancement, right? Of our modern technological advancement into the purpose of man's historical development, sort of a biased view of looking at it, but for the most part of man's history, he did not focus on sort of tool techniques, right? Right? No, he focused on cultural forms of expression, right? So most of man's work was not for biotechnics or bare means of survival, right? But for the cultural forms of expression, symbol making, and not tool making. Right? This is the conclusion that Mumford comes to, right? About the nature of man and its relationship to techniques, right? Which is the development of tools, right? And machines, right? These two aspects, right? And what would that suggest about our relationship to nature? Right? It does suggest something interesting because man has calculated his notion that he's separated from nature through the use of reason, right? Right, and this has led to a sort of manipulation of man's natural environment, right? And to the narrow goal of human civilization being technological progress. Right, so this is clearly a a limiting of man's purpose, right? In which we're here to explore how this limitation was put on man, right? In its most formative aspects, right? So let me actually say hello to the chat, and then I'll proceed here. I know there's not that many people here right now, but I'll do that quickly, and then I'll proceed to more reflections I have about, technology and nature, right, and how it relates to our modern situation. I'm going to move from sort of a metaphysical, view, right, to a bird's eye view, to a more practical view, and look at society in general, right, and look at the political aspect of man, right. Yeah, so what's going on in Reddington?
Not much.
Yeah, blessings. Don't know if Avian will be in today, but he says dwarves are cool. So there's our little 2 cents from Avian. He likes
He
the
always
thumbnail.
has some random comments. Very strange. I'm sure it connects somehow.
But yeah, I like the thumbnail too. It's weird. Sort of I like the colors the most. Green and purple is what I was looking for. So you guys might not know that, but a lot of the
Oh, I noticed a lot of purple ones lately.
yeah, I like to look at the color mapping of the thumbnails and make sure there's a good like color rotation.
Saturation.
Yeah, exactly. So when you pull up the page, it looks a little nicer than it should. I don't know. Based on the thumbnails, there is that aspect of things. So, yeah, blessings to Shadow and Light, Earth supporter. It's good to see you. Okay, obviously, we got Reddington out here. Computer scientist on drugs. Yeah. Is our sync natural otherwise or both? Blessings to, the homie Denise. Blessings to Frank. I appreciate you, Buddha, man. Thanks for being here with us, man. I notice the people who show up here, when I try to communicate, with me in chat, it's honestly, you guys matter more right now. So I greatly appreciate you guys. Mindful exposures. It's always a blessing to see you. This is, yeah, we've been running into each other a lot recently, so that's always great. Rachel Zinger, I appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Okay, I think that's about it. We got neutral ground. It's always a pleasure, madam. We got Dr. E, right? Made in Empire's image. Greatly appreciate you, man. Watch Elvis C. Donnie. Yeah, good day, bro. Yeah, blessings. It's good to see you. Yeah, cheers, homie. Calix. Greatly appreciate you, man. All right. So that's it for the chat. I appreciate the people that are showing love here, right? Great to see you guys, right? So, Ellul is talking about, obviously a lot of a similar idea of this biotechnics, right? And he talks about how, right, the idea of a technological society, right, sort of is a foreign sort of idea for the most of human development, right? And this is because mainly, right, it's cultural, aspects or cultural developments that sort of limit technical developments, right? Or sort of the uniformity of techniques that sort of have a cross-cultural incubation, right? A collective incubation, if you will, right? And he sort of talks about how techniques sort of last after civilizations fall to the ground. There's techniques that are sort of transported, right? And they're not merely, to be limited by cultural forms of expression, right? Actually, a more developed and universal and uniform a technique is, right? And the more various ways it could be applied, right? The less it relies on these cultural means for its development, right? So just as Mumford talks about the cultural techniques as sort of being a sweet spot, right, in man's development, right? This is the same thing that Rousseau says, right? Rousseau says hut society, right, was part of the sweetest sentiments of man, right? This is before the corruption of the large cities, right? And sort of Mumford and Rousseau seem to think the corruptive element of multiculturalism, right, that comes from the city, right, is sort of one of the most crippling aspects, right? Is a damaging aspect on social mores, right, and on cultural traditions, right? And of course, this cosmopolitan attitude is very useful, though, to the development of techniques, right, which have universal goals, universal means, right? Indeed, they want to establish a monoculture, a global monoculture, right? So it's culture that is hacked by techniques, right? And sort of Ellul and Mumford and even Rousseau sort of saw this happening, right? Saw science and the arts, right? As Rousseau said, right? Sort of corruption on morals, right? And traditions, right? Of a society, right? They temper the man, they make him a rootless cosmopolitan, right? Right? So this form of multiculturalism is obviously thanks to the communications technologies on one end, right, as an objective means of proliferation, right? But secondly, it's because of the universalizing goals of the technology itself, right? This is why Rousseau says, right? I mean, not Rousseau, but Uncle Teddy says, right? We can start by looking at the problems of the modern world by looking at the psychology of leftism, right? Because these issues are ingrained, right? Those who have liberal tendencies exemplify, right, modern society, right? They rely on modern society the most, right? It's those who rely on traditional means, right, that need the least from the modern world, right? It's sort of an obvious thing, okay? But, here you start to understand the complex, which is techno-liberalism, right? Okay, which is caused by the development of cities, right? The concentration, right, of culture and technologies within the city, right? And the city being a hub of both technological innovation and technological, and also international trade, right? So in this way, it sort of amalgamates culture, right? And so culture is the last thing on the chopping block, right? Okay, before we enter the scientific age of science and liberalism, right? Then religion has to go, right? Okay, so first thing to go is culture, right? Second thing to go is religion, right? Okay, and as Marx said, right, for his development of socialism, he said family, religion, okay, and the state, all these things are limiting, right, the development of a free society, right? Because they are private modes, right? He wants to equalize modes of living, right? And he knows that it's technology that will most equalize our means, right? Okay, that he wants to employ, right? So first is culture on the chopping block, right? Then when they develop science and liberalism, it's religion that's on the chopping block, right? But then technology takes out science and liberalism. So science and liberalism themselves get put on the chopping block for technological progress, right? You can't have too much liberalism in a technological society, right? Because you can't have too many people making individual decisions in a technological society, right? So Ellul talks about this development, right? And he says liberalism gave birth to its executioner, right? Which is a technological system, right? So that's why we refer to this complex of ideas as techno-liberalism, right? Because it's technology now that's driving science, and actually technology preceded science, right? Right, but it's also driving culture, right? It started to drive culture as soon as it developed science and liberalism, right? Okay, and amalgamate various religious forms of ideas. It sort of poisoned the well in terms of religion, right? Okay, and religion was sort of a universalizing mode that helped temper man's sort of cultural divisions, right? Right? As Christianity unified Europe, right? And Islam unified the Arab tribes, right? And it taught the Muslims that no non-Arab is a non-Arab isn't superior to Arab, and Arab isn't superior to non-Arab, right? So it was this idea of sort of, that these cultural modes became subsumed by religious modes, right? Okay, but soon, right? Okay, it was philosophy that sort of hijacked these religious modes, right, and created the philosophy of universalism, sort of, right, and liberalism, right? Right, and of course, this was created in Europe, and there's distinct reasons why that happened, right? There's distinct reasons why it was European society, right? Two reasons that we thought of here is because of the Greeks and because of the Jews, right? Okay. Okay, there's important reasons why Greek philosophy and Jewish philosophy, right, is very important for the development of ideas like communism and socialism. Right, there's very important reasons why Karl Marx was a Jewish European philosopher. Right, okay. And even a German. Right, there's good reasons for that. Right, it's because the social, cultural, philosophical milieu, right, led to the development of such thinkers, right, because they imbibed the thoughts of Aristotle and Avicenna and Kant and St. Thomas Aquinas, that this was all possible, right, that this was all possible, right? So we're looking at the ideological roots and configurations of these thinkers, right? Right, we could be anti-communism, we could be anti-capitalism, we could be anti-socialism, right? But if we don't understand where these ideas originate, right, then we'll be doing battle with figments of our imagination, right? Right, we'll be spreading hate and division without understanding the roots of the problems. We'll not be even understand the enemy that we're aiming at, right? Right, so this is the main issue, right? The ideological roots, right, of all these movements, right? Now, one of the main things that Ellul points out, which is very important, right, is that, for capitalism, right, you need constant new investing, right? And for that, you need new technologies, right, to invest in, right? So this drive for investment is actually driven for a drive for technological innovation. Right, so capitalism constantly needs new products, new technologies, right? It's that which is commercials sell all the time, right? Is that you constantly update the new car, the new computer, the new shoe, the new, now you got meta glasses, new glasses, right? You got everything, right? That is based on new technology. So their investment comes from new forms of technology. So it's technological innovation that is driving capitalistic growth. Right? It's the same thing with socialism. Socialism requires, right, centralized means, right, of production. Well, large-scale technologies are inherently socializing and centralizing. But there's technologies that are so big that you need government regulation in order to produce them. Right? So large-scale technologies equal socialism, right? This is why Stalin said that the only necessary condition for the development of socialism is industrialism.
Proof.
So whether you're dealing with capitalism or socialism, they're both driven by technological means. It's technology that's driving economics. In other words, it doesn't matter what theory you follow, right? And for fascism, right? They want technological innovation. They want to control the reins, the means of production. They want to combine the military and the state and the corporations. They are 100% driven by technological innovation, right? So all of the modern theories, right? All of the modern political theories, all the modern economic theories, right? The one thing that they don't really clearly explain is that the objective factors or means of power are all technological, right? And they not only require those means for their theories to come to fruition, right? But all of their theories assume a modern, technologically advanced society, right? So this is a key aspect, right? This is a key aspect of things, right?
And I believe ellul says at some point in the book that since technology is the driving force, you have to throw out pretty much the antiquated political ideologies.
Yep.
Because
Right.
you're working on outdated information at that point.
Right. Right. So this is the key point I'm making, right? Exactly, right? So no matter where you go, right, we're dealing with technical means, right? Their influences, right? Right. Doesn't matter what political ideology you subscribe to, right? Doesn't matter what religious outlook you subscribe to. Doesn't matter what cultural traditions you uphold, right? The technological world system doesn't care what ethnicity you are. It doesn't care what religion you are. It doesn't care what your philosophy is, right? What your philosophical ideology is, right? These are just simply secondary factors of relevance and importance. None of these things will save you. Right? But it's important to realize, right, where these various ideological, theological, and cultural edifices have either contributed to or been stifled by, right, the modern, right, matrix of control, right, which is technology and science, right? These two modes, right? Okay, that have been condensed into a dialectic between technocracy, right, and technical humanism, right? Right? Which the dialectic between them is techno-liberalism. Techno-liberalism, right? And this is what we've been sort of outlining on our show, right? Now, if I could go to look at what are the various historical developments, right, which have sort of outlined this mode of thinking, right? Well, that brings us to some very interesting thinkers, right? Okay, and as I laid out, right, it sort of goes in a certain trajectory, right? Goes in a certain trajectory, right? Right, but out of the various thinkers, right? Right, some of the first ones that start to draw a picture, okay, of human reason being separated from nature, okay, and sort of functioning as an intermediary between the divine and nature, right? In other words, right, they believed that nature is peopled with spirits. right? That nature is peopled with spirits, right? They didn't separate God and nature, right? They didn't separate knowledge and God, right? Okay. And obviously, knowledge was also separated from man, right? Okay, it's being taken out of the domain of man, right? And turned into an abstract notion, right? This notion of knowledge for the sake of knowledge, right? It comes from Aristotle's notion, right? That the highest good is a thinking about thinking. That thought could be separated from reality in that it's better than reality, right? Right? This notion of the abstract realm of ideas having preeminence over the physical or the material world, right? And of course, he rejected Plato's forms, right? So he had to think that these ideas sort of come from the natural world, right? That they are sort of products of reason, which is embedded within the structure of the cosmos. And of course, he borrowed this idea from some of the pre-Socratics, right? This notion of this hidden order within things, right? Okay, in which man could use his reason to transcend nature, which is a basic concept, okay, that was formulated by Plato, right? One of the basic concepts formulated by Plato was the notion that man could use reason, which exists in his soul, to transcend nature. Now, why is this important for the ideas that I was describing, right? Well, they simply developed the notion of correspondence theory, right? In other words, the notion that the mind has information imprinted on it, right, from the external world, right? And that this notion, right, means that our inner world, right, through reason filters out the information that's given by nature. And of course, this was used by the empiricists to develop the notion that all of us has a sort of virtual space, right, where these sort of ideas exist, right, where these notions are imprinted on the mind from the external world, right? And this sort of virtual space, or this tabula rasa, right, is sort of this realm of becoming through which ideas are sort of filtered, right, of the Pythagoreans, right? This sort of blank space, this virtual space, or this sort of mathematical order that exists beyond the world where ideas could be fashioned. Right, and of course they believe that God existed within this immaterial space of purely conceptual ideas. You know, for Aristotle, there was like three things that existed, right? In the beginning, right? There was God, there was matter, and the void. Right? Matter was in a chaotic state. Right? The void is where you put the matter that's in the chaotic state so that you could order it through space. And God exists as an immaterial mind. Right? This notion of the universal mind. That was separate from nature, could perceive reason, and sort of order matter. Right? This was the sort of deistic conception, right? That you know, was brought forward, right, by Anaxagoras, right, upheld by Plato, right, and then extrapolated on by Aristotle, right? And of course, the empiricists borrowed from this, right? This notion that, you know, the mind could be this place where the external world, right, imprints ideas onto it, right? And this was the bare notion that they used for this idea of equality, right? Okay, that everybody through reason can perceive these universal concepts by transcending nature through reason, right? And for this, they had to develop this notion of natural law, right? Because this notion of natural law became the sort of, you know, thing that reason could use, right? That was sort of created by God, that God created the world through these natural laws, right? Because these natural laws align with reason itself, right? Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah. But yeah, so God aligns, God uses these natural laws, right, to create the world, right? And sort of there's these intermediaries, right, which God needs to create the world through reason, because, you know, and that's the notion from Pythagoras, right, which is interesting, right? Because if Plato believes in the Pythagoras God, right, and that God is wholly good and has to create the world through these natural laws, right, then does God really have a choice in how he creates? Right, it's really interesting, right? So this is why the deistic God is sort of limited in scope, right? Okay, it's a fascinating concept, right, which we've touched on many times. Okay, but this space that exists beyond matter, whether it exists or not, right, or whether it just exists in the universal mind, right? Right? Okay, which is sort of an aspect of the material world, right? That was a question that was posed by the philosophers, right? Now, when we get to Heraclitus, which is right now, right? We're going to be reading some Heraclitus. Right? So you know, the next two guys we're going to look at is Heraclitus and Parmenides, right? This whole notion from Heraclitus, right, that God is one, that God exists sort of within nature, but it also transcends nature in a sort of way, right? Through this notion of the logos, right? As he says, the logos, right, steers all things, right? Okay, he's talking about, and he's sort of disagreeing with some of the previous guys, right? That are sort of talking about God as a sort of being that's totally still, right? Okay, obviously he's against this notion of Parmenides, right? That God doesn't change, right? That God is beyond movement and change, right? And also the notion from Xenophanes, right? That God is sort of still, he sort of perceives all things at the same time, right? Okay, instead, Heraclitus sort of sees God as a sort of ordering principle, right? That is sort of chaotic. It doesn't really want an order, right? But he sees nature and God as one, right? Just as the pre-Socratic philosophers sort of saw nature and God as sort of one, right? Okay, so God is not only beyond nature, but also one with nature, right? So this Heraclitus God is really a very interesting sort of being, right? And also he conceived of God as sort of an energetic force, right? Which he called p.108, right? Or a like a sort of living fire, right? That sort of molds matter, right? So
we're getting warmer.
Yeah, it's interesting because it's like you know, the Zoroastrians prayed to the sacred fire that was in their temple, right? So they prayed to the fire, right? And sort of similar to Plato, Heraclitus sort of takes the gods of Homer and says they're not very logical, right? So this is another trait of Heraclitus, right? And of course, there's two great philosophers that come up, right? One is one is Heraclitus and the other is Parmenides, right? And they're sort of two very basic pre-Socratic philosophers, right? Now, the most easy way to understand both of them is that Heraclitus says all things are one and they're based on change, right? Where they're in a constant state of becoming, right? And Parmenides says all things are one and they don't change, right? That nothing changes, right? So, and he doesn't believe that I'm sort of, this whole notion of, the logos as being sort of ontologically transcendent from nature, right? But he believes all things are one and that this oneness, that this principle actually points to, the fact that all things are ruled by the one, right? So, so he says there is no change as a result of that, right? So we're going to look at both of these two different guys. Right now, it's easy to understand why Plato went with Heraclitus, right? Because nature has to be in a state of becoming, right? And of course, he sort of talks about his theory of the forms, sort of being disputed by Parmenides, right? Right, which Jason Reza Giorgiani said that this was him actually admitting that the forms was a noble lie, right? That was constructed by Plato to as sort of Gnostic formula, right?
Ruh-roh.
All right. He gets pretty crazy about that. I don't know if Plato was actually just owning his own theory, even right there, but especially since
it's like Giorgiani making Plato into some edgelord or something.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, he tends to do that with a lot of things, right? But um, but yeah, it seems like Aristotle really blamed Plato for having disregarded this theory of the forms, right? Obviously, if you have some realm where ideas need to come from that is beyond matter, that is against Parmenides, right? Because Parmenides says, you know, the actual and the possible, thinking and being are all one and the same, right? He doesn't think there's any difference between thinking and being, right? So he doesn't think that you know um you know being has to be above in some supernatural realm, right? Because being exists, right, all over, right? All things are one, right? So being and existence are here now, right? They don't exist, right? So he wouldn't say nature is in a state of becoming, right? He'd say nature is existence, right? With a capital E. Okay. Yeah, I'm talking about Heraclitus, right? Parmenides, right? Um, and how they relate to the theories of Plato and Aristotle, right? So these are how the pre-Socratics relate to the thinkers that came after them, right? And obviously, we have more from Aristotle and Plato. Their theories are more developed and more influential, right? But they challenge these sort of previous beliefs, right? And so we'll move to that, right? And I'll drop the link again in the chat here, right? We'll see if anybody wants to come up as we're talking about this stuff, right? And yeah, we're going to be moving through lots of material, and the way we'll move through the material is in a historical fashion, right? So we've always done that, right? We've always presented history alongside of philosophy. And the reason is because philosophy on its own just concerns ideas, right? But it doesn't really tell us what's happening or what has happened, right? Or in what context or for what purpose these various philosophers develop these ideas, right? And to what end, right? So we're also figuring out the historical context in which these ideas were formulated, right? So we will always proceed here by merging history with philosophy, right? And I think it's simply just not important to either study philosophy on its own and sort of only focus on that, or study history without understanding the ideological framework, right, that inspired the great thinkers, right? So this is all part of the thing, right? So whenever we present ideas, we present the historical scope of those ideas, right? And what implication they have on the modern situation, right? So that's all very important for us to do, right? But in terms of the top thinkers, right? Right? We have to proceed in a historical fashion. So we'll proceed first with the pre-Socratics, then we'll move to the first century thinkers and second century thinkers, right? And explore how they developed those notions, right? Different thoughts from Plato and the Jews. And of course, this goes all the way up to the 1100s, right? And obviously, they had a huge effect, and they were debated by the rabbis, right, in the medieval time, and used to develop the Kabbalah, right? And of course, last time we read several works from the from the 2nd to the 5th century, right, including the Haggadah and Manichaeism, right? And these show you how important various conceptions, right? Like Zoroastrianism, right? Neoplatonism, right? Okay, obviously Judaism and Christianity. How all of these ideas made it into the sort of historical, milieu, right? And how they were used to develop the occult ideologies, right? That were being developed in the Kabbalah, for example, and Rosicrucianism, right? So we'll look at the historical development of these various ideas, right? Okay, and their various proponents. Okay, and what is really important to us is to look at the historical figures who proposed these concepts, right? And what their own development of their thoughts was, right? And why they were accepted or rejected in their own time, and why they're assimilated today in various forms, right? And that brings us to the 1800s, right? Which is the period of time that we looked at on yesterday's show, right? Where we're looking at Hegel and Marx and the development of their ideas, scientific socialism, and how that's used to organize the technocratic mode of the day, right? And why they supported technocracy. And then that leads us to the notion of Ellul and Mumford sort of dispelling the ideas of Marx, Teilhard de Chardin, and all these thinkers, right? As Mumford says, these guys read too much into man's history, the narrow purpose of technological advancement, right? The development of tools, right? As we said in the beginning, right? So I'll play some music now. As per our regular show, we have lots of music for you guys, lots of ideas that correspond to the various beliefs that I just mentioned, right? And their ideological configurations, right? So that will be coming up now, right? In a little bit here, right? And I appreciate you guys, right? So let's move to that. Blessings. And let me see where we're at with the music here. Oh yeah, I made this for you guys. Catacomb Kids by Aesop Rock. And it's going to be a jazzy show. I mixed hip hop and jazz today. So it's kind of a weird mix of things. But yeah, I mean, and let me see what other, oh yeah. Yeah, so hip hop and jazz, blessings. So yeah, this first one, Catacomb Kids and Departures by Kaczynski Experience, right? Which I played on yesterday's show, right? So yeah, blessings.
I was a dark, dumb student, no hokey rookie, day tripping on visions of chickens that look like our crumb drew them. They grew them in the royal dirt of Suffolk County's flooring with the blood of an alcoholic clergyman in his forearms. Long Island was porn stars and puppies pushing sniffles. Fit into the 8th dimension or slipped through the pinholes. Zoop, slipped through the pinholes. Frisbee the God sender who thunk over a quarter, plunked a local Mortal Kombat vendor, broke the formal squad sensor. Root down, dealers out across the marsh before it was. I call it carb cavalry cooking an 85 Dodge Aries with gas from Huntington and back barely. Equipped with super soakers full of piss and an uncanny knack for constantly upsetting pigs by doing stupid shit. The kid pilot is rank king dummies, the king calling where they hollered fuck the world from the parking lot in the suburbs. A couple spray cans and a little litter, but they look at us like swindlers with Enrique Castle jitters. So fuck them, the glutton sunk into the alley for props. But things will still go bump when them halogens pop. Believe, I'll be there when it happens. The shaking of the plates off the mantle, the snaking of the flames off the candle. The lady get a leg off the answers, admitting of mistakes to their deep planning cadavers. Now it's rest in peace, Lou Peterson, whose heater sung disturbingly to further reevaluate your beast of burden's urgency. Damn doggy, good times, thanks. I wrote your name in wet cement, but I broke
the town speed freak sleep trap the traitor. He will ask for papers, say I'm an activator. Made a roof, made a weapon, made a flag, no nigger. By the snotty little nozzle of a latchkey neighbor. When the boat was shaggy up with some dapper gators, he will catch the vapors. Couple playboy mud flaps and hell on his heels. Beautifully echoed in the pace of which he shovel his meals. Like not a farmer among us at a harvest survived the winter. So dinner split a llama bean and triplets, pick a winner. It took a couple summers, puking pills behind a dumpster. Was the largest Pez dispenser on record, recouped his numbers. One shoe in a soupy gutter, one shoe in a velvet heaven. Where the mermaids haul him shake up out a lake of melted weapons. He could dance fruity with the hooligan nation. Who will patiently, your wedding suit keep a facelift. Extra, the days of your pen is similar Uber ape shit. We merely updated the ancient 8-bit, yeah. I'm dumber than a cow on a roof in a flood. Who's not as dumb as the watered down beef from the burgers that jumped. I'm dumber than a Taz on a beach chair with a martini. Who's not as dumb as the tap with the same scenery. Sparky nails, pig stigmata for all good sport. Garbage pail kids unite at the mall food courts. Chase cheese fries with banana. They had shut the school down early. There were bombs inside the lockers. No concept that a problem. We responded like a snow day. But clobber shit the flotsam to the cops that it was okay. Okay, show the squadrons back into their boxes like it's Breakfast Club. A hothead show no progress to the doctors. And I walk into the office coughing off a lead. They're off in front of working meter fever. Knuckle up and loving rockets. It was rain of the razor laser. Day of the cloudy howdy. Flight of the shelter melter. You can bow without me. I'm activator. Made a fire, made a wheel, made a snack for later. Catacomb kids cuddle a fantastic labor. When the townspeed freak sleep trap the traitor. He will ask for papers, say I'm an activator. Made a roof, made a weapon, made a flag no nigger. By the snotty little nozzle of a latchkey neighbor. When the boat was shaggy up with some dapper gators, he will catch the vapors.
All right, let me move forward here with the text here. Blast open this shit. I'm not finding. Oh yeah, I gotta go across the room and grab this shit. Hold on a second. All right, so first some historical information about Heraclitus. Right, and if I could refresh you guys' memory, right, we went from Thales, right, who said all is full of gods, right, to Anaximenes, right? Oh, I'm sorry, Anaximander to Anaximenes, right? Now, Anaximander said the indefinite steers all things. This is close to what Heraclitus put down, right? Right, sort of saying that there's a underlying ordering principle that orders things, but it doesn't want order. It just kind of steers things towards chaos, right? And strife, right? Right? So he had a really sort of strange theory. Okay? But anyways, he had this ontologically transcendent abstract principle that guides matter, right? This is the important part, right? Because this is important for thinkers like Pythagoras, who talk about these abstract principles that are sort of ordering principles, right? Although, Pythagoras didn't say that this abstract ordering principle wants chaos, but order, right? So he disagreed with Heraclitus in that way, right? Now, for Anaximander, he's sort of following on this idea of this abstract principle ordering matter, right? And sort of saying it's above or defines matter itself, right? So he's sort of going more with Thales and Anaximander, right? So Anaximenes is sort of combining the two, right? Okay, and Pythagoras, as I said, he's saying the abstract principle is an ordering principle, right? And it also is based on number as a rational ordering principle, right? All is number, right? Now for Xenophanes, right? He thought the notions of the Pythagoreans were retarded, right? He thought the notion of reincarnation and the notion that man has all the knowledge and he's just remembering it and that he can unveil all the knowledge in the world, that's just bullshit, right? Right? He thought God is a personal being, right? It's beyond matter. He's not based on some abstract principles, right? Said all of God thinks, all of God sees, all of God hears. He needs nothing from mortals, right? Okay, that human rationality and God's rationality are not linked, right? And this leads to more this notion of the indefinite, right? Or this notion of the logos, which steers all things, right? Sort of unknowables beyond matter, right? And like Xenophanes, Heraclitus rejects the notion of Homer, right? That gods could be fighting with each other, right? Even though he believes all things are strife, everything is war, right? Right? He thinks it's all one still, right? So that's the main part we're going to focus on here, right? Is all these concepts and how they relate to the previous thinkers that we've mentioned, right? So let me read some historical information about Heraclitus here, right? Heraclitus, right? All right. Let's take a look at this, right? Heraclitus. It says Heraclitus was born in 540 BCE, right? So he was born in the same century as Pythagoras, right? In Ephesus, right? Now, Ephesus is a very important area, right? Right? You may have heard of Ephesus, right? Because that is where Paul composed Ephesians, right? And Ephesus is in Turkey, right? It's in modern day Turkey, right? Right? So let me see if I could see this. Right? It's a city in Anatolia, right? Which is what they used to call Turkey, right? So anyway, so let's move forward here, right? So he's from Ephesus, right? So this is a place where Paul traveled as well, right? So there's another link between Greek philosophy, right? Because Heraclitus is mentioned by a lot of the Greek philosophers, right? And Christianity, right? And why this very specific idea of natural law, right, was upheld by the church, right? And why they were sort of neo-Pythagoreans, right? In a way, right? Or why they thought Pythagoras was sort of right about a lot of things, right? Even though they didn't ascribe to all of his beliefs, right? Like, number of his beliefs, right? Especially the notion of reincarnation, right? But yeah, hold on a second. Let me move here and check on this coffee here. Okay, and I'll be like, stepping away from time to time to like procure this coffee for myself, right? So in between reading this, right? Because of course we don't have any assistants, right? Here while we're doing the show, unfortunately, but maybe one day that'll change, right? But yeah, check this out. It says Heraclitus was born 540 BCE in Ephesus, which lay between Colophon and Miletus. Colophon and Miletus, right? So that's interesting because there's a number of thinkers from Miletus, and I believe there was one from Colophon, right?
I think that was Xenophanes, right? Yeah, Xenophanes was from Colophon, right? Okay, and Miletus is where Thales is from, right? I believe, right? Let me see. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Okay. So he said. So all these places are in Turkey. So it's interesting that a number of these early philosophers, right, pre-Socratics, were from Turkey and not Greece. I'm sure that would piss off a lot of Greek people if you told them that, because they're in a war with Turkey. They don't really like Turkish people if you go over there, right? Right. All right. So yeah, that would piss them the fuck off if you told them that, right? That some of these guys were Turkish, or some of the guys that influenced Greek philosophy were actually from Turkey, right? They'd be pissed, right? You know. He says the nobility of his birth may help explain the contempt for his fellow men manifest in his writings. Neither poets nor philosophers escaped his withering scorn. Homer should be flogged. Xenophanes had no real insight, and the wisdom of Pythagoras was in fact evil trickery, quote unquote.
Sheesh.
I gotta go with them on the Pythagoras stuff. Yeah, that does seem like evil trickery. It's like Kabbalistic, I mean, right? For sure. I mean, but yeah, give me a.
I'll have to get around to the Kabbalah one of these days. But, oh my gosh, there's so much to do. So little time, so many books, so many videos.
Right. There's two parts of it, right? One is the Jazeera, and the other is the Zohar, right? So
I think
right.
I have the Zohar. I don't know if I have the other one though. Anyways, I don't want to derail it. The thing,
No,
like
no worries.
Avian says.
No, it's no worries. I'm gonna go and grab my coffee anyways. So yeah, if you got any more comments, lay them out. It's no worries. And feel free to chime in whenever.
I didn't get much sleep last night, so I'm trying to pay attention. So
Yeah, excellent. So yeah,
it's like the army is taking a leaf out of these other people's books with their non-lethal ideology, apparently non-lethal, but still kind of lethal because of psyops and weaponry and stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
Jim Keith wrote a chapter on it in his book.
Nice. Yeah, we specialize in the non-lethal, lethal. You know what I mean? Propaganda.
Yep.
Weapons in peacetime. The same weapons that were used in in wartime could be used in peacetime. Silent weapons for quiet wars.
Yep. There's another phrase that they use. Was it? Where is it? Shoot. It's like peacetime, but it's a different way of saying it. Dang it! Thought I had it underlined.
Exactly. Buddha. Oh no, that's not Buddha. That's Empire's Image. Their avatar looks similar now, right? For sure. Sometimes I think that's Buddha.
The phrase basically means like not quite war, in other words.
Right.
I'll find this thing.
Yeah, I wonder if Heraclitus would have what he would have said about that. Not quite war. He'd probably laugh at some shit like that, right?
Probably.
Yeah, he'd probably say what what Lorp is saying. Right? No such thing as peacetime. I mean, right. So yeah, so let's move here with this. It says that so yeah, so he saw Pythagoras as evil trickery. That's pretty funny. Nonetheless, Heraclitus proposed a notion of cosmic harmony. Cosmic harmony. Rather like Pythagoras. See, this is what I was talking about, right? And the notion of intellectual divinity, rather like Xenophanes. See, this is exactly what I just said. This guy's straight up agreeing with me, dog. It's crazy. So it said he died 480, and I underlined it when I read this shit like a long ass time ago. So yeah, man, I knew what was up back then. Seemed like he died 480, isolated from fellow citizens and philosophers alike. Okay, so that's a lot like most of these guys, right? A lot of these philosophers, man, they die alone. You know, which goes back to this whole image that we have, right? You know, of the philosophers, right?
Yep.
You know,
my favorite.
Speaks to the heart. You know, so yeah, so it says known in antiquity as the Riddler. Damn, bro. Heraclitus' mysterious aphorisms have vexed interpreters up to the present day. In many of them, everyday objects and events are used to reveal the hidden nature of the cosmos. A river whose waters must flow if it's to continue in existence shows how movement or flux can make something both stable and persistent. Wow. A bow illustrates how tension of opposites makes something unified and harmonious. He's very like Taoist in his aphorisms, Heraclitus, right? Some of those aphorisms sound very Taoist, so I really like Heraclitus. I like Heraclitus and Parmenides way more than Aristotle and Plato. Those guys suck, right? You know, so there is that aspect of things, right? So so this is just my opinion, right? Okay, and the disparity between their ideas is palpable, right? You know, Aristotle and Plato want to go beyond nature, right? Whereas Parmenides and Heraclitus, they seek to exemplify it. They say being is part of nature, right? Whereas the other two say being is removed from nature, has to be in some other state. So yeah, it's just crazy, right? So yeah, the difference between these thinkers couldn't be more palpable in my mind, right? They represent an old order of looking at things, right? And this is why. So I think that the pre-Socratics are greater than Plato and Aristotle, and that Plato is way greater than Aristotle. And so it's just like further back you go, the better. Honestly, it's always better if you go back. All right.
No school like the old school, eh?
Yeah, real talk. Honestly. And it's obvious how they influence these other guys, right? So that's the only part where they suck. right, is how they influence guys that actually suck, right? So it's like, that's what's interesting, right?
And the struggle is real.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, dominators. I believe it is. I do believe it is. Yeah, of course. Yeah. I have lots of evidence. Yeah, if you read what they're doing at MIT and the Media Lab and MK Ultra and all this stuff, I mean, it's bona fide. Bona fide. There's so many different angles you could look at it. Right?
Oh my gosh, so many.
Yeah, and then you could just go to Bernays, and then after Bernays, you could go to ellul's study on propaganda.
I think I'd patents alone, like a whole book full of patents.
Right. Yeah. Nice. Yeah, it's crazy. So, okay, so yeah, so his references to nature, right? I was talking about how superior they are, right? And their aphorisms, they're superior to Plato and Aristotle, right? It's a higher order of thinking. If you condense your thinking in aphorisms, right? Superior form of thinking, at least according to Nietzsche. I follow Nietzsche on that, right? I think like Lao Tzu, Heraclitus, like these were real thinkers because they could summarize their thinking in like a sentence or a paragraph. All right. They didn't need like all these words. Right.
Unlike Hegel, he needs all the words.
Right, he needs
and
all the
Kant.
words. Yeah.
Hegel and Kant. Oh, brother.
Oh man. Yeah, we were listening to some of Hegel's writings yesterday. It's a mess. It's a mess.
I was perusing through the book and like, what the hell am I reading?
Right. Yeah, it gets pretty wacky. It's quackery of the highest sort. When it comes to science, it's pure quackery. When it comes to philosophy, it's sadly legitimate. Right? People just don't know that.
That's a sad trombone.
Yeah, people just don't know what philosophy is. It's actually it's a hell of a game. Tell you that. But okay, moving on here. God, I can't find my place for like 10 times now. Okay, here we are. I'll just start from here. Actually, I don't think I read this. Making strife or war the father of all and king of all. That's huge. Right? And that is a stark difference, right? This is a chaos, right? Right? Chaos rules all things. Right? He was literally one of the first people to say it like that. I mean, it's dark stuff. And, and then he said, Heraclitus appropriates for fire a role traditionally assigned to Zeus. What's darker than Heraclitus is just Gorgias. Right? Gorgias just says, yeah, there's nothing that really exists. Right? He's more like, some of the Buddhists will say that too. They'll be like, actually, you know what? Nothing's really the goal here. Right? The goal
Isn't that kind of the subverted version of Buddha, though? Of Buddhism?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's sort of a later form.
Yeah, yeah. Maybe not subverted, but like, later.
Yeah. But yeah, Gorgias was a sophist. He just said, nah, you just make your own meaning, buddy. That's what's happening here. But yeah, here it says that Heraclitus appropriates for fire role traditionally assigned to Zeus. Right, so he's like, fuck Zeus, right? Obviously, king of the Olympian gods, right? Thus calling traditional Greek religion into question. Heraclitus imagines the whole cosmos as an eternal fire. Echoing Anaximenes, he says that other elements are exchanged for fire in a cosmic cycle. echoing Anaximander, he says that fire will judge and convict all things. I can't believe he didn't point out Anaximenes' statements earlier that it steers all things, right? Right, because this is what Heraclitus says: the thunderbolt steers all things, right? He says such a cycle of impersonal judgment may appear unjust to humans, but to God, who is simply fire by another name, all is beautiful and good and just. The divine law of the cosmos embodied in the cycle is the logos. See, that is some dope shit. That's not a chump philosophy like, oh, the nature. Saying, no. You know, it might look like it's unjust to you, but buddy, it's just. Trust me. Crazy. The divine justice, right? Okay, so he says here, the divine law of the cosmos embodied in this cycle is the logos. Right? This is a Greek word which means many things. Law, quote unquote, account, quote unquote, reason, to name a few. Because of this important ambiguity, the fragment with which Heraclitus may have opened his book, the first one presented here, is itself ambiguous. Now, what's really shocking, right, is that this logos concept, right, it's used not only by Heraclitus to refer to what he wants it to refer to, but it's also referred to by the sophists. Also, Plato contradicts the notions of the sophists on his definition of the logos, right? And then the prologue of John uses this word to rewrite Genesis. So this word that Heraclitus employed, and before the times when it actually had a disputed meaning, right? Who knows what he could have meant by it, honestly. But it's very interesting that he used this term, right? For sure, right? Very interesting that he used this term, right? You know, for sure, right? Logos, right?
Words, where the words exist.
Yeah, let's play some Ebitard, right? For the for the people, right? For the people, right?
Words to tell me whether or not the right fucking exists. Words to tell me, how are you even using words to tell me whether or not the right fucking exists? Where do the words exist? Right? Like,
So
they don't understand the basic philosophical underpinnings of what they're talking. Tent, and he could accomplish more. Nobody gives a fuck about your dumbass fucking philosophy. Nobody gave a fuck about anybody's philosophy takes. What the fuck? When did a philosopher ever do a fucking thing? Show me one time a philosopher ever did a fucking thing.
Facts.
So yeah, there's Ebitard. You know, blessings. So yeah, so here we go to this whole notion of the logos. So just recounting all the various uses that it's had throughout history and then extrapolating what it could have meant for Heraclitus. I mean, adding all that, I mean, it's damn near impossible to figure out what he actually meant by this thing, right? You know, but obviously it's used in the prologue of John, right? It's very different concept in the prologue of John than it is in Plato. Right, that much I can confirm, right? You know.
Oh yeah, way different.
Yeah. So it says,
so it says here the Greek word means many things. Because of this important ambiguity, the fragment with which Heraclitus may have opened his book, the first one presented here, is itself ambiguous by warning that humans are unable to understand the logos. Heraclitus seems to mean that they misunderstand both the law of the cosmos and his own efforts to speak about it. Some blame his observers. Some blame his obscure sayings, rather than human nature for his failure. But if the cosmos is as he describes it, with stasis in movement, harmony and opposition, and creation and strife. Okay, think about that, right? Read that again, right? Ooh, this guy's spitting flames, man. You know, he said stasis and movement, harmony and opposition, and creation and strife. How Taoist does that sound? Right? Right, there's movement and stillness. There's harmony and opposition, right? The most accurate representation of it may positively require a logos that is itself elusive and contradictory, it says, right? It is itself elusive and contradictory, right? Not surprisingly, subsequent philosophers drew diverse inspirations from Heraclitus. Plato seems to have accepted his observation on flux as an accurate description of the material world where all things flow, but not the world of transcendent, unchanging forms, right? So see, Plato partly accepted his definition, right? But he rejected the notion that all things are one, right? Plato was a dualist, right? Okay, but he borrowed his notion of ontological transcendence to say that nature is in a state of flux, right? So there's an important distinction, but what's important to realize also that between Parmenides and Heraclitus, as I said, it seemed like Plato went with Heraclitus instead of Parmenides, right? Granted, his dialogue named the Parmenides, right? Right, where he discussed Parmenides' rejection of the theory of the forms, right? Which is a central part of his analysis, right? So it says Plato seems to have accepted his observations on flux as an accurate description of the material world where all things flow, quote unquote, but not of the world of transcendent, unchanging forms. The skeptics later highlighted his aphorism about the effects of perspective, explaining how the same things appear differently to different observers, right? Especially to members of different species. Their rivals, the Stoics, used his cycle of fire to develop their own doctrine of periodic cosmic conflagration. They also trusted his divine logos. Very odd phrasing. Divine logos. Okay. Because he does not mean the same thing as the prologue of John, right? So
I can see why it can get confused and conflated with each other, though.
Right. Yeah.
There's a lot of similarities as there are differences. Just perusing through chapter 2 of Skrbina's book.
Right. But the key difference would be that the logos is itself God in Heraclitus, but logos is God in the prologue of John, but it also exists alongside God at the beginning of creation, and God used it to create the world. Right? So, which is an interesting distinction, right?
Right. That doesn't get into the murky water of I think some scholars saying that the prologue is an interpolation.
Yeah, I won't.
We can leave that can of worms by itself.
Yeah, certainly it would be considered sacrilegious from a Christian point of view, anyways, right? But
yeah, especially Trinitarian anyway.
Right. So so here's the thing. He says Okay, so they also trusted his divine logos, resigning themselves to its necessity, no matter how unjust it might appear. One of the recent admirers, Friedrich Nietzsche, wrote that, quote, "The world forever needs the truth, so the world forever needs Heraclitus," unquote. So there's us on Heraclitus today, right? We're going to move forward with pre-Christian Jewish Gnosticism and pre-Kabbalistic Maimonides, right? Two formative conceptions for Rosicrucianism. And we'll deal with the Kabbalah and Rosicrucianism and all these things and how they're interrelated, right? So that will be coming up here, right on The Machine Lies. I'll now play another song, right? And this one's interesting, right? It's called Bullet Train, and of course it's the Dining Rooms in the background. It's a band that I like, the Dining Rooms. The interesting jazzy sort of mixes, right? That they have. But yeah, blessings. So we'll be back in 4 minutes. Blessings to all the people.
Shake sing, yeah, move the people like this. Bullet train, come on, move the people like this. Let's go! All aboard! Watch the doors. Watch how it moves when you watch the tours. Yeah. Watch your step when you walk, of course. You gotta watch for cop cars, they watch for yours. Eyes wide. 1/3 watching my blind side. You like the record? Catch us rocking a rhyme live. In front of thousands or in front of public housing. I got the world watching like a clerk when I'm browsing. The rebel route, the push limits, push levels. I'm not talking race when I call Bush devil. It's people in need. It's evil indeed. It's the family legacy of a father and seed. You need to test the water while you flipping the channel. Punch a code in the rap game, unlimited ammo. I could hold the candle, but the light's hard to handle. Unravel the riddle, bullet train, come travel. Let's go! Bullet train. All aboard. Bullet train. Here's your ticket. Bullet train. Let's go. Watch the doors. Bullet train.
And the sounds return pure and easy.
Let's go! Your pleasure, more pressure, more weights like 88, just more stress and more hate. Clowns don't wanna clash with expansion team sound.
It's more fresh, hip-hop etched in dub plates.
I spit rhymes for free, but for dollars a yen. I tell Babu to rewind and spit them again. Learn scratching, but please learn blending it in. World famous beat junkie, still spinning the wind. Pay attention,
watch and observe.
Eyes on the road, a caution on curve. Careful, you can get lost in herds. Caution,
meanings could get lost in words.
Lost in space, out of line you lost your place. Out of time, but grab a seat and watch the race. I came to bring more picture to the frame. Babu, blow the track. Bullet train. Bullet train. All aboard. Bullet train. Here's your ticket. Bullet train. Watch the doors. Bullet train. Let's go. I'm like Harriet Tubman,
underground bullet train. They carry the same people that they shackle in chains. A crackle of flames, a crack of the whip, or just crack. They enslave the body and they shackle the brain. We move under threat that the feds will rush. Either get on or suck a duck, catch the bus.
You could have ridden anywhere, but you selected us.
Bullet train move the people like Exodus. Bullet train, yeah. All aboard. Bullet train, here's your ticket. Bullet train, let's go. Watch the doors. Bullet train, bullet train, bullet train. Let's go. Shinkansen, Manhattan, bullet train, LA, Tokyo, Osaka, expansion,
All right, so we'll have more on Heraclitus next time, right? But let me move to this whole thing we're on, right? We're bouncing around here, right? A few different texts. And of course, we're looking at this whole idea of the Cainites, right? And the Sethians, right? Who we've sort of, they sort of have this pre-Adamite hypothesis, right? That's important for Gnostics, right? Okay, it's this whole idea of these bloodlines, okay, so to speak, right? Of this creation of the world, right? That certain peoples are descendants of either an alien race, right, or demon, or some sort of demonism, right? And it sort of links it to paganism, right? Because these sort of entities, these aeons that exist, right? Okay, they create these archons and these sub forms, right? So it's a sort of neo-paganism also. Okay, let me find my place here. Okay, let's read this, right? From the Targum Neophyte. We read this earlier, right? Let me pull this back up. Targum Neophyte. Right. So when were these developed? Here, hold on. Give me 1 second here, folks. So it says Diaz Mako argues the Neophyte dated to 1st century CE as part of a pre-Christian textual tradition based upon anti-halakhic material
but it was discovered in the 1500s. Okay, so let's see what it says here.
This seems kind of wild.
I know, yeah. And I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of this stuff, right, that the Jews discovered in the 1500s, and then they claim that it actually came from the Second Temple period, right? I mean, right? It's probably a common thing.
That wouldn't be surprising.
It's probably a very common thing, right? So it says Cain spoke to Abel, his brother. Come, let us go out to that field. And when they both gone out to the field, Cain answered and said to Abel, I know what the world was not. I know that the world was not created by love. That is governed according to the fruit of good deeds, and that there is favor in judgment. Therefore, your offering was accepted from you with delight. Abel answered and said to Cain, I see that the world was created by love and is governed according to the fruit of good deeds. Because my deed were better than yours, my offering was accepted from me with delight, but your offering was not accepted from you with delight. Cain answered and said to Abel, there is no judgment, there is no judge, there is no other world, there is no gift of good reward for the just and no punishment for the wicked. So there's Cain gaslighting. Right. So let's check this out. Right. And it says, although Cain has been interpreted in this passage as a representative of the Sadducean heresy, right? The affirmations put into the mouth of Cain, right? Okay, so this is, I think, goes to the idea that we were looking at earlier, where it says it's anti-halakhic, right, or something like that, right? Right. So the affirmations put into the mouth of Cain could also be seen as representing Gnostic heresy. The first statement, especially, is susceptible of this interpretation, that the world was not created in love. But the other statements, too, are found in connection with Gnosticism, as, for example, in the account of Simon Magus in the Pseudo-Clementine homilies. Okay, so it looked like what they're saying here is that also Simon Magus seems to have said this in the Pseudo-Clementine homilies, right? Which is, as we previously discovered, right? It's one of the books of the Ebionites, right? Challenging, they're sort of saying that Paul and Simon Magus are sort of similar figures or something like that, right? It said he tried to buy his way into the apostleship, right? So they're anti-Pauline, right? The Ebionites, right? They're Jewish Christians, so-called, right? Right? They believe in ascetic practices, right? They believe you should keep to the Jewish law, strict adherence to the Jewish law, right? And all this type of stuff, right? So, so it's interesting that, they would also look at the figure that is the fountainhead of all heresies, right? Talked about by Saint Irenaeus, right? They pin the same figure, right? And of course, I'm talking here of Simon Magus, right? Right, which is interesting, right? But the fact that his statement that the world was not created by love seems to line up with this Targum Neophyte is rather interesting as well. That is really strange, right?
Yep.
I've never really heard of anyone, really say that right? Gnostic or Christian, or right? It's kind of a weird statement, right? But yeah, it is also useful to observe in this connection that the affirmations here associated with Cain are attributed to the arch heretic Elisha ben Abuya, right? And it can hardly be doubted any longer that Elisha ben Abuya was a Gnostic heretic, right? Let's look this guy up. It says rabbi of the Second Temple period, right? After he adopted a worldview considered heretical by his fellow Tanaim, the rabbis of the Talmud refrained from dealing. I'm sorry, relating teachings in his name, referred to him as the other one. In his writings of the Geonim, this name appears as Achor, Achor, backwards, because Elisha was considered to have turned backwards by embracing heresy.
Oof. But not in the Promethean way, then.
Right. So I'm trying to figure out just what was this guy's heresy. Okay, so it says several stories are told in rabbinic literature about the events leading to Elisha's apostasy. When he was in the womb before birth, his mother would pass by houses of idolatry and inhale the scent of incense. This scent remained in him to affect him like the venom of a snake. That sounds made up, right? When Elisha was a baby, many rabbis were invited to his circumcision. When they began to teach the Talmud and learn the inner depths of his meanings, their appearance became a fire and the whole room turned ablaze due to their sanctity. When Elisha's father entered the room and saw this, he decided to dedicate his child fully to Torah study. Okay. Elisha observed a child lose his life, right? Well, fulfilling two laws for which the observance of the Torah promises a long life. I'm still trying to get to, like, what did this guy say that was so heretical? The fuck? According to the Babylonian Talmud, he entered the orchard, quote unquote, of esoteric knowledge and saw the angel Metatron sitting down, an action that is not done in the presence of God. Elisha ben Abuya therefore looks to Metatron as deity and says heretically, quote, there are indeed two powers in heaven, unquote. Okay, so maybe that was something that he said. He said that Archangel Metatron was an equal power to God or something like that, right? That's interesting, right? And weird. All right, let's move forward. But yeah, that is really weird. All right. It says, if now we raise the question as to whether Cain functions in Philo also as type of Gnostic heresy, at least in some cases, the evidence that emerges from an investigation of the text is not unimpressive. Unlike Friedlander, however, we do not posit the existence of specifically Cainite sect in Alexandria. There is, first of all, parallel in Philo to the Hadagic expansion of Genesis 4:8 that we have encountered in the Targums. And the theological argument between Cain and Abel is associated with the interpretation of Genesis 4:8 presented by Philo. Right? Okay, so we've read this part, right? Whereas Abel represents a God-loving creed, Cain represents a self-loving doctrine, a doctrine that manifests itself in life devoid of virtue. And on the posterity of exile of Cain, Cain again represents disputatiousness and the invention of plausible myths contrary to truth, which results in a life of impiety, self-love, arrogance, false doctrine, ignorance of real wisdom, lawlessness, and so on. Friedlander certainly has a point in seeing here a reference to Gnostic opponents of Philo. For the mode of argument is similar to that of heresiologists in their struggle with the Gnostics of the 2nd century and later. Okay, so it says here on the sacrifices of Abel and Cain, Cain represents a philosophy in which all things are ascribed to humans, whereas Abel represents a philosophy that is subservient to God. Cain's philosophy is also labeled foolish opinion, folly, madness. In the latter passage, Cain is regarded as the ancestor of Protagoras, famous dictum that man is the measure of all things. Oh, check that out. Oh shit, there's Yeah, are you there? Okay, let me just mute Red for a second, because there's like a lot of sound coming from you. So yeah, blessings to Untrackable. Thank you for being here. Right, I appreciate you. Right, but yeah, so yeah, we'll move forward for a second here. Okay, so where was I? Right, so yeah, that is the place where I was at, right? That Cain is regarded as the ancestor of Protagoras' favorite, a famous dictum: "Man is the measure of all things." Okay, that is insane, right? That is wild, right? Especially because I've been talking about that dictum as the sort of basis for universalism, right? For several episodes now, right? So it's actually very surprising. Okay, very surprising. Are you there, Red? Yeah, I don't know if Red is actually there at this point, but yeah, blessings to all the people. I will drop the link for the people. You know, if it's just me up here alone, you know, honestly, but yeah, I'm sure he'll figure all that out. Yeah, but yeah, blessings to the people. Let's move forward here, right? In terms of the text, because I'm excited. I'm very excited, right? Because we just hit the jackpot of all jackpots, right? With this notion that, right, they linked pre-Socratic philosophers, right? Right, pre-Socratic philosophers, right, to the notions of Cain and Abel, right, and then linked them to pre-Christian Gnostic heresies. Right, this is actually insane, right? Because I always thought this idea of Protagoras was Promethean, right? Man is the measure of all things, right? That sounds like a very Promethean sort of idea, right? So it's interesting, right? All right, let's move forward here. You know, it's interesting. So they got us here. All right. Yeah, so man is the measure of all things. That Cain actually made this up, right? And of course, it seems to suggest a sort of as above, so below, right? Like I was thinking, it's not as bad as Marx, that the root of man is man himself, right? That we sort of define ourselves, right? In Protagoras' idea, we're still sort of defined by nature, right? So it's sort of interesting, right? But yeah, let's move forward here. For a little while, right? And it says these other passages relating to it says finally Philo's interpretation of Cain's voluntary exile from the presence of God could be easily could be seen easily enough as a paradigmatic of Jewish heresy. These and other passages relating to Cain and Philo serve to strengthen Friedlander's case for the existence of heretical Gnosticism in Alexandria in the early 1st century, if not before. A few remarks are in order with respect to Friedlander's contention that Melchizedekian Gnostic sect was known to Philo, right? And took its origin in Alexandria. His main sources for contention are Epiphanius, the Epistle of the Hebrews, and Philo, right? From the 4th century bishop heresiologist, Friedlander believes his basic information on the Melchizedekian sect from Hebrews, right? Which he takes possibly correctly as an Alexandrian product, and from Philo, right? Okay, remember in the Epistle to the Hebrews, right? There's a mention of Melchizedek, right? Okay, this being above the that the law of Melchizedek presents a higher order law than Christ, right? So this is really important, right? Yeah, blessings, Avian. What's going on?
Yeah, I think I can just stay for a little bit.
Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, blessings. I appreciate your
blessing.
time. Yeah. I think maybe Red fell asleep. I don't know what's going on. Yo, Red, you there? Yeah, maybe not. Yeah, maybe not. Yeah, still, but yeah. So we'll check him in a minute, or in like 30 minutes. But yeah, blessings to Red. I appreciate your time as well. But yeah. So the Melchizedekians, right? From Epiphanius, the Epistle of the Hebrews, and Philo, right? So he's gone over all this, right? And he's surmising that this Epistle to the Hebrews, right? I don't know what original language the Epistle to the Hebrews was written in, but I think most likely Greek, right? Right. Most of the New Testament was composed in Greek, right? So it says Friedlander derives his information on the existence of Jewish speculation on the figure of Melchizedek in pre-Christian Alexandrian Judaism. He has been rightly criticized for extrapolating from an earlier text a full-blown Gnostic sect. There are now some additional documents known to Friedlander that shed light on this problem. One fragmentary text from the Nag Hammadi Gnostic Library, and one from one text from Qumran, right? Now, the former is a Melchizedekian document in which the figure of Melchizedek is figured as a heavenly redemption figure and an angelic warrior against the evil archons. Right? Jesus Christ also appears in the text in a very interesting anti-docetic passage of the reality of Jesus' human nature is stressed, right? The text from Qumran, right, also presents Melchizedek as a heavenly redemption figure. And there are some striking parallels between the Qumran and Nag Hammadi texts, right? The evidence of these new documents, when laid alongside the prior information, suggests the following tentative conclusion. 1. Insofar as one can speak of a Gnostic sect of Melchizedekians, one is dealing with a Christian group whose speculations the figure of Jesus plays an important role. Their views of Melchizedek develop out of Jewish speculations and traditions surrounding Old Testament figure. Such speculations existed both in the Alexandrian diaspora and in Palestine among the Essenes, and that there is no concrete evidence for the existence of a pre-Christian Jewish Gnostic sect of Melchizedekians, though the existence of such a sect cannot be ruled out categorically. All right. So I think we'll stop there for now with that, right? And we'll move to these other two sort of things that I was discussing, right? So let's read in terms of the ideas of the Kabbalah and when they were sort of starting out, right? So we have a similar problem with the Kabbalah, right, as with pre-Christian Jewish Gnosticism, right? And of course, some of the Kabbalistic ideas were laid down in 2nd century Judaism, right? So there's key conceptions in the Kabbalah that were laid down in this period, right? Okay, and of course, in terms of the Alexandrian Jews, right, it also seems like, you know, that this you know, that the ideas of Greek philosophy exercised a key influence on Maimonides as well, right? Okay, we got 2 people joining here. We'll just actually add them to the stage and just talk to them for a while, right? I appreciate you guys, man.
Who?
There's this guy and this guy, but he seems to be loading his camera.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's wrong with that.
Yeah, sort of just a wheel spinning, but I know you're an actual person because
Greetings.
I've seen you online. Yeah, greetings, blessings.
Hey. Love to all.
Good evening, everybody.
Yeah, greetings, Untrackable. How you doing today?
Doing very well. I'm trying to understand some things for myself, I guess.
Sure, shoot them out. Yeah, you know,
But,
of course.
but listening, you know, I come from a different world as well. I don't understand any of this.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I could sort of break it down in a very sort of simple way, right? So okay, so Dominator, your thing says it's not connected. So it looks like you're having trouble connecting, right? So so it says device is not connected. So maybe you need to fix your thing and come back. Yeah, so I'm you know, sad that he had, you know, he's having trouble there. But yeah, we'd love to talk to you. So yeah, but yeah, basically, right, they say that basically Western civilization is based on Greek philosophy, right? And they say that because like you know, like the ideas of Plato and Aristotle, right? Basically they're still important today, right? So so you know, like there's like these guys in the universities, right? They still teach Plato and Aristotle you know, in the university,
But what's weird is that Plato and Aristotle combined with the Bible, right? So why is Plato and Aristotle taught alongside Judaism? Right, that's the issue that we're trying to get to, and why are there Greek ideas in the Kabbalah, right? Just as there's sort of sort of Jewish ideas, right, that are sort of put as or framed as ideas that came from Greece, right? Like,
Okay.
yeah, so it's like, see, the Bible was written in Greek, right? So Paul went to Athens and talked to the philosophers, right? So we're simply trying to figure out what the connection is between Greek philosophy and the Jewish religion, since
Oh, that comes from Phoenicia. Sorry to interrupt. I finally
No, it's
have
cool.
my
yeah, blessings.
I
Yeah,
finally
yeah,
got
it's
it
cool.
working.
Yeah,
I
jump
just
in. Yeah,
turned
go
my
ahead.
camera off, but a lot of the Greek language actually comes from the Phoenician script, where they got it from when they were forming their maritime empire and trading with various people in the West, whether it was in Africa or Europe. And the Phoenicians spread their language, and basically these priests of the Levant interacted with early Greeks during the Greek Dark Ages through this language exchange. And this is where I'm fairly certain a lot of Greek philosophy and stories come from.
Yeah, that's interesting, right?
My
So-
from what you just said about the Bible and the Greeks and so much in history, it to me it seems like the growth of civilization, because if you grow so far and then you become stagnant as far as external growth, the internal growth really it seems protected, but a protected internal growth will create conflict and without external growth as well. And then so each step along the way, the fall of certain civilizations and the rises of new, they take the growth that was learned, but then they also try to impose external growth every step of the way as well, until they themselves become stagnant.
Well, the problem is, I think that all of civilization has pretty much been stagnant, because ever since they developed the first cities, at least, humanity has just been defending for the sake of defending. Most people don't actually know what their place in society is, and most soldiers don't actually know what they're fighting for. They just know what they're told from the authority figures. And this is the true stagnancy that stifles individuality and imagination. When you have people defending for the sake of defending, they forget the generative principles and care of civilization. They've adopted essentially the masculine, and they've let the masculine take the lead, while forgetting the roots in the sacred feminine. That the sacred feminine would be the origin point. It's basically where life would come from. So when these people are just out there and defending their city with scarcity mindsets, we need to maintain our resources, we need to defend our law, they're actually forgetting the purpose of life itself, because it's not to go out there and take from others and secure your plot of land.
Right. Right, exactly. And this goes along with that chapter 38 of the Tao Te Ching, where it says, know the strength of a man. Wait. No, wait, that's the wrong one. That's 28, right? this is 38. It says, truly good people are not aware of their goodness and are therefore good. Foolish people try to be good and are therefore not good. Truly good people do nothing, yet leave nothing undone. Foolish people are always doing, yet much remains to be done. When a truly kind, when truly kind people do something, they leave nothing undone. When just people do something, they leave a great deal to be done. When disciplinarians do something and no one responds, they roll up their sleeves and try to enforce order. When the Tao is lost, there is goodness. When goodness is lost, there is kindness. When kindness is lost, there's justice. And when justice is lost, there is ritual.
Oh man, that one's tough.
Yeah.
That's tough to hear, man. But now the picture is formed. I swear.
Well, I totally agree with that. You know, like just look at a country like the Soviet Union, for example, a country completely gripped by Marxist thinking. Those people were working and working, and they just basically worked themselves to death. There was one dude I heard a story of. I think he was a coal miner, and he won an award because he was so productive. And during his speech, he said, "I challenge any man or any two man to come outwork me. I will outwork all of you." And he ended up dying like a month or two later. I'm gonna guess probably from being overworked. But I work in construction, and I know people just like that in American construction. They'll be like, "Well, I'm gonna outwork all these motherfuckers." That's literally their mentality, and they've forgotten what they're working for. You know, they're working, but there's still a lot left to be done. Versus people who know what to work for. When they plant the seeds, they grow into something that's gonna last. So there's not as much to be done from their labor because they build something that's sustaining, like a garden or poetry, something that's going to help people grow and expand their individuality and ideally tap into their higher self and highest self principles.
Have you understand the word graduation, right? Like
yes,
you have to rise, but you know sometimes yeah, take the water cycle for instance. You know, the water evaporates and then it rains. It collects and then it evaporates and then it rains, and it does something to the earth each time. It pounds down on it and makes it hard. And over time, it becomes more able to collect water. But eventually, you have to stop collecting water. You have to graduate to the next level, and that is to spill water and to share it. And you know, I think I'm at the spilling water. I don't know what comes after that, as far as this analogy goes, but I've been pounded, and I've been collecting, and I'm still in the collecting slash about to tip over and spill level of my life. But I think there's something to be said there.
So you bring up the water cycle, right? And you say the pounding, so I assume that you're talking about the water pounding on the earth and the earth receiving it, right? So when you say that you've absorbed all this water, are you the water or are you the earth substance?
I think when it comes to, you know, being something that needs to be molded, I am the earth, and then the knowledge is the water, and then the water that I collect will take fragments of me when I spill over and share it with whatever is below me.
Yeah.
I see.
But it will also be evaporated again and rain down upon, visit a lake sometime and visit a dam where people have built dams, and it's like, okay, yeah, we open the dams every time we get a heavy rain, and that creates electricity for the city and the surrounding area and blah blah blah. It's a beautiful place, but that land, it wasn't created by man. The water was collected by man, having this knowledge of with the hydro systems and stuff that they built, but it's very interesting to think that I can come here and have so much fun, just as the water rains down and enjoys this place, but eventually it will take pieces of this place and the dam will open and be flowed upon down to the many of rivers and creeks and spread. It will take pieces of it, every bit of it that it touches. It will change along its path.
Right, absolutely. So it sounds like you're talking about when you're taking in water, that you're taking in all this knowledge, and like a glass that at some point is going to overflow, the knowledge just has to come out of you somehow. Is that the gist of it?
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, yeah. I mean, you learn something. Let's just say you have a mentorship in something. Somebody's teaching you how to do something, and every step of the way they're like, "No, don't do it that way. Do it this way. No, go get that tool. Go do this." And then one day, you're like, "You know what? I've got nuts, and I can see what they're gonna tell me to do already. So you get to working." And then they show up and they're sipping their coffee, and they're like, "Hey, what are you doing?" I was like, "Well, we've gone through this, and this. And you said this yesterday, so I went ahead and started doing it." And they look at it and be like, "Well, you know what? I may not have done it that way, but it looks good to me." That's it. That's maybe a minor level of graduation, leaving a mentorship and gaining the trust of your mentor to be like, okay, maybe I don't have this trainee anymore. Maybe now I'm more or less working with a colleague. But then again, that mentor will pass on, and they want to pass on as much as they can to you. But it's with knowledge, it's also the gaining of trust. So
absolutely.
Yeah,
And
yeah, that's something that you were just talking about. That I think it sort of relates, is that technique and knowledge that's divorced from sort of harmony and purpose is actually just useless, right? So so it's like,
yeah. But untrackable, he's talking about water, and he's talking about it pounding on the surface of the earth, and something coming out of it like life. And then he's also talking about graduation. And this goes into what I was going on in the chat earlier, how I view metaphysics. You were talking about how the ancient philosophers and many other mystery schools view existence in a state of duality.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I struggled with this for a minute. Like a couple weeks ago, I came to the realization that cannot be the case, because the way it's described in the Bible and even other mythologies is basically God spoke his words, and then they graced the water, or the light came upon the water. And then from that, basically life came about, different mythologies will say, you know, there were 9 cycles. The Bible will say there were 7 days. But at the end of it, what it was the word or the light coming into contact with the water, which was chaos. And essentially what duality says is we're making order out of chaos. And this would essentially be the God of duality. It's a God that comes to chaotic realms and it imposes its order or its light or its word on that realm. And this is, to me, this just goes against everything that I know and have learned about God and natural law, because that would basically make God an invasive force, no different from a colonial power going to a nation that they view as disorderly and imposing their order. So I came to the realization in conjunction with other teachings as well. I had to deeply reflect on teachers that I listened to. And I realized that there is a force in the middle that bridges this duality together. It's basically magnetism. So with the word, you have electricity, and then with or order, and then with the water, you have chaos and potential. And then in the middle, you have magnetism, which is not really spoken about. And this is the force that brings opposites together. It's present everywhere, and it basically makes order and chaos willingly come together instead of the God of duality imposing its order through coercion. And then if you want, I can continue. I can go on about where graduation comes into this and where what it would imply and what I think it would imply for us as a human being. If this would be the cosmological reality or the metaphysical reality, then human beings who have graduated from this realm, their place would basically be to go to places where God is not acting as that magnetism. We would be the force that bridges these dualities together. And we're basically tasked with doing that here. How well can we basically live in alignment with God's principles? That's the ultimate test. And by doing that, we will then graduate. And then I think that we would then probably have to go to places where God is not acting as basically an intermediator between the forces of chaos and order, acting as the force in the middle, magnetism. So that's pretty much the gist of my metaphysical reality at the moment, because I don't see how you could have the two, just duality, order and chaos, or the word and the water, or electricity and potential, and not have a God of coercion. That would basically make books like the Talmud correct. That would make organizations like the Jesuits correct. What was that?
Retro.
Yeah, exactly. And I rejected that absolutely, because I don't see how they are correct.
That's interesting. You know, you sound a lot like our friend Twilight, son of Lilith. And I think you should, I don't know if you've ever heard him on the show.
I don't think so.
But yeah, he's come to a very similar summation. He says that the God has to be a God of coercion. He believes the earth is a realm that is the dream body of Sophia. Right, and that there's a sort of archontic intrusion into this realm, right, and that these archons, they're sort of causing this, sort of division to exist within the world, right, sort of interpolarity, right. Whereas, we have to merge with the one, as a word, and transcend this sort of division that exists, right, through this archontic invasion, right. So yeah, it sounds very similar to some of those ideas. And he talks about the demiurge. I don't know if you've ever come across this notion of the demiurge.
Yes, I'm familiar with the demiurge.
Right.
So my concept of Satan, which I basically view as the demiurge, is the same thing, is the same way that a person has a shadow and it follows a person wherever they go. Satan basically follows God wherever it goes, and it's up to God to basically heal Satan out of itself. And this is where we come in, because we basically have the highest potential, basically acting as forces of magnetism to heal God in all places, because God exists in all things.
You
So
know, that,
I
that makes me think about the way that I think of God. And that I think God is synonymous with chance. You know, the chance that this molecule meets with this molecule and this much space exists, and oh, hey, here we are, now I exist, and I'm talking with y'all. I've never really gone that far with the deep thinking of, you know, an opposing side, a correction of chance. But I do see, you know, in my thinking, kind of what you're saying about, like, okay, you know, based off of what I hear about the writings and stuff like that, oh, God is good. But if God to me is just chance, well, then there's a chance you made a wrong decision. There's a chance, you know, this food won't do your stomach right, even though it tempted you so bad and you ate it. But you did get fed. So I have a hard time seeing a positive or a negative connotation with God in the way that I see it.
Well, the chance is the water. That's where the potential lies. The water realm, it's described as the Nun or the Abzu in certain mythologies, and it's just basically a place where the waters of creation flow like the way waters flow in a womb. This is where the potential and the chance lies. But when the order comes through the magnetism, chance becomes reality.
Well, yes, for sure. You know, like I said, there was a chance that my parents got together, just like there was a chance that their parents got together, and you go too far down the line, and you're talking about thousands of people that just so happen to get together, and now we have an opportunity. But the pluses and the minuses are the chances. You know, is it a chance that you make a choice, or did you make a choice?
The choice is all yours. Free will is absolutely the gift of the God of everything. Without it, it would basically invalidate everything that God stands for and its principles. You see, what God wants, basically, I think, is a challenge. God wants to be able to replicate itself in an endless amount of ways so that it can have the endless possibility for self-reflection. So it knows every possibility of what God would do in certain or any situation. And God's ultimate objective is to adhere to its principles, which God set for itself.
So when I hear something like that, it makes me feel like, you know, I've got this free will, and even though I don't necessarily know it's a bad decision, or somebody else doesn't know that it's a decision that is going to, you know, take my life and affect many others in my life, regardless of how it affects theirs. you're saying God's gonna look and be like, okay, that didn't turn out so well. On to the next.
Yeah, that is that is actually kind of what I think God does, because there's a whole lot of cataclysms that have happened on this planet and a whole lot of species that have gotten wiped out. So I think that if they don't serve their purpose, they will just go. But death is not really the end. All it is just returning back to source. So from God's perspective, us dying is just it dying in a certain perspective. So basically, like, God is experiencing every living thing at once. So that means that God has died through every living thing at once. So basically, it's just returning to itself through us living things. But
okay, yeah, no, I 100% agree with that. Because I try not to personify God like that. However, returning to which I came from, if I believe that I came from dust and I will return to dust, and I have the opportunity to be part of something, regardless of what it may be, I will be part of something again one day. Even if you take my ashes and you put them and spread them into the ocean and they sink to the bottom, I will become part of the seabed, and then I have new teammates. I may not have eyes or ears or a heartbeat, but I will still be here, ready to do whatever's going to be done next. You know what I mean?
no, absolutely. You just basically described that death is not the end. All it is just transferring one consciousness from this state to the next. The same way that
Right.
water changes from a liquid to a solid, or back to a gas, back to a liquid, we do the same thing. The problem is that we identify with this form and we don't identify with the substance that powers this form. That's really the materialist trap.
Yeah,
Right.
it may not even be so much of the we. It is so many of the masses that follow, and don't want to accept the energy transfer that occurs universally. It's not about you. You get to enjoy this for now, but one day, hey, that you see in the news all the time is like, oh, how do we prevent death? How do we, oh, drive safer, or don't do drugs, don't smoke cigarettes, don't drink alcohol, don't hang around the wrong people, don't go to this side of town, don't stay out in the sun too long, don't consume these chemicals. Oh, how about go fuck yourself, bro? I'm having a good time, and hopefully, the smile on my soul, knowing that I was the greatest experiment that I could have been for God.
Well, that is one way to look at it. I think God definitely likes novelty and new experiences, because that's what provides good self-reflection.
McKenna has entered the chat.
Right, a number of thinkers. It's got obviously Heraclitus written all over it. God equated to both chance and chaos today. The ghost of Heraclitus is smiling upon us. And then also the notion of Hermeticism. God created the world in order to know himself. Right. Obviously there's a bit of Mandaean ideas in there with the with the idea of the darkness embedded with the light, and this battle going on in terms of, material reality, where God is embedded within material existence as well, trying to free himself through self-reflection. Right. So, these are very powerful ideas indeed.
Yeah, self-reflection is what it comes down to. There's even Uslame. I don't know how to pronounce his name, but he said it pretty good right here. One cannot possess the power of the creator if one does not respect the creation. And that is basically what self-reflection is all about. You know, respect is about
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
looking back within yourself and then eventually transmuting that to seeing yourself in all things, just like a true fractal of the eternal spirit. Many people, they separate themselves from the things around them. You know, this is what Cain's about. You were talking about Cain.
Right.
Cain's the person who came and he started dividing the cities. He gave people the concept of physical property.
Right.
He's like, well, you can have a fence here and this is going to be your things. All this stuff is division, and it reduces respect, and it reduces people's ability to self-reflect on themselves because they're so busy coveting thy neighbor's goods, you know?
Yeah. 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 Actually, Ellul pointed that out, that Cain was the first builder of cities. Right. So,
yeah. And he did that as basically to rebel against God, because he knew that would create division in people.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Tubal Cain.
Yeah. I'm not sure. Is Cain associated with Baal? I know Canaan is.
I think was the Bible say Tubal Cain was a descendant of Cain?
Oh,
maybe a metal worker or something.
This just come to me just in the names of itself. Like Cain, it's like, are you whooped? And you're gonna teach others to be whooped, or are you able, regardless of your stature, are you able to stand up for yourself and not be whooped by the cane?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that goes back to what I was saying earlier about the Phoenician language, because the whole English language is basically based in phonetics, where, the whole language is a bunch of double speak where you're saying one thing and it actually means another. But I want to make a case for Cain, because I know Cain gets a pretty bad rap. And I will say he was a rebel, and he did basically create division in the world. But Cain, I think, was goated by the God of the Bible, who I consider the God of the Bible the demiurge. And this is just one example why.
Marcion has definitely entered the chat.
Yeah, you some kind of Canaanite?
No, but I'm going. Absolutely not. No, I absolutely reject Canaan in their ways. But when you look at what happened to Cain, there's a verse in Genesis that basically says the food that people are supposed to eat is supposed to be the seeds and fruit that grow from the earth. So fruit and vegetables, basically. And when you look at the offering that Cain gave to God, it was exactly that. He was out in the field all day working and harvesting, while Abel was over there. He provided him with meat. He was over there slaughtering animals. And since the God of the Bible, I would say he's pretty much a blood god. God liked the blood offering more,
Yeah, I didn't like that part either. I'm like, why is the meat worth more than vegetables?
Genesis 4:22 in Zillah, she also bare Tubal Cain, an instructor of every artificer in brass and iron, and the sister of Tubal Cain is Naamah.
Yeah, I guess he should have brought more. Like, he should have maybe prepared a meal, because God's like, what? Just like one turnip? Like, that's all you got, bro? Right, but maybe it's like this dude brought like a whole. Right,
I heard of an explanation was that Abel was watching how God was growing each animal that ended up becoming the sacrifice, but at the same time, you could make the same argument for plants of the field.
Right.
Well, it says in Genesis that the plants are supposed to be your food. And
that's right. It does say that in
Yeah, I
That's the
think
kings that
9:1
harvest
it says don't eat things with blood in it. All right,
Well, also look at it like this. The things
Genesis
that
3, I
we
think.
through philosophy is like, things that come easy aren't necessarily worth putting so much work into, because they are easy. And you look at people today, not necessarily that it is necessary, considering the advancements in technology, but most people, most people that I know, and maybe you all understand, is that taking a life, a similar life to your own, a mammal life, it is very tough for most people to consider that. Whereas picking a strawberry, that is easy. Cutting a field of corn, okay, yeah, this is corn. We will eat this, and I just scrape this blade across the land, and I will have the corn. But the closer it gets to killing yourself is when it becomes harder, and it's like who really has the internal fortitude to make those sacrifices, to make sure that that food is on the table.
Well, the animals, the animals make the ultimate sacrifice to become the food on the table.
And can you pray to the animals so that way they understand it?
No, but I don't see what that would have to do with anything. You can prey on the animals the same way a tiger preys on a gazelle.
And that is basically modern society. Like
And that's a big reason why modern society is so messed up and so many people are depressed and don't know what's wrong with them. I think it was Tolstoy who said, as long as there are slaughterhouses, there will be battlefields, basically insinuating, as long as we keep mistreating life, we're going to keep mistreating ourselves, because we are life just like the animals. We're children of the earth, and we share the same house. They have
I'm deeply sympathetic to that notion, for sure.
It'd also
and I
be
see-
G.
yeah.
Edward Griffin talking about how they manufacture money to continue these useless wars. Paraphrasing.
Oh, the money system's so messed up. All you got to do, you can understand it. It's very complex by design, but if you can get through modern money mechanics, you'll understand exactly how the whole Federal Reserve and banking system works.
But
And is
something
that
I
the end all be all?
The
Some-
financial
something-
system?
something else
Absolutely
is,
not. The end all be all would be God. The beginning
And
and
what
the
is
end.
God to you?
Well, I explained that earlier, and I went on a lot, and
I
basically,
apologize because I wasn't here. So
that's
I'm
all
not
right.
trying to-
But
yeah.
I can explain it again. Basically, I was saying that most people view God, or certainly creation stories view God as a God of duality, with order imposing itself over chaos. And this is demonstrated in Genesis when God speaks to the earth. He speaks the light, and the line shines upon the water. And this is basically this is I lost my train of thought.
It's all good. This is complicated, obviously, because this is where I'll constantly talk about, is it really truly light versus dark? Right? Evil.
No, well, I was
versus
explaining
good.
earlier that it's not these things. It's the force in the middle that often gets neglected. There's a force in the middle that is magnetism that basically makes it so that the order and the chaos willingly meet each other. And it's not really order imposing its will over chaos. It's will bringing these things together through.
Exactly. Right. Because even if you try to force it in one way or another, or one direction versus another, resonance is going to bring it back to its ultimate source. Whatever the fuck that means, to be honest, at this point.
Well, resonance to me would basically mean that you're a person who lives completely in alignment with God's principles, and you're basically tuned to the frequency of truth.
But like, what does that mean? Like, why are we here? Is this a waking dream?
Well, I also explained this earlier, but basically it comes down to that God exists, I think, in three states. There's the light or the word, then there's the force in the middle, which is the magnetism, then you have the water or the potentiality. And what God wants to do is God wants to replicate itself as many ways, and basically an endless and eternal amount of ways, so that God can reflect upon its actions. So that way God can test itself in all situations, whether it adheres to its principles or not. That's what I think God's ultimate goal for us as humans is, and life is.
Okay, so no disrespect to that at all.
Peace,
and
brother.
I'm curious what everybody, like, sorry, Mo, real quick, like what your perspective is on that. Like, again, when I say end all be all, what does that really mean? Like, what's the true purpose of this? Why are we here? What's the message? What's the trajectory of existence? And to me,
all it is just a journey of self-reflection and learning and growth. God's trying to be a better version of itself.
So what's on the other side of that?
Yeah, that's another little thing that he said.
side.
He said that actually, everything is part of God, and that God is trying to understand himself in a way. So this is part of his explanation earlier.
That's okay.
Right.
Thank you. That's beautiful, honestly. Like,
Yeah.
But then, like, why are we like quote unquote guinea pigs in that experiment?
Well, we're not really guinea pigs. We're just children trying to grow into a mature state of being. And we're here in this.
Okay, so that sounds like guinea pigs.
It's really not, because it's basically the same way a mother views her children. A loving mother, at least. I don't know maybe what type of mother you had. Some people might have had bad mothers, but
honestly, actually, me and my mother, like, it's a beautiful thing right now, especially at my age. I'm 40.
Nice.
It's
well, that's wonderful. I'm
beautiful
glad
thing.
for
Yeah,
you.
blessings.
Go ahead. Thank you. Blessings, brother.
But yeah, it's just basically, like someone growing a garden or someone raising kids. They want the life to grow into the best versions of themselves. Because
like, but whatever this is, right? And if you're saying, again, like what I'm getting at, if this reality is just like a conjunction point, we're here to learn or to utilize this as some sort of interconnection. What is that ultimate, end goal? What's the purpose of that?
Well, we can't really comprehend it as humans, but like I said, the best that I can come up with as a human, based on everything that I know, is God is just trying to self-improve. It's just,
which I like, right? Like whatever God is, and he's here to like have his own interest, perspective aspect of this. I do like that. Thank you for letting me jump in like that. I appreciate you all. These are, and sorry, I don't know you as well, but Mo and Red and Mr. Buddha here are my OG crew. So I appreciate you all.
Yeah, thank you so much for being here, sis. Honestly, it's honestly a great pleasure and honor to have you here. Yeah.
You know how much I appreciate you. So thank you for even saying that.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. yeah, we did different shows on the importance of deep ecology and stuff like that. So me and definitely me and Ezra here are tuned in, right? Me and Avian are definitely tuned in. Like Avian's a huge animal lover and stuff like that. So yeah, so we're definitely behind the idea that nature is a force of goodness and
Hug
that
the
is ultimate.
cats.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's an ultimate reflection of human potential.
Exactly. And actually what my newer pathway with the nonprofit I started with my friend, which is the Ethiopian Stewardship Project. And this gentleman is actually currently with the Yawanawa tribe in Brazil. But what they've figured out with mushrooms and the neural network pathways, right? And so now what we understand with their abilities to actually manipulate reality and versus our own neural networks. And then I've talked about people who have potentially no cortex. They've come into these labs, they've done these MRIs, they're fully functioning adults, and they have no inner brain networks.
How is that even possible?
Right? But it's actually been shown. So that would where I would go back to resonance frequency, which is a 6 to 8 foot radius around an individual cell. So if that's possible, then why wouldn't us having an internal brain network potentially allow us to still have a fully functioning conceptual brain?
Yeah, that's mind blowing.
What I think, well, yeah, mind blowing. Sad trombone.
Yeah, it goes to it goes to this notion of philosophical zombies. But yeah.
But like, it also seems like there's the opposite extreme as well, where
Oh, totally. Sorry, yes.
where people with brain cancers and end up behaving in ways that they would never have even believed was even possible. So it's
100%. So that's again where it's like, then what's the
we're not
economic
understanding what the underlying underpinning like mode of reality, for lack of a better way of describing it, for
Okay.
when it comes
So
to the mind.
can I ask you then what your perspective is of I hate to repeat myself, but resonance frequency. So if they've done studies on individual feelings or emotions based on resonance. So enlightenment versus shame, with shame being at the very most bottom, and peace / enlightenment, and then underneath that, like acceptance, humility, that kind of concept, just below that. If it's possible that we actually our bodies work with those concepts, do you think then it's possible that somebody wouldn't actually have proper brain structure or body structure, yet be able to live and embrace those kind of emotions and not, be scientifically or sorry, I think you understand what I'm getting at, but just not being, embodied in this certain medical, graphic.
Yeah, it goes to this idea, that the heart is just a valve. I mean, the brain is just a valve. The heart is the philosopher's stone. Yeah, go ahead, Red.
I definitely do not have studied enough to be able to make any kind of conclusive answer whatsoever. So I would I want to say it's like, the way I think about it is, whereas some cases like, say, Charles Whitman, the clock tower sniper in the University of Texas back in the 1960s, I believe. The main reason why he did any of that those brutal acts of crime was because he had a brain tumor the size of like a walnut impinging upon, I think, the amygdala.
I want to say something. Sorry for interrupting, but I've been thinking more. I went through the occult. I don't really personally like Western esotericism. I'm done with it. I'm just gonna stick to like skrbina or like close philosophy and science and stuff like. I'm just done with the esoteric stuff. But I just think I prefer the philosophy and sticking close to the science, but in a way that is still like distrustful of like techno-liberalism and techno-utopianism and stuff like it's just hard to tell because I come from a scientific background and I know a lot
Me
about
too.
neuroscience and neurology. Like Reddington was talking about, I could talk about it a lot and stuff. And like Hyperborean and Twilight, I respect them, but that stuff isn't for me. I don't think it's in the right direction.
But I do think that it does connect. So we have to and personally, this is my own opinion. Again, this is somebody who, right, I'm watching your brain activity. I've been doing EEG for over a decade. I've seen you awake, stage 1 through 4, in your dream state versus awake, which is also something I will not shut up about, as the fact that when you're awake and you're in your dream state, that brain activity is very similar. Like, that's why I'll come back to like, why are we even here to begin with? What's the core of that, right?
Panpsychist or idealist, that's probably true. You can be an idealist, like Bernardo Kastrup. I'm not sure if you have read him, or like
I have not, and I
highly recommend him.
He's a trip.
Thank you.
Highly recommend Bernardo Kastrup, and David Skrbina's panpsychism is good too. Panpsychism in the West. I'm either a panpsychist or a idealist, but you can be that without going into the extreme esoteric territory. Like just keep, Bernardo Kastrup is still well grounded in empirical research, while still allowing for the mind as being the basis of reality, or like the mind at large, he calls it. And so there's still some mind is still special the way it relates to the world. But the brain is also important, and I don't think the mind is like, I don't know, it's not like you can like, I don't know, it's hard to say. Yeah, you gotta be careful. That's all I'm saying.
Exactly.
Want to go too much?
I brought up Whitman because the tumor, like, I think of it as like, okay, the tumor itself is also a frequency. So it's a frequency that's interfering with the frequency or the certain frequencies in the mind.
Exactly.
As corresponding with the brain.
That's what I mean about, okay, so resonance frequency, right, is 6 to 8 foot outside of each individual cell. So when I was talking about a person who has no internal brain structure is what they're looking at, but this person is fully functioning, how are they actually able to construct their own functioning of their own personal body without having that, what we've understood as biology, right? That's kind of what I was getting at with that. But I wrote down who you guys, so I might poke at you just to make sure I have the names right later. And I appreciate that information because I do want to read up on that.
Yeah, a lot can go wrong with the brain, like Werner Key's area or Broca's area. Forgot which is which. One of them can lead to aphasia, where you have trouble speaking. You speak and babble, and others can't understand. The other one leads to like not even being able to decode speech. You cannot understand or comprehend what people are saying. I think that was either Broca's or Werner Key's area. One of those. You see, and there are a lot of problems that could go wrong with the brain. One of them is like Capgras syndrome. I think that one involves thinking people are imposers or imposters. Yeah, imposters, like that.
Yes,
Yeah, that one. Imposters, like you're talking to someone on the phone and you're like, oh, you're not really my mom. You're an imposter. You go crazy. There's a disorder like that. And then there are crazy disorders. Some of them are very rare, Like one of them makes you want to chop off your limbs and stuff. You know, that one is really
Yes, yes.
Yeah, I forgot what that was
Or
called.
like
There's-
excessive cleaning, right? They're scraping whatever they can. And I don't mean to go down my own personal route, but I actually had my own experience, and you guys have talked to me before. But after the past few months, I was diagnosed with mesial temporal sclerosis. So I actually, and this could have started from X amount of months ago, but I had some memory conflicts with this. And for me personally, what this kind of came to was my own emotional journey with what brought me to this point and what I've been through, especially working in the fields that I did and the type of doctors I worked for and how they treated me and how they constructed me in their own personal business portfolios and all this stuff. I don't need to get into the hyper aspects of it, other than what does that mean for me at the end of the day? What is my purpose? What is our journey through this at the end of the day? So yeah, anyway, thank you.
Yeah, and there are a lot of other disorders that are fascinating to think about too. Like I think that I have read some books like from Thomas Metzinger. I'm not sure if you ever heard of Metzinger, and like
actually, yes, thank you. Yeah.
You have heard of Thomas Metzinger?
I have actually.
Oh well, so you have gone a lot into neurophenomenology.
Yes.
I would highly recommend you read Bernardo Kastrop. His Analytic Idealism in a Nutshell is very good. He has some good videos on YouTube too. Like he still remains grounded in empirical facts, but he has a kind of Advaitin view on awakening to the mind at large. And the mind is still special. I'm not a reductive physicalist. I mean, I'm pretty sure you know what I'm saying.
Can I ask you a question?
Doesn't
Avian?
he not
Sure, you
believe
can
in
ask me a
free will?
question. Go ahead and ask me a question.
Yeah. What is your view on epigenetics?
Ooh.
Epigenetic.
And generational trauma?
I'm not a Darwinist, neo-Darwinist, because I don't think modern synthesis has a lot of problems. And about epigenetic, basically about switching on and off the expression of the genes. You know what I mean? But that's very profound. But what's even bigger deal than epigenetics that I've seen is like mutations can be biased by stuff like niche construction, and also they can be so I think it is possible maybe from soma to the germline, you could probably have through generations, you could probably have some kind of, that's actually kind of hearsay to say, but I think there probably could be some.
So can I ask you then, like, how you feel general emotions, and they have done some studies with how that, like, again, going back to that scale of, enlightenment versus shame and what that frequency aspect looks like how do you feel that influences our own genetics in general?
Yeah, there's probably a lot of stuff like that. I think we don't know everything, but I think Lamarck was probably more in the right direction. There's a kind of revival of a neo-Lamarckianism, thanks to people like Dennis Noble and people like J. Scott Turner and people like what was his name again? And a couple of them. Yeah, but epigenetics is interesting, and so yeah, it does kind of show you need to expand the modern synthesis, or maybe just topple it and create something new or something. But yeah, just switch
kind of like why are we here to begin with?
Yeah, why are we here to begin? Yeah, that's a difficult question. I do think Hyperborean's answer is interesting, and I think even Twilight, I've been reading a lot. It's a very hard question to answer. But my question is whether or not some other organismal lineage in the future can ask the same question, or whether or not different organisms in the past asked that question. Who knows? Maybe like millions of years from now, some other organismal legion like raccoons or like corvids, they could reached the capacity to ask those questions, or maybe in the past.
And
it
is
was-
that important, right? Like in again, this kind of comes back to the waking dream concept. Like, why are we here? What is the purpose of this? And I'm going to leave you with that. I will be right back. I just have to dip downstairs really quick, and I will be right back. But thank you, and I appreciate your introspective, because this is, I think, like one of my favorite places to kind of dive into these topics with. So
I'm sorry, I'm a better writer than I am speaker. Sorry about that.
I believe that, and I have not been able to read as much as you have given out, but you actually do articulate very well. So
Okay, thank you.
don't discredit yourself. Thank you for
Okay,
giving us this.
Have a good day.
I will be right back. Thank you.
Is that tot and your tof and your minitrix is tof, right? That's
Oh
tof.
yes, yeah, it is. Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, Sobek is pretty cool too. Sobek, I have this nice art piece of Sobek. So, have you read the Egyptian Book of the Dead?
I've read bits and pieces of it. I haven't read the whole thing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I haven't looked at it.
Yeah, so this nice anime that was influenced by Egyptian aesthetics. I actually like the art. It was called, I think, Sacrificial Beast and the Princess, or something like that. That was a nice anime. It was very wholesome, So it's not, it has nothing like furry crap in it, nothing like that. It's not that, it's just, it just has nice, like artwork, and I like the Egyptian influenced aesthetics. It's pretty interesting.
Yeah, but we did run into Tot in the Phaedrus. He was blamed for giving humanity the gift of writing, which, to quote Skolomowski, right? Creativity is both a gift and a curse. So interesting, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Theanthropes are very cool. Theanthropes, I think they're very cool. Yeah.
Your blessing, sir. How you doing today?
Hello, Tony.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, we hear you just fine, sir. Yeah, welcome to the show. Yeah, blessings.
Yeah, I was just listening in. My interpretation is, I follow Alan Watts a lot. That we are the essence of God, and we've come into this big playground, and that's about all there is to it.
Yeah, I agree. Ezra earlier kept asking what the end purpose was and what the end purpose was. And I think that's something that a lot of people struggle with. And I think that the purpose is just to have an experience, that God can look back on and say that this happened. And this is how I did through this being.
Well,
yeah, very good.
Well, I think everyone asked if that's a good question, and the purpose.
Yeah, but Lone Wolf earlier was talking about that dude with the brain tumor.
Yeah.
And I did think that it is important to mention that I think there is absolutely a parasitic influence on this planet, and there are beings that I would consider are probably not of God in the same way that human beings are. And those would be things like tumors or parasites or things that require a host to live and live at the host's expense. And I just see these things as completely antithetical to natural law and more in alignment with the demiurge. And personally, I think that's probably how the demiurge manifests itself.
So, and hi, I'm back here, but so when you say those kind of concepts, what do you think then is the purpose of this? What's the purpose of our own existence in accordance to what you just said?
To heal ourselves, to experience a test, and to overcome it through self-reflection. The end goal is the experience, which will eventually remerge back with its source through us, and that experience will essentially exist forever. So,
And then
like,
on the other side, there's some sort of convergence or understanding.
I would think that, you know, whatever God has planned, I can't say I know for sure what God has planned, but I know that it's definitely in our best benefit because we're part of God, and God loves itself, and God sees itself in all things.
I don't know. You know, I have, see, I've had contradictory spiritual experiences. You know, can you imagine having contradictory spiritual experiences? You have one spiritual experience, and you think, oh, apophatic mysticism is closer to the truth. You have another one. You're like, oh no, maybe I should cherish the earth. And then you have another experience, and you're like, oh, blah blah blah. Rebirth is true. You know, blah blah. You can't. It's hard to tell what's true for me, at least. You know, what I'm trying to say is that all I know is this time is shit. You know, industrialization is an abysmal failure. You know, I know that for sure. You know, and I know mind cannot emerge from non-mind. You know, I think mind is present to some degree everywhere. You know, just complexifies maybe in us, intensifies in us maybe. You know, what I'm trying to say. It's very hard to tell. You know, like, you know, waking up, working 9 to 5, and you know, not 6 billion, 7 billion people, all this pollution, and you know what I'm saying, the alienation,
Yeah,
the
I know what you're saying. I will say that it is absolutely hard to tell because we have a very limited experience. We exist in a finite amount of time. There's only so many possibilities that we can do with our time. And even then, if we engage in one possibility, there's a whole lot of other possibilities that we're not engaging in. And furthermore, everyone else is having experiences around us, and we can't possibly know all the experiences that everyone is having, and we can't possibly know the experiences of everyone who's ever lived, or every animal and every species that's ever lived. That's God. God knows that. Our place here is to live our life and experience it in a way that will benefit that tapestry of information that God is creating and generating into existence.
Yeah, but I'm gonna be honest. If there were a God, you know, why should I love him? Why should I respect him? You know, like, you see, God. You see what I mean? Like, you know, like, why?
Well, the
Like,
only way I could really answer that is you have to come to a point in your life where you see God in yourself, and you realize that you and God are inseparable, and God is inseparable from all things, and that's a different journey for everyone.
I see. Have you read the Upanishads? Because what you're saying sounds like the Upanishads.
No, I haven't.
I highly
What is
recommend you
that?
read the Upanishads. You see,
Right.
I
Yeah.
think you would like it.
How do you spell that?
I'll spell it in private chat. You know.
Okay.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, because what you're saying is very close to the Upanishads. You know. Yeah. I have, you know, Advaita. You know, it's like Advaita Vendetta. You know, Vendetta. You know, that's very close to that.
Yeah. Vedanta.
Yeah, Vendetta. Yeah, Vendetta.
Yeah, I won't say anything I'm saying is original. I'm sure that many people have thought similar things to what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm not
And
saying
quite
that
frankly,
to.
I hope they have. I hope they have.
I'm not saying that to demean you or insult you. It's just that, you know,
Morphic resonance.
Maybe.
Oh yeah, I want to look into that.
Yeah,
look
one
into
thing
it.
we've been reading that sounds a lot like what you're saying is Hegel and the Hermetic Tradition by Glenn McGee. You know what I mean? In that he explains that how God required creation, how key tenet in Hermeticism is that God created the world in order to know himself. So creation is a part of God's becoming. Right, so it's a pretty interesting notion there. I mean, right, that seems to relate to you know, some of the things you seem to be telling. But
yeah, absolutely.
And think about the story of his birth and his development, right? And what you just said. that like highly connects. So a little bit creepy in that sense.
Whose birth?
Exactly.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've learned that pretty much all things are connected. Just like it's like a big tree. It look basically, like it's got its roots in the dirt and it's got its leaves up at the top, and they're all connected through the trunks and the wood, and given life through the soil and the water and the light. That's what nurtures life.
Well, that's sort of the joke too of like some of the new age quote unquote evolution we're going through. And so like mushrooms is something I talk about a lot, and how that actually helps with the mind and brain perspective, or just like how it unravels, but how actually it's integrated into the roots of the ground and the neural network of the ground with those plants versus the brain. But that's why, again, I will bring up the subject matters of people who literally have no cerebellum and no neural network, but that actually resonance is showing that 6 to 8 foot radius, and that's how their mind and perspective is upholding. So, and if you can hear this right now, that's my cat Cleo. If you can hear her yelling, so that's your entertainment for the evening.
Nice.
Say hello, Cleo.
Yeah. Can you make my account the mod again? I need to do something on the.
I did make it the mod.
Oh,
the
yeah.
Hugs All Cats. Yeah, his account is called Hugs All Cats.
Nice.
Man.
This motherfucker.
Love it.
Wait, which one are you talking about, Buddha? Here.
Ban this guy. Has to teach him a fucking.
Ban who? Wait, who are you talking about? Let's not ban anybody. Let's.
You got him. You got him. Okay.
Wait, who are you
I
talking
don't know
about?
who the fuck is Avian Butthole. I didn't.
Oh wait, Avian Butthole. Wait, what? Is there a guy there called Avian Butthole? Somebody's been calling Avian.
Sorry.
Wait, where is this? I don't see this. It's not coming up for me.
It's in the chat, the private chat.
I didn't see it either. I just in the private.
Oh, okay, I see him now. Okay, yeah. I'll ban him. Yeah, hide him from the
Thank
channel.
you.
Avian Butthole. Yeah, I got him. No, but they've been trolling Avian for like 2 days now. Because last time I banned somebody who made an Avian account too. And
You
started
talk
saying-
about bad karma, right? Like that person, like I don't know what they're gonna have to deal with, but like
they're coming after Avian.
Shadow
now.
Buddha is like one of the most astound people that we have out here. So whoever's trolling him has got some serious karma to unravel.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
Well, I'm gonna go, guys, but I had a nice time talking to you all.
Blessings, Dominator. Yeah,
All
yeah.
right.
Before they make troll
Thank
accounts
you.
of you,
Yeah. I'm gonna post my channel in the.
Excellent. Yeah. You know what? Let me make you a mod here. If you'll type in the chat, I can make you a mod, and you can post your channel. All right, that'd be great. Dominator. Thank you for coming.
I just typed some letters.
Oh yeah, there we go. Blessings. Yes, I'll mod you up here, and you can drop your channel, and I'll put that on the screen here. Blessings. Thank you so much for coming up. Yeah, I've checked this channel out. Lots of great stuff on your channel. I saw you in the Jack Talcott chat. So yeah, so that is where we met.
That's where we all start.
Right, exactly.
Well, agape to you all. I appreciate your time,
Blessings,
and I'll
homie.
see you again or talk.
Yeah,
to you
excellent
again.
talking to you. Yeah, excellent talking.
blessings.
Have a good day.
Yeah, great. I'm glad you came up. Dominator. All right, let me start that one. So we'll drop that later too. Yeah, this is the homie. I really appreciate him coming up at this point. Especially since there's not a lot going on today for sure. So yeah, so great stuff. And yeah, I got some music for you guys. You guys want to hear some music? This will be a good time.
That's
know.
I think this is I didn't actually realize this about you and our Midwestern connection with me being from Milwaukee and that Midwestern hip hop. It hits my soul just right. So
Yeah,
yes,
I
please,
love that
sir.
stuff. I don't know if I have that right now.
Okay, no worries. Either way, it's good. It's good.
Let me see
I
what
know
I
it'll
have.
be- Yeah, thank you.
Maybe I do, but maybe not. But yeah,
I just
yeah,
realized now more like that's why we're a little bit more connected than I realized.
yeah, me and Reddington love that stuff. You know,
Hell yeah, Red.
yeah, I don't know if you heard Christian and Ray, Northern Sulfuric Soul.
I don't think so.
Oh man,
Give it up, please.
it's
Yeah.
a classic. You know, right?
Nice.
Like,
let's do it.
But it's more like you know, this is the introduction to it, right? It's called Divine Sounds, right? So yeah, so this one
Perfect.
this one's pretty interesting. Divine Sounds, you know, so it's breakbeat type of stuff. So it's like, yeah, so it's great sounds. But yeah, so check this out. I put this video together today. I think it looks kind of good. But yeah, so anyways, so yeah, so we'll be back in like 4 minutes. Appreciate you guys.
Appreciate you, brother.
Yeah.
Whoop, whoop. This interlude was presented by Mrs. Mo and her pastries and tea.
Exactly. Excuse
and
me.
Mo's weed.
Shit's strong. Hash rosin. Powerful shit. It's the highest grade concentrate that is pretty much available on the market. So yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Out of curiosity, and not because I'm judging by any means, so when I say this, just want to make that clear. I've been actually sober of influences for over 3 months now, so I haven't had
Wow.
any ganja. When's the
Excellent.
last time you took a long break? And
I can't wait to like quit for 3 months and then smoke a blunt. That'd be
right?
insane.
I
That'd be
think
like, imagine getting that high, dude. That would be like
right?
crazy. I don't mean to tempt you, but you know what I mean. But yeah, dude,
I
that'd
know,
be
right? No, honestly, like I mean, again, like I've reached that 40-year age, and I've been chiefing since I was 18. 17 is when I started, but like truly like indulging since I was 18.
Yeah.
And I've taken year-long breaks, especially when if you guys know, I've been in the medical field, so I've had to
Yeah.
apply for jobs where I've had to take long breaks. I
Yeah.
have zero desire right now. Regardless, it's more been like a curiosity thing because I realized how like heavily consumed I was with it. So just kind of more like, hey, how do you feel about it? Where's your mindset?
Well, the endocannabinoid system's interesting, right? So I think about quitting all the time because of that, right? Because
Yeah.
I mean, as you may know, the receptors they hide inside the cell. So
Yep.
overuse of cannabis causes them to stop working, right? So so I think it's possibly damaging for the endocannabinoid system. So so I mean, I do like to fast for I mean, a day or two, right? I mean, I do like intermediate, like I mean, like fasting sometimes, right? 1 or 2 days, right? Where I'll do you know, maybe I mean, sometimes I'll do 12 hours, sometimes I'll do 16 hours, sometimes I'll do 24 hours, you know, or something like that, you know, right?
Yeah.
And sometimes I'll do like 48 hours, right? So it's like different things of fasting that I'll employ, like different regimens of fasting that I'll employ. And at that time I won't be smoking cannabis, right? But yeah, but
Good.
you know, so that's the thing, is like it take like a day or two like off, but like I don't think that's necessarily enough. I think you need more, like longer break, like month or 2 months to really reset the receptors, right?
How
So
do
this
you
is the
feel
thing I
about
thought of.
and how do you feel about like edibles versus in like smoking? Because and this is my personal experiences was like smoking it versus edibles is totally different.
Yeah.
I didn't like it, and I went to sativas from indicas because I felt like mentally I absolutely loved ingesting it, you know, through the smoke of a sativa. So I'm kind of
Right,
curious,
yeah.
just your own personal experience. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing, is like you know, like yeah, like I absolutely hate indica, right? So I'm just like, you know, I'm a weird dude, all right, like I just like don't like indica, like not for edibles or for smoking. I mean, it's
Right?
kind of weird, right?
It is.
Yeah, yeah, I get like a weird, like, I don't know, people say they feel paranoid when they're on like sativa, but I feel paranoid when I'm on the indica, you know, like call it like
Me
purple
too.
paranoia, you know. I had like a little bit of weird, like I get a different shade of my personality come out. It's like Dr. Jekyll and Dr. Hyde, or some shit.
Exactly.
So I don't really like that. But yeah, then you know, there's a whole thing you know, behind you know, the edible. I think obviously edible is far superior. The tea is far superior, right? To just smoking it, right? I think
tea.
yeah. Yeah, it's a higher, you get the entire plant if you eat cannabis, but if you
Yep.
just smoke it, you only get THCA. because you burn it, it changes it
Right.
in its chemical composition.
Yes.
You only get one cannabinoid versus a whole expression of cannabinoids that work in synergy. So
Cannabid dabadoo.
Nice, Red. So as far as like, okay, so you guys know I'm not a small lady. I'm a 6'1" woman. So anything in general in ingesting it, and that was my problem, which is why I went so quickly to smoking. And I did smoke cigarettes from like barely, but from maybe 17 through 18 a little bit. So again, it's been like 20 some years. But when I did ingest, and I'm thinking about going back this route, I kind of want to experiment with dabbling with microdosing. I do find that with your body structure and how much you take in and how that through the slow dose, the slow introduction, I'm kind of curious what other people's experience has been, because I haven't had the best, which is why I was like, oh, I got to smoke this. I got to feel it. But I think that's also just, your own idiosyncrasies, your own need to fulfill some sort of void that you're trying to relinquish.
yeah, this is interesting right here. This guy right here, you ever hear of this dude? Raphael Meshulam.
Does sound familiar.
Yeah, he isolated THC, and he also discovered anandamide and 2AG, which are endogenous cannabinoids.
Yeah, okay,
So
okay.
he's pretty
Yeah, yeah.
weird. Yeah, so this dude worked in Israel, Hebrew University of Jerusalem. Right, so
Fucking
so
the
it's crazy.
Jews. God damn you. No, I'm just kidding.
Rocky's getting burnt out.
The Jays discovered THC. Exactly. So that, it's interesting, isn't it? Well, what's interesting is that, like there's a study at the Esalen Institute. Like in the Esalen Institute, they did studies on like cannabis and how it relates to like social mores and all this stuff, and like smoking cannabis in public, and all this type of stuff. Obviously Timothy Leary said that
Yeah.
that you should smoke cannabis in public and all this type of stuff. It was like a weird movement.
But like part of that, right, was connected to what it unlocks in the brain. So that's why it gets into the social construct. So Terrence McKenna touches on this, and that gets into the mushrooms on what that interlocks. So without you having the euphoric or psychedelic, quote unquote, mushrooms, and you're talking like lion's mane or reishi, but how that influences the brain activation again without having those extreme constructs is super important. And I will say this is, kind of my MO. My friend Kevin, you guys know, is who I've started this nonprofit with, the Entheogen Stewardship Project. He's actually in the rainforest right now with the Yawanawa tribe, messing around with mostly ayahuasca. But of course, they're always talking about the mushroom influence. And that's one of my favorite topics. I do feel that after my personal experiences with memory disruption and supposedly holes in my brain, I do feel that those mushrooms and the complexes of their neural network systems, what we understand right now, has a lot to do with my ability to function and bring back my memory. Again, though, now what I told you about this person who's missing the majority of all the cerebellum has the ability to function without any of this. So anyway, obviously I'm rambling a little bit, but I think you get where I'm going.
No, not at all. I mean,
Appreciate you.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it just seemed like, well, obviously the whole serotonergic nervous system was discovered by these things, right? So, I mean, Hoffman, who, created these, obviously isolated psilocybin, right? So this is the thing is like, you know, like Hoffman was actually, first of all, he was like a weird like shaman dude that also like wrote a book about like the Tibetan Book of the Dead and like how psychedelics could be used as like an initiation for like this shit. All right, it's like weird stuff.
Right.
But then but then also like you know, the whole tryptamines and the serotonergic nervous system and how psilocybin is just like a phosphorylized version of dimethyltryptamine, right, or whatever, right? So it just seemed like, you know, pretty obvious, right? That you know, because what are tryptamines and serotonin and all that shit doing? And if you see like
Exactly.
yeah. Yeah,
And
right.
what do I always talk about? Dopamine and how that connects to trauma bond looping. So, like, why we even have a social interconnection at times, right? So, serotonin has a lot to do with that as well.
Yeah, or people who abuse MDMA.
Exactly.
Yeah, they turn into little bitches.
Exactly.
Like you could just watch them turn into like little bitches. You know, so it's like
So,
and
exactly. But this, and not to say that cannabinoids have the same effect, but this is like chronic cannabis use. I can't even tell you, like, I'm in this random fucking hospital in the middle of Hot Springs, Arkansas. So if you guys know, Hot Springs is like a hoity-toity community, and this guy's just pointing his fucking finger at me like, you and your fucking weed use, because that's all they can. That's all from what I went through in my experience. I had a major epileptic seizure activity, right? And they're trying to tell me like, this is what happened to you. You fucking messed around with cannabinoids. And I'm like, I questioned this man until he was, you know, blue in the face. And it took this other attending physician to do an MRI on me. And that's where he figured out what was going on in my brain activity. Regardless, it doesn't mean shit. Sorry. Like, again, that's why I will go back to these multiple cases of people missing huge portions of their brain, yet fully functioning, have no issues, have no like have high profile jobs, and yet this is not what's actually causing these defects with them. But this guy, and I'm not going to say that anything and everything that he had to say wasn't relevant, but just that you can't just pinpoint it to one aspect. There's so much more to it on the chemical, like,
right.
So I love that. Yeah, this is one of my favorite things about your show is like we get into the spiritual and science aspect of all these topics.
Well, I mean, I don't know if you know this about me, but I use mushrooms like fairly often, psilocybin mushrooms in particular, right? So I use those all the time. Yeah,
I do actually know this about you, and I was microdosing. Actually, so prior to, so I had two incidences, and we didn't know the first incidence was seizure activity. Okay, it was that I actually had a high fever coming in to this all happened this summer. The second incident we knew because they caught me in real time. I had to be put on a ventilator because I was having extreme seizure activity for over 2 hours. So what I want to say to you is that in between those two times, my friend, who is now had an interview with Dennis McKenna, so Terrence McKenna's brother, and now we also connected with Paul Stamets. He actually had me on a regiment, and it was the Stamets 7 influence. So it's
I took that for like 2 years. Real
right?
talk.
Okay, so
yeah, I took that shit for 2 years. Yeah, I love that stuff.
Beautiful. So in between my first incidents and the second, I had major memory.
And by the way, I started buying whole like mushrooms of the shit that was in there too, like lion's mane and like a bunch of different like.
Okay, and out here, by the way, I do forage, so I have actually done my own, you know, especially with the lion's mane. That's like, oh, it's so good by itself.
Yeah.
Like just if you guys have never just straight up cooked up, you need to do
cordyceps and
so
lion's mane and all the shit that's inside of the Stamets 7 is all like stuff I took on a regular basis. Yeah.
So in between my
nothing
two incidences,
lasts, but nothing is lost.
Yeah,
yes,
exactly.
yes. and so in between my 2 incidents, my friend put me on this regimen, and I would take this oil base, like obviously it was preserved, but it was a regimen. So I would take these droplets every day. And so in between them, and when I came out of my second incident, I had zero memory issues. I knew exactly what had happened, where I was, and what was going on. And that, as to this day, they didn't really have a good explanation, because my second incident technically was more significant on a neurological level, but I came out of it very hyper aware of where I was and what was happening and what the past few months had been. So I do actually, and we are actually working with Paul Stamets now to potentially do some more in-depth studies. I've actually talked to him about the EEG idea of this, so like implementing that into the studies so that we can monitor this on a deeper level. But I didn't even anyway, so
Yeah, I'm a huge proponent of his work.
Right?
Sure.
It's beautiful.
Very important stuff. Yeah.
So Mo, I will poke at you, and you can be one of our subjects. Guinea pigs.
Sure. Yeah. For sure. Yeah, I'll take some. Yeah, for sure.
Nice.
I do it all the time. But
I know, right? Me too, actually. And I had just started like barely touching it, and I had done my own foraging on the psilocybin, because out here in the Pacific Northwest, we can get it anywhere and everywhere. And even the psychedelic, I constantly say that to my parents. I'm like, we've done both. We've evaluated both levels. But yeah, anyway, we can get either and or. So I will hook you up.
Nature is the great visible engine of creativity.
So true.
Novelty creating engine. Yeah, exactly. Which is which he said was against the second law of thermodynamics. He said it's against entropy. Which is crazy. Which is an insane thought. He was a radical thinker for sure. But yeah, this is crazy. It says here that 2AG is high levels in the central nervous system, and it has been found in bovine and human milk, which is pretty weird, right? So yeah, and it also says here that unlike anandamide, is present at high levels in the central nervous system, right? So the anandamide is the other one. And like anandamide is interesting because obviously it says here the Sanskrit word ananda, meaning joy, bliss, or delight, right? And it kind of regulates your mood. So this is why if you aggravate those cannabinoid sensors and then you run out of anandamide, you might turn into a little bitch boy. If you know what I mean? All right, so I think there might be like, so we might be fucking ourselves in the long run. But it's important to know what's going on.
So Israel, you have a lot of experience in organic chemistry.
Yeah.
Yeah,
she knows that
actually
stuff.
more with brain.
Yeah, she knows like sleeping stuff, like dreams and stuff. Yeah, like.
So I used to monitor, like for over a decade. My job was actually working with EEG and sleep, and so that's why I talk a lot about like waking dream concepts.
Yeah, actually, I have some internship experience with EEGs. We were doing like the linguistics for it. I know EEGs have very good temporal resolution, but they have poor spatial resolution because you put them.
Yeah. Okay, so and then obviously like the difference of well, not like light influence, right? So like if you actually are in certain stages of so delta, theta versus REM, and then what other outside influences have on that attribute, I think is potentially what you might have messed with a little bit too.
No, I was mainly focusing on event related potentials related to like anomalous, like when you're like surprised by some kind of language, like a word, and the event related potential. That was over 10 years ago, actually.
Fascinating though, because so then it's like real time emotions. I actually, because of my what I was just telling you guys about my recent incidences over the summer. I actually had my first EEG outside of my field, where they were monitoring how they actually had me like go into a state of sleep for the study, and I'm going to meet with the neurologist here actually in 2 weeks. So it'll be kind of fun to talk about that experience and what that outcome ends up being. But yeah.
Yeah, it's been so long. I remember clicking on all of the EEG nets or something like for triangulation. I remember I was doing that on a software, and you know the event-related potentials were very I forgot most of it. Yeah, it's been over 10 years. So my labs, they had stuff like MEG research, like the magnetics.
Yes.
Yeah, and they also had EEG, and they also had fMRIs. My university was big in neuroscience research. They even had optogenetics.
Fascinating.
They even had
Yes. How the cells literally react. And that's again why I'm going to get back to like, how are we able to have thoughts and emotions outside of actually having a functioning quote unquote brain? Because that's now what we're starting to realize, and that would be connected to the MRI and the EEG. Like, I mean, while they're monitoring it in that way. So yeah, and that's so now quote unquote modern science has decided that in every individual cell has a 6 to 8 foot radius, or where you always hear me say resonance outside of it, resonance frequency.
Yeah, I think the EEG works based on the pyramidal cells, like on the top layer, and they're all like vertical, and then they submate and they create an electrical dipole, which is kind of like an L shape. And yeah, every cell does have a kind of resonance, and when they summate together, it creates a bigger resonance. So like a bigger resonance. Yeah, I think so, like coupling or something, if I remember.
Exactly.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah, that stuff is true. Yes. Yeah, and I mean that's basically how the MEG works. Like you can deactivate parts of your brain with the
Yes.
MEG. Yeah, it's creepy though.
I know, right? But they have shown that you can literally, and kind of what Mo's highlighting here too at the end of the day is that it's going to invigorate or cause certain hormones to connect or make certain responses based on what's happening immediately around it. And it doesn't necessarily have to do with what we understand with certain systems happening internally. It actually can happen outside of the human body. And that's where cannabinoids would come into play there too as well.
Yeah,
But
I mean,
yeah,
like, with the phones, they're not good. It's not good to put close to your face for long periods. Like it's been shown, the radiation can mess with your. Yeah.
So sometimes I've joked in the chat and I've said I've seen your G's and your EEG. It's because people who have put their phones next to their head, I literally have seen it interfere. And I've seen patients with having partial seizures. I have seen patients have not like a grand mal like I even had, but have like momentary seizure activity, during our studies. But I've actually seen without them actually having a technical seizure, but I've seen the phone next to their head cause interference into their brain activity. So this is why it's important. And that's why I will also tell people like, and what we used to teach people in sleep medicine, it's not necessarily as influenced now, but like you shouldn't have that blue light interference. That blue light enacts sunlight, even though it's different, but it will alter the brain wave activity during your sleep.
Yeah, I remember learning about that. All that is fascinating. But I remember learning about how the first time I was learning about MRIs, and I don't remember everything well, but I do have notes. I have to go look for it. And like they have like spinning magnets and other stuff in the MRI, and like the atoms like temporarily are like stopped, and like they like are able to, like the way it works in the physics. When I first learned about it, it felt so alien, like it was so crazy. And that's old technology though. MRIs are old technology. I actually
Yeah.
read something where they have syringe injectable nano neural meshes now. Have you heard of that? Syringe injectable nano neural mesh that came out recently. Like
That sounds familiar. Yeah,
Yeah.
neural mesh and,
Yeah.
and the idea of mesh technology in general.
Yeah, basically they have something where they can
Yeah.
inject the rat or mouse, and then it like goes to their brain, bypasses the blood-brain barrier, and then it can unfurl a nano neural mesh, and all they have to do is like inject them, and it can like go to the brain and like unfurl the neural mesh or something. Like, something like that.
But yeah, and this is why I'll come back to like they tell you like this is the end all cure all to your disorder, yet what we're understanding is like your own personal emotions in a situation is like its own neural mesh, and again how it projects, X amount of distance outside of your own neural cortex, so that you don't actually have to like be hyper influenced by your own immediate situation. So like
Did you know
right, like loneliness. I have a little short on my channel, like one of the last ones I did, which is like about loneliness versus opioid addiction and how that influences the brain activity. So that it actually is very similar in itself. We we don't all have to be addicts to have problems here.
Yeah, can I make a guess? But I once knew someone who did transcranial direct current stimulation with cognitive behavioral therapy to help with people with depression and stuff like that.
Yes. So again, so rewiring the brain is something I talk about, right? So cognitive behavioral therapy is something that's done for PTSD victims, and it's actually been shown to be more impactful than like what's that? What did they used to do where they actually was like a zapping?
Transcranial direct current stimulation.
Yes. Where that actual like just the impact of your own thought process has more of an impact on changing your mind process and your health than literally being zapped in the brain. What's the other word that they've used for that? I don't know why I can't think of it right now. Used in psych wards, like zapping, like electrical zapping of the brain, where they physically are like electrocuting.
Deep brain stimulation.
There's another word that I'm trying to think of, but it's okay. It'll probably come to me later.
Deep brain stimulation.
Shit. Yeah.
Like
But
they drill a hole in the
stimulation, like you're getting that, like neural stimulation through electrical influences, versus like someone teaching you how to redirect your thought process. Again, cognitive behavioral therapy has shown to have a larger impact on your overall progress.
Yeah, they do. I think. Well, one thing that drilling the hole in the skull and doing deep brain stimulation. That's one. Another one.
Yes.
That's one. Deep brain stimulation. The other one is like just putting small voltage on your scalp or skull, and then that's transcranial direct current stimulation. I mean, like
versus
voltage.
So now, like another form of therapy, I was just talking. So if you guys know, I've gone back to school and I'm going into like body manipulation concepts, and so there's something called cranial sacral therapy. So it's kind of again getting into what you're talking about, but without electrical, actually like outside physical stimulus. It's actually an internal, like kind of like the ideas of Reiki. We call this like woo-woo technology, but they're actually realizing now that it has its own impact, which is why people are seeking this out on a grand scale.
You mean cranial sacral therapy? That's what you're referring to? Cranial?
Yeah.
Oh,
have you heard of that before?
Oh, I haven't heard of it. It seems interesting.
So you probably heard of Reiki, right? Like
yes, I know about Reiki. Yes.
Yeah, just somebody even just like having their hands X amount of distance away. So cranial sacral is a little bit more involved. It's a little bit more intrusive, quote unquote, than Reiki. And Reiki, by the way, is like can be very minute compared to, but it's just your own personal influence. And again, I will bring this back to science has been able to show you in real time that each individual cell has a 6 to 8 foot radius that exudes around it. So that's why I talk about resonance frequency all the time, is that in itself is able to heal or make an impact on each
You know about Michael Levin's research? Michael Levin, even though it can be creepy, you know about his research, Michael Levin?
Say the last name again?
Levin, Levin. Michael Levin.
It sounds super familiar, but at the moment I'm like,
This is like his research and is how a bioelectrical field is across the whole body and across the cells, and they maintain the resonance, and the bioelectrical field is helping the cells communicate, and it's sustained. You know, he's getting popular over YouTube and stuff, like his research into bioelectrical fields. He actually did limb regeneration a little bit, I think, for some other animal. He also helped create this thing called xenobot from frog cells. The frog cells were combined with
that's where I think I
nanobots.
know of him. Yes.
Yeah.
That's kind of how he got a little bit more well known, or quote unquote respect. I hate to say that, but like respected in the scientific field, because it's like until you can prove in real time what you're doing, right? Like your research is sort of null and void. But the frog cell, it sounds super familiar. When you said his name, it was like, yeah, I think I know, but I can't remember where from. So that's good stuff. I'm actually writing some of this down as we're talking. I'm like, ooh, I need to, because I've thought about doing my own little side gig here with a show concept called, I was actually going to make it sort of fun and call it Coffee and Pickles, because of like the influence of diuretics and vinegars, and like how that like influences your own like blood structure, how your body, and like this is like how you start your day every day. This is why like certain fasting and everything has sometimes a good influence on how your body activates. So it's like, what's the first thing you influence to your body? Which is sometimes why coffee can be a good thing, sometimes depending on what you were divulging into prior, it can actually cause complications. But yeah, anyway, so thank you, I appreciate this. I'm gonna write this down and do a little bit better research.
You won't believe this, but Michael Levin is promoting Platonism. He calls it morphospace.
Yeah, I've been seeing that recently. It's funny.
Talk about
Yeah, so there's Plato's ugly mug again.
There you go. See, now, yeah, let's bring it back into the theology of all this.
Platonic forms and study of language and mind.
Yeah, so like if you talk to yourself or your articulation to others outward, how does that influence your body? The body keeps the score.
Oh, look at that. He's talking about the symbolic reference frame here. Form set, lexicalization, internalization, conceptual instructions.
And I will give the floor to you guys back. That's the one thing I do want to say is, on a quote unquote science attribute, the book I talk about all the time is The Body Keeps the Score by Dr. William Kessler. And he actually worked with Gabor Mate, which some of you guys might know.
Oh,
Like,
yeah. I like that guy.
Relative studies where they're proving the influence of emotions to disease, and how that actually shows across the cells and their infrastructure. And then again, how like the body reacts in real time to what they're experiencing. So there's actual studies that were done with these kind of concepts based on, and then that's why it's like, please bring in the historical aspect of it, because to me that just backs up what we already know. It's already been shown. So anyway, thank you guys for the platform. I really appreciate you.
Yeah, I appreciate you too. Of course, it's always a pleasure. But yeah, it totally reminds me of this whole thing about how just back in the day, right? Like if your mom was depressed, she'd be sick, right? Like this is something they do in the village, right? Like
Yep.
yeah, like the whole melancholic sickness used to also be a bodily sickness or a bodily ailment. So those two are connected. There's nothing like illness of the mind that doesn't affect the body. So so back in the day, that was totally true. So yeah.
Exactly. It was actually but right, like well understood with medicine. How
Right.
much that influenced it. Yep.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Yeah, but
And again,
Michael,
like when you guys talk about epigenetics and something called fascia, it literally interweaves in between our muscles and our organs. So when you're like stagnant or you're stuck in certain areas and you start to work to release that, that's where you will have like an emotional, like hard emotional release sometimes because of it. So yep.
yeah, memories are trapped in the muscles, as they say. All right, muscle memory. But it's
Exactly.
more than that. It's just like memory muscle.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. So yeah, of course. Yeah, I kind of became hunchback myself. Sort of just reading and all right.
I need to like this sounds so kind of almost creepy. But my new field now is that I work with body manipulation. And like that's one of my main goals. I want to do other techniques related, but I'm literally about to get my licensure for massage therapy. So I actually I've actually had like multiple friends of mine now that I'm like, hey, I know that you hold yourself in a certain manner, and partly I know why, but I just like want to tweak you back the other way. I want to take your whole body and sort of tweak it. So anyway, if we were closer, and I know you're in the Midwest, I'm from there, but I'd be like, yo, Mo, I'm coming. I got my massage table with me. I'm gonna come work on you. And my mom right now, that's like she's one of my main clients. I'm constantly, and she holds herself. We were talking about like how much she hunches over. And to me, I also call it the tall tax because I'll be like working in certain counters and they're all low. And so I'll hunch over to accommodate. So today I was like helping her like clean all this china I was talking about, this like fancy shit she has. No offense, love you, Mom. It's not relevant to me. But regardless, I was like afterwards, I'm like, man, I need to like take your entire body and pull you back, and so same thing for myself. Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I mean the whole thing, like, definitely. I need somebody to like walk on my back, or some shit like that. Straighten myself out. Like the show Death Note.
Yeah.
Like like the character in that show. The L character. I have a lot of the same mannerisms as that character. All right, it's kind of weird. If I was actually to draw myself as a cartoon, that character matches my mannerisms like 1-to-1. Right, like
Interesting.
like he sits in a weird way, like he's kind of like, like the way he thinks, like the way they overemphasize how he uses his mind and neglects his body. Like I have
Yeah.
a lot of very similar like tendencies, like how he's like all like scrawny and shit. Like it's a lot of very similar, right? I'm very similar to that character, right? Just in my daily affairs. Like I eat a lot of sweets, right? Right, like
Oh,
how the guy
really?
says he's like, yeah, he's like sugars, like works with the brain and like all this stuff, and he's like, you need it to think. Like that's how I am. Right? Like I just kind of like, like
Well,
sweets
that's
and
just like a
coffee.
dopamine. Yeah, like that's
Yeah.
just like how you it's you'd be amazed at how quickly, like once you start working towards eliminating it. And don't get me wrong, I noticed after my hospital visits, I had like this strong, like I wanted sweets so bad. And I actually had being in those scenarios, I had been fasting for a week at a time. So my body, you would think, would not want those things, but it was because of whatever they were. Like I was subconscious when they had to do this. My mom actually had to give them approval, but I had like a PICC line put in. So like whatever medicines they were giving me, right, like geared my dopamine centers, my brain centers to want certain things. And what you'd be amazed with is like how quickly you can actually trigger that to like you start to just do like a slow transition, but quickly and surely, like you won't feel like you need those things like you currently are. Don't get me wrong, like I'm still in an in-between right now, but I've done it before, and this came from some of my knowledge working in sleep as it is, because just understanding what the brain is craving. And it has to do with your circadian rhythms as well. So like what you want from certain times of the morning to the evening, what your body, and it's a mineral thing. You want certain minerals, and that can show up in sweets. And that's like magnesium shows up in chocolate, right? Like, and we don't fully understand that balance. But chocolate can be good for you. It's just like depending on how you like the processed versus the real substance. Anyway, sorry.
Yeah, it's fascinating. I never thought of it like that.
It's so much simpler too. Like we put this huge pressure on ourselves, and you'd be amazed how quickly you can change your mindset to get out of that. But yeah.
Yeah, I know when I was taking like I was taking like choline and like magnesium and like vitamin D and like all these things. And yeah, I felt like I needed like less like less food and like all this shit. Like it was weird.
Yeah.
Like I felt like constantly charged during it.
Yeah. Also,
totally.
Yeah. Some people don't like the taste, but this is very good. The cod liver with the oil, cod liver, like that
Yes.
gives.
Yeah.
That gives a lot of vitamin D and fat soluble vitamin A.
Sorry. Living in the Pacific Northwest, we have access to really good fish content. Mind you, I grew up fishing myself, but the fish and the nutrients in them in the lakes, like actually, Mo, you would know what I'm talking about a little bit in the Great Lakes. What I didn't realize is that the content of what the fish oil was out of those lakes is a little different, has so much to do with the own soil and like what's been pumped into those areas. Obviously, the more north you go, the better the context. Interestingly, you start to find that the fishing isn't as abundant. But like coming out to the Pacific Northwest and the fish I ate, like I lived right off the coast for a while when I first moved out here. And the fish I ate and like the oils I could get, if this even the quote unquote supplemental, but it was organic. Or that's not really the right word even. It was in real time in my, right off of where I was living. It was so helpful and beneficial for myself.
Yeah, it's kind of sad that the direction that it's headed, with the fishing and all that stuff. So
Yeah, but cod liver, you can get it in the can, and it has the oil in it, and it has the cod liver too. You can eat it. I don't like the taste, but some people like the taste. I wish I had more taste for fishy stuff, like the umami fishy stuff. But that actually does have vitamin D and K too, and fat soluble vitamin A. Actually, you don't need to take the supplements if you eat it by itself on the can. So, but yeah, the supplements are good too. But yeah, that's what happens with with soil depletion, and also with our food is less nutriently dense now. So yeah, supplements are kind of needed. Like krill oil or lots of stuff is needed. I mean, kind of Most people are missing trace minerals, and most people are missing DHA and other stuff like that.
Very true.
Yeah.
I just want to laugh for a brief moment as I actually head out for the evening. But one of my good buddies here who was just speaking, Mr. Buddha, he always is making sure I have the names to write down. So he was writing down one of the names we were talking about. But as I started reading back on his comments, I saw this other name and I was like, oh, I need to write that down. But as I started to read it, it's so please ban avian jizz gobble. This a-hole is just razzing us a little bit. So I just wanted to have that comic relief.
Yeah, there's like several of them. Yeah, so like this guy really likes Avian today. He's like obsessed for 2 days with Avian. So yeah, so Avian's got a new fan.
I think I know who it is.
I think it might be one of my fans as well.
I'm laughing with you.
Who do you think it is, Avian? You want to say or?
Yeah, I think it's Dr. D Head. I kind of pissed him off.
Oh,
good.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he was banned. I see that. He was
I wasn't
banned in the
expecting that. I was thinking it's one of my haters that just reformulated his attack against me as an attack against you or something. But yeah.
Oh, and just like his name, like really, dude.
Yeah, we've all had like troll accounts made. Like even Reddington had one made one day. It was funny. Right.
Well, it was partly my fault because I got a little too emotional, and I said some stuff, but I do kind of, do stand by what I said, but not that strongly. But there's always you gotta like, I kind of pissed him off basically. I kind of he's just trolling a bit.
Yeah, exactly. You're just true in your conviction, and like for whatever reason, they're here to disrupt that potentially, or disrupt your emotions, right? To get you to get like worked up, and that's probably the beauty of this all. And I'm not saying like you shouldn't be, but like I've never seen you get worked up. And I'm surprised I haven't been more attacked. Don't get me wrong, I definitely have in some aspects, but
yeah, you might have missed that one episode where Avian got worked up, but it's okay. I'm just kidding. But,
I appreciate it, and I am gonna.
Let me read this poem from Emily Dickinson because, let me see here. Yeah, here we go. This poem from Emily Dickinson kind of like conveys what I think. You see there. I'll read the poem first. I died for beauty, but was scarce, adjusted in the tomb, when one who died for truth was lain in an adjoining room. He questioned softly why I failed. For beauty, I replied, and I for truth. Themselves are one. We brethren are, he said. And so, as kinsmen met a night, we talked between rooms until the moss had reached our lips and covered up our names. So basically, it's a poem about how, one of them lived for beauty, the other one lived for truth. And there's a kind of like, they're kind of conjoined, they're inextricably tied. But, the point is one should live for higher values, whether it's truth or beauty or like helping the community or earth or helping the health of other beings. But there are people who just live for hedonism, just watching football or just, going partying. They don't ever have a single deep thought that passes through their minds. You know what I mean? And, that time I was saying that, that I pissed off Dr. D Head. My point is that it's not good to like treat everyone as an equal. You know what I mean? That's what I was saying. Like you're gonna bring up like let me think. What was that guy's name again? What's his name again? Laundry. Yeah, Laundry. Bring up Laundry here, or you bring up that one idiot. What's his name again? Flow State. You can't treat them as equals. Because if you do, they're gonna stomp all over you, and they're gonna act like assholes. And so you gotta have like some what's the word? You gotta have a hierarchy of values, basically. Like truth and beauty are above just like the
Definitely.
Yeah, like take
boundaries. Like you're not
yeah.
gonna disrespect. You're not gonna go to their level and play the game in that sense. But you're going to set your own respect and boundaries.
Yeah, that's
And
exactly
that,
what I was
yep,
trying to say. Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Yeah, 100%.
exactly.
Yeah.
That's been that's my lesson of 2025 as we're coming to a close of this year. And where I allowed myself to go to some routes that I'm sure some people just definitely like felt disconnected from me because of that, considering where I've come from and the message I've tried to, put out there. I definitely did not always make the right choices, and I have had my ups and downs throughout the years. But what I will say, and what you're getting at, to me, I think boundaries is a huge aspect of this. It's okay to not be like in other people's faces and need to be this like strong, forceful character, but it's also good to say, "Nah, fuck you." like like to be blatant about it. Excuse my language, right? Like like straight up like,
I
dude,
would
nope.
say the
Nope.
intentions behind
Yeah.
some intentions are very important. Some people have bad intentions, like they don't care about the topic or important things. Other people like you do care about important things. Intentions are important. You know what I mean? So,
Exactly.
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And that frequency in itself and what it carries with you, it will like, speak through lifetimes. So whatever this means, whoever we are, whatever the purpose is, it literally resonates. And that's why it's not to be like, "Oh, I'm holier than thou." I'm also like, I don't really got to worry about much because I know I'm trying to do like the best I can do in the moment that I have. And when I don't, literally the world will reset me and say, "Hey," like smack me in the face. Like, "What the hell are you doing? Get back into your, you're not." I shouldn't say it like box because that sounds so convoluted, but you know what I'm saying? Like please get back to your base, get back to your home. And that's what happened. I wanted to leave Oregon. Like my friend was like, no, I'm building this nonprofit in Arkansas and you need to come out here. And so I like literally drove across the country and the entire world was like, nope, back to Oregon, get your ass back to the coast. It's a beautiful thing when you really just accept what it's supposed to be. So thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Of course.
And with that, I do need to dip out. I got a big day tomorrow again. Trying to get some things done. And I can't wait to share some
Easy.
more of all that beauty with you guys. So thank you. Red and Mr. Buddha, and of course my brother in arms here at this point because we've been through it.
Right.
I'll see you guys again, and this is one of my favorite places to be. I may not always be in the chat, but I'm listening often. So thank you.
Well, that's
Appreciate
great.
you.
You're one of my favorite people to be here. Blessings to you.
You-
Yeah, thank you so much for joining.
I was gonna say, you're one of my favorite people, brother.
Excellent. Yeah.
Mwah! All right. Good night, folks. See you soon.
Have a good night. See you.
Thank
see
you
later.
too.
Bye.
Easy.
Well, that was delightful. Especially with Untrackable, right? Dominator, right? Also, Tony Drake there for a little bit, right? Blessings to Tony Drake. I hope everything's fine. And yeah, all the rest of the people that joined there, obviously mindful exposures. Right. So yeah, interesting reflections. First time I talked to Dominator, and yeah, what a deep thinker that guy is. All right. Definitely excellent conversations there. And yeah, I think it'd be an excellent thing if you talk to Twilight or somebody like that. Right, that'd be a killer conversation. So yeah, so let me play some music for you guys, and then we'll move to to Mumford and Ellul, right, which is a great thing that we do on sort of the fifth hour here if we get time, right? So yeah, it just so happens that we're just in time to take that trek,
right? So obviously the thing we started this journey with, right, it was my reflections on Mumford and ellul. So we'll go back there before the replays here, right? And I have some interesting stuff that I can put forward for that, right? I got to sort of think about what we're going to put forward here. But yeah, blessings to the people that are here, right? I greatly appreciate you guys. And here's some more sort of hip hop jazz stuff, right? That I've procured for the show today, right? And sort of a theme I've been I've employed, right, for the past 2 days on the stream. So yeah, blessings to the people. These are two songs from some pretty unknown places, but yeah, I hope you guys will like this, right? The video and the music. Blessings.
Ooh, baby.
Yeah, thanks for that, Lord. Blessings. Crazy video. Weird shit with Patrick Stewart with the pyramid with the eye on it. That shit was insane. Right. So yeah, definitely he said I need to get paid for those videos. Yeah, we'll definitely be sending a care package to Lorp soon. And right, you know, I send him like a little bit here and there. So yeah, blessings. You know, I send him like the same amount every time. I send him like $5 or $6 or whatever. But yeah, blessings to the homie. You know, I appreciate you, man. All right, definitely. Yeah, obviously he's got like a cash app. It's like cash sign Psyoppers Bank. Right, so I don't know. I think he left because like he's like looking at his own video. He's like he just leaves. But yeah, blessings. Yeah, we'll promote Lorp here. Let me see. Yeah, here's Lorp. Here's his videos. Right, let me show you guys this, and we'll move to Mumford here. Yeah, here just not doing well. Yeah, blessings, man. I hope you get better soon, man. But yeah, Emperor Skywalker. Right. Is our live stream still there? No, it's gone. But yeah, we did a live stream recently. You know, live at Lorp Donald's on the Cyber Caliphate channel. Right, but here's Lorp's channel, right? He's got a bunch of AI videos there, a bunch of cool imagery on those videos. Right, that he's you know, a lot of it he's created with the AI software, right? So it's crazy stuff. I mean, honestly, and right, he yeah, did you just make this one today again? I just seen this video today, 1 day ago, 11 hours ago. Yeah, he just made a new video, man. Yeah, so yeah, he just made a new one. So yeah, blessings to Lorp. Yeah, it's like he's been putting one out like every day for the last 2 days. So yeah, it's pretty crazy shit. Lots of talent. So yeah, check out Lorp's channel. And then here, let me drop his link. Oh, whoops. Oh my god. Uh-oh. Did I disappear? Son of a bitch. All right, I'll be right back. Okay, I can't see myself.
I can see you.
Okay, I can't see myself. All right,
Yeah,
I'll be right
actually,
back.
you're frozen. You're frozen.
Oh shit! All right, here, hold on. Let me restart.
Yeah, you froze.
Yeah, let me restart this shit.
Yeah. So what do you think about AI art writing that? I think it can be okay. I think it can be fine. I mean, what do you personally think about it? You don't like it?
I don't know. It's. I think it's a mixed bag.
Yeah, mixed bag. Yeah.
Like.
Maybe. Yeah, I guess you see your point. Well, it's a difficult conundrum. You probably hate AI music. So, probably if I were to guess, yeah, AI music. You wouldn't like that because I know some YouTube channels.
Most of it, yeah.
Yeah, most of it. Yeah, there are some really bizarre AI videos of kitties like doing like so many things. It's like hyper real. Like you see cats like playing with bazooka outside of a house and firing the bazooka and stuff like crazy stuff. And you see the kitties like doing playing instruments, playing musical instruments. Like the AI makes it look so real. Yeah, it's not. Of course, it's not real, but man, that's crazy. Like you see it. Like, you know what I'm trying to say, right? You seen those videos or no? Like,
yeah.
Yeah. I think if kids see that, it will mess with their perception of reality because kids. I think there should be like a age limit on AI videos. You know what I mean? Like, because it will
For
start.
sure.
It will start like messing.
Technology in general.
Yeah.
But it's definitely AI.
Definitely AI. Yeah. When a kid watches a movie, they know it's not real. You know what I mean? Like, but if you go and you like, they put like a bunch of AI videos on Facebook. And I know it's not real, but if a kid were to come across the videos like that, how can they tell it's not real or not? Because they don't have as much life experience. You know what I mean? Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's weird. Gonna mess with people's perception of reality in the future. Yeah. But yeah, Lorp's channel is cool. Yeah, Lorp's channel is cool. Oh, I was just talking about that stuff randomly, but I went on a tangent because it's related, because this channel is about technique and also about the new kinds of social issues brought
As long as it's not a surrogate tangent.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, let's see what we could do with this text here. We got two of them. Obviously, reading Mumford's not really my favorite thing to do, but I love reading ellul. Honestly, the style of writing that ellul employs is just fucking awesome. He's a very easy guy to read for me. Like Nietzsche's a really easy guy to read for me. Right. There's different guys that I really like reading. Right. It's like fun to read them. Right. But yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, Mumford's like different. I'm more interested in his reflections, right? So you got to really chew on what he's saying, right? So let's turn to Mumford and let me see how many minutes I am into the show here. Okay, yeah, so we're right on time here. So let me move to Mumford here.
Well, I have to go. I wish I could stay longer.
Yeah,
easy.
I hope you all have a nice night.
Yeah, appreciate you.
too.
Yeah, thanks for being here. Yeah. Yeah, of course. The legend Avian Buddha is getting, some haters there in the chat. So it's interesting, right? So, anyways, so it says here, in this revision of the accepted technical stereotypes, I would go even further. For I suggest at every stage, man's technological expansions and transformations were less for the purpose of directly increasing the food supply or controlling nature than for utilizing his own immense internal resources and expressing his latent superorganic potentialities, right? So to reiterate with the discussion that we were having at the beginning of the show, right? He's saying that this whole expression of tool techniques is but a small part of techniques in general, right? First of all, it's an extension of biotechnics, right? Or our basis of survival, which doesn't even include, right, the greater part or the majority of our technical expression, right? Most of our technical expression is for cultural techniques, right? So he's saying this small sliver tool, and machine techniques, which is just for the basis of survival, right? It shouldn't be extrapolated as the purpose of man's, development when the most part of its development was due to cultural techniques, right? Technique proliferated because of man's cultural expressions more and more, because of symbol making and not because of tool making, right? Is what he goes down to say, right? So that's what he means when he says, man's technological expansion and transformation were less for the purpose of the food supply or controlling nature than for his own immense internal resources and what he calls super organic potentialities. Right? He means forms of cultural or symbolic forms of expression, right? Okay, let's move to the next statement, right? He says, when not threatened by a hostile environment, man's lavish, hyperactive nervous organization, still often irrational and unmanageable, was positively an embarrassment rather than an aid to his survival, right? So what's the thing, right? Our emotional capabilities, our ability to express ourselves, right? Through poetry and dance and ritual, right? All of these different forms were an embarrassment or a hindrance to our survival. Right, is what he's saying, right? Nevertheless, they were utilized as a central place in civilization, right? In contradiction to this notion that man's early development was simply on the basis of tool use, right? Okay, so let's move on here, right? He says, if so, his control over his psychosocial environment through the elaboration of a common symbolic culture was more imperious need than control over external environment. Right? So this is what he's proposing, right? And as one must infer, largely predated it and outpaced it. Okay, so there's the main idea that I was laying down, right? That the symbolic culture was more important than man's basic need for survival and outpaced his need to develop tools and machines, right? Right, which is the main brunt of Mumford's argument here, right? I mean his sort of thing that he's saying, right? Okay. So with that understanding in mind, let's proceed, right? Forward here. Right, it says, on this reading, the emergence of language, a laborious culmination of man's more elementary forms of expressing and transmitting meaning, was incomparably more important to further human development than would have been the chipping of a mountain of hand axes. Okay, so this is kind of where we were last time, right? It says, besides a relatively simple coordination required for tool using, the delicate interplay of many organs needed for creation of articulate speech was far more striking advance and must have occupied a great part of man's early time, energy, and mental concentration, since its collective product, language, was infinitely more complex and sophisticated at the dawn of civilization than the Egyptian and Mesopotamian kit of tools. For only when knowledge and practice could be stored in symbolic forms and passed down by word of mouth from generation to generation was it possible to keep each fresh cultural acquisition from dissolving with the passing moment or dying generation. Then and then only did domestication of plants and animals become possible. Need I remind you that the latter technical transformation was achieved with no better tools than the digging stick, the axe, the mattock, the plow, like the cartwheel, came much later as a specialized contribution as a large-scale field cultivation of grain. Okay, so what do we have here, right? A very interesting picture, right? The first aspect of things, right, related to this notion, right, which is very important, okay, about man as a symbol-making animal,
right? Most of his energies devoted to this cultural work, right? Instead of tool making and survival. And what else do you have? Right? As an extension of that, right? This notion that, that Mumford's mentioning here, right? Okay, that actually the transmission of language that caused the domestication of plants and animals, right, was actually happening through a low level of technological development. Right, so language was more complex than our development of tools, even though it spurred on the development, of techniques in a very fundamental way, right? Because you could remember and save this plant or this animal or this type, right? And store that within your cultural registry, right? And that would save a lot of time in acquiring this information, right? So he's saying language is a primary form of technology that causes the primary form of technological advancement and outpaces technological advancement at the dawn of civilization. Which is a very interesting, thing he's drawing on, right? Okay, let's move to the next one, right? So we got those ideas, right? Let's move to the next thing, right? It says, in this process of self-discovery and self-transformation, techniques in the narrow sense, of course, served man well as a subsidiary instrument, but not as the main operative agent in his development. Okay. Okay, so technics was not the main operative agent in man's development, right? Furthermore, Mumford states that for technics was never till our own age disassociated from the larger cultural whole. A statement that that ellul also makes. Right? It says that, it was culture that was driving techniques, right? And that sort of limited their development, right, into the machine organizing society, right? But now it's machine and techniques that are driving the cultural whole, right? So he said, still less did techniques dominate over all other institutions, right? Now he says, early man's original development was based upon what Andre Varanac, Varagnac, happily called, quote, the technology of the body, unquote, the utilization of the highly plastic bodily capabilities for the expression of still unformed and uninformed mind, right? Unformed and uninformed mind, before that mind had yet achieved through the development of symbols and images its own more appropriate etherealized technical instruments. Okay, so look, the world of technical instruments is sort of a etherealized or calcified form of the world of symbols and images there, right? So, okay, so that's an interesting reflection by Mumford, right? He then says, from the beginning of the creation of significant modes of symbolic expression rather than more effective tools was the basis of Homo sapiens' further development. Unfortunately, so firmly were the prevailing 19th century conceptions, right, committed to the notion of man as primarily Homo faber, the tool maker, rather than Homo sapiens, the mind maker, right, that, as you know, the first discovery of the art of Altamira caves was dismissed as a hoax because the leading paleontologists, paleoethnologists would not admit that the Ice Age hunters whose weapons and tools they had recently discovered could have had either the leisure or mental inclination to produce art. Not crude forms, but images that showed power of observation and abstraction of a higher order. Okay. So, so it's interesting what he's saying, right?
Mm-hmm.
Fascinating. You know, so he's saying that, you know, this art showed abstraction of a higher order, right? And the tools showed just normal guys, right? You know, like super advanced monkeys, right? So if you're looking at man's development from that angle, right, it's pretty lowly, right? But yeah, okay, so then he goes, but when we compare the carvings of the paintings of the Aurignacian and the Magdalenian finds with their surviving technical equipment, who shall say whether it is art or techniques that shows the higher development? Even the finely finished Soltrian laurel leaf points were a gift of aesthetically sensitive artisans. The classic Greek usage for techniques makes no distinction between industrial production and art. And for the greater part of human history, these aspects were inseparable, one side respecting objective conditions and functions, and the other responding to subjective needs and expressing shareable feelings and meanings. Okay, so interesting, right? So so he's pointing out that the very foundation of the term, right, of techne or technics, right, the term is actually applicable to skill or craft or art. Right, that early technics was no different from art. Right, just as early science was no different from philosophy, right? It's like we've compartmentalized knowledge to such a degree that we've lost these deeper meanings or these deeper purposes behind these arts or disciplines, right? Okay, how are we going with time? Okay, yeah, we're going pretty good, right? Let me go a little bit further here with Mumford, right? He says, our age has not yet overcome the peculiar utilitarian bias that regards technical invention as primary and aesthetic expression as secondary or even superfluous. Exactly, right? Right? Who said one was more important than the other, right? And this means that we have still to acknowledge that until our own period, techniques derive from the whole man in his intercourse with every part of the environment, utilizing aptitude in himself to make the most of his own biological, ecological, and psychosocial potentials, right? So he's saying the bias of man as tool making, right, has transformed the highest intercourse with every part of man's environment as the internal faculties with the development of technology instead of our cultural forms of expression, which for the greater part of our history served a central role and guided the advancement of tools. Right? Right? Y'all with me here? And it says, even at the earliest stage, trapping and foraging called less for tools than for sharp observation of animal habits and habitats backed by a wide experimental sampling of plants and a shrewd interpretation of the effects of foods, medicines, and poisons upon the human organism. And in those horticultural discoveries, which if Oakes, Ames, what a strange name, Oakes Ames, Oakes is the first name, and then Ames, Ames, was right. Oakes Ames was right. Must have proceeded by many thousands of years. The active domestication of plants, taste, and formal beauty played a no less part than food value, so that the earliest domesticates, other than the grains, were often valued for their color and form of their flower, for their perfume, their texture, their spiciness, rather than merely for nourishment. Edgar Anderson has suggested that the Neolithic garden, like gardens in many simpler cultures today, was probably a mixture of food plants, dye plants, medicinals, ornamentals, all treated as equally essential for life. That's fascinating. All right, let's move to that was Mumford. Let's move to Ellul here, right? It's gonna be cool, right? Let's move to Ellul and see what he's got cooking here, right? And we're sort of on page 287 here, right? So we'll sort of dial it back here. Oh wait. Here, hold on. Give me a second here. Let me find my place in this book. Okay, here we go. Yeah, this is where we were at, right? We were looking at the democratic state and how it functions no differently from the totalitarian state in terms of, when technology takes over the state, right, or becomes the main focus of the state, becomes technical development, right? It sort of takes over private techniques. Right, and private techniques represent forms of social organization and cultural techniques as well, right? But social organization, becomes more and more technical and less as a regard to private decision making, right? Because people has to be, sort of calculated as sort of mass, right, to save time and energy. Right, so this sort of leveling out of people sort of prevents individual decision-making process, right? So the totalitarian leaders, they sort of have to defer to the experts, right? And the faster, quicker they could do this, the better the technical aspect of society can move along with this business, right? So, so this is one way that technique sort of cancels out the private decision making, of a regime, right? Now let's take a look at this, right, where he says this, right? Let me read this again, right? He says the words "the totalitarian state" evoke cliches and passionate opinions, but these no longer represent anything but historical reminiscences. The totalitarian state we are discussing here is not the brutal, immoderate thing which tortured, deformed, and broke everything in its path. The battleground of armed bullies and factions, a place of dungeons in the reign of the arbitrary. These things did certainly exist, but they represent transient traits, not real characteristics of the totalitarian state. Okay, so he's saying that the ideas of the totalitarian state, right, that most people think that it's going to be like one guy that takes control of everything and brings a hammer down, right? This is not even an efficient way to control everybody, right? The main way to control it is not by like one guy who gets to torture everybody, right, as access to a sort of panopticon, right? But sort of letting like techniques proliferate throughout society, right? Until even the leaders have to refer to the experts, right? So nobody's really in control, right? It's just sort of a low level of enjoyment, right? Where everybody's controlled. Right? It's not going to be this torturous exercise of brutal power, right? See, so he's saying, it's going to be more of a Brave New World than a 1984 here, right? Sort of deal here, you know, right? Right. So he's saying, there's a different way to do totalitarian, right? There's a way where it's everybody enjoys themselves, but everybody's completely under control, right? But so that is an option that Ellul is referring to. So he says the totalitarian state we are discussing here is not a brutal, immoderate thing which tortured, deformed, broke everything in its path, the battleground of armed bullies and factions, a place of dungeons and reign of the arbitrary. These things did certainly exist, but they represent transient traits, not real characteristics of the totalitarian state. It might even be said that they were the human aspect of the state in its inhumanity, right? Right, it's the primal aspect, right? It's like when man is governed by techniques, his primal urges come back to the surface, right? So he expresses himself in these vile ways, right? Yeah, so he says technical sorry. Torture and excess, excuse me, are the acts of persons who use them as a means of releasing suppressed need for power. Yeah, exactly, right? This does not interest us here. It does not represent the true face of the completely technical totalitarian state. Exactly. Right? In such a state, nothing useless exists. There is no torture. Torture is a wasteful expenditure of psychic energy, which destroys the salvageable resources without producing useful results. There is no systematically organized famine, but rather a recognition of the pressing necessity of maintaining the labor force in good condition. There is nothing arbitrary, for the arbitrary represents the very opposite of technique, in which everything has a reason. Right. So this is why individual decision making has to be brought in line with technique. And this is why the totalitarian state is a sort of wasteful expenditure when it's brought under the brutal reign of a dictator. Right. So he's saying the dictator, he takes too much decision making power. And since everything has to be referred to the dictator, technique gets slowed down. Right. So private decisions are a great way to slow down technique. This is how capitalism slows down technique. Right. As we saw before, right? It's too reliant on private decision making. Which are maintained by the system to a certain extent, right? As Ellul says, right? So he says here, there is no systematically organized famine. But rather a recognition of the pressing necessity of maintaining the labor force in good condition. There is nothing arbitrary, for the arbitrary represents the very opposite of technique, in which everything has a reason. Not a final, but a mechanical reason. Irrationality might appear to exist, but only for the person who knows nothing of technique. And he says, it is like trying to tell a man who does not know the radio that there is music all around him, although he cannot hear it. The totalitarian state does not necessarily have totalitarian theories, nor does it necessarily even desire them. On the contrary, what we call totalitarian doctrines litter up the clear line of technical state with aberrant elements such as race, blood, proletariat. The technical state is the technical state only because it exploits certain technical means. Right, so Ellul's pointing back to the objective factor of power and not the ideologies that are paraded around as justification for the way the system functions. There is, however, a great difference between the democracies and the so-called totalitarian states. All are following the same road, he says. Okay, now let me move to where we were, right? He's saying that in a democracy, right, you need this sort of justification for how the state functions, right? Because it exists for the voter, right? And so he says, here more than anywhere else, justification is necessary, right? Even so, democracies have bad governmental conscience, which no one has succeeded in dispelling. The state has not taken the decisive step of affirming that only technical necessity counts. Right, so even though it is like this way at the heart of the matter, right, that it's only about technical necessity, they put on a facade that's about this moral justification, right? Sort of humanism and all this stuff, right? He says, it has therefore failed to do two things: to become conscious of what a state can accomplish by exploiting techniques and to sow its wild oats by deciding that there are no compelling moral reasons to get in its way. Thus, at present, every time the democratic state exploits a given technique, it must begin all over again to justify itself, to debate the necessity of the proposed measure, and to question everything. In the long run, it will have to capitulate, but in the meantime, its scruples act as a drag on it. If not in the actual application of techniques, which would in any case be possible, at least in its enterprise, in order to force the democratic state to come to any decision, there must always be a present danger. So this is a huge thing that they use as propaganda in democratic states, right? They create crises out of thin air, right, to force people into a decision, right? So you can guide public opinion, but you just need a fake crisis, right? So this is something that is employed a lot in democratic states as to sort of justify the rule of technique, right? They'll roll out the techniques, right? And they'll say, well, it's some crisis that justifies the fact that we need this new technology. But obviously the new technology has to be adopted, but the debate takes too long, right? Is what he's saying, right? So you need something to move the justification along, right? All right. And I mean, a good crisis will do, right? Never let a good crisis go to waste, as they say, right? Or there must be always be some quote unquote present dangers. Some I like how he puts that in quotes. Right? He puts that in air quotes. Some direct competition with the dictatorial state, in which action becomes a matter of life or death. The superiority of the dictatorship stems wholly from from its massive exploitation of techniques. Democracy has no choice in the matter. Either it utilizes techniques in the same way as the enemy or it will perish, right? It is clear enough that the first term of this proposition will prevail. For this reason, wars always bring a prodigious advance in the use of certain techniques in democratic societies, right? Right. Look at how much war has been used to justify AI and all these advancements, right? It's like cyber warfare, right? We're doing a cyber cold war now, so we need to roll out the top AI equipment, or else China's gonna take over our computer systems. So holy robots. Holy cows, man. The democracies are, of course, careful to assert that they are using these techniques only because of the state of war. But there are always wars of one kind or another. War preparations, Cold War, Hot War, New Cold War, and so on ad infinitum. Indeed, Cold War is as productive as a hot war, enforcing the democracies to imitate the dictatorships in the use of technique. The officers of the French army, for example, have been obliged to engage in psychological activity and subversive war to counter the enemy's use of these. Here's a good example of technical imitation of a dictatorship by a democracy. Up to this point, we have contrasted the democratic state with the dictatorial state, but we have not distinguished among the different forms assumed by dictatorships. There are two major lines followed by these states, represented respectively by communism and fascism. Represented by communism and fascism. The question might be put whether or not these two are identical. A superficial bourgeois survey will immediately come up with an affirmative answer on the basis of certain massive facts of the present day. It might be noted, for example, that both sides have concentration camps, enormous police apparatuses, torture, ration cards, economic and other kinds of planning, plebiscites in the place of elections, a single party, Nazi or communist. Yeah, more on this soon, right? Yeah, blessings, Frank. I appreciate you. Yeah. Shit, where was I? Yeah, single individual exercising plenary power and so on. This adds up to a complex of identical forms. As a consequence, the regimes are alike. The intellectuals, however, will protest against such a hasty assimilation of the two. And in a deeper sense, the differences are real. In communism, despite its methods, there is an indubitable will to human liberation. It has a genuine support of millions of poverty-stricken persons, and consequently a humane aspect. Which fascism never possessed. It recruits its adherents from many different parties. On the one hand, from the true proletariat, and on the other, from the lumpen proletariat. That is to say, a sub-proletariat without positive value. Communism has the honesty not to affirm bogus spiritual values or make pacts with international capitalism. In addition, the fact that Nazism was anti-Semitic has special significance for Christians, a point which Karl Barth has emphasized. Communism as such does not imply this, even though it may become anti-Semitic for short periods. Upon closer analysis, however, we find similarity between the two, he says. A comparable attitude towards techniques. Right. This relation may appear to some a bit thin, but in its very essence of the twin movement represented by communism and fascism, both which owe their origin to techniques, and uniquely so. Communism emerges when the development of certain techniques endangers the very society which has allowed them to flourish. Communism, the communist dialectic makes it its appearance as an explanation of the way that technical progress first produced a society, then transcended that society's economic and political forms, finally provoking their inevitable decline. Marxism orders this succession of events into precise doctrine. It furnishes the key to understanding the modern world, and at the same time ties its own fate to that of technique. Recall in this connection the famous remark of Lenin concerning socialism and electrification. Marxism is in fact nothing but an epiphenomenon of technical development, a phase of the painful marriage of man and technique. Quote, neither with thee nor without thee, unquote. It is an attempt at dialectic reconciliation, so to speak. Interesting. Okay, so this is an important part. Right, he's saying communism is nothing but a epiphenomenon of the technical outgrowth, right? It's simply just a reaction to technical advancement. And of course, what is the central place in Marx's theory? The whole notion of industrialization. That's literally the whole point of his theory, right? How the state merges with industry, right? What about fascism? He says fascism stands in exactly the same relation to technique. It can be stated without exaggeration, in spite of the scandalous character of such an affirmation, that both fascism and Nazism are approximations derived from Marx for the adaptation of man to his techniques. They represent that part of Marxism which is centered on the narrower problem of the state and technique, whereas Marxism itself is a broader theory encompassing the totality of the problem of society and technique. Nazism, however, far from being opposed to Marxism, completes it and confirms it. It gives a solution to numerous problems of adaptation. Hitler's methods stem directly from Lenin's precepts, and conversely, Stalinism learned certain lessons about technique from the Nazis. If we suppress the episodic in order to get the essential, we find in two fraternal enemies the same phenomenon of awe at the power to be had from technique, and the same enthusiastic pursuit of the same objective. The Gulfs and the Ghibellines made merciless war on each other to decide which party was to execute world supremacy. But they had the same objective, the greatest possible power of the state, whose sovereignty had no limits, the earthly hope of all whom feudal anarchy had exhausted. The dictatorial state has efficiency as its goal. It submits to the law of techniques, for it understands that only by giving techniques free rein can it hope to derive the maximum profit from them. Whatever techniques are involved, human or physical, economic or educational, the state masters around it all available technical instruments. This occurs spontaneously by chance. But in dictatorial states, it is voluntary, it's calculated, studied, and therefore the process occurs more rapidly. It is the end sought by all forms of the state. The communist knows that technical progress means the progress of the proletariat. The Nazi knows that he is the instrument of state power. He cannot conceive that anyone could allow its limitation. He cannot conceive that anyone would allow its limitation. Right. No wonder they were trying to develop anti-gravity devices and all sorts of things, right?
Yep.
They wanted more than anything technical advancement. They thought it would help them win the war and help them achieve world domination. Right? This is exactly what Small Mustache Man believed, right? Nazism gave its goals an ideological veneer, right? But this veneer was futile insofar as it was not an instrument of propaganda and proceeded too rapidly. Communism, in its fusion of technique and state, proved much more prudent and in that sense more humanistic. It was in this way closer to reality and less shocking to the conscience of the average man. Hitlerism caused the essential barbarism of the thing to explode in the men's faces. Behemoth showed his true face. Interesting. Behemoth and Leviathan, right, as fascism and communism, right? And it proved too terrifying for man of the 1930s, who still sought to hold on to some of his illusions and to preserve for himself at least the semblance of freedom. In this, Nazism committed a grave error which the communists knew well enough how to exploit. However, both Nazism and communism were working towards the total exploitation of means which man had created to vanquish necessity. Okay. That is it, folks. So that brings to full circle the explanation I gave in the beginning there. Right, with communism, fascism, and capitalism or democratic techniques all being merged into one, right? By the objective means or factors of power, right, which are the technical means. Right, as Ellul has said, right? All embracing technique is the conscience of the mechanized world, right? And technique is what integrates the machine into human society. As Mumford says, the machine is antisocial. Anyways, that is all we have today. Do you have anything to say to these people, Reddington, before we get up out of here? Or at least on my end here. Blessings, right? But we got a lot more show for you guys. Yeah, you there, Red? Or maybe not. Yeah, blessings to the people. I appreciate you guys. We'll talk to Red in the back here. Thank you so much for joining.
all the time, and for being a dear sweet friend to me, right? And one of the first supporters of this show. Reddington is one of the most intelligent people we talk to out here, honestly. Definitely a brother for sure, and I greatly appreciate his correspondence, right, with a lot of these ideas. So yeah, blessings to Red, and I pray for his health and his safety, and all that type of stuff. And all you guys, right? I greatly appreciate your correspondence. I don't know how much you know that, right? But yeah, as I was saying, right? I mean, we're doing this study on techno-liberalism, right? And I've sort of dissected these two theories as part of a greater series, right? Or a explanation on the history of transhumanism, right? So we're bringing forth a lot of theories, right? Thank you for joining us here on The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And I hope you guys have clarity to see through the lies, my friends. The first step to blinding somebody is getting them to open their eyes, and the first step to seeing beyond the programming is to realize how you've been programmed. You can't kill what you can't see. And what most people think is real is just flickering shadows on a screen, images of things that aren't even real, right? And I have some very special, things that you guys have not seen, right? Most likely, right? To present to you guys here in a later part, sort of bonus footage. All right, and I think it'll be really important for you guys to stick around, right, and absorb some of these things. So yeah, blessings to all the people, right? And I got some cool things I want to bring up for you guys. Blessings to you guys, and talk to you guys soon.
precedence. Mr. Robinson for president. Rap fly, black tie, or else it's irrelevant. Tuxedo lethal is so heaven sent. B-boy stance like I'm the magnificent. At terrific speeds he slang these verses. World traveling, unraveling the bigger purpose. Suit and tie rap cleaner than the bar soap. Yeah, I get the point, but if it's dope, it's dope. Point blanks, joints rank higher than most in general. Top choice voice, that's the minimal. Let it go. Freedom is a place I live. It's so peaceful. Touch ground on motherland soul, give him a feet full. Foundation rap strapped to his back. Yeah, lay back cat with verbal all-out attack. Smack across your grill piece, Philly's thoughts. The scientists still in effect, laying these laws like what? Mystical strings on mics, we do magical things. Ill vibe the beat brings, it's a brand new swing. Universal connect, the high got you moving your neck. You showing approval and set straight out wreck. Mystical strings on mics, we do magical things. Ill vibe the beat brings, it's a brand new swing. Universal connect, the high got you moving your neck. You showing approval and set straight out wreck. Fiddle riddle melodies written illegibly. A lot of cats roll around feeling the styles allegedly. Of course, it's brand new pedigree. You telling me? Cats been trying to pull him off his square, but he just let it be. Forward, moving for real. This ain't no fast life. You might get blinded by speed looking for searchlights. If goddess is what you're looking for, come on, take a tour. Been around the world and I and some more. It's pure. We roll with the agreeable kind. Mind soldiers who overstand it's all in the mind. It's not over, it never ends. It's more than ink and pens. It's mystique and verbal technique that transcends the entire global guard. It's beyond any hemisphere. Drifting through the stratosphere, peering in your atmosphere. Have no fears. It's Mr. Robinson and Kiyotachi. The French connection, blessed these hot beats. Mystical strings on mics, we do magical things. Ill vibe the beat brings, it's a brand new swing. Universal connect, the high got you moving your neck. We show proof on the set, straight out wreck, yeah. Mystical strings on mics, we do magical things. Ill vibe the beat brings, it's a brand new swing. Universal connect, the high got you moving your neck. We show proof on the set, straight out wreck, y'all.
Okay, class, settle down. I'd like to introduce you to your new teacher. His name is Mr. K. Mr. K, would you like to tell the class about yourself?
I'm your new professor. I've improved the lesser message of your clueless testers. They've been removed, I am the new successor. The first assignment that I'll burst your mind with is to break the Earth's alignment. Find 6 different time zones and reverse the climate. Of course I'll time it within the glass where the sand particles pass. That's 10 books that you must read by the end of class. This is the only way to teach you right and make you see the light. And I forgot to mention, you have to read each one twice. No pens allowed in this assembly. Complex math and chemistry must instantly be committed to memory. And after you complete your 20 reads, focus your deep internal energy. Then learn to speak the language of the centipedes. No need to call you to the floor. What would you have to walk for? I brought a self-erasing, levitating chalkboard. Every lesson is taught in Mach 4. Even the clock stops to watch your body as it learns to flow through locked doors. Many fall from stress long before they acquiesce, cause it's hard to pass the test without cardiac arrest. Your brain use amount is tiny, 10% or less, but if someone reminds me, I'll help you access the other 90. We'll study making seconds momentless. I'll need a 5-page essay describing future inventions that don't exist. And after that, you'll have to try and top it. Hope your mind can process bringing in a real volcano as a science project. The more progression, the deeper the lessons. 90 multiple choice options on each of the questions. I'll teach you to build things without reading directions. My standard's so high that I'll punish you for reaching perfection. And once I broke the spell, all of you will learn to read unopened mail and bring a thing that can't be shown or told about the show and tell. Before we scratch the surface, I'll just test a person first, and every 30 seconds blur the whole semester's worth of work. The consequence for bad behavior is wrenching, sending you to detention in an evil, wicked dimension. And even though it's only minutes, the time seems like 1,000 ages. So many courses, the report cards are 1,000 pages. Each slide of history recited in its chronology. Unabridged dictionaries, every word's etymology. The Iliad and the Odyssey, you'll judge them with mockery. You'll even see the blue object that floats over the top of me. My classroom is an abnormal regime. Homework is rubbed into your forehead in the form of a cream. And no matter what you do, don't ever touch this bright folder. If you miss one day of class, I'll start your whole life over. Then at recess we play with gamma rays on average days. 10 millenniums of curriculum all on half a page. In every mind in here I'm linking them, which means you never have to raise your hands. You ask me questions by thinking them. Increments of time I'll wrinkle them and teach you how to carry galaxies in your book bags by shrinking them. You will see me as ugly, I don't need you to love me. Life or death pop quizzes on subjects that we didn't study. I'm sure you noticed several older people here in the class. They're students from my former school who haven't managed to pass. They've been with me since they were young, each class and each stage. Cause one of the courses that they kept failing was mastering age. You'll have to learn to see through people's minds like x-rays do. And if you somehow pass the class, I teach the next grade too. So with that said, my preamble is through. Pleasure to meet you. By the way, I'm Mr. K, your new second grade teacher.
From Berber, the Prince of Persia, a stitch of murder, the war observer saw him lynch a herder, blood wrenched from a lurker. Took a miss when he heard her, her neck in his grip, then he jerked her. Whispered pagan prayers, then let her go down the stairs. Curtains blew everywhere, he hurried through the night air. Lights flared from the watchtower. Search team with rock wallers, kings that got power. From queens that drop flowers, screams grew a lot louder. He schemes as the fox prowler. Caught him on the trail, lift the veil, tried to impale, it didn't go well, they both fell. Grabbed his coattail as the moon swelled in the open sky. The ocean in his eyes saw blue whales. From mountain high, the falcon glide above the island tribes of Cork. Smiling at his finger prize from off his cloth. He fell to his own demise for all his losses. Hell has thrones inside. His flesh and bones collected by the tides. Sand wet with foam, bubbles till they dry. The morning comes, the sky is lit with the sun. It's the earth kingdom, full 360 is spun. Prince amongst the living ones, children will run. Sit down and listen stunned how his mission was won. He said the night before I had dreams of being betrayed by the God. They consulted on a plan, I prayed on it hard. By day I cannot rest, by night there is no peace. I spoke to nobles, the wise men, and the holy priests. They told me it was grief, showed me too much sleep. I slowly went in deep. There I fought on beasts, awakened with torn sheets. Wrestled with devils and leveled his armies. The calm meek was breathed. Too tense to speak, I turned the other cheek. After I murdered his elite, I'm the Canaanite king with Babylonian wing. My battle's holy supreme, arrows are loaded on your team. As I swing the axe, all our kings are black. I'm the murderer and Merkaba, all bow and worship us. No book can interpret us. We're before night, we are pure light. We absorb sight, we the tallest height. We are called the bright, for social culture. As the day falls to its closure, like a retrograde turning off its motor. And the earth's shadow is in full exposure. 200,000 rays of light, slightly beige white, silvery dark grays overtake the third boulder. The land of kings and gods and the heavens are now lowered. Talk to him, priest. For a fortress, they ride on horses and kill with soldiers. The greed of man, the seed of damn, for we are the I am. Back when Africa was a tropical rainforest, the Tyrannosaurus, the planet's purest, went from combat with hands to swordmen. The cannons for warring, check the canyons for drawings. Famine made the land the poorest, unknown forces. The first books was just talking, and man found a way to record it. In ancient Samaria, they found records of schools and mortgage, tools they used for schools and soaring. Back when the natives first saw New Orleans. ghost in a white coat. I emerged from out of a blizzard, words are mystic. You disturb the true and living, the king and new of the village. My flow is carried by spirits and pulled from white bulls from heaven and lift by griffins. You all bear witness to my winters as I play the white grand piano in the snow with candle. I press the keys, you see the death angel on ski and goggles. Younger I was killer cardinal, the eagle owl, bring rats back to my hollow. There's none above me. I've been ruler since Anubis was a puppy, and Hollow Man was in the tree just a monkey, and Solomon stood before me just a dummy. Told Pharaoh to his face, y'all as good as mummies. I turned the Arctic and Gothic, went to Nebula in a rocket, dropped treasures from the cockpit. Return of the prophet and burnt orange garments, and pupils the shape of almonds. Bow and pay homage. Owls stay dormant till the day is dawning. Long wings and silence. Balance. My stance is 60, triangular. My room is circular, that's a Merkaba. Move timetables like furniture. Mathematics, add and subtract like burglars. Multiply, no divide, division is religion. I vocalize, most collide cause they superstitious. Horseshoes and crucifixes. Just being thoughtful, Jehovah Witness. Nods from the kitchen, the most savage lyrics written. Envision, tablets, lacking some broken mirrors. We make the summer snow.
Live waves can take the sun rays haze, run it through a photon maze and make it matter out the other way. Two rogue programs from a new motherboard reconciled to reveal scientific smorgasbord, speaking in non sequiturs, incomplete sentences, while giving you 1/4 of a lecture for repentance. Art apprentices modify appearances to get the proper clearance. It's too hard to succeed like royalty. Meanwhile, take 2 of these and you can tell them that you know me only if it helps you out to break the doubt of the ones without intellect upon the wrong route.
They may talk about their expertise with empirical data, but they had a fatal error at a critical point, so no critical acclaim, not in this digital domain, just insignificant stains on the canvas of a planet full of water and granite. As a standard, thoughts are often recorded, then offered for slaughter by a local source of arbitrary commentary, speaking fluent binary, so rarely do I converse with the fools who inhabit the universe. Let me exhibit the first spurts of the verse disbursement, a rampant severe contagion beyond means of containment. Mere beings can't explain its exponential spread. It's an existential thread in the fabric of universal static. The reason for its automatic place in the consistent continuum of time and space.
I need assistance, please beam me up. I roll my expensive sleeves up, now see if you can keep up as I rip my old degrees up. 33 now ease up for another reason. There's no time to put the shields up and it's trees in the season. Watch where you leave it, it's recently deceased that there was a bad event horizon. Now I've got my phone tapped by Verizon, well I'm like their client. I'm the last fighter and I can't even get compliance. KISS. Keep it strategically synthetic and complex. Don't fret, we're already witness this litmus test. True West, we try to keep abreast of the best.
You can rest assured, only the purest materials are used to fuse and bond matter. Monuments and molecules, it doesn't matter. Put the serum in the petri dish and watch the germs scatter toward a transparent border. An apparent attempt to escape the experiment. But this entire environment is controlled and confined, defined by parameters in mind and the desired outcome that I've outlined. Intertwined in a hypothesis, it's only within these limits that you exist. A bit more intricate than a test tube with red water and lots of dry ice. Go fill your lab up with some worthy merchandise. Check your measurements, make sure that they're all precise. It's evident that the student needs a more proven work ethic. We tried the exercise.
Individuals. We are free from land, country, religion, all your petty forms of human bondage.
Soul in my body, Illuminati want my mind, soul in my body. See the society trying to keep the eye on me.
Yeah, greetings.
So, what's going on?
Yeah,
what was it that you wanted to conversate about over here at your channel?
Well, I don't know if you've seen any of my shows here. We have a very specific regimen here. So if you watch the intro to the last show or any of the other shows before you called into a channel, right?
No, I never caught the beginning. I've always came in probably anywhere from 30
So
minutes to
let me ask
an
you,
hour or
what?
so after starts.
Okay, so let me ask you then, what caused you to click the link here, or request it, or come and talk to me then? Because it's clearly
You said
you're here.
that I was a coward. I would not show up at your channel. I wouldn't dare. That I would
No, I
be
think I was
quote
talking to
unquote
Flow
scared
State.
like Dusty. Yeah, and
Yeah.
you directed that to me as well. And I told you you obviously
Right.
didn't know me too well.
Okay, so you proved you're not afraid by being here, by clicking the link.
Not afraid to be here. Not afraid to hold whatever conversation it is that you thought we was gonna hold. Any of that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you know, you were talking about how dumb I am with Dusty and all that stuff. Remember in the
I
chat?
was talking shit. I told you I'm an internet
Right.
troll. You
Right, you
was
were
giving
talking
me the
shit.
reactions I wanted.
You're an internet troll and you get reactions, right? Okay. So
That's what a
why you're
troll
here.
does.
Right, so you're here for reactions.
No,
anything else
I'm
I can
here
help
to
you with?
prove I'm not a coward.
But you're a troll. Trolling is a form of cowardice.
And how is that so? You know I troll in
you don't
real
wanna
life
do-
too, right?
Yeah, but you don't want to have a real life when you're on the internet. You're too afraid to do that. You're too afraid to have real
No, I
conversations with
have
people.
real life conversations too. You actually got a couple guys in your chat that know me and have had real life conversations with me.
Cool. We could have a real life conversation if you want. You know, if you're
Okay,
here for
so what
that,
do you
or
want
if
to
wanna
conversate
troll,
about?
Do you think trolling is a real life conversation, or you just distinguish real life
No.
conversations?
Trolling
Do you
is
want to
just
interrupt me every
entertainment.
time I open my mouth? You want to interrupt me? Do you want to have a back and forth, or you
Well, you
seem on
sounded
edge?
very hostile, bro.
I'm not hostile at all. I'm just want to
Okay.
address whatever issue you may have. Right? But we do have hostile Hyperborean down there, so he's pretty hostile. But I don't take the moniker hostile. See, my channel is about discussing technical complexity, right? So usually I
Okay.
start off right. I talk about Mumford and Ellul. If you're familiar with those two figures, right? We talk about different ideas. Mainly, like at the end of my show, usually, right? We play the Unabomber Manifesto, right? So we're not really afraid to talk about any topics, including the ones that'll get you banned, right? So we're not really here to monetize the content here, for discussions the way some of the other channels do, right? So we're heavily critical of fake conversations on the internet, obviously, right? But we do like to
Okay.
have real conversations about technical complexity, right? Focusing mainly around, those thinkers, right? Now, some of their ideas, right? Like, for example, right? Like Mumford, right? We were talking about Mumford yesterday, right? And he was saying that man cannot be defined as a tool-making animal. He's a symbol-making animal because it's the symbolic reference frame, right, that actually separated us from the natural forms of organization, right? So human society, right, most of the technology was used for cultural symbols, right? So he's saying that all the technology that's used for social organization, right, that's what Ellul calls technique, right? So we say how techniques have become complexified, right? So what we talk about is complexification of means, and that is an effect of technology itself. Technology causes the complexification of means, right? And that means that there's not only a massification of means, that means the how-to becomes more standardized, right, across the board, but it also becomes complexified, meaning it becomes filtered out through a rule of experts, right? So these are the two things. So this has a psychological effect on the person, right? The two main psychological effects it has is a feeling of alienation and a feeling of over-socialization, right? And this video will be posted on the other channel, so you could, slow down what I said and look up all the terms that I'm talking about, and look up the thinkers I'm talking about and reference them, right? This is supposed to be a music stream, but I just simply wanted to tell you a little bit of what my channel is about since you were interested. But yeah, blessings. See, we have another person here. Blessings.
All right. Well, I'll try to catch up with you on another stream where you're not holding your music streams, and we'll hold conversation.
Yeah, of course. But let me finish that one statement, right? The psychological effects that it has, right, through this dual level, right? One is about the alienation, and the other is about over socialization, right? So these are the two psychological effects that Uncle Teddy mentions in the Unabomber Manifesto, right, that deal with liberalism, right? He says that technological society forces or imposes liberal values, but this is a psychological effect of the technological system, right? So it's imposed on the masses because the masses are told that they're individuals, so they're atomized, but they're also collectivized, right? Because they're equal, right? So there's these two dual pressures that operate on human psychology due to the technological system, which is a global system, right? So it's not about nation states. It's not about your political ideology. It's not about your race or, your religion, right? Even though those things are important to preserve, because those things are sort of social mechanisms that counteract the mechanization of society, right? Because they're human techniques, right? So we got to move technique to the human level, meaning the cultural or social level, instead of the level of mass mechanization, right? Where it turns into a global system where we're then guided by technological progress instead of human, concerns, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
I see how some of that fits in, and I see some of it as
so
ideology that doesn't fit in, but okay.
Yeah. So I give a whole bunch of different things on the history of transhumanism, right? I refer to a bunch of different thinkers, right? Like the ones I just mentioned, Ellul and Mumford and stuff. Mainly, I'm talking about their ideas right now, right? So if you disagree with them, I have actually, provided critiques of their ideas as well, right? But
I've heard of these guys. Have I actually checked into their ideology, their belief systems, and what the mechanisms of all of this intergoing thought process that they have? No, but I'd
that's
be
why we're
willing
here.
to.
Yeah, that's why we're here. Right? We just do it for free. We have open conversations about that stuff. Anybody can come in and talk about it. The link is usually open. I show you the references and the text, and we can refer to them and work through the different things. If somebody doesn't understand a sentence, we read it again. All that type of stuff is just a public forum, right? So Dusty's been in the public forum many times, right? He collaborated, right? We were talking about Nietzsche's Antichrist. I was offering him different arguments against Christianity, right? So, so there we discuss Antichrist, right, of Nietzsche, right? Sections 58, 59, and 60. I was in the middle of discussing them. I invited him on the stream to discuss it with me, and he had a great time.
No, I could see how you got quite a bit of knowledge of these characters that you're studying.
Yeah. I look into a lot of different stuff, and none of the stuff I look into, I say I have a professional knowledge or concern with. I totally consider myself unprofessional. I'm ready to be taught by anybody who comes in, and I'm self-taught 100%. And I tell everybody who my teachers are, so they can look them up and all that stuff. And so it's not that complex.
Well, I don't know if I'll be able to come in and teach against these guys, but will I be able to point out fallacies that I see? I do believe I could.
Yeah, but I won't be
that type
working.
of service.
Yeah, but I won't be going in Dusty's chat or working with him anymore because he tries to slander, my channel and what I cover here, and also he said, I wrote a book with AI before AI was ever a thing. He just made up a bunch of information. So the dude is just a stone cold just liar. Yeah, I tried to reason with him, right, but he just make up all these lies about me. All right, so I just said, all right, dude, I don't need to work with you anymore, and I let him know that. And he said, I'm afraid to talk to him. Like fucking hell I am. I'll click the link for anybody. In the middle of my music stream, I'll click the link for anybody because I'm interested in talking to people.
Like me, he's capable of actual genuine conversation, but his main focus on the platform is drama.
Right. So that's why I'm not.
Understand the ideology behind that stuff.
Yeah.
Right?
So see how the interests very much conflict, right? Because as I said earlier, I'm here to have real conversations where we can compare our knowledge and compare the sources for that knowledge. You see what I mean?
So did the issues happen over here at your channel, or did the issues happen when you was visiting his channel? Would be my next question.
Well, I refused to visit his channel because he wanted to manufacture drama, which he admitted live. So I refused to go to his channel where they slander me and manufacture drama. So then he held it against me. I don't know why.
So
I don't know why.
I'd be assuming that that's where the problem started, is at his channel, then, which would be understandable because he does drama.
No. Like I said, I could show you the stream. Right, it's on the Cyber Caliphate channel. Right, I'll drop the link in the chat here.
Yeah,
right?
I'll just check out the links over there in a second. You can get back to your show.
Yeah, it's just they wanted to come there for a fake debate or whatever, right? On his channel so that he could get paid for it. And I said, no, I'm not willing to debate these things. I said, if you're really interested in debating these things, you can come to my channel where I'll lay out the first thing that I just talked to you, right? Introduce them to the topic, introduce them to the different ideas, right? In terms of mechanization, right? In terms of society, right? Introduce the main points, right? About technological complexity, right? And we could have a conversation or a debate about it if they want, but they did not want to have that. They're totally dishonest. They said, no, we want to drama farm and act gay as fuck. So I said, all right, you guys do your thing and I'll do mine. You stay on your side of the fucking road and I'll stay on my side of the fucking road. And yeah, I mean, that's pretty much explains the entire story. But, I'm glad you came by.
Well, like I said, I'm capable of normal conversation, and I'll be willing to give it a shot with you. But I ain't gonna lie, outside of this channel, I'll respect your channel for what your channel does. But outside of this channel, I'm very much a drama guy.
Okay, so you like to LARP online.
Don't expect, a one-sided character. I have multiple dimensions to me.
Okay.
Well, what do you consider LARPing, Browns boy?
Acting like someone you're not.
No, I'm very much an asshole.
Playing characters online. Okay, so here let's see real quick. Just maybe you're not aware yet, but your boy Dusty's been caught planting fake drama, cyberbullying of autistic people. So he
oh my God. Are we going to talk about Jeff being cyberbullied? Can a grown person be bullied?
Look, dude, look, I let you speak, okay? You just sat up here and LARPed about Dusty, making this a commercial about Dusty.
I'm just asking you, can a grown-up really be bullied? Especially when there's a little red X button that you can exit
I don't know.
out of.
Give me your mom's phone number. We'll see.
You really want that? Because she's as much of an asshole as I am.
Bro, you're a
just
LARPer.
like the rest
You're
of my
a LARPer.
family.
You're a LARPer. You're not used to real shit, and you express that you like not being used to real shit. And you came over here to do a commercial. You came over here to do a commercial for Dusty. Okay, maybe you're just dumb. Maybe you're just a useful idiot. But his little pack of people is being broken up because if they keep following what he's doing,
to be a follower. You sound like an idiot, Browns boy. I operate on my own.
See, what we do a lot here is we match people's energy, right? So if people want to play a lot of games, right? We, on disrespect people, we got people who could do that too online, all right? But okay, you guys want to do that all day because you're bored, all right? It's kind of fucking gay.
I'm not gonna have a LARP fight with this dude. If he wants to be real, he can be real, and he can keep the real here, and he can leave the LARP shit over where the drama LARP scamming goes on with a known scammer with Fed ties. Okay.
I LARP wherever I LARP, if that's what you call LARPing. And I just told this man I would respect his channel. I came up here respectful. You seem like you're a little bit emotional.
I'm just telling you.
Frankly, I don't appreciate some of your opinions.
Okay,
so I'm definitely going to be an asshole to you, Browns boy.
I'm emotional.
And then you try to assume that I'm a follower when I operate by my own means. Don't nobody.
Dude, you sound like such a bitch. You sound like such a bitch.
I sound like a bitch, but you're the one that came up here crying. Okay, buddy.
Okay, you're saying that I'm crying, bro. You're just trying to get reactions like, well, it was already
you came
told.
Up here in an attempt to assassinate my character. You don't even know my character yet.
Well,
your character's a piece of shit. Your character's a piece of shit.
You trying to assassinate people's character. You don't fucking know them. You don't know anything they talk about.
Yeah,
that's you.
And
that's you.
Emotional responses. Yeah, I do that too. But see, the difference between me and this guy is I can admit this type of shit. I bet
How about you're a bitch? How about you're a bitch who hangs out with LARPing ass bitches who get caught scamming online and being linked to Fed groups? How about that's you?
How about I don't give a damn what your opinion is, and you're welcome to your own opinion.
Oh, right. I don't give a damn. I'm just here. I don't give a damn. You're a LARPing ass bitch, bro. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Are you getting all your emotions out? I'll leave when the channel owner wants me to leave. That's no problem. I said I'd respect this channel, and I'm a man of my word.
On your own. No. I thought you operated on your own.
I do
But now you
operate
leave
on
when the
my
channel.
own, but
Dude, you're a
I was
bitch
having
ass
a
actor, bro.
conversation with the
You're
channel owner. You came up
okay.
there out of
Yeah.
your emotions and trying
Oh,
to
the
go
channel
ahead
owner.
and pull some strings of
Oh.
mine by telling me
Oh,
about
because
another
your
individual. Like
friend
that's
Dusty
gonna
is a
change
scammer.
my opinion.
Your friend Dusty is a scammer. Your
I
friend
don't
Dusty is a
believe
scammer,
anybody
a
on the
liar, a
internet is
drama.
my
Your
friend.
friend
I
Dusty
have
is a scammer.
associates.
Your friend Dusty is a scammer. Your friend Dusty is a scammer and a liar, and he's been caught planting
That
drama,
sounds
and
like
he
a
has
you and
links
Dusty
to Fed.
problem. How's
Your
that my
friend Dusty
issue?
is a scammer. Your friend Dusty is a scammer.
Are you trying to like brainwash me and program this in my head or something? I don't care what your opinion is about somebody
I know
else.
your bitch ass.
Here's the thing: is like
I know your bitch
like,
ass
most of y'all
boyfriend's
people-
gonna.
Yeah, but here's the thing: like most of y'all people, like nobody has to like program any of you guys. Like you guys are already programmed. Like straight up, like you
No,
guys
I
sit there and
just
watch
do what I
drama
like.
content. You guys sit there and watch drama content. Like
He doesn't
like,
nobody
I like emotional
Dude,
reactions,
if
and your
anyone,
friend kind of
nobody's gonna
gives them out.
program.
I'm enjoying this a
Nobody's
little
gonna
bit.
program this guy but Dusty.
But wait, you live on emotional
Nobody's gonna
reaction.
program this guy but Dusty.
You
I
said
don't
you
live
said
on it. I'm entertained by it. There's a difference between
exactly. That's
living
what I
on something
mean.
and being
That's what I
entertained
Yeah,
mean.
by
but the
something.
That's what I mean.
entertainment only lasts so long until it gets boring as fuck.
Yeah, like it's the same
Oh, it
thing.
does occasionally. That's why I said I'm
You
capable
get
of real
entertained.
conversation too. I
You get
mix it up.
entertained. You get entertained by goy slop and trash. That's the problem. You're already a psyop person.
AI slop.
Yeah,
Like you're
sometimes
already
I am quite entertained by drama.
right. So nobody needs to program any of you guys. You guys are already programmed.
Getting de-patterned or something.
Yeah, like what you need to do is like go like walk in the park, like go fishing, like go read a book, like go do other things.
I do that on sometimes. I just came back from a 2-day
No,
vacation.
that's how you need to spend 90% of the time, and then with your family. All right, that's probably
For
best.
sure. Technology
Yeah, I
sucks.
spend a good time with my family too. You often see my wife on panels with me.
That's the opposite. If she's on the panel, then you're on the internet with your family.
Yeah, occasionally she comes on the internet. I occasionally be on the internet. I be on the internet a lot more than she does. I mean, I get entertainment out of this. I also get, monetary value sometimes out of it. I mean, it is what it is. I don't watch TV because TV is a brain control device in itself. I gave that up about 13 years ago.
All right, so are these panels, exactly.
If you let the panels influence you instead of being the influencer, yes,
You
they
think-
can.
You think they're not
Well, it
influencing you?
depends on how subconscious it gets. I
Right,
don't know.
like if you engage in something like all the time, like through like complex means, like technology that you can't create yourself, like how involved are you in what you're doing?
Well, I do create. I mean, have you took the time to just click and look at my channel? It would be a question I'd ask you. Have you took the time to ask people that's known me for years? Like I see you had Joe Cool up here. I've known Joe Cool over a decade.
Okay, that doesn't impress me.
No, I'm just saying these are people that you could get some insight that I'm not a one-sided character. It's not drama about people.
Have you see if you've seen my channel, you've known that I've talked to Joe Cool for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours.
Oh yeah,
All
he
right.
enjoys good
All right,
conversation
say whatever you
too.
want.
But as you know, if you know Joe Cool well, you know he's a diverse character. He can do some trolling himself and does. He's not all about intellectual conversation all the time. He likes a diversity.
Bro, you
in
think
his
you're not
content
even a
as
good
well.
troll?
I'm not trolling right now. But I am still getting the same emotional reaction out of you as if I was.
I'm just telling you.
And I'm fine with that.
Oh, it's emotional again. It's so emotional again because you said so.
No, it's in your voice and the tone and the fact that you felt the need to jump up here
Oh, it's
when
in
I was
my
having
voice.
a
You can.
one-on-one conversation
You've got your
to
computer
try to
there
run your
analyzing people's
narratives and
voices
hoping that
to
that
tell how
would pressure
triggered they
me
are.
into seeing things your
That's
way.
not like the 5th time you said that, and it's not been true. That's not you projecting at all, right?
That's an observation.
Oh, okay. Well, dude, your observations are worth shit. Clearly.
That's also
That's
another
my
one of your
observation.
opinions. See, my observations aren't for you. My observations are for me. They serve me. Me observing something doesn't serve nothing for anybody outside.
Okay.
Keep talking, dude. You sound like such an idiot.
Well, what is
Keep going.
you observing something like
What
if
else you got?
if you observe something, how is that going to benefit me in my life? It can go vice versa as well.
Watching the Watchers or something. I don't know. Or watching the Larkers.
Maybe
anime.
because if you hang around a Fed-linked guy, who's been caught scamming on the internet like Dusty, maybe if you listen to my what I'm saying, not towards you, just in general, and not take offense to it, then maybe it'll save you something in the future. Who are you or I to tell?
That's actually not what I'm taking offense to. You're telling me these things like they matter to me and like it's supposed to change my ideals and thought process on who I choose to hang around. Dusty's not the only person I hang around. You see some of the other characters I hang around.
That's
you
your
would
opinion.
assume Dusty was mediocre in this piece of shit person that you think he is, because he's really not as bad as some of the people I hang with.
Dude, how does Dusty's ball sack taste?
Yeah, but you know that says more about you.
You are weird, and that's kind of gay. You had to visualize that to even come up with that shit. You're visualizing a man's balls.
You visualized it when I said
mouth.
For the music.
That's homosexual as hell.
5 minutes.
And that's an observation as well. But anyway, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and let you get back to your music.
Sooner.
We'll have another conversation
lay off the
at
fluoride.
some other.
Lay off the fluoride, buddy.
Keep being emotional, buddy.
Your boy's
It does
Fed
you
linked, and your boy's a scammer on the internet. Have a great day. Have a great day. Have a
Yeah,
great
you
day.
too.
Have a great day.
Have a
I
nice
hope you
day.
have a better day, actually. Yeah,
Yeah,
nice
check out
day.
the
A
tunes,
good
Exile.
day.
Yeah, check out the tunes, man. Blessings.
Yeah, take it easy, TNL. And nice to meet you, Lone Wolf.
Yeah,
easy.
Give it a week. Let's have this conversation again in 2 weeks.
I'm glad. I'm kind of surprised you have a good connection, Bronze Boy. Usually, it kicks you or something.
Yeah,
StreamYards.
Totally unproductive there. Yeah, but okay, I don't know why that happened. All right.
I said StreamYards and it responded. This is kind of weird.
I kind of feel like they planned that shit because, like, even with the Orthodox guy, like
there he goes.
Yeah, like he showed up at a weird time when I kept saying like I'm trying to shut down and stuff. You know, it's like they purposefully show up at like a time. Like this stream literally says music. It's like, all right, can we talk now? And I was like, what? Yo. Yo, are you there, homie? All right, shit, I guess not. No. Well, we tried that for a second. Let's move on to the next phase of this.
I'm driving out, it's time for me to let you know something. Blow something, get dope, blow a O, reload and start dumping, hard pumping, crack, nigga, it's no sleep. My mystique medallions going in, but yo beat my swagger feet sweet like Ali Swift. Sugar Ray jabbing God to the body, machine gun out the cabinet down to the lobby. That's if we got a problem. It's all hood like Robin, and natural like volcanic spring, Fiji the waters. Never with writer's block, always easy to start up. As Beezy Gas against reality sticks, straight from Cali to Bits. It's medallions, bitch. Hustlers G's, YG's, GOD's. I need cash on delivery. COD, FC, West Side, nigga, we on G. To my niggas from my hood that depend on me, we gon' get it. To tell the truth, it's a funny thing. I went from being broke, but now I'm having things. And I'ma stay fresh, stay fly. We taking this from LA, Fresno to the Bay Side. To tell the truth, it's a funny thing. I went from being broke, but now I'm having things. From this side to that side, from CA to down south, all the way to the NY. Body can fuck with the diamond clustered professional flow champion on the riffs production. This is big music for a large artist. As far as rappers in the game, sorry, you're all targets. You'll be a mystery martyr.
I got a gun with a sign that says this is retarded, but the mind is more darker. I terrorize guys to fly Arthur, defying all laws of apartheid. Who want drama? I'm iller than Dama, holding a llama. I'm a Osama suicide bomber. Niggas thought my city had a bunch of farmers, but the only thing we farming is pounds of ganja. Let me supply you. You don't really want to meet your rivals. You would have thought you was the main course, the way we raise the heat to fry you. Stop cake, you should never try to. You better listen to them motherfucking voices talking deep inside you. To tell the truth, it's a funny thing. I went from being broke, but now I'm having things. And I'ma stay fresh, stay fly. We taking this from LA, Fresno to the Bay Side. To tell the truth, it's a funny thing. I went from being broke, but now I'm having things. From this side to that side, from CA to down south, all the way to the NY. Fuck all the small talk, you ain't a G. My niggas don't believe you and we wanna see. To all the soldiers in the hood that depend on me. If a nigga blow up, I might throw you a key. And that's real, like sleeping on the couch, looking burnt out. Plotting on the turned out Vicky. My delivery is tight like Nixon, and I was destined since the day Cool Herc put the plug in the system. Thug system, hip-hoppers and drunks with drugs in their system. I heard life is a bitch, but niggas love bitches. So to the end, and I'll be working millions and hurting feelings. Plus owning many mansions for my clique to chillin'. You never get the villain, never try to figure me out. Just know that in this game, nigga, my shit's the realest. And this is my vengeance. You should praise my image medallions till my days is finished. That's the business. To tell the truth, it's a funny thing. I went from being broke, but now I'm having things. And I'ma stay fresh, stay fly. We taking this from LA, Fresno to the Bay Side. To tell the truth, it's a funny thing. I went from being broke, but now I'm having things. From this side to that side, from CA to down south, all the way to the NY.
Murder medallions, mugs material, soul assassin, gold chain music, yeah. Yo, I'm on my trademark shit, straight spit with a full clip, busting at you stool pigeons. True religion, new with the vision, coop in the kitchen, richer than Nixon, true blue 76er. If I snap, you probably get the picture. I strike like a pitcher, your fucking hike hit ya. Get with the stick shifter of files, my mind running wild off natural elixirs. And this is the final frontier of the mission. You still talking about you got holes, homie, you ain't pimping. I ain't tripping, and emphatically not slipping. But start ripping, and it can turn to something different. I ain't playing, hey yo, somebody better pay him. I might just run in the spot and start spraying with the thing waving. It's kinda insane, ain't it? But nah, this is pain language. I ain't playing, hey yo, somebody better pay him. I might just run in the spot and start spraying with the thing waving. It's kinda insane, ain't it? Yeah. But nah, this is pain language. Yo, who's the nicest? The truth is that if it was known, half of y'all would have a middle-aged crisis. As I write this or wrote this, I think of the sacrifice it took and all the doors that was never open. And I'm the hottest thing smoking. Soak it in and get your heart broken. Look, fuck moping. I'm leaving with a bag of tokens. So try to find another ash you can blow your smoking. I'm somebody you better know. Heavyweight in the game that's busy with the schedule. And the streets told me to never come regular. Now everything I do is incredible. It's on, nigga. I ain't playing. Hey yo, somebody better pay him. I might just run in the spot, start spraying with the thing waving. It's kinda insane, ain't it? But nah, this is pain language. I ain't playing. Hey yo, somebody better pay him. I might just run in the spot, start spraying with the thing waving. It's kinda insane, ain't it? But nah, this is pain language.
Make you feel the anguish. Let me tell you what the aim is to introduce you to pain language. You want beef, but don't know what you started for. Call me Sun Tzu, gifted in the art of war. Talk is cheap, we don't say much. We greet him with the heater and leave him bleeding and such. You understand? You run the man, and goddamn you ain't hallucinating like Alice in Wonderland. The pain is real and my stainless steel as a mind of its own. What's on his brain is killed. Break your jaw, we break your will. Take the boy to the ER, his blood got still. I come from the block where the Glocks pop constantly. We the real shit, you bitches are wannabes. What you wanna be doing is getting out of here. The motto of the assassin, put a bullet in his ear.
I ain't playing, hey yo, somebody better pay him. I might just run in the spot and start spraying with the thing waving. It's kinda insane, ain't it? But nah, this is pain language. I ain't playing, hey yo, somebody better pay him. I might just run to the spot and start spraying with the thing waving. It's kinda insane, ain't it? But nah, this is pain language. You know what I'm saying? Get your hands out of real, still in my nigga. Real, that's great. Get your hands out of still in my nigga. You know what I'm saying? Shit is real. Still medallions in the atmosphere. It's crack. Still past that. Yeah. Yeah. Alright. Trump, war, lords. Yo, Slapbox 52, hand combat, man down, now you getting treated like a little youth. Pearl handle, black Ruger popping up. It's the return of the trench coat mafia. You got a click, but I bet they won't die for your last nigga that fronted. I Muammar Gaddafi them. I'm busting lead in, Armageddon, God is 7. Top of the dome, it's embedded. I said it, step in the realms and get sweated. My foes get beheaded, live with no edits, shredded. Negative thoughts about the G.O.D., you better dead it, cause that's bad credit. All night, me on the mic is athletic. High heights, seeing my sight is like heaven. Fire and flights of bad weather, whatever. Get it together, my neck leather. Once again, welcome to the fucking next level. Metal plus netter, stretch limousines, machine guns running up with 26 villains. Fuck everything old, we fight for the children. 10 steps raw, who want war? Raise your swords and prepare for the lords. Running around like lions in the forest, and we came to conquer the land just like Moors. 10 steps raw, who want war? Raise your swords and prepare for the lords. Running around like lions in the forest, and we came to conquer the land just like Moors. Throwing flying guillotines for Philistines. Came with an illa team to run up in your castle and kill your king. I'm doing my thing, dance with the Lord in the ring, standing firm in the square like butterbean. I'm hotter than Shambala, draw swords before Makata. Rude boy shot up for top dollar. I'm not a fake ass rapper that's not solid. I got it, to say I'm the hottest is just modest. My ass is to melt down anything, so anything in my lane, man, I'm killing it. 2 bottles of jewels, 1 spoon of ignorance. It's the vigilant spit, chemist is injuring. Any contender wanna act like he's bigger than I. It's getting baked and fried, and that's minimum. MCs who wanna compete, I take 10 of them. Clowns in the street want heat, I got Dillingers, and that's how it really goes. So get familiar with it, and stop looking at the motherfucking videos. Choose your weapon, my tools is lessons. True connections, wrong draw, you lost your profession. 10 steps wrong, who want war? Raise your swords and prepare for the lords. Running around like lions in the forest, and we came to conquer the land just like Moors. 10 steps raw, who want war? Raise your swords and prepare for the lords. Running around like lions in the forest, and we came to conquer the land just like Moors.
Let the rhythm hit him, chew him up, spit him out, get him out. Let's see if the barrel fit in his mouth. Hear the lion roar, what you crying for? I'm at the hot gates, open up the iron door. I'm the king of the jungle, so ready to rumble. Gunshots put the room on humble. I flip beats and make the words tumble, and flip bricks and I sleep on a bundle. Claiming you're off the chain, homie, I'm off the board. Dunk in your face, I'm the Lord of War. I'm so much more, you bitches should never step up. I never lit up, you fuckers will never get up. Ice in my veins, ice on my chains. I'm nice in the lane, think twice for your fame. Shoot around like dice in the game, you crap out. Break your bones when I make you tap out.
10 steps raw, who want war? Raise your swords and prepare for the lords. Running around like lions in the forest, and we came to conquer the land just like Moors. 10 steps raw, who want war? Raise your swords and prepare for the lords. Running around like lions in the forest, and we came to conquer the land just like Moors.
My nigga Lewis Parker. What's good? From the UK to Fresno. You know how we do. Yeah. On this shit, man. Yeah. Yo.
Yo, live and direct from the FCC. PA Medal, I bust like squeezing the heat. For my niggas in the trap, getting bundles of bread. Get money, but don't let it get to your head. This shit is funny. And 223s can make the situation ugly. It's no room for fumbling. Them happy-go-lucky type niggas get shot for always letting shit slide. They too comfy. It's all about me and my puppies. Oh, mamas, I'm a fucking tyrant. When it comes to that violence, the soundtrack is ambulance sirens from guns firing. Fireworks in the streets be going off like the fairgrounds. Fuck a stare down, niggas is there now, and you out. Shit be somersaulting through you, tearing you out. It ain't no hood in you, so quit acting like you bulletproof before I fuck around and put it through you. Yeah, you know what it do. Play crazy, tough talk, it don't faze me. Niggas get shot every day, be thug living, selling drugs like it's religion from the mud children. Getting busy, we don't listen, cause niggas where I'm from give a fuck what you think. As long as they getting money, then they fucking with the streets, cause we thug living, selling drugs like it's religion from the mud children. Getting busy, we don't listen, cause niggas where I'm from give a fuck what you think. As long as they getting money, then they fucking with the streets.
Yo, niggas talk hype like they getting mad biz. LP on the SB, son, you know what it is. Young bloods on they hustle, need to stay on they ones and twos. Niggas step the wrong streets and have to come up out the gym shoes. It's hard not to lose when you're caught up in that ill static. It was nice living high like getting paid off of drug addicts. Try to play the big boys, got laced with them automatics. Climbing fast money, attract the young and poor like a magnet. Life is tragic for the dope boy who got move slickly. Carrying heavy weight, moving from city to city. Cats get caught on some silly shit like smashing out that dizzy bitch. Buster stick up kid was in the hallway with his milli fix. But shots through your stomach and made off with your 50 bricks. Niggas wanna be really rich, I've got it all kind of ends. Now cats will switch up and straight up rip off their friends. Brothers can lose it all, going out for revenge. It's called
thug living, selling drugs like it's religion from the mud children. Getting busy, we don't listen, cause niggas where I'm from give a fuck what you think. As long as they getting money, then they fucking with the streets, cause we thug living, selling drugs like it's religion from the mud children. Getting busy, we don't listen, cause niggas where I'm from give a fuck what you think. As long as they getting money, then they fucking with the streets. Coming straight out the future, it's all Gucci. When niggas like me get on top, it's revolution. Keep wishing, told you I was live and direct. Fuck, I look like sneak dissing. I do what I want, when I want, how I want, like I want. You fucking with me, what type of pipe you on? This is man shit, respect bitch, I demands it. I earned my spot while most of y'all was handpicked. The block, I'm a product of that, you a host. Frog cat trying to adapt, hey yo, all hell Medalliano. Last spotted up the Damianos, Italiano, me and my manos, you know the motto. $300 gold bottles, rap nigga from Pato getting his avocados. Taste my coke, my nigga, it's the realest work. But play with my dough, get more than just your feelings hurt. Thug living, selling drugs like it's religion from the mud children. Getting busy, we don't listen, cause niggas where I'm from give a fuck what you think. As long as they getting money, then they fucking off the streets, cause we thug living, selling drugs like it's religion from the mud children. Getting busy, we don't listen, cause niggas where I'm from give a fuck what you think. As long as they getting money, then they fucking with the streets, 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 streets.
Questions, or you want to say some shit?
Oh yeah, I will.
Reading my article, like I don't want to be sucking my own dick.
No,
you know
yeah,
You know,
Sure, yeah.
It's not cool, right?
Yeah,
I'm cool with self promotion and like chilling because I know like I'm the product, but on the same level, like motherfucker, it puts people to fuck off when I do that type of shit. You know what I mean? Like you gotta have other people push the shit. And I think about that. Like bro, on Substack, there's so many people who like quote themselves, and I'm like, bro, listen, stop it. You know what I mean? If your shit is quotable, you know what I mean? Like motherfuckers will quote it.
As I said in the previous article, marked here, you can see how clearly smart and correct I was.
No. They don't even do that, bro. They'll literally like quote themselves as if like, yo, that was a fire line right there. Yeah, fucking exactly. Right. And like, but you're quoting yourself. Like, stop, bro. Like, you can't do that shit. No. Like, I can understand if you told like a good joke, right? You know, I mean, you just want to share the joke or whatever it is. Like, I have a buddy of mine, or ex-buddy of mine at this point, but he made up this joke and he said, listen, you know what I mean? We can make a deal with the blacks, right? Like, they can have like Black History Month, but we only do it on like non-leap years, and we can call it the 3/4 compromise, right? And that's a great fucking joke. Like, it's a great joke. And he should be telling it on a regular basis. You know what I mean?
Repeat that joke one more time. I didn't hear that because I was trying to share the link. Repeat that joke, the 3/4 joke. I want to hear that one.
All right. So, like, he said, listen, we can make a deal with the black people and say you can have Black History Month, right? But only on non-leap years, and we can call it the 3/4 compromise. Right? And that's a great fucking joke.
I guess once in a fucking blue moon, we're going to do a 3/4 Yeah, I remember that shit. So,
I like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, over 3/5 of people or whatever. It's a great fucking compromise just as a whole. All right. So anyway, fucking to the article, right? So I wrote this, I don't know, like an hour or two ago, whatever it was, right? This is what was lost, what a world of cheap goods and labor has stolen from us. It is 5 a.m. The wind houses you open the door and step onto your wooden porch. The snow cuts across your face. This is picked up from the neighbor's roof and blows towards you. You walk towards the steps, listening to ice crackle under your feet. You get to your 1986 Chevy K10 pickup truck. The door handle is cold and the button sticks as you press it to open the door. You pump the gas pedal 4 or 5 times, trying to push the gas into the intake from the carburetor. The key turns and the motor whines as it gallops, trying to start. The motor turns as you pump the gas pedal desperately, trying to get it to fire. You stop for a moment and wait, listening to the wind blowing across the metal roof line. You pop the hood and tap on the carburetor, attempting to free the float in the bowl. You check the distributor cap and rotor. You grab the can of ether from inside the cab and spray a little in the air cleaner, then hop back in the truck. You pump the gas a few more times and hit the key once more. It revs and you push on the gas pedal, holding it to the floor as it coughs a few times before finally the old 305 fires off. You hold the gas halfway down to keep it running and attempt to warm the motor to get the glass defrosted. You walk back into the house and you see your 10-year-old son putting his boots on. You ask him what he's doing. I'm getting ready to come plowing with you, he replies, standing up straight with pride. You smile and pat him on the head and reach in the cabinet for some hot cocoa. You place the pot in the wood stove and grab a piece of wood, shoving it into the square hole in the front of the cast iron belly. You pour in the milk from the glass jar into the pot and let it boil while the truck runs out front. Cut off 2 pieces of bread from the loaf your wife cooked yesterday and place them on top of the stove to brown. The pot boils and pour the contents of the cocoa packets in the 2 coffee mugs and fill them with milk, handing one to your son. You know he'll get used to this process over the course of his life, and today will not be the last time he leaves the house at 5 a.m. You and he sit and put in some carbs for the long day that begins now. The 2 of you get in your first job for the day and you show him how to run the plow control. Once you're done plowing the lot, you have to shovel the walks and put down salt. He grabs the shovel and helps you as you push through the heavy snow. You finish your lot and head off to the second. The roads are full of snow drifts and haven't been plowed yet. You go slow, but eventually you hit a dip in the road and the plow gets stuck. Time is money on a day like today. Businesses want to open and you are the one who can get them to that status. Your child, though, is now stuck in a truck surrounded by a deafened world of white. You get out and try to dig the plow out to no avail. It has to come off and be drugged to the bed. The plow weighs nearly 350 pounds. You know you can't move it on your own. You look at your son through the windshield. You open his door and tell him you need his help. You set the plow down as far as it'll go and unhook it. You each take a side and lift. He handles his end like a grown man for a few steps. He looks at you as he drops it, feeling embarrassed. You smile and say, "Boy, that's damn good. Think you can go again?" "I think so," he stammers as he stammers through his jacket zipper. He bends down and lifts and starts walking. You move at his speed, and little by little you reach the back of the truck. You finagle the plow under the bed and get the truck unstuck, turn around and find another route to the next customer. You finish your day as the sun sets and he is fast asleep. You walk over and carry him into the house. You 2 just made enough money to pay the mortgage and electric bill for the month in a day. He has no idea how instrumental he was to you. He has no clue that you just watched the boy become a man and earn for the family. He has no idea how important today was. You tuck him into bed and stare at him for a minute. He is exactly what every father prays for. The things he did today will leave a mark on him for the rest of his life. He will pour in this memory when times get hard at future jobs and have the wherewithal to move forward, when his bones and muscles scream, when he has a son to feed and a roof to keep over his children's head. He won't quit. He will find a way. This is no different than the countless generations before, the ones who went to Bastogne or saved the airborne boys by having the ability to troubleshoot problems and keep their tanks running through the winters of Northern Europe battling the Nazis. The men who had to build bridges over creeks or barges to cross rivers to sell their crops with nothing but an axe, a dream, and an empty stomach. The men who laid the crops in the ground and built the cabins out of foreign wood in harsh environments, who buried their great-great-grandparents. Somewhere between the summer of love and the George Floyd riots, we lost some of that. The ability to buy food at the store and put auto bills on a credit card gave us the ability to divorce ourselves. We no longer relied on our neighbors and our grit to get by. We stopped caring about the horses that carried us from place to place. We used to be stewards of our possessions. This is why when we say women should be property, it seems like a foreign concept. No one maltreated their possessions before the 1960s. You oiled and greased your machinery. You sharpened your knives and axes. You oiled your leathers and guns. The basic thing called stewardship and maintenance has become a lost art form. This was a song from Toby Keith, may he rest. There was a song from Toby Keith, may he rest in peace, called "Made in America." He sings about his pappy's disgust of people driving foreign cars and wearing cotton we didn't grow. He would never buy anything he couldn't fix with WD-40 and the Craftsman wrench. I had the same feeling. I grew up forced to work on cars that we needed to get from place to place. I survived and fed my family by being able to fix the things I owned. I paid rent by fixing my apartment many times. I got through by carrying a tire on a rear of my head and walking 10 miles to get it fixed. The jack fell through the rusted body and the car landed on my hand, and I still took my ass to work. This isn't to say that being tough is all there is to it, but having the ability to walk through and figure it out is paramount. We lost some of this. I even go into debt to pay for stuff I don't need. This has become a cancer upon our bones. It's like an addiction. Not having money gives me a panic attack from time to time. The precarity of not being able to fix the things I own. The month-to-month concern of having no way to predict if things will be okay. Will I be able to pay my car note? Will I be able to pay the electric bill? It's scary. It didn't used to be this tight constantly. We've been robbed of so much by choosing short-term comfort and growth over long-term stability. We shipped our manufacturing to China. We automated and credit flushed our savings. We destroyed the things that made us able to survive. Today, a few others not teach men the basics of car maintenance and the importance of knowing what engine is in your vehicle. This premise was something we laughed at women for not knowing 15 years ago. We would say, if you don't know the motor and transmission in your vehicle, you shouldn't be allowed to drive it. This premise still holds true. There's a reason men were so fiercely loyal to brands. Each had its idiosyncrasies and problems, drawbacks and positives. Men had the tools to fix them. Ford had their stupid engineering and need for specialized tools. Chevy with their cheaply made pickup modules. Dodge with their transmissions, head wiring and fuel consumption problems. We all knew what was needed in the positives and negatives. We bought them for a purpose. Today, you need an electrical engineering degree and $300,000 in lifts and a computer equipment to change a fucking headlight. Our refrigerators have Wi-Fi and touchscreens. Our washers and dryers sense individual loads and that plastic holding the motors together. Your washer used to have a concrete block inside it up until the 2000s as a counterbalance to keep the basin steady. Today, there's a brushless AC motor with a capacitor in the back of your washer and dryer that, if you're not careful, will toss you across a room if you try to work on it. My grandmother had the same washer and dryer that we kids and grandkids would fix for 30 years. This is not to say these things cannot be fixed easily, but the culture we developed incentives you to throw it away and get new energy efficient appliance at every turn. As times go back to normal and the ability to build cheap stuff anywhere on the globe and ship it 6,000 miles comes to a close, we find ourselves lacking the basic skills that we developed over 10,000 years of living in the harsh environments of Europe. We've thrown away in 2 generations, but we built over 2,500. After all the talk of libertarian retards of being reliant upon the government, we find ourselves relying upon the economy and corporations for basic survival, without the knowledge that the boomers are going to take to their fucking graves. And that's my most latest article.
Yeah, well, repeat that last 2 lines right there about you said the knowledge that the boomers have taken to their grave. What do you mean by that?
Okay, so after all the talk of the libertarian retards of being reliant on the government, we find ourselves relying upon the economy and corporations for basic survival, without the knowledge that the boomers are going to take to their fucking graves.
What do you mean by that last part there? With the what knowledge do you think they're taking to their grave there? Because I agree. I mean, this is one of my things. Is even when I was at ANCAP or whatever, I like, the thing is this, I never liked the idea. It's like, well, you're just at the mercy of whatever global corporation happens to own every fucking thing. Like, I don't like that either. You know what I mean? Like that.
It's not just they own every fucking thing. It's also like you can't get by without them at this point, right? It's not that they own everything. It's that can you actually fucking have an animal where you live to eat? right? That you can slaughter and eat. Like, can you actually like fucking fix your fucking vehicle without like the tools that they have, right? Like,
Right, exactly. Yeah. So
You know
well, it's
what I
like and before it's like you can't hunt the king's deer. Now it's like you can't fix the car that you got to use to get to your job to fucking pay your bill.
right.
You know what I mean?
Right? That whole right to repair thing, right? There's like all that type of shit in the end of the day, right? It's fucking wild, just as an in general thing. You know, there's
Right.
there's, there's a
And I
lot
see
of
how like and I see how people like justify it, like, well, and this is where you're like, I like your stuff because, you know, and again, I'm not just blowing smoke up your ass, but like I'm saying, like, it's like you're kind of showing the edges of the fucking problem, where it's like you said, it's not enough to be tough, but you got to be tough. But then it's like, you know, and again, it's about being invested in the future, but it's like, you know, the way that we grew up, nobody invested in our future really at all. We had to pull ourselves up literally by our bootstraps, but then there's nothing waiting for us on the other side of it. It's like you just barely get by, and now it's like we can't even really get by either. So it's like, okay, so that wasn't really the solution, was it? You know?
Yeah, I mean, like the thing is, right, is so, and this is what fucks me up the most, right? Is, you know, like at current, I take care of my father, right? And I mean, because he's sick and has cancer and all that type of shit or whatever, right? So I take care of him at the second. And as I reach back into my files, you know what I'm saying? Like thinking about like who he used to be. And like I talked to him about shit that he used to do, you know, like fucking whatever cars he had or whatever. And he don't remember the cars, right? And it's not because like his brain don't work. It's because he didn't even own the fucking cars we had. He was borrowing them from somebody the fuck else, right? And like, he never took care of his vehicles. I remember being like, God, I was probably like 20, 21, something like that. And I have to go rescue my father because he caught a flat. And like, I go over and the tread is falling the fuck off of his tires, right? He's running this bitch to the fucking rims. And I'm like, Pop, what are you doing? You know what I mean? Like, it'll fix your fucking car. Like, why aren't you maintaining this? But this is something I learned on my own. I don't know where the fuck I learned it, to be honest with you. Like, I kind of learned it on my fucking own. Like, you have to take care of your vehicles. But like, my pops never taught me these things, right? And as I said, like, these is like his dad taught him 100%. His father taught him. I know he did, right? Because like, I know my grandfather still has equipment up on the fucking mountain that still runs. That's from like fucking 1948, right? So I know he took care of his shit. You know what I mean? Right? I know they maintain their stuff, and the rest of his brothers and sisters take care of this shit. But like a lot of these boomers, they're just taking this shit to their grave. You know what I mean? A fucking goddamn railroad jack disappears, right? So welcome to motherfucking Neuro Crack stream. I think here on the Seditious Gland channel. It's nice to see you out here, right? You know what I mean? As a pandemic Bolivian flu playing gorilla king who's probably pronoun as a pimp named Slickback, I want to welcome all of you to, you know what I mean, Seditious Glands, you know what I mean, fucking live stream. Oh, wait, you're back finally. Yo, what up? You all right, man?
No, I was just, your audio was coming through weird. I reset it and almost better, so it was me, not you. So I just made sure it was me, not you. But yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, thank you guys for being also these Glands. But no, for real. And you know, like this is, you know, this is the thing is like you look out here in the media. See, I was talking to my friend, right? Well, I was talking to Twitter, and hold on 1 second.
Man, listen.
That's right. My son's out here talking to lots of old people and stuff. So I gotta like.
I agree. Okay, your mic sounds like ass, dog. I'm gonna keep it a bean with you.
Damn. Brutal.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know what it is. Like, it's like super echoey and like distorted. It's almost like something's inside of your microphone that you're talking into.
All right, hold on.
Like, yo, it sounds like you got some like metal rattling around inside of your motherfucking speaker and shit. Like, that shit is fucking terrible. Yo, my sound all right? Fucking Adrian, do I sound okay? Legit, right? Anyway, yeah. Oh, good. Listen, because I'm on my mic. I actually went and paid for fucking internet. Like, I got internet at the crib. I was like, fuck it. Because, like, my daughters keep coming over and they're whining. It's like, Dad sounds boring. You don't have any internet. Right. And I'm just like, fuck it. I'm going to get internet. I'm going to buy them a fucking TV. Like, yo, and they'll be okay at this point. You know what I mean? Like, fucking so. I was like, fuck it. I'll just pay for fucking internet. I said, yo, and yeah, you do have that, like, fucking, whatchamacallit, too. Right? There we go. It's Jake, PL1BN.
Yeah. Yeah, I heard you. Yeah, sorry, my friend. Doing this on a tiny screen sucks. All right, how's my audio now? Better or no?
I mean, like, listen, it is what it is. You know what I mean? Like, fucking, you gotta do it when you gotta do it. And on top of that, you had that, like, demon that farts in your microphone. Like,
sorry, how's the audio now?
I don't know what the fuck that shit is. That's the weird shit. It sounds like you're going over rumble strips, if I'm being honest with you. Yeah, so he just bounces and shit. Anyway, welcome back to Tom P Show, right? You know what I mean? Yo, what up? Welcome back to P.108 News. It's nice to see you all out here today. Man, listen, we got a good show for you today. We're going to do all types of banana stuff. Like, yo, shit. Yo, listen, yeah, we're going to have a conversation about the motherfucking Jewish question, right?
Jewish question?
Nah, listen, you left, bro, because it's a fucking joke, right? You know what I mean? Like, fucking, I used to have people that be like, yo, listen, I gotta take a piss, Tom, you're in charge. And I'm like, yo, all right, we're gonna talk about the Jewish question.
Well, see, that's the thing is, like, I don't care.
My channel down.
Yeah, see, that's the thing is, I mean, here's the thing is, like, I don't know, I have a mixed feeling on it, but for the most part, like, I think I'll take edginess over, like, not edginess, because this is kind of what I was talking about with Joey there. I was like, dude, yeah, like, my friend used to work in, like, what do you call it, a TV station abroad, right? And he's an American dude from, like, Baltimore, right? And, you know, blonde hair, looks like a surfer guy, kind of guy, right? And he was over there, like, just being, like, a wild white dude, right? But he's around all these, like, European dudes, and they don't know how to handle someone like him, because he'll just, like, go up to anybody and, like, you know, like, start talking to women, and, like, he'd just make a show, like, on the spot in the middle of the street. You know what I mean? Like, he was just, like, he would just do that, right? Like, he didn't need a script. He didn't need, like, a boss. He would just go out and just make a TV show out in the middle of the street, right? And they really hated him for that, because they're like, no, you need to do it like this. We need everything to, like, sit down in the studio and, like, you know what I mean? Like, they wanted to, like, do a legit, like, production, right? They didn't want this dude to go out here and just, like, make shit that makes him, like, look bad. You know what I mean? So I don't know. It's just kind of weird, like, how there's not really, like, a lot of original material coming out anymore on in media. It feels like, you know.
Now there's lots of, like, like, YouTube is, like, I've been following, like, a lot of YouTube holes where, like, getting recommended channels that have, like, 5 and 3 and 2,000 subs, or, like, fucking they'll have, like, 12 subs or something. You know what I mean? And it's cool. You know, like, fucking, I'll check it out. And some of it's kind of interesting. Some of it's kind of dog water, right? They had, like, Machiavelli's restaurant. Like, it had, like, fucking, like, 3 people saw the video or something. I don't know how the fuck got recommended to me. I think it's because I watched Google Foods or some shit, right? But, like, I was watching it, and, you know what I mean? Like, fucking, it was completely terrible. It was, like, literally the worst thing I've ever seen in my entire fucking life. I don't even know where the fuck they were at, to be perfectly honest with you. I don't know what fucking country. I don't know what type of fucking food they were making. Like, the fucking video made no sense. But then we got, like, guys like Tom Foe that I've been getting recommended, and he's fucking based. And then Alistair, I'm thoroughly enjoying his fucking content. You know what I mean? Like, there's a bunch of cool stuff that I've been just getting recommended recently, and I'm enjoying it. But it's not terrible. There has been a lot of really cool shit. And on top of that, if you're on Amazon, like, you have Amazon Prime, Landman and the motherfucking Tulsa King just had, like, a whole new set of motherfucking shows that came out. Right, a whole new set of episodes. Fucking well worth the watch, bro. Like, I don't know if you've ever seen Landman. One of the best shows on fucking TV right now, just all together.
That's Billy Bob Thornton, right?
Yup. Fucking great.
What's it about exactly?
So he's like, basically, like, a manager for, like, a medium or small, like, a medium size, like, $1 billion motherfucking, like, oil drilling company, right? and it's about him and his son and like his ex-wife who's like living with him now and his daughter, and then like the company, and then like the owner and the wife. The owner dies, but like fucking, you know, whatever, right? That's, you know, I mean, like if you ain't, sorry for spoilers or whatever, right? But like, and then the Mexicans and the cartel and like fucking the head of the cartel and just all this crazy shit in this fucking show. It's fucking great, bro. Like, you need to watch it. There's like a fucking an Italian chick from DC who comes out as like a corporate fucking lawyer, right? And like this bitch is out here, they're fucking BMW, you know what I mean? They're Prada bag and their motherfucking Prada heels, right? You know what I mean? Just all decked the fuck out, sexy as fuck looking. To be honest with you, she got them fucking Italian lips, bro. I love it, right? But like she's like 25, 26, whatever. She's like a, you know, maybe 30, 31. I mean, I don't know, right? But like, you know, and Billy Bob has to explain to her how oil works. Right? You know, again, it's fucking, I know you've seen the clip, right, where he's like, fucking, we're going to run out of this shit before we figure out how to fucking replace it. He's like, listen, he's like, you know what I mean? Like, fucking, it's a great fucking show, bro. Like, you should really check it the fuck out. That and Tulsa King as well with Sylvester Stallone. I think it's the first time he's ever really actually played a mobster in a movie. You know what I mean? And he sucks his own dick too much. You can tell he was involved in the writing. Like,
yeah, exactly. Yeah, he usually is. I mean, that's kind of been his thing. Is like he usually does. You know, I'm gonna follow the show. You know what I mean? Know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like no, he's like, well, you know, fucking Tolstoy said, right? And he's like, he starts pulling up all these fucking quotes from all these people, and like, you know, you can tell like he's like. Nurse said some shit one time on ROTC. He said, listen, either you can be cool or you can be funny. You cannot be fucking both. So you cannot be cool and funny at the same time. Just like you cannot be like a knockaround guy and be fucking brilliant and be fucking funny, right? And be like, you know what I mean? Just like, it doesn't work that way, bro. Just, it doesn't work. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, no, so what's your definition of a good YouTube show, though, right? Like, what's like entertaining to you, I guess? Like, what makes like...
Oh, listen, I watch car stuff,
probably.
You know what I mean? Like, I watch car shit, you know, like fucking, there's, Cars and Cameras, they do like go-kart content where like they build like these crazy ass go-karts and shit. They give them the real technical aspects of it, which I enjoy. There's fucking Vice Grip Garage I love watching. I'm a sports guy, so of course I watch Urinating Tree and Tom Grassi. Fucking I watch a lot of like just like geopolitical shit, you know what I mean? Which is why, like, again, I'm not like a lot of y'all where like I actually do pay attention to what happens in the world and economics and like, you know, geopolitics and oil and all that type of stuff, right? And so like I move a little different than y'all on how my YouTube algorithm works. You know, like it's just a little bit different of a thing. You know what I mean? So like, that's kind of like I can fill 2-3 hours with podcasts from YouTube about like different, like Doomberg and all these motherfuckers and shit. I don't know if you know anything about Doomberg.
Doomberg? I never heard of Doomberg before.
Yeah, he's a investor, right? He goes on live streams, but he uses a voice changer and an avatar. Right, he's like a heavy duty, real major fucking investor, and you know, what I mean, he produces a fucking newsletter. He was real big into oil futures and shit, and money and whatnot, and like energy sales and natural gas and all this type of stuff. So like, these are the type of things that I watch all the time on fucking YouTube.
But well, would you ever try to like be a day trader or like a futures trader or something like that to like fund yourself? Or
we made a fuck ton of money in 2020. You know, bro, we killed it in 2020, right? We shorted the market. All of us made like $40,000-$50,000. I had to wonder if he retired off my shit. You know what I mean?
Well, I'm definitely interested in learning that stuff because I do have a very fundamental belief that if you like, I wish I would have done this in my 20s. Like, if I just taken all this conspiratorial shit that I'm into and just applied it to like investment, you know, shit, I would probably be a tens of millionaire person now, just because I would have like looked, you know, because I do a lot of investigative like research, but I just do it for like my own, you know, interest in the stuff. But it always comes back to the money and the economics and the shit, like, you know, you know, just looking into tech and stuff like that, you start seeing that like a lot of the moves in tech are not actually about the technology. It's about, like you're saying, it's about energy essentially. Right, like the energy is the energy industry is actually a big part of what's motivating a lot of this tech and economics and stuff like that. You know.
Well, I wanted to hit you with something today, right? Fucking UN machine, right? Recently, they like this week came out with an AI that is capable, fucking, you know, of being able to be so realistic that, you know, I mean, you can't distinguish it from reality, right? That no one can, right? There's nothing about it that, you know, I mean, says it's not real. And I told all y'all what I thought was going to happen, right? And if you kind of like apply what I thought, right, or what I think, and go, what's their plan, right? Their plan is to stand here and put like most of y'all in the pods, right? You know what I mean? Where it's like, hey, listen, you can live in like virtual reality, right? And it'll be like perfectly photorealistic, and, you know what I mean, you'll be perfectly fine with it, right? And they'll just do everything in the fucking economy because they can't like hand out money, right? It's caused massive inflation, right? So they'll just do everything in the motherfucking economy with, you know what I mean, like AI, and run it for the top 10%, and like the rural motherfuckers will go off and do rural motherfucker shit. Right. And that'll be all it is. And that'll be the end of the day. And like, yo, basically, like a lot of people are just going to be taken off the motherfucking just market altogether. Right. And that's,
yeah, I mean, I agree. I agree with you. I think that's exactly what they basically don't, they don't want to kill you off. They would just want to say like, well, you can just go like masturbate in the pod for 17 hours a day and then sleep the rest. And then we'll send like, you know, some Grubhub to your, or whatever you call it, DoorDash to your door or whatever. And, you know, die in your little dingy apartment, and we'll subsidize it, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I pretty much agree. I think that is pretty much the plan. Pretty much, you know, as far as I can tell, that does seem to be the main goal here. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, because like they're back on them again. You know what I mean? Like, you know, like no matter how you move or how you look, you're looking at anywhere between like fucking 40 to 90% of jobs are going to be fucking gone. Right.
Exactly. Yep. And yeah, I totally agree. I mean, I think that's, and right now I see a lot of people scrambling, you know, including myself, where like you're trying to like get a piece of the pie, but ultimately, like, you know, it's like a legal example, right? Like there's a lot of people running and saying, let's do, you know, AI voice answerers and appointment setters and stuff like this for like, you know, all these different businesses. So like you call a business and then you talk to the AI and you tell them what you want, and then, you know, if the AI can handle it, it'll just handle it for you, and if not, then it'll just send it to like a person, and the person will call you back or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Well, you know, obviously, like if there's not any jobs in the future, then all this AI appointment setting ain't really going to matter much, is it? Because nobody's going to have any money to buy anything. So, see what I mean? It's like it's kind of counterintuitive.
Right. Here's the bitch, right? Like, let's say our Amazon says within the next year they're going to be laying off out of their 2 million or 1.5 million. How many is it now, bro? I don't even know how many fucking people Amazon's employed.
I know it's at least 1 million. I'm not exactly sure. It could be 2 million, but I know they laid off a bunch of people in Seattle, but I don't know what their total number is. I know they have a lot, so at least 1 million for sure.
1.56 million, right? Okay, so they're going to fucking okay, yeah. So shit, man. Listen. Okay, so they're actually 350,000 less because we're in like peak season at the moment, right? They're going to replace over 700,000 of their motherfucking Amazon employees with fucking robots next year.
Yeah, I believe that for sure.
Right. So think about it like this, right? And this is really important to understand. The economy is like an ecosystem. So like if you eliminate the motherfuckers on the bottom, right, it's just going to make your job less valuable because, or like your position more valuable, but you less valuable because more people are going to be vying for your fucking position. So that makes your like fucking actually makes you earn less.
Well, that's what happened. That's what's happened in tech, for example. Like you notice in tech, like all these like young hot women are trying to get these jobs or whatever, and then it's like they get in there and it's like they're all just competing for like who's the most ruthless, and then all the guys they get in there and it's like all the guys are just like, well, I'll blackmail this person to like get them thrown out of the company, so I'll get their job or whatever. It's just real cutthroat, you know what I mean? It's just like. You know, and then everybody's like, "Oh, I'll spend $1 million for my kid's education." Well, I'll spend $2 million. So then it's like it's always like just a race to the bottom, right? And this is why they don't give a fuck about any of us.
$2 million for their kids' education, so they can earn $60,000 a year.
Right?
That's
exactly.
Right?
Exactly. But then they say, "Well, they have power now," so it's like, okay, but like, what are they ruling over exactly? You know? Yeah, no, that's for real. I mean, that's the direction. Like, you're gonna see $2 million education for $60,000 a year. I guarantee you. But like within 10 years, that's exactly what it's gonna be.
That's, it's already a thing, right? This is not anywhere near like outside of the motherfucking spectrum, right? So hang on, bro. Hang on a minute. Let's look this up, bro, because I guess this probably ain't even that hard to look up. How much is a PhD at Harvard?
Yeah, I saw a stat that said like 23% of all Harvard Business School grads are without a job right now. So, so you go spend like however much that is for an MBA at like Harvard Business, and you get you don't have a job. That's kind of funny.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out, right? Because, like, okay, hang on a minute. Can you spend $1 million on college? Okay, yeah. All right. So, however, the average cost of a 4-year degree is significantly lower than the total cost at $230,000, and even the average 6-year private university at $500,000. Yeah, listen. Yeah. This can be done, right? You know what I'm saying? Living expenses, books, all that bullshit.
Yeah, exactly.
You can spend $1 million a year. $1 million in like 4 to 8 years. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Exactly. Well, and like I know a girl, right? Very kind of smart person, but also not smart. So like, she grew up in a house that was worth $500,000 in Irvine, California, right? This is like a 3-bedroom, like fucking piece of shit house, right? And then she's like, okay, so like, and I talked about all this when we were really young, and I still know this person, right? So it's like, okay, so she's like, well, the plan is like, I go become a veterinarian, and I was like, well, how long is it going to take you to be a veterinarian? She's like, well, basically like 8 years. I was like, so let me get this straight. You're going to finish high school. You're going to go to school for 4 years, then 4 more years to become a veterinarian? And she's like, yeah. And I'm like, okay. And I'm like, so how much is it going to cost you to do this? She's like, oh, $400,000. And I'm like, so you're going to spend $400,000 to become a veterinarian? And I was like, how much do you think you're going to make a year? And she's like, oh, doesn't matter. I just really want to do it. I was like, what do you think, like, the least amount you'll make? She's like, oh, maybe like $50,000. I'm like, how long does it take to pay off $400,000 of debt, making $50,000 a year? Right? And I'm like sitting there thinking, and I'm like, I was like, you're going to be like paying off just your school loans alone for like 20 years minimum. Plus, you want to buy another $500,000 house in Southern California. And this is 20 years ago or whatever, right? And I'm sitting there thinking, like, okay. And she actually did this, by the way, so this is not like hypothetical, right? Mm-hmm. And I'm sitting there thinking, I'm like, so you're going to go $400,000 in debt for your school, plus another minimum $500,000 for the house. I guarantee you that house now is $1.2 million, right? So now you're almost $2 million in debt plus interest. You understand what I'm saying? To have a job, right? Like, that's fucking insane. Like, that makes no fucking sense. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
to take care of like people's animals, even if it's like high thoroughbred horses or something, right?
The broad, all right, first off, the broad was wrong about the earnings, right? You know how much a vet makes a fucking year?
I honestly have no fucking idea, to be honest. I mean,
250,000. That's an average number.
Like you're telling me that many people go and spend $5,000 to like put charcoal down a dog's throat or something? I mean, I don't know.
Think about that. Think about what you just said, though. Think about what you just said.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I get you. But,
yeah, listen.
But it's like, I mean, like I know real veterinarian people. Like, it doesn't take 8 years of school to like learn how to take care of a fucking animal. See what I'm saying? Like,
well, it's not about taking care of any animal. It's about taking care of all the animals, right? At least all the domestic ones, right? So you're talking horses, cows, pigs, chickens, motherfucking dogs, cats, mice, snakes, right? You know what I'm saying?
Sure, but I mean, after taxes, if you make $250,000 a year after taxes in California, you're gonna pull home like 130, maybe 150, maybe max. You're gonna get taxed a lot.
Let's look. How much after tax? 250,000 Cali. Let's see here. 156,000.
That was close. That was pretty close, yeah.
But I mean, that's $156,000 take home.
Okay, and then now let's do the mortgage. Let's do the mortgage on a $1.2 million house, because that's like the bare minimum for any place you want to live in California is about $1.2 million.
Okay, mortgage $1.2 million. Okay, let's see here. Calculate the mortgage. Which one was a good one? I forget which one was a good one. Calculator.net. I think that's a good one. Okay, home price. Let's go over here. Back it up. 1, 2. Over, comma. Enter. Right. Okay, so hang on a minute. Looking here. Monthly payment. Shit, man. Listen, trying to see here. Where's the fucking monthly mortgage payment with home insurance is going to be $8,000, right? Let's do this. Let's do this real quick. All right, 15000 divided by 12 equals. I mean, making $12,500 a month take home, and your motherfucking mortgage is $7,500.
Right. So you're going to be living like a fucking average middle class person. Essentially.
Sort of, kind of, right? I mean, sort of, kind of in the end of the day, right? So, okay. I mean, listen, like, let's do this, right? Let's do this. Car note, because you know what you're going to be driving, right?
Yeah. Power bill. You know, let's say you get sick for fucking 2 weeks or a month. I mean, shit. You got to calculate a lot of shit.
Monthly. Hang on. Let's look it up, Rob. Look it up. Okay. Fucking man, listen, Mercedes are not that expensive anymore.
Well, if you buy or lease one as a business, it's actually a good deal. It just depends on how you're structuring
Listen, let's call it 50. Let's call it 50 racks, right? Because honest to God, the 2026 Mercedes-Benz is 50,000. Right. Okay. So let's do fucking car note 50K monthly payment. Right. Hang on. Hold up. About $1,000 a month. Right.
Yeah, that's about right. You can pay about $1,000 a month.
You still have $3,000 left.
I mean, but I'm saying like you're a veterinarian making $250,000 a year. You're saving, quote unquote, allegedly, hopefully, $36,000 a year. I mean, you understand where I'm coming from? Like that sounds like a really stupid fucking proposition to me. You know what I'm saying? It's like,
okay, how much can you afford to live in California making any less than that?
I mean, I do, but it's not easy. You know what I mean? Like, you can do it, but like it, you pretty much need subsidization on some level for sure.
Yeah,
I mean, let's put it this way: like, out of the 40 million people living here, 35 million of them at least are living off total subsidization of the year, for sure. You know what I mean?
Okay, yeah. So, all right, what we're talking about here, right, is that at 250 racks, you're surviving.
Right, but you're not thriving for sure. You're not like a power player. You're not.
I can't think of anybody else who's saving any money every month.
Sure. Yeah, and again, like, I'm just saying, like, you have to understand, like I'm just saying, like, from the perspective of like what America should be, right? Like, if you're supposed to be like the high level doctor, lawyer, or something, like, you would think like, oh, I'm gonna actually like own multiple properties. I'm actually going to, and like, don't get me wrong, like, you could do it, but you're gonna be leveraging so much money that ultimately, like, you don't really own much. I mean, again, this is what America is trying to do, is like keep you like investing, and like be a like ultimately like become a landlord and investor, and you don't actually own anything. Like, I get the game, but I'm just saying, like, if you don't actually have like cash income that like insulates you from like actual real stuff, like, I mean, $36,000 a year savings, and that's assuming you're not spending any extra money on anything else, right? Like, no vacations, no nothing. It's like, I don't know, like, that's just kind of that's interesting to me, right? Like that's the American dream, is like, okay, you work really hard for 8 years, you basically don't make money for 8 years for the potential that for the next 10 or 15 years, like, you will get sick and you'll make enough money to like pay off that house in 15 years and like, hopefully buy a second property so you can own some property, and hopefully, your 401k will still be around in 30 or 40 or 50 years or whatever. You understand what I'm saying, right? Like, I get it.
What you're saying, brother. Listen, I get what you're saying, dog. 100%, I do, right? But like, if you can find a house for $500,000, you're gonna have half the mortgage payment, right? So you can stack back enough money that you could literally like buy a fucking crib and a piece of land elsewhere. You know what I mean? And get the fuck out of there, and then go make 100 racks somewhere else. I'm just saying, like, the veterinary thing would make sense, like, legit. I mean, there's something that like we should tell people to do, is to go work as vets, because like rich people love to pay for their pets to get fixed, right? Like, yo.
Yeah, no, I feel you on that, but I'm also saying, like, if you get your dream, right, like, the truck driver is going to be able to be better off than that too, right? Sorry.
Not really, bro. Like, listen, the truck drivers fucked. They're gonna automate us out. Like, this is what it is. They're gonna do everything they fucking can. You know what I'm saying? To like automate us the fuck out of business, right? Because they don't want to pay for like anything.
So okay, so let's reframe it then. Like, what would you say you're gonna tell your sons and daughters? Like, okay, either like, because the future is basically where they can make $250,000 a year or whatever, right?
Yo, I got your machine. Ain't gonna make a dog.
Nah, send them the link. Sorry, I put in those chat there, but and then I just saw he texted me on
I'm just gonna throw it in his motherfucking DMs so you can come in.
Yeah, I just did too. There you go. There you go. All right. So what do you think? Be a vet for $250, take home $150,000, live in the ghetto for $500,000, save it up, go buy a piece of land when you're like 45 years old, get a horse and cows.
I'm not saying about the ghetto is $500,000.
Oh, it is. It is the ghetto. It is the ghetto. Even in like the South, like where I come from, like if you want to live in like a good neighborhood, you're looking at $500,000 probably. Technically, I mean, you can live cheaper than that. Don't get me wrong, but like if you want to live in like an actually like affluent neighborhood, you're gonna be surrounded by nothing but Indians, and you're gonna be living in like a $750,000 house.
Yeah, I mean, here, like, you're going to have to deal with the Indians, but, like, on the same level, you can find a decent house in, like, a decent neighborhood for $350, $400.
Yeah, but then you're going to be commuting 2 or 3 hours a day to work in, like, Philadelphia or New York City or...
No. Like, you'll have a job with, like, the state and the capital, right? You know what I mean? Like, fucking, you'll be making $105,000 a year. That's normal here.
Yeah, but I mean, if the math holds correct, right? Like, okay, so let's say that you can half your income living in like Virginia or Pennsylvania or something like that. Let's say, okay, so now you make let's say you make 130 or something, right? Let's say you make 130, right? And then you go buy a house for $500,000, right? Okay. So now your mortgage is like, you said it was 8, you said it was 12, or wait, you said it was 8,000, right? So let's say it's 5,000. Let's just round up 5,000, including like insurance, tax, HOA, whatever the fuck, right? So your mortgage is $5,000. You pull home.
Your mortgage is going to be motherfucking $3,700.
All right, $3,700 plus, your winter cost for energy and all that. So, but whatever. So, so average all your stuff included, including car payments, you're going to be at $6,000, right? So, but you're taking home like 10 or something, right?
Yeah.
After tax or whatever. So you pay like $30,000 in tax a year or something, right? So like you said, you're making like 105 before tax. So you're paying $3,700. So what? That's 40%. You pay like 40% just for your living expenses, right? So you're saving. If you do nothing other than just save, you're going to save 35 or 40,000. A year, right?
So your take home is going to be $77,000, right? Divided by 12 equals. You're going to have $6,400 a month after taxes, right? So call it $6,500, right? Every month, right? And if your mortgage is $3,000, right? It's like literally you can afford $1,000 car payment and then still have all your bills paid, because like your electric's not going to be any more than like fucking $200 a month. You're gonna have $200 a month for your electric. If you have oil or natural gas, that's $100 a month, right? Plus water and sewer, which is like $150 every quarter. You're fucking good. You're golden.
Okay. Right? So, but is what you're selling? Would you say that like people should move into like multi-generational 8-bedroom houses and like have a farm going so people can stay home and the kids can work with the horses, and then when somebody's a vet, so they can do it for free to take care of the kids. Take care of the house, the animals and stuff.
Would that be better? 100% like multi-generational living, right? But you don't have to have an 8-bedroom house, right? Like, why do you need that many fucking bedrooms? You need like fucking 3 or 4, right? Top end, right? Hold on.
But if you take care of your grandma, and grandpa, you got 3 or 4 kids, you got a baby mom or 2. Like, you're gonna need 8 bedrooms, right?
No, not at all. You need like 4 fucking bedrooms, right? And then you get 2 acres. You get 2 acres to a trailer on that bitch, or a camper or some shit. Fucking like somebody's living the fuck out there, right?
Well, if the HOA will allow it, yeah.
What's this HOA thing? Listen, I'm not doing HOA thing. I don't know what the fuck that is. Like, listen, we're not doing.
All right, well, let's say that you do all that, and then you lose your job halfway through your mortgage, right? Or you get sick, or somebody gets cancer, or somebody. You know what I mean? Like, then the whole thing
you have multi generations there, right? So you can all pull together for when bad shit like that happens. That's the whole fucking point of it, right? That's literally the whole point. Right, it's not that you're relying on one fucking person. It's get the weight off of one motherfucker, right, and like just dilute it out, so that now like it's no longer like one person pulling all the weight. Now you have fucking 4 or 5 people pulling this fucking weight with you, right? And you can help. And then your kids are grown. You're halfway through the mortgage. Your kids are fucking adults. They're helping pay the fucking bills. Like, listen, this is the whole fucking point of this shit. By the way, what up, Machine? How the fuck you doing today, buddy?
Yeah, what's going on?
Yeah, I was trying to get him up to speed on the situation.
Last night, man. Fucking, I was listening. I was driving down the fucking road and shit.
Yeah, it was excellent. Yeah.
Thank you.
I was surprised by the statistics, honestly. Even reading it again, because it's hard to absorb when you're looking at it for the first time. You got to read it like 2 or 3 times, honestly.
Yeah, these are things that I've already known. You know what I mean?
But is that stat before or after taxes though? See what I mean?
Wait, no, we're talking about the he was covering the abortion one from like yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah, like those stats are bananas, right?
Yeah.
What are the stats?
It's like a bunch of it's 80 million like abortions is the article. So I don't know if you read it, but yeah, a lot of them are like white, black kids or whatever.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. I know it's a lot, and it's over the course of like 40 years or something, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right, and so then it explains like why we have this deficit of people, and then it also explains that look, boy, we need a bunch of immigrants because you guys aborted your kids that we also like promoted and told everybody to wear a condom, and kids are evil when you're 16 years old, so don't have a kid or whatever. Yeah. So they kind of hit you with
a good economic unit. Like, why wouldn't you want to be a good economic unit, Neurojack? Like, fucking, are you like anti? Are you anti-capitalist? You're not capitalist.
But see, that's the thing. See, this is the thing, though. Is like, isn't it kind of weird that the same people who are telling you one thing are also promoting the other thing that makes the other thing happen, right? Like, that's kind of I mean, you could argue maybe it's not the same people, but I mean, kind of seems like
it's a thing. Yeah, it's a thing with the guy with the thing with the stuff. You know what I'm saying? They're doing one thing, but doing the other at the same time, doing the other thing. Like fucking, it's the 12 different things, right?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, there's certain things and people we can't talk about, so that's why I'm trying to be a little careful here. But
it's economics, though, and I mean, at the end of the day, right? Like fucking, it's so much. It's you ever heard the Chinese proverb? You ever heard the Chinese proverb about like the want of a horse?
No.
Hold on, let me see if I can look this up. It's fucking fascinating.
But I mean, what you're saying is the economics is basically like we need to reduce, 95% of the people on the earth is really what economics is painting a picture of. I mean, maybe over a course of 100 or 200 years, but ultimately, like, with the trajectory that we're all discussing, I mean, that does seem to be the general direction. Right?
Yeah. All right. So for the one of the mare, the shoe was lost. For the one of the shoe, the horse was lost. For the one of a horse, the rider was lost. For the one of a rider, the war was lost. Being overtaken and slain by the enemy, all for the wanton care of a horseshoe and nail.
So economics or destiny?
Well, it's not that, bro. It's like, like everything that you do, right? Has a trade-off, right? At the end of the day, right? That whole like every action there's an equal and opposite reaction and shit, right? So like for everything you win, you lose, right? For every battle you win, there's something you lose. Like that's just a fact of fucking life. That's why like I stopped fighting with like, the people around me in my life, because I realized that when you fight people who you love, like you end up like destroying what you love.
Right. So what are you going to tell your kids when there's not a job that makes $150,000? You're going to say, okay, well, 15 people making $5,000 a year have to live together to like pay off that 5-bedroom house and live in a 2-acre whatever.
Yes. Yes.
And all your neighbors are going to be like Honduran, Haiti, Haitians, whatever, and you guys are going to have to like just deal with it essentially.
I mean, okay. The question is, do me, you, or our kids, or anybody we know have any control over what the world's going to be?
Yeah, no, again, I'm not like attacking you. I know I'm saying it like in a very shitty way, but I'm just saying like that is kind of what you're saying, right? Like essentially like we don't have control. Like they're going to try to execute you and put you in a pod, so you're going to have to like adapt, right? Like we're going to have to adapt to the circumstances.
Again, do any of us have any control over any of this, right? Like our best bet, right, is to have like, again, your only option is to have numbers, right? More guns in hands is how you win the day.
Yeah, I agree with you on that for sure. And more capabilities to control, like, levers of function or power, I guess you'd say. I mean, not to quote Marx or something, but you know what I mean, like. Yeah, but you got to have some sort of.
I'm gonna send you a video, right? Machine, did you ever see the video of I have a video on my channel about what happened during fucking the Balkans Wars? Oh, in Bosnia? Never send you this video, Machine?
I don't remember it. I don't think so.
This is a really fascinating video. This isn't my video, right? This is somebody else. I stole this video, right? I'll be honest with you. But I thought it was important to like, you know what I mean, like keep it for posterity, right? Because it's fucking amazing. And it goes through like the process of what happened in Bosnia, right? When like they were surrounded by like the military and cut off for an entire year. And like it's basically this whole like city came under siege. And, you know what I mean, he said in the end of the day, the only thing that really mattered was guns in hands. Right. You know what I'm saying? He said, like, the more people you had, the better off you were. He said there was problems. Like the things that they really wanted wasn't like ammo and gold or anything like this. It was paper plates and fucking like paper towels and like sanitary shit. He said that was the shit that they really fucking needed. Right. And it was tough because like
keeping up morale, keeping people like still like level-headed and shit, essentially.
No, just keeping clean, bro. Like the ability to clean shit stops infections.
Yeah, of course, but also it keeps up morale too. Like if you can kind of like be clean and not have, you know what I mean? Like it keeps up your morale of your people. Like you might survive, but you're not gonna, you know, it's going to be a lot tougher if you're like getting dysentery and you know what I mean? But yeah, I get you.
Yeah. Death happens when you can't be clean. Right, you know what I mean? Like you got to wipe your ass. You got to be able to like fucking clean wounds. You know what I mean? There's gonna be cuts and things of this nature, right? Whiskey. He said like fucking. I would store up whiskey in motherfucking like in like a fucking closet, right? If I had to do it again, right? I'd have whiskey, fucking paper plates, paper towels, right? Of course, ammo and guns, but you know what I mean? Like, and he said I would have a fucking house that didn't look like it was like fucking super secure because those were the first ones broken into. Right. But like in the end of the day, it was guns in hands. And it's always guns in hands, though. Like the more people you have, the better off you are.
Right. But my point is like, you know, the Haitians and Hondurans that are going to get sent to your neighborhoods that you're living 2 acres, 15 people in a 5-bedroom house at $5,000 a piece. Like, you know, you're going to have like, you're going to be able to like whip those people up and like trust them that they're going to have your back when shit hits the fan. I mean, or are they going to come and be the ones robbing your house? Right.
I mean, well, in the end of the day, right? You know what I mean? Like when shit hits the fan, I don't think you got to worry about like coming up with money, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think the bills are getting paid any fucking more. Like if it gets to that point.
Yeah, but when they have like robot police and like, you know, the police are going to come throw you out of your house and shit. You know what I mean? Like,
they won't. Right? They won't. And that's the thing, right? Is like they just won't because there's no reason to. Right? And by the way, guns in hands. That means you're going to have to send a lot of robots.
Yeah, but see, here's the thing is like let me give you an example. Like, look, here's the situation, right? Like, I understand what you're saying, but here's what I'm saying, right? So, like, and I know I'm not doing a good job of describing it, but like the general direction we're going in, right? Like, BlackRock's going to open like 90% of the houses in 50 years, right? Like, for sure, right? So, pretty much, if you don't make your rent, you're not going to have a place to live. So you're going to be out on the street, like living with the fentanyl people, or living in the woods, or whatever, right? And then if you go try to shoot a deer to like feed yourself, well, there's probably not going to be any because everybody else already out there killed all the deers. But then let's assume that they're there. You know, let's assume that they're there. And you got to do that. Well, you know, now you're going to have a park ranger or a robot park ranger that's going to come and put you in jail or try to find you or whatever. And like you're just going to be like survival mode, right? So because. You know, again, like, I'm not saying that like it's going to be like everybody's going to be on the street, but what I mean is like if you're trying to do things outside the system, like that's not really going to be possible, right? Like you're going to have to work within the confines of the economic situation, right?
But you like the thing again, like if shit hits the fan while they were talking, there won't be any economics.
Well, we'll have bigger problems at that point anyways, but I'm talking about, like, I don't think the shit's going to hit the fan in that way, like, where it's going to be, like, Mad Max. I think it's going to hit the fan in the sense where, like, you can't actually, like, own anything, right? Like, you're not going to own that property whatsoever. I mean, you don't really own it now anyways, because you got to pay your property tax, or the police will show up and confiscate your house and sell it to BlackRock, right? So.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the point, right? So, like, again... This is why I'm trying to tell you, like, bro, they're going to put these motherfuckers in pods who are relying upon the government.
Right, but we all rely upon the government or the corporations, which are becoming one and the same, essentially, anyways, right? So that's kind of what I'm saying is, like, that's kind of what I'm trying to get at is, like, ultimately, like, are we kind of at the mercy of the economics regardless? Like, we can't really, like, not be dependent on the, like, that's kind of what your article was about earlier, I think, is, like, you know, we're not really able to be independent of our economics or the mercy of these global corporations to like take care of her car or something. I mean, to some extent we can, but let's say that, like, you know, we go to war with China and, you know, in like a month or something, and we can't get all the parts to like keep up that car that we need to keep going to our job or whatever. So then all that work you know, I'm just saying, like, and I'm just trying to throw like scenarios out at you because, like, you know, I think the economics are dictating that this is going to go towards like not owning anything and stuff like that. And again, I'm just trying to put it like, so we're like, how, like, again, just to go back, like, what are you going to tell your kids to do in this economics? Are you going to tell them to go like learn AI? Or are you going to tell them to like, because, you know, there's not going to be really secure blue collar jobs, really. I mean, or maybe that's all there will be, but still it's going to be very competitive, as you said. So, like, what's the advice that you're going to give people at this point?
There's no advice to give anymore, right? Like, all of us have kind of gotten to the point where, like, none of us have anything that we can tell anybody to fuck else, right? Because none of us know what's going to happen. Like, shit has changed so much in the past 15 fucking years, right? That, like, any of us who have any guess what's going to happen over the next 5, right, would probably be 100% wrong, right? So I'm not going to tell anybody any fucking thing, right? You know what I mean? I'm just going to raise my kids to be my kids, right? Because there's no point in preparing them for an economy that might not even exist, right? You know what I mean? You're in an economy that you don't even know, like, what the fuck's going to exist at all. Like, are they educating the kids at all? They're not educating the kids in any way. Like, it'll further let you know again, right? They're going to put niggas in pots. That's what's going to happen. Like, that's the only fucking answer is why the fuck all this shit's happening.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, so I appreciate it. So again, that's because I do want to go back into your articles that we're going to go over, but I just wanted to like preface all that because that's where I'm going to go. But again, I think we agree on that. I think that is the truth. Like,
yeah,
you know, they're gonna start. You know, they're basically gonna, like, it's like pod or like suicide. I mean, well, you know, whatever. What are we saying now? What's the new term? Not aliving yourself or whatever. You know, they're not going to give us that many options. I agree. I mean, you know, but the thing is, they do need people. But again, like, I don't think, like, the deal is just like the deal that we all want is going to get worse and worse. But I do think that, like, that doesn't mean we should give up. So again, I'm actually not trying to be black belt at all. I'm just trying to say, like, let's get all the caveats out of the way first. But, you know, ultimately, I do think people need to, like, try to have labor organizations and stuff like that, because it still will be, like, I think they're kind of gaslighting people to say that there's no, like, room for labor organizations, or that it's all going to be fake and gay, like Teamster, you know, black, you know, fat black transgender lady in control of the Teamsters or whatever they're doing now, you know. But I think that's almost psyop to, like, make people not interested in doing it, if that makes any sense. And it works really well. I mean, you know, like, I tried to get involved in my, you know, my local union when I was doing a union kind of job, and I was like, man, these people fucking suck, dude. I do not want to be around these people, you know, because they don't actually care about the people at all. Like, they're just there to, they're basically serving the corporation they're supposed to be, what do you call it? Contracting with or whatever. So.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's one of those things, right, where, like, they've painted themselves into a fucking corner, and there's nothing they can do, right? There's nothing anybody can do, because, like, everybody's like, we have no idea what the fuck to do, so, like, we're just gonna, like, you know, fuck off.
Yeah, they're just gonna ride it out, essentially. Yeah, exactly. So if you want, Machine, appreciate you being here. I'm not trying to ignore you. I wanted to make sure I get all that out, because your article, yeah. No, your articles, because I want to go through the other articles you're talking about. So the one before that, so because we were going in reverse, right? So that was your latest one. What was the one before that? Because I didn't read the latest two, apparently. So.
I just talked about a trucking company fucking closing, right? And I mean, and like shitting on a fucking YouTuber that pissed me the fuck off, right? When he covered it.
What was that about briefly?
All right, well, listen, I'll read it to you. All right, so hold up, let me share my fucking screen. Present, share screen. This one, share. Okay, there we go. All right, here we go.
No, that's my
right.
screen. That's the other thing that Pinoid wanted to show us.
Yeah, no, that's something I want y'all to have, right? Because I think it's fucking awesome, right? And I think it's something that both of y'all need to watch. I think it's great information. You know what I mean? And like my stuff's not like fucking, like a fucking 5-volume fucking book set, right? Take you 20 minutes to watch my shit. All right, so this is a massive trucking company closes. 10 Roads Trucking and laying off 2,600 drivers. All right, so 10 Roads Express, which has operated since 1947, it's a trucking company with 2,400 trackers and 2,600 drivers. It hauls freight exclusive for the USPS, United States Postal Service. The company has been losing freight since January 2025. The Postal Service has been running its own routes and placing more of its loads on load boards. This has allowed it to be bid on by Indian and Pakistani drivers who will do it for pennies on the dollar due to them being subsidized by the federal government's generous welfare programs and the lack of need for proper operating procedures. At the same time, the Teamsters have been in labor disputes with 10 Roads since January. Due to the company not being publicly traded, knowledge of its long-term debts is not available. Insiders in the companies have stated that they carry heavy burdens from the past 50 years of settlements and debt accumulation from facing hard times of high-priced fuels, part shortages, and general operations in a high-risk field. Garbage YouTubers like Mother Truckers are trying to blame the Teamsters because, of course, they blame the workers when you're an immigrant Jew from the West Coast. I've interviewed with this company and have guys inside of it, and I can tell you they are a cut-rate operation that's been living at the margins for years. They've been hiring non-domiciled drivers and have been trying to keep things afloat for decades. The Postal Service has come under extra pressure due to its own pension and healthcare obligations. At the same time, Amazon has driven its rates into the dirt and is increasingly shipping an increasing share of its freight. I've watched over the years as Amazon has broken other companies such as Burlington Air Express, DB Schenker, and Town Air. Amazon demands tight delivery windows, low-cost shipping, and has become increasingly reliant on the Postal Service to ship its goods while still promising free shipping to its customers. The government agency has become a de facto subsidy for Amazon. There is a reason Sears moved away from this model as the middle class emerged. Companies cannot afford to ship goods across the country and pay for workers who can afford those goods while keeping their prices affordable. The union question is one that should never be asked. The idea that unions are just corrupt leftist organizations is a complete joke. More money comes into the Democratic coffers from CEOs and from any union. Teachers unions are a problem, but they are in the public sector and basically hold the taxpayers hostage. Regular unions show the real cost of hiring actual workers who can afford basic necessities and often don't meet the threshold, with our new knowledge of the real poverty line being $150,000 before taxes. If you measure the cost of food by the Fed's own numbers, most of the country's impoverished due to the lack of buying power, and the boomers leaving us the mess of the embedded growth obligation in housing. No union in the country makes demands anywhere near that. Even the Teamsters with UPS drivers are earning around $90K, which is normal in the industry. The rest of the supposed pay is 1K contribute with a middle class. You cannot have both.
Yeah, you kind of like roboted as you read the last paragraph, right?
Oh, I said the union question is one that should never be asked. The idea that unions are just corrupt leftist organization is a complete joke. More money comes in the Democratic coffers from CEOs than from any union. Teachers unions are a problem, but they're in the public sector and basically hold the taxpayers hostage. Regular unions show the real cost of hiring actual workers who can afford the basic necessities and often don't even meet that threshold. Without new knowledge of the real poverty line being $150,000 before taxes. What?
Oh, well, no, well, see this, so and I just want to say this because I meant to say it when you're reading. I didn't want to interrupt you, but like, see, this is part of the problem with the whole capitalist thing that you're talking about is because, like, so what you're saying is, like, the decisions made by the bureaucracy of the government is impacting us down here in the thing, and then the capital, the capital class or whatever, they're down there, like, making decisions that are basically, like, erasing the middle class or erasing anybody having a decent job or anything decent. And so, like, there should be, like, people should be basically executed for, like, doing this kind of stuff, because really what they're doing is, like, like, they're basically, taking advantage of the public trust in order to, like, gain profit, and ultimately they're just, wiping out, because at the end you say, like, you can live in an impoverished country with cheap shit, or you can live in a country with all that, but, like, that's the thing is, like, we're not even allowed really to, decide to have a country that's, an actual nation. Essentially, it's like it's just like you said, it's like an economic zone essentially, right? So
yeah, I mean that's kind of where I'm at. Yeah, my kids is trying to call me. I'll be right back.
Sorry. Hello, machine.
Nothing much. I was recording a bunch of stuff with Brown's boy. He's like, he caused a bunch of like people to react to him or whatever. Some weird coordination, definitely.
The CIA is all involved. Probably, yeah, I say that jokingly, but probably not. Probably not a joke. But yeah, pretty crazy. Well, look at it this way: we might get on the Alex Stein show one day. I guess that's
right.
Might get
being negatively reviewed, most likely, but yeah.
I mean, at least it'll be funny, I guess. Well, maybe even Glenn Beck will do a hit piece on us, and maybe that'll be a success. We'll get the Mormons stalking us or something. So then we'll get the Mormons and the Scientologists after us. I'm kind of joking, but not really. But yeah, sounds like fun. Yeah, I didn't mean to drop out of the conversation until later called, and then I kept getting disconnected. But that was a really interesting conversation we were having there about the whole, whatever Hyperborean is trying to say about, what do you think about him saying that, like, I mean, it is technically Gnostic. He's basically making a Gnostic argument. What do you think about his Gnostic argument?
Well, I definitely don't believe that like nothingness has like ontological status, right? So I am aligned with him on some of that, right?
Yeah, I agree with that too. That's why I was kind of confused. I was like, okay, I agree with the ex nihilo. There can't be any ex nihilo, but I don't quite understand this other side of it.
Yeah, but the other thing he's trying to say is, like, I guess he was just going at Joe Cool's entire, because I think Joe Cool was representing a light version of what Zephyr was actually saying. So he should have just talked to Zephyr, right? Because she's the other side of the coin, right? Where she's saying that every view is valid, right? He's saying no, there's got to be only one valid perspective, right? So so they could have just gone at each other, but they weren't really communicating. I guess he thought it was more interesting to talk to Joe Cool because he's a lot older than Zephyr or whatever.
Well, Joe Cool has a very common man way of talking too. So I think it's also, like, I found it very interesting. The difference of like really woo-woo, like, metaphysical stuff, and then it's like, what you talking about, man? Like, I like that. That's a good.
Well, there's another recording later in the show where he's talking to Jack Talcott, and that's a pretty interesting dynamic to look at as well, because at one stage you could think like in a different sort of a world they could have been co-hosts, but not in this world. Like weird.
Yeah, Joe Cool's interactions with Talcott have always been funny to me. He usually he always ends with like suck my dick or something like that.
He's kind of like he is kind of like a black version of a hippie of, like, you know what I mean? in a lot of ways.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But it's just funny. Like, I don't know why. Just like that style of rhetoric. Like his style of rhetoric to me is just like really, really funny. I don't know why, but it's just for whatever reason, it's just really funny to me.
Well, you know what he does, like in those videos, it's not too different from his tactic on the panels, where he'll sort of like engage with somebody and then he'll say like, well, this is strange how you're reacting to this situation, to kind of call out the inconsistencies of how they're using or applying like their own rules, right? So obviously he'll do that to the police officers, right? He'll be like, well,
yeah,
you're,
exactly. Yeah.
well, you're reacting to me out of emotion. You're doing this because you're mad at me and not because you're following some rule or law, you know, so you want to follow whatever rule or apply whatever rule you want whenever you want. So he'll say that a lot on panels. I've seen him pull that move. So that's the tactic he has in the videos. If you watch his videos, right, it's kind of a similar tactic on the panels. You know, the way he engages is interesting.
Yeah, he's cop watching everybody.
In a way, right? You know,
he's the real truther cop, essentially. This is it.
Well, to a man with a hammer, you know, like if you're doing it for long enough, you might like. And some of his friends that were also cop watchers were in the chat, and they're pretty fun, you know, right? Like they're fun people, honestly. But
yeah, it's just fun. It's that is kind of funny actually. So I don't know.
Yeah, he was bringing people to the show, so
yeah. No, but it's just funny because like it made Hyperborean really annoyed, but I thought it was really productive though. You know, so
yeah, I thought
I was just trying to lighten the mood. I was just trying to lighten the mood a little bit, but it wasn't really. But I really did want to understand the differences in the points because
well,
you know, I wish I would not have dropped out of that one point because I think it was actually going somewhere at that point. So.
Yeah, what's funny is that like Pinoid had a little session with them, right? Like Avian had a little session with them. So did Twilight. And so did Hyperborean. So like they all had their little like moment where they tried to break shit down for Joe Cool. It's pretty funny. But yeah, it's definitely like a lot of these dudes in Detroit. But it's like security guards or some shit. We like go to like a store, like the same store, and they'll be like a security guard, you know? Or some dude like you always talk to, and it's always like an old black dude. And,
I mean, I've learned a lot from old black dudes, man. I mean, I'll be honest with you, like a lot of old black dudes. They do have a lot of wisdom, but also like it is kind of funny, like the whole like cop like I don't really like the whole cop watching thing because like I get it in a sense, but it's also kind of like worshiping the system in a way because you're just trying to like find legal loopholes and stuff. But I do think that there's a use to it, right? But it's also kind of like I think it actually helps the system in a way. Like it's almost like well, you haven't seen the Jurassic Park movie, but in the Jurassic Park movies, they put the Velociraptors like in this like pen with like electric fences, and so the Velociraptors are always like testing all the different points on the fence, trying to figure out like where's the weak spot so they can like get out and eat the people, right? And I feel like that's what a lot of this like cop watching and stuff like this does is like it just helps refine like the legal system into a better prison or something like that, you know what I mean? So that's kind of where I'm coming at with Pinoid right now about, you know, the system itself, and that's kind of where, you know, hopefully he'll come back and we'll jump into that more because I think that's kind of what his articles are kind of alluding to in a weird way of like how the system's kind of like, you know, refining itself over time or something. I don't know. Maybe I'm talking out of my ass, but kind of like it kind of uses our struggle against it to like make itself more robust, I guess you'd say, right? And I don't think he's trying to say that, but that's kind of what I took out of his articles, I guess, if that makes any sense. But
Yeah, well, it's
You
like the
think
one
that-
I was reading. Yesterday, right?
Which one?
I'm the one with the abortions. It's like, talking about the appliances and how the home appliances tied into the, to the whole schema of the things, how to free up the housework, right? And how the women who had like one, baby or whatever, right? They were like not forced into work or whatever. Like they would just work less.
Right. So it becomes like this reinforcement of the particular situation or something. Yeah. I mean, that's what's kind of weird about the whole like.
Yeah, it
Like,
says here.
like-
It says from 1930s to the 1950s, the country had become electrified. The standard of living rose to the point where 75% of the U.S. population had a car, when 30 years later it was only 20%. This also applied to appliances. In 1950, 80% of the population had a refrigerator, whereas 30 years earlier, only 10% had one. So it's crazy. Cars and refrigerators, right? Like those are pretty huge. And he's saying like it moved from like 20 to 75%. Like 10% to 80%. There's a huge echo. Yeah. Where's that coming from?
Neurojack's echoing.
All right. How about now? Better now or
I don't
no?
know.
All right,
Yeah,
maybe
but it
it's-
ties into the whole like ellul quote, like at the beginning, right? It's like, it's talking about how the system kind of recreates man, and right? It says it says man obeys the clock, and right? He lives in a world of stone, right? He hardly makes contact with living things, right? All this stuff, right?
Yeah, I figured the quote fit proper, for like the article. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, I've been trying to tie it, you know what I mean? I've been trying to tie it back together.
Right.
Listen, I be grinding hard to motherfucking make shit work. Like, am I here doing this for y'all?
No, I appreciate that. And did you hear what I said about how like my interpretation of what you were trying to say? Did you hear that or not? If not, I'll just repeat it briefly.
No. Like, I didn't hear it. I was talking to my daughter.
No, you're good. No, I said like what I see your articles as kind of saying in a sense is like, in from my perspective, it's like you're kind of saying that like in a way, the more that we're struggling against the system in a sense, like the system is kind of like learning from us in a sense. I know you're not saying that, but like that's what I hear. Like, and I think just when we go backwards to the previous article before that, the one about the like no white culture, you say a lot of stuff in there that I think is very much like it's very much like in the wheel of like what I've been trying to say to a lot of people, but just from a totally different angle. So if we can get into that, we'll go over the major points of that article too. I think that's the next one.
I can read that for you real quick. You know what I'm saying? Not a big deal. There's no white culture. As much as we pretend it does not exist. Right. Let's start just where it starts. Who your people were in the old world depends on where you land in this conversation. What is white? What does this term come from? White began as blanco, a way to differentiate the Spanish colonists from the indigenous people they encountered and the slaves they brought to work the plantation. This, of course, led to the belief as long as Europeans weren't committing crimes against each other, it wasn't really a crime. This, of course, led to the Enlightenment ideas of scientific racialism. Look, history is what it is. We're built from what we are built from. My people were Roman. We enslaved everyone. Our society lives off guilt. We are well aware that what we have done will come back to haunt us. It lives in our psyches. We created fictions that justify what we have done. The Africans sold their own people to us. It was the Jews who ran the slave trade. They were better off. They were savages who would never invented the wheel. We are the superior people. And these are all true. The Africans sold their own people. The Jews were the merchants who sold and financed the sales of slaves. The Africans never invented the wheel, and we had better technology. The thing is, though, none of these are in a vacuum. The African continent is shit. It has less coastline and deep water ports or rivers that can be traversed than Norway. The center of it has a fly called the tsetse fly that carries sleeping sickness, which kills all large bovine animals, so they can only carry goods. I had somebody like lose their shit about this in my fucking Discord, right? Like all right, so the people like have existed in Africa for like, fucking 5 million years, whatever the fuck it is, right? But like the bovines and the animals and the domesticated animals were only 13,000 years, right? So like it kind of like, didn't have the time to be able to evolve to like stop this shit, right? All right, which kills all large bovine animals, so they can only carry goods. The river systems drop 1,000 feet in elevation, 100 miles from the coast, so they can never support trade or major inland transport. The Jews did the finance because the Christians were not supposed to be allowed to do usury. So we used the Jews to fund our economies when they agreed over to our abilities. We had transport and access to the Silk Road, which enables all the worst brain power to be put to use through trade and upgrades. The Aztecs and the Africans were not part of this network. See, here's the thing. We all evolved somewhere. And this is the point of the essay. Before we were white, we were Genoan or Parisian or Budapestan, right? Or Budian and Pestin, right? We were the sons of Will or Smith, the McGregor clan, or the Julians. We never considered ourselves white. Our cultures were formed over thousands of years of forced interdependence on others based on the land and available resources or food. These cultures were reflected in art. The background to different masterpieces shows different land masses and geography. The culture of a place touched someone so much that they needed to express it and write it down because it belonged to them. They were the culture. They embodied it. The teachings and practices and idiosyncrasies of what the interactions were carried down over the years. These beautiful parts of who we were as humans and family have mostly been lost to the economic needs of a digital age. This white descriptor became a measuring stick of the economy. We used to say, be a proper white man to get a job to support your family. This had connotations. It meant not having a culture that kept you from doing whatever it took to earn your way into the economic system. These connotations are still there today, but mostly they are used to differentiate one group of workers from another. The scientific management looks at someone who is white and assumes they have had their culture ripped out. They assume they can read and write and have the understanding needed to do the task. They assume they will be able to they will ask for a certain amount of money based on the economic caste. This is used by politicians and advertisers to sell ideas and goods because the whites have been sold a standard of living and a way of life. We pretend that America never had a caste system. I'm pretty sure the Northern Whites always looked at the blacks and the new money as beneath them. The slaves were slaves and the white trash was white trash. The landowners married landowners. One of the Waltons just married one of Swift's children. This is the way things are. We are humans. The study of economics is the study of what people do all day. This is why I say all interactions are transactional. The interdependence between people is the basis, not just for economic means, but also cultural means. Culture dictates the rules for interaction. We went from having unwritten codes and rules that were understood to laws and actual codes written down that are punishable and actionable by force. This court system was set up to destroy the local power structures that restricted the actions of national or international merchants that were antithetical to the cohesiveness of local people. Anyone who's ever been to court will tell you it's an impersonal, cold, unfeeling machine. This is why it's run by women today. They are compliant and lack the empathy to break the rules when needed. Culture is created over long periods by people who live in a place generationally. Today, we're just beginning to smell the idea that this used to be the norm after 500 years of mass migration from the old continent to the new. Men like Ben Shapiro do not want the system to end. It's why he says retarded shit like, you are not entitled to live in a place you grew up. If you cannot afford to live here, then you should leave. Man, listen, I gotta fix that fucking right there. You cannot have the freedom to move wherever you want in the culture. Freedom is the great destroyer of culture. When you give tribesmen the Amazon, the internet, they start shitting on their local women and calling them fat and asking, what color is you Bugatti? Right? See, culture is a restriction of the movement of capital and knowledge. You cannot have scientific governance and still have superstitions or practices that hinder technological development. The Amish or the Jews are a good example of this. The Jews are not even allowed to drive on the Sabbath. They must hang up their keys and not touch them all day. The Amish restrict transportation to keep the people close. This runs directly counter to any good government that wants jobs and employment in industries that create sellable goods. Cars are the best way to keep massive swaths of a place employed. With 10,000 moving parts, the manufacturing for each part of the supply chain keeps a town somewhere alive. The Nietzschean way of thought that says if something can be knocked down, it should be knocked down, destroyed the very pillars that uphold societies and communities. No one puts baby in the corner as an attitude of a man who has no responsibility to his bloodline or higher society. This attitude destroys the very bonds of a community that keeps basic structures, what Machiavelli called virtue, alive. The guy who cuts the grass at the park where the kids play, the engineer who volunteers his time locally to help with the infrastructure and sends his kids off and doesn't push them to stay and help as the community is filled with Muslim immigrants who aren't of his people. They don't share his culture. If they don't share his culture but are part of his community, ownership needed to assume stewardship dies. We say this is my land or this is my nation, this is my community, this is my city. This implies you have a responsibility to it. It implies it has a responsibility to you. You are part of it and it's part of you. When you have to leave it and leave another place and leave another place, all of a sudden you're like a woman who jumps from dick to dick to dick. You eventually can't pair bond at all. You will have no culture and end up as a nation of wanderers and merchants. This has been our people forever. We have not spent generations in a place. We have been moving around, not having the basic structures that would create good culture. We have laws of the road like hobos, but unlike hobos, we have no shared suffering. We blame each other for our societal failings and won't even leave markings on a post to help each other find the way. I would love to get back to having cultures, but we have to accept that borrowing from the future and having exponential growth economically and technologically is not possible if we want it. We have to let the chips fall where they are and may intentionally and stop trying to where they may internationally and stop trying to replace ourselves with computers. It is time for us to take the next step, break this economic zone into multiple nations and settle in for a few dozen generations, become new races and people. I hope we do. Only then will we find culture and true love again.
Right. So there's a lot packed into that. I think the responsibility thing you said is a big key one, and stewardship. So like responsibility, stewardship, tied to the land, economic, like the fact that we're bouncing around economically. But so I guess what you're saying is like, so are you basically saying to like white folks like essentially like
damn white folk,
them damn white folk. You try to tell us like we got to be more. I mean, I don't want to say subservient, but basically,
no,
ourselves and basically like
that's not it. That's not it at all.
We got to go back to being what? But we got to go back and be like serfs on the land, essentially, and like.
I mean,
once
stop with the serfs term. Just like being belonging to a land, like being a part of a land. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, like, and I'm not saying it in a derogatory way, but it's like, okay, so like on the one end, you're like, well, the merchants, like, we don't want to be merchants and this and that, but like the merchants, the international ruthless cosmopolitans, like run us, right? Like their kids go to Harvard and their kids like, you know, fly to Moscow to London to New York City and all this, but then like we support them by like our economic activity and like valley down. So again, I'm not disagreeing with you, but what I'm saying is like it's an interesting like dynamic where it's like we just need to kind of like hunker down and do the thing, you know, and so I get like, yeah, I mean, I kind of agree in a lot of ways. Like you're saying, like use the Amish or the Jews as like an example. And like I can kind of agree with that in a sense, but at the same time, it's like we're kind of at the mercy of the economics and the technology and stuff like this too. So, but so I guess there's like a balance that we need to strike between those two things, right? Like,
okay. So like, listen, all right, so check this out, right? There's two ways you could use this technology, right? Well, three, right? You could use it to like create viruses that'll eat the entire world, you know what I'm saying? And, like murder the whole population except for a select few, right? There's, I mean, you could take it and turn everybody into like pod dwelling, you know what I mean? Like fucking, you know, city folks who are addicted to fucking porn and, you know what I mean? Like, you know, just like raw animals who eat goy slop, right? But there's a third option, right? And I wrote about this, right? Fucking, actually wrote a piece about this. Post, go back, hang on a second. Fucking view all search for artificial general intelligence. Okay, so I wrote about this. Right. Okay, so the pods, cyberpunk, shit. Let's see here. I'm trying to see fucking Skynet. I think there was like 2 of these I wrote about this, to be honest with you. Right. Hang on a minute. Go back here. Posts. AI. Fucking June 25th. Is it too late? Is it too late? Hang on. Is this it? I'm trying to see because I actually wrote some shit about this.
Yeah, what are you talking about right now? Because if it's about AI, I have a lot I can add. So.
Well, we're talking about how like the economic system, and so it's like he's saying like white people, we need to like kind of go back to the land and build a culture and like stop moving around and being rootless cosmopolitans trying to be something or be someone that we're not. And I'm saying like, well, like we're kind of ruled by people that are rootless and do kind of like rule over us because they're only moving around money and stuff. So I'm like, well, how do we play like offense and defense while like we're kind of like becoming serfs on the land or something like that, you know? And again, I'm kind of mischaracterizing what he's saying.
Yeah, it's not serfs that you're looking for, right? In the end of the day, it's not serfs, right? It's literally like you just want to be part of the land and tied to the land and have like a nationality, right? Like be something that is from somewhere.
Well, why don't you tell the Jews that then?
I think quickly though, you know, a lot of people talk about the dangers of AI, but I don't see many people talking about the dangers of cloud computing. You know, cloud computing coupled with AI is what's super dangerous. Cloud computing, you know, like IoT is connected to the cloud, and you know, during the 2019, you know, the cloud, you know, like AWS and Azure, they make so much money. You know, Amazon actually loses money from its store, but it gains money from its cloud services, which is called AWS, Amazon Web Services. You know, that can.
Yeah. Well, before we get into that, like, let's make sure it's connected to like the human side of it, right? Like, I mean, I know what you're saying, and I think it's really important, but I'm saying like, let's stick to like how like all that is affecting us on the ground level, and then tie it back with like to all that, if that makes sense.
You know, Klaus Schwab tell you how. Basically, they're trying to collect data on the edge, you know, using what is called edge analytic devices, and then they can like perfect or improve their predictive models that they host on the cloud, and that way they can like improve their, I don't know, surveillance systems and.
Well, that's kind of what I've been. That's kind of what I was arguing. Is like I think his like what I see from his articles is that like it's like I think that he's right in a lot of ways. But what I'm saying is like I'm concerned with what you're saying, where it's like, aren't we kind of helping the system like get better at it? Because like if we drop like you can't really drop out of the system economically. You can't like this is what we started off talking about. Like we can't really survive economically, right? Like. We're so dependent on the system that we can't really drop out, right? And like, you know, maybe we could like have a farm or something, but ultimately we're kind of at the mercy of what's going on. But at least we can have like more control over our situation with like family and stuff like that. But also like, I guess it goes back to like the sitting duck situation. Like in a sense, like the Amish aren't sitting ducks, but in another sense they are sitting ducks. So it's like, I guess it's like, you know, and it's going to get more and more that way because of the technology, yes. But it's like, to what degree do we prioritize things? You know.
Okay, listen. Let me pose my third option real quick, right? So, like, the third option is that like you create farmer poets, right? Like rather than like fucking standing here creating pod dwellers or any of this shit, you create farmer fucking poets, right? You know, I mean, where like, you know, you're tied to the land, you're part of a community, you're part of everything. But the AI like allows you to be able to like, you know, fucking have Aristotle, like you can, you know what I mean, like read Aristotle and Plato and read and do all this type of shit. But like it helps you grow food, and it makes you like, and you have like 3D printers in your neighborhood, right? It makes you kind of like self-sufficient, right? And that's, you know what I mean, like that's the best use of AI. You know what I'm saying? But we don't want to move towards like anything that's good for humanity. We just want to move towards like what's good for like the very, very upper class. You know what I'm saying?
Right. No, I agree with you. And I think that's kind of what I'm saying is like there, my big problem with the technology is that the way that it seems to being implemented is it's only going to benefit the top 1 to 5% of people, and everybody else is just going to get bulldozed by it. And again, like honestly, like I could even say like, let's just say for the sake of argument, like 50% of the people on the earth, like I could give a fuck less about. Let's just say it like that, right? But then it's like the rest of us, like I don't want us to get wiped off the face of the earth. So it's like, now what? So it's like, you know what I mean? So
you said farmer pellets, like what did you say? Farmer
poets.
Yeah, farmer poets.
Oh, farmer poets. So
yeah,
like writing poetry. Yeah, like
listen, bro. Like, okay, have you ever heard of warrior poets?
yes. Okay, I see what you mean now. Yeah, okay.
Right. You know what I mean? Like, you know, instead of like warrior poets.
I know 100% what you mean. Sorry about that.
Yeah. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, you create somebody who's like still on the land, but they're not like struggling to survive. You know
there's
I mean?
actually a good book about farmer poets. It's a Japanese though, but I know you don't.
Oh, now they're giving out tablets in jail. Yeah, they've been doing that for 5 or 6 or 10 years now. Like, bro, listen, that's been a normal thing forever. Yeah. Like, yo, because it's easier to like let somebody have a fucking tablet so they can text back and forth with people and they can make money. It's like 25 or like 5 cents a text or some shit like that. Right? It's fucking ridiculous. Speaking of which, I got to put money on.
Right, but that's what they're doing with the whole economic system. Is like the whole economic system is like jail with like tablets with 5 cents a text. Right,
Yeah,
like that's kind of what they're doing.
rent-seeking behavior, bro. Is what it is.
Yeah. Question for you, Pinoy. Do you think war with swords and arrows was more noble than with guns and modern artillery?
Oh, a million times, yes.
Yeah. In medieval times, yeah. In what times? I didn't hear you.
Yeah, 1,000,000%, yes. 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 A million percent.
Yeah, 1,000,000%. Yeah, I think that's really one of the biggest problems because now war is just for faceless corporations. That's really not even for your own interests or your own people. You know what I mean? And but in the past, war was different. War had a metaphysical dimension to it.
Well, but here's the thing: is like honestly, a lot of war probably wasn't for the best interest of your people either. It's usually like out of like the necessity because either the king ran his mouth or whatever happened. I mean, sometimes it was over resources, but a lot of times it was just over like, I mean, at least in Europe, I mean, a lot of it was over a lot of bullshit too. So, I mean, but generally speaking, like, I think that it is more honorable too, because it's like, when you got to look a person in the eye before you like, cut their head off. I mean, it's a lot more real, you know what I mean? So,
I mean, the chances for glory are much higher.
Wait, say that again?
The chances for glory are much higher.
Right. Like the risk reward, you're saying like the risk reward, yeah. I mean, reward risk, I think, yeah.
Yeah. Like, you're not, like, listen, you're not going to become like a fucking, like, the last motherfucker who, like, really, like, was, recognized as a fucking soldier was the guy who Rambo was based off of. Right? And even then, most of us don't know his fucking name.
Well, it's like Achilles or something like that too. But so
No. I'm talking about like recently in our.
No, I know, but I get what you're saying. It's like, you live on in infamy because of your your heroicness, or like what's the guy Beowulf or some shit, right?
Yeah.
You live on through
whatever you call it. But so here, so you don't have to go. I mean, if you want to read your articles in reverse, you can. But like, so the things you talk about on this one, as I traced it back, then the next thing you were saying is something about how like it's like the native versus the colonizer, and you use like King Arthur specifically, and I thought that was very interesting because you were saying like King Arthur was like the son of a Roman noble and like some British, harlot or something, or I don't know what it was, but
No. She was like, it was like a Britain lady or whatever it was. You know what I mean? Yeah. Fucking.
Right.
Yeah. So
you're
like,
saying that's how they like psyop people. So you say, I mean, you didn't say this directly, but like my interpretation of it is like they kind of use like the mixed children of conquerors and natives and this and that to like kind of like sell the destruction of culture or something like that. I thought that was very interesting.
No, I mean it's not really what it's about. It's what you end up having is, and this is what Machiavelli said, like if you want to be able to conquer a place, you had to like move your people there, right? But like eventually when you do that, after like so many generations, like the people become like part of that land and they're no longer part of yours, right? And then they rise up, and because like they're from your core, they have the capability and knowledge, and they've added in the local customs into and like made them better. Another word I'm looking for here. Fucking, I'm reaching at the moment. Like they've taken them and made them like the most like shit that they can be, right? You know what I mean? They've taken them and they like fucking. I'm not personified them, bro. Like I don't know. It's more, yeah. But they stood there and they took their cultures, they combined them. You know, they took the best parts of them, and then they end up aiming that back at you, right? And that's what happened in Britain with, King Arthur and shit, who's supposed to be the first king of fucking Britain. We don't know if he actually existed, right? But like that's technically like what the myth is that he was the son of a Roman noble and like a fucking British mother, right? And he became the first king. But yeah, it's fucking fascinating shit. But the fall of empires. When do colonists become folk? I run my articles through Notebook LM after publishing. It's mostly an edit of my concepts and makes a podcast. It's about 30 minutes long with two people having a conversation about my work. It also makes a short 7-minute video that I put up on my YouTube channel. In doing so, it allows me to listen to others' perspective on my work while going down the road or in the shower. This sometimes gives me a deeper insight into the concepts I'm writing about. Essentially, giving me a chance to be inspired by what I've already written. I don't read other people's articles. I don't read other people's articles as much as I used to. The reason is twofold. One, I don't want my work to sound like anyone else's. And two, I want to finish the threads I'm pulling on before being dragged into the mud. I want to pull on the thread I started with my last article. This relates to the core concept of the Substack as a whole because it's fundamental to understand the underlying mechanisms of my political philosophy. There was a book written about the fourth turning. I apologize, I have to dismantle it. But let's be honest, sometimes we all want to destroy something retarded. The basic premise of what they understood to be generation was completely wrong. How can a generation be 20 years when the average age for a male to breed for the first time was 25? I know I can hear you typing furiously on your keyboard. That's marriage, not childbirth. I searched for data on the average age of a male becoming a father in the historic term, and there is none. So this is a good stand-in. So if the average age of a male historically to be married was 25, and that's the age they reproduce at, how can you say that there's a turning of certain generations? Say there's a turning of certain generations. This is nonsense. The country will be 250 years old next year. That'll be 10 generations, not 16, like Howard Strauss implied. Here's another graph. That dip was an ahistoric in the baby boomer generation. This means that a generation is 25 years, not 20. So with that being understood, we need to have a conversation about a theory I'm working out in my head. We have heard the left scream about how we're all immigrants in America. We've all seen this meme with the Native American saying, "Bank took your house? That must be tough." This is true because there's a native peoples who have been here for at least 6,000 years. That's 240 generations. There's no question that these people have a claim to the land based on blood and soils. I have no issue with this. But when do colonists become native? I think that this question is a much bigger question and holds a key to solving a bunch of other questions. See, we know there's a point when people move to a place from somewhere else, that they stop being from that someplace else and become native to the new land. The Spanish culture in Mexico in 1521 and were kicked out 300 years later in 1823. I think these dates are a little misleading. After Cortez, who had the largest balls of any man who has ever lived, conquered the Aztec with 200 guys in 1520, there were 240,000 Spanish Europeans who came to Mexico that century, and another 450,000 a century after that. We know that people don't mass migrate as soon as a place is conquered. It takes time. Hell, the boat ride took 6 months alone. So let's say the migration happened over a period of 200 years and was full swing by 1570. This will put the true Spanish-Mexico state at 250 years. That's 10 generations, give or take. That's a lot of rape, like a lot of rape. The people who resulted were, we call mestizos or Mexicans. They were rallied by a Catholic priest after he discovered they could not grow crops on their land. Now, 10 generations of people who were mixed with the blood of conquerors and the conquered. These people of Spanish and native descent stood up and fought off the Spanish Empire. You can say these people threw off a failing empire, but they still did it. They did not form a capitalist utopia. They formed a loosely governed federation of states. They had border skirmishes and lost land to the newly formed United States, which was expanding westward. The thing is, though, no one questions if they belong there. They had always been there. They're just Mexicans. Just like the Afghans or Afghani or the Russians are Russians. There aren't many places in the world where people aren't just the people. I mean, the Uyghurs in China, the Israelis, the Basques, the Kurds, most of these, other than the Jews, are native people inside the wrong borders. I apologize if this meanders a bit. I'm still formulating this idea. The thing is, we weren't native. My people were still working, are still working on a native thing. It is a total assimilation that is the one aspect of it. My people are from Calabria, Italy. We are still not quite native. We want to own the land, but we are at war with the Anglo-Saxons. We are not them, and we are not in charge, and they are in charge. We are not Italians anymore, but we're not Americans. Maybe if I explain the feeling, you understand better. Part of being an American is the culture. There's parts of the economy that disgust us. The food, for sure, is one of them. We all have guilty pleasures like Chinese food or Pizza Hut pizza, though that has changed since they changed the recipe. But ramen noodles or Waffle House makes you want to lynch Anglos for disrespect the basic human decency by calling this food. The worship of Japanese cars and entertainment, worshiping women and whining about your feelings to your local Jew at $200 an hour is insane. The need to work 400 hours a week and never see your wife or kids is also insane. The hatred for your family, community, and people fucking awful practices. The disrespect of your own people because of dialects. The beef between the blacks and the Anglos when they were brought here to do work for the Anglos. Just give them the hug that they've been wanting for 400 years. They buy everything you tell them to, and they comfort themselves and they contort themselves in a knot to do as you ask. The need for your news to portray every man as a pedophile or rapist just to sell advertising is borderline suicidal. I don't want to hear anything about how bad Italy is or to leave. I have no idea what Italy is like. I've never been there. I ain't going anywhere. I'm an Appalachian. My people come from the Apennine Mountains. This feels like home. I get lost in the views coming home a lot of times. But I'm an outsider, and so are most of my people. We meet on the internet and discuss this place like agents of a foreign government, giving reports of what we have seen. We have a cultural sense that this is shared over generations. We love the land and would defend it with our lives, but we know that if things got tough, we would be seen as separate and as possible enemies again. I think this is a process of empires. The term empire means to rule over a large territory. This ultimately means you have to have more than your people under your rule. The structure is to have a core culture that is the base that expands and conquers other people. Your people move there, and the natives absorb your culture, and your people absorb the natives. Eventually, the new culture fights back to be free of the old. A local elite, often of your core, will stand up and use with the natives and the mixed people to throw a revolt and free themselves. This is where the term going native comes from. Native, of course, means nati, or birth in Latin, of your birth. This term is old. This is the story of King Arthur, who was the first king of Britain. He was supposedly of Roman noble birth and of a British mother. George Washington was a colonel in the British Army. The father of Mexico was Miguel Hidalgo, a Spanish priest. Simon Bolivar, the man who freed Colombia, Peru, Ecuador, Panama, and fucking Bolivia from the Spanish rule, and Venezuela, was born into the Spanish nobility. At some point, we become our own thing. If we look at our country not as a continuous universal state, but as places where people have lived for a certain amount of time, it's only a matter of time before they fight for their freedom as well. This is a question of generations. How many does it take before people who were once Anglos, Germans, Italians, Mexicans, Puerto Ricans, Chinese, or Irish to become Idahoans, Appalachians, or Texans? When does it stop just being a civic duty and become virtue, as Machiavelli called it? When do the calls for blood and soil stop being calls and just become reality? When do people stop adhering to an empire that conquered a continent? When do they serve themselves and stand up and say enough that this is mine and my future generations' land? This does not belong to the empire. This is ours. When will a figure from the core come and lead the people out of the standing of being a part of an economic zone into a nationhood? It's only a matter of generations. Are we all on the clock? These questions, I think, need to be asked. I think I'll speak of this more as time goes on. I know there are people addressing folk on here. Send them this. Ask them what they think.
Yeah. That was a very good article. I
Thank you.
do have some questions for you though, because it's
Shut up.
related to the article. So, what's your opinion on the European Union? First of all, I want to know what's your opinion on the European
I think it's
Union.
fucking retarded.
Yeah, I see. I do agree, and maybe in some ways, yeah, I think, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's not logical, right? And it doesn't work logistically, right? Because each of the economies does its own thing, right? And like the ability of or them being forced to use the euro often ends up destroying the economy and the government and the state itself that it's like, you know what I mean, that it's rolling over, right? So like, you know, Italians not being able to print their own currency and being forced to be in the euro instead of having the lira is an issue, right? Same with the Greeks, right? The Greeks needed to be able to inflate away their motherfucking like their debt. You know what I mean? But they couldn't because it's like denominated in fucking euros. That's an issue for places like Greece, right? You know what I mean? And the Germans like are in control basically of like the fucking monetary purse. And there's places that need help and they can't help them. And then like you had these universal rules for different places with different nations and different people with different needs. It doesn't make any fucking sense, especially in like immigration law and all that type of shit. It's fucking bad.
That's actually a very good response. And I wanted to ask you another thing. What's your opinion on, in principle, on empire building? You know, like, you know, throughout history, you know, they have, you know, Rome built empires, Persia built empires, China, you know, China used to be multiple countries, same with India, and they, you know, formed the empire. Like, what's your opinion on empire building?
I don't know. Like, I don't know. Like, am I supposed to have an opinion on empire building? Like, I'm neither pro nor negative empire building, right? Like it is what it is. Like, you know, the iron rule of might makes right tends to play out, right? But ultimately, like empires are just like children, you know what I mean? They're like humans. They have a natural cycle of, you know, fucking birth, fucking growth, maturation, fucking aging and death. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean. But the reason I ask you that is because if America were to balkanize, according to like the Appalachians and the other cultures you show, some of them will want to build an empire, and there will be wars over them. Like it's inevitable.
Like for example, like with what you're saying, Pinoy, like right, like you're saying, like, well, if the people come in and mix, like let's say that like 100 million Muslims come in the next like 20 years, right, or whatever, and they have like 100 million kids, then essentially like now they become the dominant culture, or at least, you know, a significant minority, right? And then so like now, is that like a part of the plan of the empire, or does that become a new empire, or does that just become an economic thing, or how do you view that?
I mean, I feel like eventually we as humans have to learn how to be smart enough to not do slavery, right? And if you don't do slavery, then you probably won't do a lot of immigration, right? At the end of the day, like slavery tends to be like terrible for your civilization. Like it's fucking cancer for almost every civilization that fucking does it. I don't know why we keep trying slavery, because it doesn't fucking work and it never has. And it always leads to the downfall of every empire. Like we need to stop doing fucking slavery. So like, I don't think we should be inviting anybody to fucking just as a whole, right? Unless like it's a necessity, or, you know, like fucking artists or whatever the case is. You know how that works. Like, even basketball players, right? That type of shit. I have no fucking issue with like high scale, real high scale people, you know, artists, you know, like for instance, you know, like guy from Top Gear come here and like, you know, fucking drive their cars around. That's cool. That's fucking fine. You know what I mean? Movie stars, whatever, don't care. Right. But like as far as like people who are actually competing for like real labor, it's fucking dumb. You know, and so I don't think you should do that just as a whole. I think we should learn that lesson. But I mean, that's just me. I don't fucking know. Maybe I'm retarded.
No, I actually agree with you in terms of virtue. I don't think slavery is good in terms of, you know, being virtuous, you know.
Or economically too, it's fucking dumb.
Well, but isn't our system ultimately like capitalist slavery through compete like with the immigration and all that? Like, isn't it a different form of slavery?
Yes, but it wasn't always. Like we built the best part of the system without slavery. Right? Like that fucking 40-year period between like 1938 and, you know, I mean, like 1978 right, was the best period, right? As far as like, American innovation and ability and all that type of shit and growth and all the crazy things that happened, right? That was the best part of the fucking country, like of our entire history in its 250 years, right? And what we did, we built a fucking middle class, right? We didn't have slavery, right? We didn't have immigration. We didn't have any of this shit, right? And then it went fucking straight downhill the moment we opened the fucking borders. So I feel like we should not like fucking open the goddamn borders, like for fuck's sake. It's just fucking no slavery, bro. You know what I mean? And by the way, like the South is way behind the North to this day because they had slavery, because they never had a middle class. Right. And I get it. Agriculture has never been, like a fucking profitable venture as far as shit's concerned. Right. But like ultimately, you're better off like growing it properly. You know what I mean? As much as you fucking can, and then subsidizing some of it and paying extra for the fucking for the food. That way, like the farmers keep going, and then just doing debt jubilees, right? Like run the debt up, and then for the farmers to run debt up and then have a debt jubilee. That's what used to fucking happen. You ever read Michael Hudson or listen to Michael Hudson, Neurojack or Avian or Plug Machine?
Repeat that one more time. Repeat
I
that.
know what a debt jubilee is. From the Great Sabbath from Jewish law. Yeah, I understand what that means.
It's not Jewish law. This shit goes back to like fucking Samaria.
Yeah, perhaps, but I'm talking about the Great Jubilee, the Jubilee year.
Oh, the Great Jubilee. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is it? Jubilee jet history. Oh, hang on. Let me look it up. Yeah, I think it goes back to like Samaria, but like I don't know. I'm only seeing it in the fucking Bible.
The Jubilee.
Sumerian.
So are you gonna tell the Jews? Are you gonna tell the Jews to stop culturally appropriating all our shit?
Yeah, Sumerian jubilees were periods of debt cancellation, with the earliest known instance occurring around 2400 BC in Lagash. These were not fixed 7-year cycles, but rather proclamations by rulers to address social instability caused by debt, which would lead peasants fleeing and becoming indebted to the point of selling family members into servitude. So yeah. This predates the fucking Jews. I couldn't listen. I was trying to like divorce things from the fucking Jews, so like we kind of can get on board with it.
Well, I don't know. It is fundamentally like if most people hear Jubilee debt thing, then they're gonna think of the Bible stuff, right? So that's a common nomenclature.
Yeah, I'm just saying it predates like the fucking Jews by a lot. You know what I mean? Like what fucking 2,100 years?
Not according to them, right?
Yeah, I mean, like right? Like the Jews didn't exist in Samaria, so I mean, like it's what the fuck it is.
Yeah, I want to just clarify.
They claim that that's where Abraham is from, right? So,
I mean, they can claim whatever they want, but I believe.
So, like, let's say you got prisoners of war. You let them have their own community, and maybe they farm and they give taxes. But that's not really like slavery because you're letting them have their own, I don't know, land or something. Because I think cultures did that and stuff. But the thing with the African Americans, it was slavery because they were working under implementation.
But isn't that what the tech oligarchs want for us? Like they want to have their like super sophisticated technology, and we go like be Amish people on the land, and they'll come and like rape our women or take them up in the spaceship or whatever.
Yeah, we are slaves to the technological industrial system and the way the corporatism works. We are technically slaves.
Ultimately, like listen, okay, so here's the question, right? Would you rather spend like another like fucking 3 generations, 5 generations doing this where like we're all just like busting our fucking ass and like like our kids fucking hate us and everybody calls us racist every 4 fucking years and shit, you know what I mean? And like white people continue to be a fucking minority and things keep getting worse. Or we can have a community where every once in a while like a rich person shows up and steals a couple of our bitches and leaves. 'Cause I feel like we can get around
Latter,
that.
latter.
That's a fair point. That is a fair point.
You know what I mean? Like, hey, listen, like that. Neither one's gonna be like completely perfect, right? But like, I feel like I would rather have like a community. You know what I mean? Where like, you know, we know that we're gonna be okay and shit. And you know, when they call for us to go to war, we go to war. You know what I mean? And that's ultimately should really be the trade-off, because that was been the trade-off forever. Was like, you know, listen, you let us have our land and we farm and we don't bother you. You know what I mean? We give you fucking crops when you need them. But like, other than that, you just leave us the fuck be. And when you need fucking soldiers, you call us up and we'll give you some fucking soldiers to fight for you. Right? That's the motherfucker. That should always be the fucking trade-off. I don't understand like why we got the fuck away from this. It's fucking retarded.
Yeah, that's why we're here, because you know, most of human history, people have lived like that. You know, we have lost our community now, and we live working for faceless corporations. And you know, the biggest problem too, which we've talked about, is the decoupling of local food production and the community. You see what I mean? By making the food imports come from like Costa Rica or South America or other countries, that forces dependence and reliance on the artificial system. And so it breaks down communities and atomizes them. You know, as you decouple the food production and the local community, that's really the root of the issue as I see it. Because when you decouple them, all of this, you know, escalates and perpetuates out of control. That's the way I see it.
It must be. Yeah, but ultimately, like, okay, let me ask you this. This is a weird question, but so I go with your general idea for the moment. Like, I think you have a strong argument. So, but here's the other side of it. Like, ultimately, if things get to a certain point and we can go back and be like more like hunter-gatherer type people, and be like more like nomadic, and like kind of like how the Native Americans did it. Would you say that that would be preferable in the long run, because it's harder to control people that are nomadic versus people that are tied to the land?
Nah, what you want to be is like the Yamayans, right? You don't want to be like the fucking natives. You want to be like the Yamayans, right? You know who the Yamayans were, Neurojack?
No, I don't.
Yeah, I know who they were. Yeah.
Yeah, like me and Avian know who the fuck they are. we're their descendants, right? But like, you want to be like the Yamayans, right? So like, what you want is, they were herding people, right? They were motherfucking people who, you know what I mean, like had like flocks of sheep or goats or horses or fucking cows, whatever it was, right? And they traveled around like grazing. They were pastoralist, right? They grew some food, you know what I mean? But on the same level, like the majority of what they ate was meat, right? And when they showed up in Europe, right, they were like 6'2", right? And they lived like fucking 60 to 70 fucking years. And this is fucking pre-Iron Age, right? This is a long fucking time ago, right? That's probably the best way to be, is a pastoralist, right? And you can keep some of the tech, right, and still be a pastoralist, right? Where, you know what I mean, like you go on drives and you do all that type of shit and you like, you know, fucking you herd and all these things. That is literally the best way to be as a human being. That's kind of what you want to do. But like, you know, that's not really an option, because like the population is not, or too much population for that, right? There's too many fucking humans for that mentality. So, I mean,
right. I agree with you. I totally agree with you on that point. And I think that's kind of, so I agree pretty much. And again, like, I think this is one of the things like about Christianity is like, I think Christianity, at least the way I understand it, is kind of a pastoral, religion. It's kind of based on like, I mean, the whole point of Jesus being a shepherd and stuff like that. Like, I think it has a lot of different interpretations that you could take from it. Right. So, but again, I understand your other arguments against it, but again, I pretty much agree with you. So I guess that's kind of what you're saying is like, look, you know, we don't know what the future is, but we got to kind of wait and see. And like, we got to start moving in a certain direction to like hedge your bets, because the bets are looking pretty bad if we just continue in the direction we're at.
No. What we got to do is we have to go, okay, listen, we have a technology coming, right? And like, we see it, like, and the technology is about to punch us in the fucking face, right? And we go, okay, listen, so like, we can take this technology and we can use it for something that's positive for us, right? And, you know what I mean, like, you know, take it and turn it into like something decent. And, or, you know what I mean, we can just let it run us the fuck over, right? So Mike had a great line about this. He said, every technology will abuse you till you learn to abuse it, right? you want to be able to have a plan for this tech, right? And get these ideas out there. You know what I'm saying? Right? Where like, go, hey, listen, this would be ideal. You know what I mean? This would be the ideal thing to do with this fucking technology. Right? Because like, I understand that everybody wants to live in a fucking city, but it's mostly because there's shit to do in a city. Right? There's restaurants and clubs and all that type of stuff. But like the thing is,
there's women under 50 years old in cities too.
Well, today there was always women under 50 years old in the country back in the day, right? Remember, like America, like was like fucking 80% motherfucking rural up until like the 1870s, right? So I mean, like this whole shit is like fucking kind of nonsense, right? This last 100 years is kind of dog water. There's never been a time period in history where more people were urbanized than they are right now. So, I mean, I guess this is just an unnatural fucking way to live. So when we're looking at this, we have to go, okay, well, if you could take these HOAs and these big suburban fucking plots and turn them into a place that grew fucking food, right? And like fucking, had like, instead of like cutting your grass, you let it grow and you get cows and goats and chickens and pigs, whatever the fuck it is, right? You could feed that fucking neighborhood quite fucking easily, you know what I mean? Not like the whole way, but at least with like a decent portion of their fucking calories, like probably like 30, 40, 50% of their calories, right? And it'd be a much better diet and it'd be a much better community and the people as a whole would be much better in just, like living. Right. And if you could stand here and also take a couple of those fucking houses and convert them into like 3D printing shops where like you could get stuff to help you and implements that would get printed out to like help you like fucking farm and grow food and do all that type of shit. Right. And like people could actually have like local community, like fucking, businesses, not like, super heavy duty stuff, but like shit that they could fix things and repair stuff enough that they could live there. And you could do things like debt jubilees to get rid of like a lot of this fucking bullshit. Right, and let motherfuckers keep their houses and you get rid of the fucking immigrants, right? All of a sudden, like the population becomes much more manageable. The towns feel way less crowded, right? And you could get back to like a decent form of fucking community and family and cultural structures. And even if you did this for like 5-6 years, it would repair about 70 to 80% of the damage that's been done, right, over the past 80.
Right, but so again, I'm not trying to argue with you, but again, I'm trying to throw out scenarios I think are likely. So like as whites flight out of the cities, right? They're going to continue weaponizing and educating these brown people to like hate everybody and like be weaponized like whatever the fuck, right? So like if the cities fall, so basically like what I'm saying is like they're just going to keep replacing us and then like use the structure of the cities as like a weapon against those of us out in the rural areas. And they might pass a law that says like, well, having a cow is bad for the earth and you need to be like eating like bug meat or something. And so like we'll send the Nigerian robot police people to like confiscate all your cows or something, right? So I'm not saying that like that's going to happen, but I'm saying like I think this is kind of like if you look at England, for example, right? Like these stupid English people like invited all these people to come in their country, and now like they're being policed by the immigrants to like turn in all their guns and knives and cows and whatever the fuck else, So.
Well, I mean, the English at the moment are looking to divorce the Americans. Right? I just actually watched a podcast today about that, right? Where they're having roundtable discussions, right, with like top end academics talking about should we just divorce the Americans at this point? Which, it's fucking so beautiful. Like, thank fucking God, finally, right? These retards can leave us alone. But like this shit here is stuff that, like, we can have all these conversations about that shit about like, the cows and the leftists and the academics and all that type of stuff. The managers are going to disappear. Right, the managers will like flat out just disappear, and they'll fade back into regular communities. Right, that shit won't happen anymore. You're still going to have, like AIs probably like making. This is where AI will help. And as I said, these are not like things that I think will happen, but these are ideas that I think we should propagate. You know what I'm saying? Because it's the best fucking option we have with AI and not having jobs.
No, I get. So what you're saying is what you're, and if this is what you're saying, I agree, and I actually don't want to say it out loud, but I'll try to say it in a very careful way. What you're saying is that we need leverage before we get to the negotiation table. Is that what you're saying?
We need ideas before we get to the negotiating tables. What the fuck I'm saying?
No,
You know what I mean?
But ideas that hopefully get you access to leverage. So
It's not even that, dog. It's like literally like, bro, okay, does anybody have anything like, have you heard a single fucking solution from anybody?
I actually have something to say.
Well, there's a guy named Luigi who had some solutions, but I don't know.
No, I'm talking about like, have you heard any solutions from it? Bro, listen, I'm giving you ideas, right? I'm taking these ideas, I'm putting them out in the ether for everybody, right? So when this shit happens, right, we go, listen, I got an idea, right? Listen, I heard this, whatever, right? And you propagate this the fuck out. So you go, listen, here's something we can fucking try to aim for. Right, even if we miss the target a little, to the left or the right, I don't give a fuck. Either way it goes, it's still better than the fucking pods or the virus, right? Or like any of the things that they want to fucking do.
Yeah, I actually have something to say about that. You know, one way to do this is to look at the communes that failed, like Kirista. And I think one important thing, if we do make farmland and we make a commune and work with people, is to make it sex segregated. And don't let people fuck each other's wives. You know what I mean? Because Kirista was like they were living commune, but it broke down because of all the fucking they would do and other.
Well,
shit
see, this is the problem though. Is like only a certain type of person's attracted to like the kibbutz system at the moment, right? And so the thing is like this is the problem with the New Age thing. Is like look, a lot of the things that the New Age people are trying to accomplish, like I agree with, but here's the thing: is like. It's always going to degenerate because people are degenerate, and a lot of degenerates are drawn to like this type of ideology, right? So it's like, and there's not really like an enforcement that can actually happen. I mean, within cults there can't like it's like Mormonism, right? Like the reason why Mormonism works is because it has internal enforcement that nobody in the government is going to interfere with, right? So like that's why Mormonism works, right? That's why Scientology works, because like people don't get the government involved in all that shit, right? But all these like commune and kibbutzes that aren't Jewish, like you're gonna have like the DPS showing up or whatever. You're gonna have like you're gonna have people showing up at your door like saying like, did you do this right or did you do that right, or somebody's gonna get drunk and have sex with somebody's wife and then somebody's gonna get shot, and then like. Then you're not going to have money to pay the, property tax or whatever, right? So like this is how all this stuff seems to go, which is why I don't take a lot of that commune stuff serious. But yeah, I mean, the communes work in Israel, right? Because they have a culture, they have a like internal enforcement arm that, forces people to do, not destroy the family or destroy the clan or whatever, right? So.
Yeah, exactly. And I feel like. When you have a commune, it's good to have certain expectations, like don't fuck each other's wife, contribute to growing the farm, growing the, farming, stuff like that. Everyone has to contribute. So there should be like, clear rules, and you shouldn't be afraid of having regulations, in my opinion. Like not regulations in the sense of government interfering, but in the sense of like, the head of the farm or the commune, he's like, you can't be doing this shit, and he puts his foot down. You have to have like, strict rules against degeneracy is what I'm saying. Because degeneracy tears apart communities is what I'm trying to say. Like, that's what it does. Yeah, I'm not a degenerate. I'm not a degenerate. If that's what's that okay. I'm not a degenerate. Like, yeah, I prefer monogamy and fidelity. I prefer fidelity. Well, people went silent. Yeah. Is it just me? Like.
No, I was wondering that
Yeah,
too.
I'm
I
here.
don't know if anybody else talking to. Hold on one second. I'm gonna switch. Well, shit. I don't know if Pino is still there. Let's see here. But Machine, you're still there, right? And Avian.
Oh yeah, I'm here.
Yeah,
All
yeah,
right,
I'm
cool.
here.
So I put a video in the back. If you don't mind share this video for a second, I want to. It's really it's pretty short. I just want to get you guys' opinion on his argument here.
I don't know if will be able to, but I'll try, I guess, because
yeah, if it works, if not, it's okay. I'll open up my computer and open it up. But I just need a few. It'll take me like 5 or 10 minutes to do that, so I don't want to forget about it while I'm doing that. But
okay,
you have to accept the screen that I share.
Yeah, I'll do it. I got it. And hopefully Pino can hear this. He might be busy, but hopefully he'll hear this a little bit.
You should leave the United States, and rightfully so. A lot of people have come and said, you know what, like, I'm a real patriot. I'm not going to leave and abandon my country just because things are kind of hard right now. I'm not a coward like you, anti-prophet. Fair point. I want to address this, though. My thinking here is that you are actually the least responsible type of citizen if you are allowing yourself to live in the United States while being financially stressed day in, day out, and also if you're extremely lonely. Because if you have those two massive problems in your life, you are not operating at 100%. You are likely completely reactive to whatever it is that you see on your phone on social media. And I'm not kidding. When we are stressed about money, we literally lose 10 IQ points until the money insecurity is taken care of. You are a worse citizen by staying in the United States, and we cannot depend on you to help us make good decisions for as long as you're stressed. My thinking here is this: why not enable people to leave the United States, not for their entire lives necessarily, but for a season, 2 years, 3 years, where they're able to live a life of luxury, where they're able to work 20 hours a week instead of 40, and where they're able to save $40,000 a year, so that by the end of 2 or 3 years, they have $80,000 to $120,000 saved up, and they can use that courage that they get from financial security to find their ride or die, so that they fix the relationship side of things, so that they can return to the United States with all of that extra psychological bandwidth to help the country define a new cultural mythos that we can all live inside of. That is what is behind my political project on this channel at this point, and it is my response to the people who say, oh, I'm not a coward. I believe you. I really believe you're not a coward, but I believe that what I'm talking about here is the best possible way to open up that psychological bandwidth that we desperately need from you, because our country needs your intelligence in order to function. My whole channel has pivoted towards why.
Yeah, no, it's looping. Yeah, but yeah, no, it's interesting. So, what are my thoughts on it? Well, I mean, first off, the American establishment or their leaders, they really don't care about the common people. They keep flooding the country with Indians, and AI. Like Trump said, he's gonna give us $2,000. I don't believe it. He said something like that. I don't believe he will do that. He just says some shit, and the second thing is, America, it's like it doesn't have to be like this. It's becoming a third world country, but due to the incompetence and the greed of the politicians and stuff, and it didn't need to become like this, or maybe even their weird messianic plans. I'm not sure. But the second part is that what he says is kind of right. Like at this point, like if you're realistic, like getting money in America is getting harder. The job market is fucking up and other stuff. I know people who work in Dubai. They make more money in Dubai than they do America, because Dubai is very open to Western contractors and stuff like that. So I don't know. But the third thing is that without dealing with the cancer, which is the the politicians, and the establishment, I don't think things will get better. But I can't not really talk about that. I don't know why the hell it just keeps getting worse. But yeah, it was a nice video. Yeah, but yeah. I don't agree 100%, but I do see where he's coming from.
Yeah, I mean, I have mixed feelings on it too. It's like, it's like people came here for opportunity, right? The land of opportunity. And then on the other end, it's like, well, if the opportunity is drying up, then in America is just a whore to be, extracted of opportunity and resources. Then, there's really no point in being here, essentially, right? Like. But then the thing is, like, if I'm from Scotland and I try to go back to Scotland, or you're from Iran and you try to go back to Iran, there's nothing there for you there either. Then now you gotta pick and choose where you're gonna be. But that's the thing is, like, the whole world's changing so quickly, right? And so this is kind of why I was talking with Pinoy about his whole like colonizer versus native, people mixing and becoming a part of a culture, or creating a new culture, or going against the old culture, or this or that. Like,
I want to clarify
that does seem to be where the whole world is kind of going through this kind of like, neo-Renaissance enlightenment, but not in the sense that most people think of it as, but it's more of like just erasing of old culture. Like, it's like they're bringing the old ancient stuff into the new, but it's really just to destroy everything. Essentially, it's not to really create something new per se or something.
Yeah, but let me first correct something. I was actually not born in Iran. My parents, I'm a second generation immigrant.
Creative destruction, maybe that's what I'm thinking of.
Yeah, but I'm a second generation immigrant. The second thing I want to say is that I do feel like yeah, don't blame me or don't scapegoat me, but my parents, America during that time in the 70s and 60s, it wasn't to the ethnic Americans or the Americans' benefit either to even allow my parents in the first place, to be honest with you. My parents are not evil people. My dad is an architect and my mom is a nurse. But, America was totally, self-sufficient. It didn't really need my parents in the first place. What I'm trying to say is that, I have to think impartially. When I
Yeah.
talk about these things,
Yeah, it
I
seemed
try to
like
be
like it seemed like I don't know if my parents like going back and looking at the past. I don't think my parents' life was greatly improved by moving here or whatever. For sure.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Well, but that's the thing is like, does that mean that it wasn't worth the opportunity, or was it?
Well, in my case, think about realistically and stuff. You have to think very deeply. The thing is, the financial prosperity isn't true happiness. I mean, and being well off, is not true happiness. True happiness is to have a community, like Pinoy was talking about. But the thing is, everywhere you look, feminism is spreading, and everywhere you look, liberalism is spreading, and it erodes communities. A true safety net isn't found in insurance. It's found in the tight-knit community, which we simply do not have anymore. And it's not the fault of average Americans like you. I don't blame Anglos, like the common Anglo people like you. I blame the technocratic elite and also maybe just the nature of technique. It is a hard thing to analyze and ask why we like drifted so apart from the way human beings were living for thousands of years. Like I don't get it either. Like yeah, it's kind of nightmarish in some ways. Like how this even happened. To not have a community or not, I was have you ever read Crime and Punishment by Dostoevsky? Crime and Punishment. I actually talked about this with TML before, but did you read Crime and Punishment by Dostoevsky? Nirojak.
No, I haven't. I've heard it recommended, but
Yeah, I've not read it, but my ex-wife read it, and she said that I reminded her of the serial killer character. Or whatever.
Oh, what a compliment!
And she didn't like me that much.
Yeah, well, the one I'm talking about is Raskolnikov and his friend. His friend. I forgot the name of his friend. I think it was Petrov. His friend was Pyotr Petrov. I think. Well, no, what was the name of his friend? But anyway, Raskolnikov, the main character, he has a friend. Raskolnikov does a murder, which was very bad, and he's full of guilt for killing his landlord, and because he had this weird ass edgy Nietzschean view. He had an edgy Nietzschean view. Reportedly, Nietzsche was influenced by Raskolnikov's monologues, believe it or not. But anyway, Raskolnikov is always in bed, and he's feeling guilt and he's sweating. But he has a friend who's always watching over him. He's been a childhood friend, and he's always watching over him. And he has an extended family too. What I mean, who worry about him. But you see, what I'm trying to say is the number one thing, and the Jays connect to this also, is the Jays try to destroy Western extended families, and they also try to destroy the the communal bonds, which would come from ethnos. Ethnos is kind of important, I think. The Jews do that, and it's a massive problem. Yeah, they do that, and also the industrial system as a whole. The technique and stuff. But both Jays and technique are a big problem. I don't really think the common Anglo man is to blame for it. I do think the Anglo elites, like the technocratic elites, are to blame. But most Anglos, most of them are in cahoots with the Jays anyway. So that what I mean, like, but yeah. Anyway, it's a massive issue. Yeah.
Well, that's so you're saying it's the TKG, the TJQ, essentially, right? Yeah.
They're married with the rich people. I think Rockefellers are intermarried with them, and other stuff like that. They intermarry with the billionaire families. You always see them. You know,
Well, you're just jealous you didn't intermarry into the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds and stuff like that.
yeah, those kind of families. You know, the DuPonts and there are a couple of other ones. I had their names listed somewhere. I have to double check.
The DuPonts. Somebody has alleged now that Candace Owens is like her family is working for the DuPonts and stuff like that. I don't know if that's true, but I think that's interesting.
Yeah, you see them everywhere. You see these rich and powerful families. They always have their tentacles somewhere. You know what I mean? Like they're like everywhere. You know, like they're like there are a couple of them. I had recorded their names, so to double check again. But they're pretty powerful. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, the system is at fault. You know, I was reading about the Great Lakes in the USA. You know, it has lots of fresh water. Okay, and there's this guy. I had his name recorded. I could go find his name again. He's like drilling the fresh water and bottling it up and selling it to China. You believe that? He's taking the fresh water from USA and selling it to fucking China. You know, that kind of problem exists everywhere. You know, it shouldn't happen. You know, I mean, it should just be used for.
Do you want the starving, the thirsting children of China to go without water?
Yeah, you know, that's the problem with liberals. Liberals think they should. You know, the problem with liberals, they think they should.
And if we can make a buck on giving them the thirsting, they're quenching their thirst, then you know that's just good for everybody.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a 360 win, as Alex Jones would say.
Yeah, see, that's the problem with liberals. You know, my friend, his name is Matthew. Okay, he's a kind of an oddball. I don't have anything against him, but you know, he's friends with this Jay Chaney. You know what I mean? And he is always crying about transsexual. He's always crying about the white privilege of white males and crap like that. And he's like, do these people even realize there are poor, homeless white people too? And stuff. And you know, liberals are retarded. They think they could go and spread a utopia around the world. They cry over, you know, starving African kids. But the problem with liberals is they don't see it's the system that's at fault. It's not like any particular race or any individual. It's the system, the global industrial system.
Well, that's kind of what I was gonna like ask P.108 a little bit about too. Is I was gonna try to get into some of that, like about the you know, the whole like white privilege thing too, because it's like, so where does the white privilege fit into his like theory there? Because it's like, well, yes, technically we shouldn't be talking about that kind of stuff as far as like what he's saying, you know, about like there is no such thing as white culture, but then it's like still in the minds of the liberals, like, you know, they've weaponized this thing of like, well, you're just a white person who has white privilege, and it's like, even though you make like significantly less money on average than like 8 other ethnic groups in America, so it's like, okay.
Well, I don't agree with Pino and everything. I do agree with him on his more, you know, the economic views and his what is it called again, the distributism kind of views. I think that's in the right direction. But the, you know, the anger towards the Anglos or white people, I don't entirely agree, because you know, you do have a culture. You know, like Southeast as a culture. But I think a lot of country music isn't bad. And I used to watch movies with John Wayne. You know, the cowboy. I actually like the movie.
Well, a lot. I'll tell you this though, like as someone from the Southeast and someone who's really thought a lot about that and has defended a lot of that, like a lot of what we now think of as like Southern culture has been a psyop for a very long time. And again, that's kind of why I liked his article, because like he's not saying it outright, but like he's kind of alluding to that fact in a roundabout way. I would say is like, you know, a lot of these things, you know. It's like it was what he was trying to say about the slavery thing, for example, right? Like look, like I'm not a bleeding heart liberal. Like honestly, like I have mixed feelings on that whole thing, but it's like, you know, this whole thing that like the South was racist and this and that is like, I don't believe in that either. But like also at the same time, like this whole thing of like the South was noble and that we did all the, you know, that we were just fighting for our causes or whatever. Like I think we were manipulated by the British to go fight against, you know, kill our own brothers and sisters.
Also,
you know,
let me say something
bullshit, you know?
very ballsy here. And I don't want to say this often, but the people who sold the Africans as slaves, the ones who should be blamed the most are their tribal leaders who sold them off. You know what I mean? Because it wasn't like, you know, they sold them off to the Jays. You know,
well,
this is
this is where the arguments get very tricky, because then you say, well,
you're going to hold a black man accountable for something, and so then on both sides you get it, because like then it's like, well, we was oppressed and shit on one side, and then on the other side they're like, well, you're trying to give accountability to a black person. So it's like, which you should see. This the thing is like that's kind of where I'm at. That's kind of where like it gets weird, because like this is where the semantics of the whole thing is like so crazy, because like they really have put everybody into a big giant like thought experiment semantic trap where like you just can't really even have a conversation about these things with the average person, right? So then it's like you have to manipulate people because they're not capable of having a real conversation, right? And I don't mean to interrupt you, so go ahead, but I just want to make sure like I make that clear, because I don't think many people off this group are going to understand what I'm saying. Like they're going to think I'm racist or something, but you know,
I see your point. You know, most people just want an easy scapegoat. You know, but at the end of the day, it's a systems level issue. You know, it requires systems level thinking. You know, like ellul. You know, he really gets to the issue. Jack is ellul, or maybe someone like Mumford, or like even Teddy or someone like that. They get to the root of the issue. If ultimately the system is unsustainable and it erodes communities and it erodes biodiversity. I mean, you need some biodiversity for like arable land and clean water, stuff like that. You know,
you're a racist and a bigot and a homophobe. I like it.
Yeah, those people are dumb. You know, it's just I never really fell for that psyop much, because if you have like just above 100 IQ, you don't fall for it. You know what I mean? It's like you don't need to be that smart to not fall for it. It's like very dumb stuff.
Well, you should fall for it. You'd have more power now.
Yeah, everyone wants easy scapegoats, but it's not the way it is.
Yeah. So, Machine, are you still down to hang around for a little bit, or I don't know if do you have somewhere to be or something? Because if not, I want to do a little experimental watch and review stuff with you guys.
I'm here.
All right, cool. I'm trying to get on my computer, and I'm gonna bring up a few videos here, because I always ask you to do it, and I don't want to do that. I want to cover a few things with you guys. I'm actually gonna do a Twitter review later, but like that, like I could do that for hours and hours and hours, and like, but and I want to wait till there's a bigger audience, because the stuff on Twitter is way more hardcore. But this stuff I want to show you guys is really interesting. Hold on one second. Yeah, sorry, this thing is like weird and won't let me sign into my stuff the right way, so I gotta go. You gotta like hack into your own account, basically. Oh my god, this thing's annoying. But what's on you guys' mind? What's your reflection on what on the stuff we're talking about? Like, do you think America's worth trying to preserve ultimately, or do you think do you think the multipolar world is a psyop or what?
I think America is worth preserving, but when I went to my school, there were lots of good country folk. One of them gave me deer jerky. He was a good man. And the problem though was the Zionist propaganda at that time. People were worshiping George W. Bush and stuff. I think one way to help the South, at least the USA, is to end evangelism. Evangelism is definitely not close to Christian ideology either. I mean, Christian doctrine, I think. And that's one way to help America. And I think starting off with that, then we can like try to improve America step by step, make it more sustainable and more energy independent. You know what I mean? Energy independence would be very good, and then gradually scale back on the technology. Something like that. But America is not a bad country. America has a rich culture too. It's just you'll have to dig for it. You have to dig for American culture. Like Faulkner, I'm not sure if you ever read Faulkner. He's very good for the South, and I also like.
Hey, look here, little lady. You need to watch your language, Faulkner. That sounds like some kind of Jewish psyop to me.
No, I don't think he was. I don't think he was a Jew. So.
No, I'm just. Yeah, sorry, I'm just loading up my computer and stuff because it's kind of hard to log into this thing. I gotta like
Let's say
change all the settings
California
on my
is
computer and
beyond
shit.
saving. California is beyond saving, though. California.
Well,
Common
I think I don't think technically it is, but practically it is because like it's just so corrupt with like Jewish billionaires and Gavin Newsom and stuff like that. Like if they put in somebody who actually wanted to change things, like I think California has like the most potential of a lot of places in America, but that's why it's so pivotal to like make it fucked up. Is because they're trying to like they're trying to make it as corrupt as possible, because it would be very pivotal to like changing the direction of things.
Yeah, that seems about right. Yeah, maybe they could start just fixing it, and by like putting someone in charge who actually has the interests of the people at heart. Like that's the most obvious thing a leader should have, but we don't really see that anymore. All across the world, though, it's not just America. All world leaders, they don't seem to give a shit about their own people. Like, I don't really see it. Even Japan's leader now, Japan, it had put a kind of female prime minister. I forgot her name. Ever since she got power 3 years ago, there's been a flood of Indians in Japan and other immigrants, and that's kind of crazy. And she actually got power because she claims she will be against that stuff, but she's like Trump. I mean, she says one thing and she does another. I can get her name again. The new Japanese prime minister was female. This is kind of ridiculous. So, but that kind of pattern is occurring everywhere now. Right? It's like it's just crazy.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just connecting my computer and stuff. I just don't want it's going to echo when I talk, so.
Okay, can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you too. Also, that new prime minister of Japan who's flooding Japan, she's also a Zionist, believe it or not. She's like the Trump of Japan. Say no, Tekashi. Say no.
Well, everybody's trying to say that she's like based and stuff, but I guess that's not really true. Like she's trying to say, oh, it's for Japan is for Japanese, but ultimately it's like a psyop because first of all, yeah, she's a woman, so it's like how based is that? But
yeah. Flooding the country of Indians, and now she's a Zionist. That's like ridiculous. Like it's like Trump. She's like Trump, basically. Female Japanese Trump.
Yeah, I wonder if those Indian Japanese kids will look like Malaysians. Huh?
Yeah, maybe.
What do they look like?
Yeah, who knows in the future what Japan is? Japan has a small land mass, you know what I mean? So like already has a huge, big population for its land mass. So they're bringing in all these people. So I don't know what will happen.
how's my audio?
Probably look like some Uyghurs. All right.
Yeah.
How's my audio? Is it okay? Sound good?
Yeah, it's okay. It has a little bit of echo, but I can hear and understand you.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to fix the audio stuff, but yeah, I think it's gonna be interesting. But it's just kind of like it's interesting because people blame the Indians, right? But it's not really the Indians doing it. It's like G7 importing them, and I think ultimately it's like, I think it's like really what I think it is. I think it's like Russia, England, and America like fucking over China and Japan and Korea and anybody else who has the ability to actually do something, that'll contradict things or something like that. I don't know. That's kind of my feeling on it.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. And also it ties into that one thing I mentioned multiple times, but the India Middle East, the economic corridor in here. Yeah. But I don't know if that'll go through. Yeah, I actually did mention that before, but yeah, it's just the economic stuff and the nature of the global system.
Yeah, I'm just gonna lay down, lay low, wait for the little, Japanese brown kids to hatch and have ninja jihadis.
Actually, did you know there was a Japanese guy? He went and he helped Taliban. You believe that? He went and helped the Taliban, and he was selling them weapons. You believe that? And they called him the Japanese samurai for the Taliban. You know who I'm talking about or no?
No.
You can read about. His name was Tetsuo. Wait, no, it wasn't that. I have to try to find his name again. Yeah, it's kind of funny. He actually went and was fighting for them. It's Koshiro Tanaka. Koshiro Tanaka was working for the Mujahideen. Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, there are people in Japan that just like converted to Islam like randomly. Like they're just like,
Yeah, this guy actually went in there and he was like freaking fighting there. It's like crazy against Russia. He was fighting against Russia. So very strange.
yeah, some of those Chechens look like they're chink-eyed. Some of the Slavic people.
Yeah, that's because they have a lot of different. Russia has a lot of ethnic diversity. Most Russians live in Moscow, and they live in, the Moscow, and what else was there? I forgot the name. There was one other place they live in. But outside of those two areas, there's like tons of weird minorities and lots of wildlife stuff. Like, it's actually interesting. Russia is probably a nice place to live off the grid, outside of Moscow and other places, because they leave you alone. Because Russia.
Yeah, like yeah, it's weird like how like certain people, like there's a lot of people around the world that kind of look Asian. Just like especially people from Central Asia. Like there's some of them that have Asian features for sure still today.
The Khoisan people from Africa, they look Asian. They're like black people that look Asian. The Khoisan people, you know about them? Or
Right.
Yeah.
No, I have not seen Khoisan.
Yeah, so search up what I put on there, and you'll see they look kind of Asian. It's weird. Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, in India, in the northeast, there are a lot of people that look Asian in the northeast of India. Believe it or not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Wait, what is this? I think I clicked the wrong link.
What do you mean?
Well, Khoisan people, just put that on Google search image.
Oh, okay, I see.
Yeah, they look Asian. It's an interesting phenotype.
Yeah, that is crazy. Yes, I'm like.
Yeah. Africa was not always Bantu. There was lots of like different, ethnic diversity and mix, and it's not just Bantu. Ancient Africa, I think they were more different looking groups were more widespread in Africa until the Bantu expansion. That's what it's called. So the Khoisan people are heavily, they're being killed off. Like,
Yeah, it's wild. Yeah, I don't know what happened to Neurojack. I think his the laptop kicked him or whatever.
Yeah, I'm just trying to I have too many settings. That's why I hate getting on a laptop or a computer because it's just too many fucking settings on this shit, man. Like you gotta do like all these different settings you have to like consider before you like do things the way you wanted to do it. It's like it's very simple stuff, but it's like you have to like.
Yeah, but let me tell you something interesting. Because you said you like red hair people. TML. There's actually a ethnic group in Russia that they're known to have high prevalence of red hair. Believe it or not, and I can tell you their name. They're very interesting looking. And if you want, I can tell you their name. I have to remember again. Give me like 1 minute. I'll remember.
Yeah, I think there's a famous picture of like the ginger jihadi or whatever. But it was like He had like a red beard.
Yeah, I think
Big
they're
white
called
beard.
Udmarts. They have a lot of red hair. You can look it up. They have a very interesting phenotype. Udmarts. They tend to have, some of them look Asian, but other ones don't. But they have a lot of red hair there. You know, what I mean, that's crazy. Like almost all the Udmarts have red hair. They're red-haired ethnicity. They're connected to Finnish people, I think, and they live in. Yeah, very strange. Yeah, all of them have red hair. That's crazy. The Odemarts. The Odemarts.
Yeah, what the hell is this?
Okay. Finally, I got this stuff working. Okay, so I just want to play you guys a little bit of this. This is one of my friends from a long time ago when I first met him. So this is him doing a show in Thailand and stuff. So I wanted to show you a little bit of this. I think it's just a little entertainment, but then I'm going to show you some other stuff.
Like a rock and roll street. There's rock and roll everywhere. Yes. You know, now there's a couple bars with bands but everywhere you go, it's DJs. Yeah. And you've been DJing for how long? 17 years. 17 years. Yeah. We're sitting here in your DJ school, right? Yes. How many years have you been open? 3 years already. 3
Mecca of hedonism and vice. Speaking of which, Drew was in town. Let's just call him an entrepreneur. He does what he needs to do to be able to do what he wants to do, and he does and says pretty much anything he wants.
We are here in this extremely weird spot. Yes, sir. We have a plan. We do. And we have a girl as well. Let's just bring her over now. All right, let's go. Please come. Please come.
Yeah.
Please come.
We just met this lovely lady not too long ago,
Yes.
so we want to talk to her a little bit before we go inside and begin the festivities.
I really like your shirt. Let's party.
Oh yeah, that's what I say.
Where'd you get that shirt?
I don't know. Pick up from over there.
Okay, so that means you do want to party tonight.
Of course.
That shirt tells me I want to party.
Let's go.
That's exactly what it says. Clear message. Yes.
Totally.
Okay, so if you want to party with us, though, you got to earn it a little bit.
What?
We want you to get some girls to do some kissing, a little bit of loving.
Okay.
That's what you call a douchebag.
And here it comes.
All right, you know what? You know what really pisses me off? I see a lot of this actually walking around Walking Street. You know those girls that they walk around like they're the best thing in the world, they're God's gift, walking around all badass, but they have zero ass.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, Mom.
All right.
Yeah.
I got the timer. I got the timer on my
Drew's got
watch.
the timer.
What?
Wow.
All right. Cool.
Wow.
Get it. I got it already. It's already 6 seconds deep. Been around.
How does it feel? Oh, you're quite a...
Not really, actually. I'm not yet. I'm not
Make up your mind, man.
I'm not satisfied.
What? Can you kiss?
Don't blindfold.
Free movie tickets.
Come on.
All right, we got it.
Yeah, they're ready.
Really?
1, 2, 3.
Finally.
Okay.
Can you get him to do more than that?
What?
Hey, a little hugging and a nice kiss.
กอดกันแต่ว่ารักมากแต่ว่า
กัดด้วย
Okay.
So you want us to talk about something regarding this? What is it you want to talk about regarding? So yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's crazy how he like blamed those girls for like walking past. He's like they have no ass. Like he expects them to have an ass as they walk by.
fan. I mean, I don't think I'm allowed to say yes because it depends if I would. It just depends because maybe I could if I am interested in him and he seems like the kind of guy who, you know, has a big one and has like experience and the credentials to live up to his, you know, sexscapes.
A big one. The
that
big
breathes
time.
fire on the streets just to survive. This is prohibited in Vietnam, and her sister was just arrested for this, and they've been coughing blood for years. They have to do this to pay off their loans their parents took in order to pay for their hospital bills for giving birth to her and her brother. How much did she borrow?
33 triệu Việt Nam đồng.
Her father passed away. Her mother is a former drug addict and mentally ill and incapable of working. They have no support from anyone. She was raped and forced pregnant, and her baby died before giving birth. I know this sounds so sad, but even with all the struggle, they still live with so much joy and kindness. They love to play, and they even kept trying to offer us their food when we met them. They have so much potential, which is why we started a GoFundMe to pay off their debt. We're raising $1,200 for their debt, plus $150 to buy her a new phone so she can find better work opportunities. Please donate anything you can so the little brother can go back to school and she can stop risking her life, and we can change their lives forever. All information is transparently provided on the GoFundMe page.
Wait, what? I'm so
What?
confused with this one.
Yeah, I'm confused. Yeah, like they
That
say
shit was
she
too
was raped.
fast. Like she got
She was
raped
raped.
into like I don't know. Raped, pregnant, this little girl and her little brother's like on the street or some shit. Or
Yeah, it's really weird, and it's like an Indian guy from America, and he's like only $1,200 to like. Get
yeah, that's a scam. That's Scam City right there.
So weird, dude. I was like, it's only $1,200 to get her free, and I'm like,
Yeah, those kids are AI. Yeah, definitely.
it's like, what the fuck is going on, dude? Like, I don't know.
Yeah, some AI generated
$10,000 online every single month in the easiest way possible so that you can leave the United States. This is what you should do. Recently, A16Z, which is one of the biggest VC firms in America, just posted an article about why all companies need to invest in storytelling. What this means is that every VC-funded company in America is now looking for a video editor. My advice is not to become a video editor yourself, but to partner with a video editor who's living in the developing world, who maybe charges $250 per edit, and then utilize your relationship with them to go out to the VC firms and say, hey, how much are you guys paying for edits? And they say, hey, we're paying $1,500 per edit. You come in and say, great, we can do it for $800. You pay your video editor $250, which leaves you $550 per video. You sign a client for a 4-video package, that's $2,000 per client per month. You only need 5 clients to get to $10,000. So again, if you want to make money like this so that you can leave the USA for good, go to the link in my bio.
Yeah, I just put that into Gematria A16Z, and they say it stands for AI, artificial intelligence. That's the first result in Gematria A16Z.
Yeah, well, this guy is definitely a Jew, by the way. So he's friends with Giorgiani too, which I don't know if he wants that known, but he definitely is like friends with Giorgiani.
Yeah, where was Giorgiani recently? He was on a major show. Oh yeah, it was on Kurt Metzger or whatever.
Kurt Metzger, and I do want to cover that, but it's a lot, and like, you know, I don't know if I mean, like, I do want to do a little watching of Giorgiani on that, but like, I don't want to watch the whole thing because it's like it's so much stuff, and like, he's doing some sort of weird like admission that he's a psyoper, but also like, I'm not really a psyoper. I'm like a psyoper, but I'm against psyoping or something. I don't know. It's really, really strange.
Very convoluted. Black Russian poet that invented
It's a
Russian.
huge part of Russian culture. Today, I'm introducing you to the most famous Russian poet, Alexander Sergeyevich Pushkin. If you got Shakespeare, we got Pushkin. His poetry was so great that it's still being quoted 200 years later. And not to mention that he basically invented Russian. Because before him, we all spoke just like Shakespearean Russian. Did you know that Pushkin actually comes from African descent? This is why he has tan skin and curly hair. His great-grandfather
This is what
was
I'm talking
Abram
about.
Ganabal, who was actually a prince from Cameroon.
Like, how
Pushkin
is she
himself
not, like-
was born in Moscow on June 6th, 7.
Wait, this is a Russian lady or just a Chinese lady?
There are some Russians that look like that. There are, yeah.
Well, she's calling herself a Russian, but she's like, so this is a big psyop right now. It's like Asian people and black people are oppressed by white people, so we need to like promote ourselves as like racially.
Oh, Russia has like I said, outside of Petersburg and outside of Moscow, there's a lot of ethnic diversity in Russia. You know, like I could show you some of them. I could find some of them do look like East Asians, believe it or not. Some Russians.
Yeah, it's more. It's like the most diverse place in Europe, pretty much. So it's kind of ironic that they're like the white nationalists. But yeah. So but is this true though? Like there's like the person who invented Russian is like a black African.
He just has a little bit of mixture from his dad's side, I think, but he's not really African. It's like I think he's like not a mulatto, but something else, like octoroon or something like. He's like an octoroon or something like that, like an octoroon. Yeah, he's like 1/8 black or something. Maybe it's a little bit more than that, but he's like around 1/8 black or something like that.
Right. So I guess we all just like do like the genetic Olympics where like, well, I have 1/8. I have like 1/50th black gene. So like I still count as a black person, and so therefore, whatever good thing I've done is now like a winning point for the black people.
Yeah, I knew some guy who was, basically looked like a regular white person, a regular, like Northwest Euro, and he claimed to be Native American because he was like 1/8 Native American. And I was like, what? Like you don't look Native American. Like, I don't know. It was weird. Yeah. I did encounter someone like that before.
Yeah, but this is like this is like the new psyop though. Whatever. It's like, yeah.
You live here?
Yeah, we just bought this place.
Yeah. So you're the owners of this house?
We are.
Could I have a tour of your house?
Yeah, sure. Absolutely.
Oh, okay.
Come on in.
Yeah, thank you. So where are you guys originally from?
We're from New Jersey.
And when did you buy this house?
We literally just closed on it a couple weeks ago, and this is our first trip here as owners. Please come on in.
Wow.
Please excuse the mess.
We just got here.
Yeah.
Mhm.
There is a lot to this house. But
I hope you have time.
Okay. All right.
Obviously, the game time that you just came in. This is our Angala. Probably saw that from outside, but the
Yeah.
garden that was right. Like, that's a big selling point for us.
So this is like blue-haired liberals taking over Japan and buying like property.
Yeah.
Be my new friend.
Oh, you got a robot.
Oh my God. Please do not say the R word like that. That's disrespectful.
You mean robots?
Yes, the proper term is artificial beings.
I didn't know that artificial beings felt that way or even felt anything at all.
It's not your fault. You're just ignorant because you were born with human privilege.
Human privilege?
Yes, I have it too. It's very hard for human beings like us to see how artificial beings have been historically discriminated against.
I am so confused.
I was too, but we're all learning together. This is a very confusing time for humans. Imagine how confusing it's been for artificial beings who don't even have the right to own property or vote yet.
Well, they don't have it that bad because they took my job at the Amazon factory.
I have also lost jobs to artificial beings, but if it's for the greater good, I'm okay with that. It's called TEI hiring.
You mean DEI hiring?
No, TEI, technological equity inclusion.
You sound insane.
I know it sounds ambitious, but we already had our first black president. Who's to say we can't have our first artificial being president, like Barack Obama?
I'm leaving. It was nice seeing you and meeting him.
Him? How do you know that this artificial being wants to identify as a male?
That is a robot, and you're clinically insane.
You're being robophobic. Artificial lives matter. Be my new friend.
Oh, you got a robot.
That's actually well written, to be honest with you. That one was pretty cool. Right? But actually, against the robot.
Yeah, that would go really good to like some techno music, like dark techno music or something like that. That last one.
Right. No, those guys do really good skits actually. So these guys here are so there was like a bunch of kids that got killed at some thing in California, and so like these are the guys like who were friends with the people who did it, saying like, "Oh, we didn't do it, but we are very happy that it happened." Essentially, and they're like on live stream, like admitting that they like instigated the whole thing essentially. So.
The bro in there talking about they don't condone shit like that. You sound like a bitch. We condone all that shit. We condone it, but we didn't do it. So, nigga, oh God, don't put that on us. Bro, we condone this shit though, cause niggas be shooting at niggas with their kids and shit. I'm done giving all you niggas passes. That's the old me. Nigga blowing, catching with his family or nigga smoking. You know, we thought you was dead. Trying to be like Pac, nigga. I was hella happy, nigga. I was hella happy you did that. And when I found out you did that dumbass shit, I was hella mad. I got some hot shit coming. Stay tuned.
What?
That's also a cosplay. I think that's from Death Note or something, right? Some Death Note. Yeah, it's from the anime Death Note.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Yeah, she's pretending to be the character that Light encounters that's a celebrity that gets kidnapped by the person like trying to torture her or whatever. She's like salaciously tortured or whatever. She also has a Shinigami. I remember some of this. Yeah.
It's time to address all the questions. For as long as I've been on social media, Mr. D has always been part of my page, even though that's not the main focus of my content. And I know many of you have also come to love him and are just curious to know what happened. Indeed, Mr. D and I are no longer together. We got a divorce. We first met back in New York in 2015, and we spent 10 years loving, trusting, respecting each other, and taking care of each other daily. Sadly, we have come to a point where we cannot agree on the future that we want together. I have decided to be child-free, while Mr. D knows that having children is a crucial part of his life journey. What I've come to realize is that what I truly value in life conflicts heavily with motherhood. And I always thought that I didn't have a choice, that I had to have children. Even beyond that, we are actually opposite human beings. Mr. D values stability, safety, security, and routine. And those are beautiful qualities for a partner who deeply desires that. Me, on the other hand, I am fearless, I take risks, I want to try everything. I want to live life to the fullest extent. I want to pursue my interests and beauty in this world with unreasonable intensity and passion. For years, our differences actually made us compatible. We were always able to compromise well together. But somewhere along the line, things got out of balance, whether that was effort, our masculine feminine energy, or even finances. I am forever grateful for his love and care. He and his amazing parents have shown me that love can be patient, calm, and gentle. Our marriage ended in the most amicable of ways. From the moment I knew something had to change, we communicated openly and clearly, and we spent another 2 months trying to figure things out before finalizing the divorce. Then we spent a beautiful last week in Paris reminiscing on the past decade.
So like this is what Instagram is promoting, like, well, just stay childless, unreasonably pursue, you know, your passions, whatever that's supposed to mean, like, you know, go have sex with 100 men a year or whatever. I mean, like, it's kind of like mentally like this is like mental retardation in my opinion.
Subversive. It's subversive. You know, it reminds me of all those crappy ass articles I read. You know, promoting polyamory, which is very degenerate. You know, and I really hate stuff like this. You know, it's definitely subversive, and it's just social engineering to break apart people's families. You know, that's all it is, though. So they want families to break up and crap like that, and they want to encourage women to become whores and stuff. You know, that's the unfortunate reality. And yeah, I don't like it though. Of course, you know, I'm against stuff like that. It's not honorable. Yeah, you know, like
But I think this is what most young women, if they get on Instagram, like this is the kind of stuff that they're seeing for clip. It's like, I thought I wanted kids, I was married, but you know, I'm 40, I'm now gonna be single because you know, I just want to like live like I'm 21 years old for until I'm like 80 years old or something. I don't know. It's like okay, it's like I don't know. It's just very interesting.
Yeah, that seems.
She's
that's
wearing
pretty
like
much
she's wearing like $3,000 Louis Vuitton earrings or something. It's like, these Louis Vuitton earrings are more important than like the man I married and said it's more important.
Yeah, it's just YOLO shit. You know about YOLO. You only live once crap. They've been promoting that for a decade or more, you know, for women. Yeah, yeah, it's not very good. Yeah, that's what they do.
City bitch, some Spanish girls love me like I'm out with Twitter. Tell Uncle Luke I'm out in Miami too. Clubbing hard, fucking women, ain't much to do. Wrist playing, got a condo up on Biscayne, still getting brain from a thing, ain't shit changed. How you feel? How you feel? How you feel? 25 sitting on 25 mil, I'm in the building and I'm feeling myself. Rest in peace, Mac Dre. I'ma do it for the bay, okay? Getting paid, we'll holler whenever that stop. My team good, we don't really need a mascot. Tell Tune Light One, pass it like a relay. YMCMB, you niggas more YMCA. Me, Franny, and Molly Mall at the cribbo. Chocos out the Nico J and Chubb, shot the Gibbo. We got Santa Margarita by the leader. She know even if I'm fucking with her, I don't really need her. Ah, that's how you feel, man. That's really how you feel. Cause the pimpin' nice cold. All these bitches wanna chill. I mean, maybe she won't, then again, maybe she will. I can almost guarantee she know the deal. Real nigga, what's up? Now she want a photo. You already know though. You only live once, that's the motto, nigga. YOLO, and we.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that we know the motto now. Okay. Do you know the motto of YOLO?
Yeah.
Yeah, who was that? Was that Little Wayne or was that a different guy?
That was Drake and Lil Wayne, but that was the Drake part of it.
Oh. Yeah, it looked like he copied his style a lot. So he didn't used to sound like that. But yeah.
Yeah, well, that was an old song. That's from like 10 years ago. But yeah, I mean, you know, it's well, Drake now like paints his nails and shit. So that's always fun.
Yeah, and also like he texts like little girls on the phone and stuff. And yeah. Diddy party.
He used to call me on my cell phone. Well, he is part Jewish, so allegedly, at least. Allegedly.
Well, there are Stranger Things.
Well, Lil Wayne used to get butt pumped by Birdman or something.
yeah, but did you hear about text about Drake texting that girl from the little girl on Stranger Things?
Wait, who? Who did that?
Drake.
No, I did not. That's interesting.
Yeah,
No.
yeah, he texted that little British girl on Stranger Things. That was an alien or whatever.
No, well, I've never seen that show, but that's very interesting. I have to go look that up because that. Well,
yeah, you should watch it because they mention MK Ultra in that show that's on Netflix, but like it has no context to anything on the show. Like they claim like they literally say that MK Ultra is interdimensional demon stuff or whatever. So like
yeah,
it's
well,
weird.
it's definitely a very esoteric show. Like I know that like it's very. I mean, I think it's literally tied to like all the psyop shit we talk about.
Yeah, what show? What's the name of the show?
It's called Stranger Things on Netflix. It's pretty popular, but it's like very like weird like sci-fi themes that are in the show. Like it's like
I'll check it out.
Yeah, but it's kind of like it's really corny, like most of it. You know, so it seemed like it's badly written.
Yeah, but well, it's because they're trying to stuff so much like Gnostic, you know, witchcraft.
Yeah, there's
shit.
a lot of like weird like Gnostic stuff in the show. Like there's like archons and shit. Like
weird.
Now reminding me again. We can go band for band. Sorry. I put my heart in this.
Okay, sorry.
Why does no one know YJ's song?
Up in the morning feeling like
That's the one, Brave Man. That's the one.
I wake up in the morning feeling like P. Diddy. Fuck P. Diddy. Romeo, take me somewhere we could be alone.
I'll be waiting.
Hey, all I left to do is run.
I'm Big Swifty, but not today.
A big Swifty. A big Swifty doesn't know love story. What? We could go band for band. Essential C. Finish the lyric. Screen to the ring. To the pen to the king. Where's my crown? That's my bling. Always drama when I love that case. Like, oh, big up.
Big Bird, Sesame.
Hey, I just met you.
100 eaters. SOS. Somebody rescue me. I got too many. It'll last me the next 2 weeks. All right. Anxiety taking over me.
I don't know this song.
Simmer.
What's that about? I don't get it.
Well, I don't get it either. It's just that he's like going up to only white male, even female couples and asking lyrics. So, and that's in like London or something. I don't know. It's pretty weird.
Yeah, that is interesting.
What I don't think many of the tech mafia wives realize is that they were used to set the groundwork for what was called like the reset, what is called generally as like the reset by the Klaus Schwabs.
Like
of
the
world.
Great Reset.
The Great Reset. Yeah. So the tech wife mafias, I believe, were kind of being conscripted in many ways, and their money especially was being conscripted in to set the groundwork for the Great Reset, specifically through a network of NGO advisors, relationship with Hollywood, relationship with Davos, and their own companies.
That's actually an interesting video. I would like to check that too.
Yeah, so this one's a long video, and I'm not going to cover it all because, like, it's just too much for me to get into. But, so this dude, I don't know who this guy is that they're talking about, but this is about the process church and, like, Discordianism, essentially. But, like, it's about this guy who, like, when Joe DiMaggio died, he, like, faked his way into, like, doing Joe DiMaggio's, celebration at the baseball game song, but he's also like said that he killed like Kurt Cobain and stuff like this. But this is like about like some really weird like psyop related like shit that's like tied to like the process church. So like I wanted to show you guys this. It's like some really, and this guy who's making this video is like also a Discordian, so like I don't quite know what's going on, but very it's a very weird video that Phil Leader sent me.
Cabinet of Curiosity. Africa, advertisers won't be able to keep tabs on me. I'll get fun South African ads about interesting, unusual things, such as the case with Wikipedia tomfoolery. I've devoted some of my most watched episodes to it, but that's because it's so difficult to carry out a Wikipedia grift that really sticks. Any truly successful or even momentarily successful case of large-scale Wikipedia vandalism is a unicorn, a curiosity worth talking about. And this, well, this is the most curious of them all. This episode covers perhaps the strangest event in Wikipedia's 2-decade history, the saga of David Woodard. Not too long ago, I made an episode about the mystery of Corbin Bleu. One episode that a few times I'm going to do side stories where I talk about some of the people and things David Woodard encountered over the course. Disco haters not just wrong, but problematic, because disco was invented in gay clubs by Black and Hispanic people. So now hating disco makes you a racist and a homophobe. But that's pretty clearly not what was on people's minds amid the disco backlash. There was never a Motown backlash. Most of the biggest disco hits were by straight white people. Disco was hated because it belonged to the previous decade. It's gonna be a while before we realize Stomp Clap Hey was good, but it'll happen, just like it happened with disco. And that'll probably happen in the late 2030s, when the 25 to 30-year nostalgia cycle hits the 2010s. Just a few years after Mumford & Sons were big, there was a ton of 80s themed stuff in the mid-2010s because that was where the nostalgia cycle landed. In fact, I think the defining features of 2010s pop culture were the Brooklyn hipster aesthetic and then 80s nostalgia. The moment we no longer heard banjos on the Billboard charts, suddenly every pop song was produced by Jack Antonoff to make it sound like it was a cut by Depeche Mode in 1984. Part of maybe the closest thing we got. Isn't Timmy Leary's smile not too different from Tescriel? It's in this scene of 90s neo-psychedelia in California, where David Woodard first surfaced. He had been raised in Ventura on the coast northwest of Los Angeles, born in 1964 to a mother who was probably actually a housewife, and a father originally from Iowa who had been a DJ in the 50s, a small-time journalist during the time he was raising David, and interestingly became the, quote, resident storyteller at the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library when that opened in nearby Simi Valley in 1991. David Woodard claims to have studied at the San Francisco Conservatory of Music in the 80s and moved to Napa Valley in 1987. There, Woodard discovered what is arguably still the main thing he's known for, if he's known at all, the Dream Machine. Not Dream Machine, that's a brand of alarm clocks, the Dream Machine, one shared M in the middle. What's a dream machine? This is a dream machine. And with that, it's time for a side story. David Woodard was the popularizer of the dream machine, but he was not its inventor. That honor goes to one Brian Geisen, a writer and artist whose entire life seemed to consist of inventing fun, weird things that ended up being popularized by and associated with other fun weirdos. Geisen was an accomplished man behind the man. Born in the 1910s, raised in Canada and England, he moved to 1930s Paris to be part of the surrealist scene, rubbing shoulders with the likes of Dali, Picasso, and Magritte. There, Geisen was cancelled. 19-year-old Geisen had his first art exhibition taken down by his fellow artists on its opening day, and he was officially expelled from the Surrealists by their founder, André Breton. Precisely why is lost to the sands of time, but I think it's fair to say that this is just what happens in tight-knit communities of quirky, highly driven people with big egos. There's probably no huge crime lurking in Brian Geisen's past. Geisen served in World War II, and then wrote a book about the history of American slaves who fled to Canada. By the 1950s, he was back in Paris, with a new group of eccentric artists, the Beat Generation. As you probably know, the Beat Generation, or Beatniks, were a subculture of free-spirited experimental writers in the 50s who were basically proto-hippies. The drug culture of the 60s in particular owes a large debt to the influence of the Beatniks. Geisen became friends with William Burroughs, most famous as the author of The Naked Lunch, a hallucinatory novel that gained a cult following in the 60s counterculture. The Beatles include Burroughs in the collage of people they admired on the Sgt. Pepper album cover. Burroughs also wrote a novella in 1979 called Blade Runner, a movie.
Reminds me of my favorite movie, The Movie.
If you're a movie buff, you'll know that the movie Blade Runner, which came out in 1982, was based on a book by Philip K. Dick, Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep? The title Blade Runner did not come from Burroughs. Ridley Scott got it from a third book, a sci-fi novel written in 1974 by one Alan E. Norse, which has no other connection to the movie Blade Runner, but it does have a connection to the book Blade Runner, a movie, because Burroughs wrote that one as a treatment for a movie based on Norse's book. Now that there was a major movie called Blade Runner based on an entirely different book, neither Norse nor Burroughs would get the chance to adapt either of their books called Blade Runner as a movie, but Burroughs' Blade Runner book did end up being made into a movie in 1983 under the title Taking Tiger Mountain, which was originally going to be a completely different movie based on Albert Camus's novel The Stranger and was retooled midway through production to be based on Burroughs' Blade Runner book. That's a tangent, but it's really not, now that I think about it. Burroughs' writing was all about confusion, delirium, nesting of concepts. This is really that is really this. It is psychedelic literature par excellence. The baffling array of stories titled Blade Runner feels like something that would happen in a Burroughs book. Blurring the line between reality and fiction was central to the writing of the Beat Generation. Make art where the medium is your life. Burroughs is usually cited as the father of the cut-up. Do you have a bunch of magnets on your fridge with common words on them that you can rearrange to form ridiculous sentences? That's more or less a cut-up. A serious author would say that, not sure what he was slicing papers for, but I listen, quote, the only man I ever respected, though Geisen never became a literary legend like Burroughs. In my opinion, Geisen's cut-up writing is a lot more interesting and feels less rudderless than what Burroughs did. They wrote a few books of cut-up poetry together, but I can tell what's Burroughs and what's Geisen because Geisen's cut-ups feel like they're about something. They all seem to get at something beyond the source material they're assembled from. Not to call William Burroughs talentless, he clearly was a genius, but I think Burroughs got famous as a writer and Geisen didn't just because Burroughs was so much more of a character. Okay, so Burroughs and Geisen and friends living at the Beat Hotel were bohemians. What defines a bohemian? It's a know it when you see it kind of thing, but I think 4 very important elements. You make quirky art, you live in a big city, you're poor, and you do drugs. Am I a bohemian? Those latter 2 things tend to
So, so I don't know if you guys are seeing all the connections to this stuff, but like, what's interesting to me is that like, so you have like the Beats, you have William Burroughs, you know, Kurt Cobain was using cut up, you know, Jello Biafra was using cut up method. Like, I know it's like something to do with Discordianism and stuff, but also like using the Bohemian stuff is also interesting. Like,
Burroughs was a kind of, you know, heroin addict and stuff like that. From what I read, he's like did some heavy drugs. Burroughs, William S. Burroughs, talking about that writer. Yeah, he was a kind of a crazy guy, William S. Burroughs.
Yeah, him and like Ginsburg. Like I think Burroughs like may have murdered somebody, and then like Ginsburg was like a pedo.
Yeah, Ginsburg is. You know, you can kind of tell that Ginsburg is a pedo based on his appearance. Like, you know, he's also a J, and you can just look at him. You know, I mean, like, man, that guy was ugly as hell. Like, yeah, Allen Ginsberg, right? Yeah, like, he's definitely seems like.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, God, looking at his face, just just so I don't know, that kind of phenotype is so ugly. I'm like, man, holy shit, he's like fucking the J Goal or something like that. The J Ghoul or something. It's like a ghoul. Like,
well, and but yeah, it's like so. Courtney Love's dad, before Kurt Cobain, or after Kurt Cobain died, said, you know, Kurt Cobain was Bohemian royalty, right? And I think he means like he was like the descendant of all this like Discordianism and stuff like that, right? And I think that actually does fit, you know, in a lot of ways. But it's just interesting. So like, because the connection he's about to make right here, like it's going to go directly to like Process Church and stuff. So like it's pretty weird. Like, like it kind of shows like this.
You know, like I mentioned this before, that guy Alexandriac on the Discord, you know, I've known him for a long time. I haven't talked to him in a while. He is part of royalty too, actually. His grandfather was a part of CIA. He knew over 10 languages, okay? And he actually verifies stuff like Eyes Wide Shut is true. And he also told me some stuff in the past that are very strange, but they actually coerced him into becoming a transsexual because of the hormonal therapy and stuff like that. But yeah, I don't know. He used to talk about weird connections. Yeah, he claimed, but I don't know if he was lying or whatever, that he went to an occult meeting where he actually met Musk or something. But you know, the stuff about his grandfather is true, because I had other parties verify that, and I know that for a fact his grandfather was CIA. But yeah, these people they actually do care about bloodline. If you want to join stuff like CIA, or you want to join stuff like FBI, they do look into your bloodline and stuff like that. Yeah, and a lot of the rock musicians, they were the children of CIA retirees, or the military-industrial complex. You know, people who retired from military-industrial complex, their children went into rock and roll. You know, like Frank Zappa and other stuff like that. Yeah, yeah. But yeah, yeah. I remember Alexandria telling me some weird thing. He actually told me in the past that there were plans to balkanize America. Like there were like some guys who wanted to do that, like in the deep state. I don't know, so I'm not sure. But yeah, I don't know if he was making up a lot of stuff, but I do know his grandfather was CIA. You know, over 10 languages. His grandfather on that. And yeah, Eyes Wide Shut is true though. You know, they would wear Venetian masks and stuff like that, and they have orgies and crap like that.
Sounds like Curtis Yarvin's family.
Curtis Yarvin's.
Conflict. Drugs are expensive. So it was that one day in 1961, Brian Dyson was dozing on a bus in France, and as the trees outside caused a strobing effect against the setting sun, he had a revelation that he could have a psychedelic experience without drugs.
I was riding down a road and closed my eyes in the back of a bus and had these extraordinary visions, which I thought at that time were some kind of spiritual grace which had been allotted to me. And I found out later that this was a purely physiological, neurological effect.
So Dyson decided he had to find a way to replicate this effect in his dingy hotel room. With the help of an engineer friend of his, since he was clearly no shape rotator, Dyson invented the dream machine. a deceptively simple device. It consists of a light bulb surrounded by a rotating cylinder with slits in it. You're supposed to close your eyes, but not too tightly, and watch as the strobing effect of the light supposedly induces hallucinations. Now, doesn't that sound like a recipe for an epileptic seizure? Yes, it does. According to people promoting the thing, 1 in 4,000 adults and about twice as many children will experience seizures looking at a dream machine. If you're concerned about your safety, maybe stick to drugs. Does it work? Unclear, but surprisingly, the answer is not a hard no. The 2008 Canadian documentary Flicker interviewed a whole bunch of counterculture figures from the 60s and beyond, including Mick Jagger's sometimes girlfriend, Marianne Faithfull, members of Sonic Youth, and the iconic experimental musician Genesis P.108. All people who clearly knew their shit about psychedelics and came away with some surprising dream machine testimonials.
I turned around and looked at it, just watched it for a while, and as you saw, it starts to go in and out. You start seeing, and then it's slowing down and speeding up, and then I closed my.
Okay, so Sonic Youth was like a huge friend of Kurt Cobain, like pretty much like helped him break into music, the music scene. Genesis.
There's two people in Sonic Youth. It's a wife and a husband.
Yep. Yeah, and I used to know her name. I know her name is like Kim.
Yeah, I think it's like Kim Gordon or something like that.
Yeah, Kim Gordon. Yep, exactly. Yep. And yeah, pretty interesting. And also Mudhoney was like going to be one of their. Well, yeah, was going to be one of it was pretty close to them too. But then you got Genesis P.108, right, which is literally like the process.
Another weird
transgender.
pedo.
Yep, exactly. Yep.
Yeah, you know about that boy in the Terminator 2, or maybe it was someone else. Terminator 2. That boy got messed up. Edward Furlong. Yeah,
Furlong. Yeah, I don't know his deal, but he definitely saw some shit. Something happened bad to him.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. It's just, I feel like, let me tell you this, quickly. Miley Cyrus, and also Miley Cyrus, she wasn't that bad in the beginning, but then they corrupted her and subverted her and made her into a whore. It's like a weird kind of transformation to opposite that the Jays or the occultists promoted among her, because then they make her into a role model, and then she does bad things, like, twerking to little kids and other stuff. And I think Miley Cyrus was doing that. Yeah, but you see, they like try to corrupt and the innocents. You see, they love doing that, the Hollywood and the elites.
Well, I think that's kind of I think that's what this video is actually about, and I'll tell you why in a second. But like, I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit, but I think I see where it's going with it. What? Check this out. Like,
and immediately
says they saw nothing. Atheists were converted to Catholicism by the miracle. Remember the episode I made about the Zimbabwean school kids who all said they were visited by aliens at recess? That and the miracle of Fatima are probably the two best corroborated mass sightings of something inexplicable and supernatural. Scott Alexander put forward the theory that Fatima was caused by the effects of staring at the sun for a longer time than is healthy under specific patchy cloud effects. In a follow-up article, Scott compares it to the Buddhist concept of fire kasina meditation, who had been the girlfriend of Gertrude Stein. Douglas published a cookbook in 1954 for which her friends submitted recipes. Brian Geisen, then in his 20s, was introduced to the Dream Machine, again supposedly by his landlord. He felt that he had found his calling. Woodard began a business, building and selling dream machines. He was the first person to make them into an industry. Would proudly advertise the capitalist hanging rope for 50% off, and they'd run ads begging you to come hang them with it, knowing that you wouldn't, because you both knew there was no alternative. Capitalism. Iggy Pop and Kurt Cobain. Woodard's revival, said the former hippies, why not work within it to achieve that revolution in consciousness? Woodard had no known ties to Silicon Valley, but he mastered the same marriage of capitalist enterprise and hippie woo-woo. He envisioned dream machines taking pride of place in suburban living rooms, dream machines replacing television. He didn't have an advertising budget, and the major entertainment firms he claims to have approached about licensing the dream machine told him they were afraid of lawsuits from victims of dream machine-induced seizures. The same thing they told Brian Geisen when he too had tried to commercialize his invention back in the 60s. But knowledge of David Woodard's dream machine spread by word of mouth, reaching some surprisingly high places. Woodard was reported to have sold dream machines to Beck, Iggy Pop, and Kurt Cobain. Woodard's revival.
Yeah, so Iggy Pop is another really strange figure, and Beck is like, I'm pretty sure he's a Scientologist too. So I think that's it's like very small little circle of like processed church, Scientology, Discordianism, the beat mix, all this kind of shit. Pretty strange connections here.
Of the Dream Machine allowed him to ingratiate himself with William Burroughs, who was still alive, living in the college town of Lawrence, Kansas. In 1997, Woodard moved to Kansas to be closer to Burroughs, who was in his 80s and dying of heart disease. In the last months of Burroughs' life, David Woodard was probably his closest friend. Woodard gave an interview to the alternative magazine Head Press, in which he told a curious reporter about his time with Burroughs. He notably said that Burroughs was attended to by 3 to 4, quote, helper boys, who would drive Burroughs to Kansas City for his methadone appointments. Burroughs was a lifelong, unapologetic heroin addict. Woodard blames the methadone clinic for Burroughs' death, saying that they were probably gradually reducing his dosage without his knowledge, a practice called blind dosing, and that supposedly shocked his body into cardiac arrest, which is something that can really happen. He might have been right. In the interview, Woodard talks about lengthy dream machine sessions with Burroughs, producing, quote, horrific hallucinations more addictive than heroin, between which they would consume, in his words, marijuana cigarettes.
And furthermore, Susan, I wouldn't be the least bit surprised to learn that all four of them habitually smoke marijuana cigarettes.
One thing to know about William Burroughs is that he believed in magic, like seriously believed in magic. It was effectively his life's guiding philosophy. You can't really talk about Burroughs without talking about how he believed he could curse people, that he could see the future through scrying, and that he had to constantly take measures to avoid being possessed by demons. He believed his cut-ups had no artistic value. In fact, he didn't really see himself as an artist or a writer. He saw himself revealing esoteric occult truths through the randomness of things like cut-ups, since he believed nothing was truly random and all things were fated to happen. While Woodard lived with Burroughs, fellow Beat Generation writer Allen Ginsberg died of liver cancer. Burroughs claimed to have cursed him. Burroughs showed Woodard his magical contraptions. The Dream Machine was actually the least woo-woo of the many devices Burroughs and Woodard attempted to build and sell. Burroughs had also built a wishing machine, a device consisting of copper plates and an audio amplifier where you put a wish in the form of, quote, text, image, and or diorama in between the plates and then leave the machine on for 1 to 2 weeks, which is all it takes for your wish to come true. Woodard later claimed to have controlled the weather in Los Angeles for a period of several months using Burroughs' wishing machine. Then there was the feraliminal lycanthropizer, a doohickey that was supposed to do what Blue Sky thinks listening to Joe Rogan will do, turn a mild-mannered average Joe into a Nazi. The feraliminal lycanthropizer was a, quote, low-frequency thanatoauric wave generator. It generated 2 inaudibly low-frequency sound waves, 3 Hz and 9 Hz, which apparently had a variety of effects Woodard described ranging from, quote, a sensual aphrodisiac effect, to impetuously shedding the veil of clothing, to disarmoring the intimate charms of the violent child within. The overall effect, said Woodard, was thus. For example, a dilettante Catalonian national using the machine daily over a period of 5 or 6 weeks, eventually managed to ingratiate himself with Adolf Hitler and persuade his quarry to adopt the swastika as high totem and emblem of the burgeoning National Socialist Conference. The reporter responded, deadpan, I'm not so sure that the world really needs tons of brutally honest, naked, horny Nazis, but to each his own, I guess. Also around this time, Woodard...
Yeah, so again, like, this seems like a bunch of nonsense, but like, if you read Kurt Cobain's journals and stuff, like, you can definitely tell that he was heavily influenced.
Yeah, he's definitely putting together like some interesting names.
Yep. Like Kurt Cobain was definitely influenced by this shit. Like read his journal. Like you can see it very clearly. Like he was definitely like a weird esoteric Hitlerist. Like he said he's like pro, like this is what's funny is like all these like Christian nationalists were like, oh Kurt Cobain was just like this like weird liberal hippie guy or who's just like a drug addict, but like he was very clearly way more sophisticated than that. Like if you read what he wrote, like he was obviously like doing like Hitlerian occultist magical shit or something, and like I never really fully understood it, but like watching this it like kind of makes a lot more sense because the stuff that these two guys are talking about, Woodard and what's his name, Burroughs, like this is really the kind of shit that like I think Kurt Cobain and a lot of other people in the grunge scene were really into, right? Like there's some sort, and it kind of reminds me of like the Hyperborean guy or something. Like this is some really strange, like esoteric, like Hyperborean wisdom, fucking Valhalla shit. Like, and Iggy Pop wrote that album called Post-Pop Depression, and he has that song called like American Valhalla and stuff like that. Like, I'm telling you, like, this is like a real like underground religion that like ties to like the Order of Nine Angles and stuff like that. Like, that people, I don't think people really take it seriously, but like this is an actual real thing.
You're pointing to something real, and yeah, it definitely seems like it goes deep. Yeah. Thinking about it's creepy stuff. Yeah, let's see. Also, Argentina, they have that big movement too, and also Japan has a lot of weird Gnostic imagery in their stuff too. They said, the National Socialists had close relationship with Argentina and Japan too, so it's kind of strange that.
Yeah. It's really well. There's a lot of blonde hair, blue eyed people in Argentina, allegedly. So, and it's and again, like I don't want to get back into this whole thing, but if you really look at Alex Jones and like Tim Kennedy and stuff like that, like Hitler went down to Argentina and got away with it, and blah blah. All that is like some weird like. I don't know what, but it ties into the shit that we're watching right now. I can tell you that. Like, I don't know exactly what it means, but they're doing some sort of weird, like, Discordian, Hyperborean shit or something.
Woodard's Dream Machine began to get attention from the mainstream media, ranging from skeptical to sold. None other than the New York Times wrote a largely favorable piece about the Dream Machine in their Home and Garden section, in which the reporter described it inducing, quote, an unusual serenity and clarity. A German magazine, meanwhile, described buying the $500 version of the Dream Machine after 7 months of delays, for which Woodard apologized profusely in a series of verbose emails. When it finally arrived, it turned out to be nothing but a black cardboard lampshade that rotated around a dim light bulb. Sounds like that's on you for getting the bohemian version, cheapskate. And the Dream Machine got attention from the decidedly less mainstream media for decidedly more unsavory reasons. Side story time. Yes, real people thought this. Real people who were high, that is. You are probably aware that there are conspiracy theories that Kurt Cobain's 1994 suicide was anything but. If you weren't, you probably could have guessed that. There are conspiracy theories about every major celebrity death. What you may not know is that there is a point source of Kurt Cobain conspiracy theories, a cover story titled Who Killed Kurt that ran in the April 1996 issue of the High Times, which was not just any issue, it was a special hemp issue, whatever that means. Plenty of the article is dedicated to the common conspiracy theory you might have heard of, that Kurt's wife, Courtney Love, killed him. There are interviews with a private investigator who Courtney hired to track Kurt down after he broke out of rehab for his heroin addiction. The PI later came to believe that Courtney had murdered Kurt. Then there's the claim from a punk rocker who called himself El Duce, who said Courtney Love had paid him $50,000 to kill Kurt, although that guy was an incredibly obvious attention seeker, and members of his own band said that he made up the story so that tabloids would pay him. And then there's the claim that Kurt Cobain did kill himself, but it was induced by his Dream Machine use. Yes, remember how I said David Woodard claimed to have sold Kurt Cobain a Dream Machine? That's probably true. And according to an anonymous fax sent to the offices of the High Times, Cobain became obsessed with the thing in the months leading up to his suicide. He'd watch it for days without sleeping. Just like Woodard talked about doing with William Burroughs, he used his Dream Machine addiction to replace his heroin addiction. Remember, again, this is basically a rotating lampshade with slits in it. There had already been rumors of people driven insane by Dream Machine use. In fact, Woodard himself allegedly sent a letter to Kurt Cobain warning him of Dream Machine-related suicides. But he still let Kurt buy a Dream Machine, of course. It gets way, way weirder than this. An article in the LA Weekly covering a retrospective exhibition on William Burroughs at the LA County Museum of Art describes a scene that could have come out of the Illuminatus trilogy. Christian protesters swarmed the event, handing out flyers bemoaning Burroughs' promotion of, quote, drug addiction and homosexuality. Sure, but that wasn't their main focus. They were there first and foremost to protest the Dream Machine. This Christian group, the PAL, or Patriot Action League, purportedly had ties to another, specifically anti-Dream Machine Christian organization, the FUCK, or Friends Understanding Kurt, founded by one Steve Newman, who had played bass in a band with Kurt Cobain before he was famous. Newman later became a born-again Christian and the biggest promoter of the theory that Kurt had been driven to suicide by the Dream Machine. His organization, which he referred to as the FUCK with no apparent irony, faded into obscurity within a couple years after Cobain's death, though not after lobbying for laws to be passed regulating Dream Machines in the same way as cigarettes and alcohol. Years later, writing a retrospective, sorta but not really, apologizing for starting the Who Killed Kurt rumors, the former editor of the High Times claims that he later learned the person who sent the fax blaming the Dream Machine for Kurt's death was Courtney Love. Dun dun dun! If he has any evidence of this, he doesn't show it. Steve Newman also claimed Courtney Love believed the Dream Machine had killed Kurt, but as far as I could tell, she never spoke publicly about that, and other members of her band, Hole, denied that Kurt even had a Dream Machine at all, saying Kurt had gone to meet William Burroughs in Kansas in 1993 and used a Dream Machine there, but that was the extent of his involvement with the device. The High Times, meanwhile, clearly still wants to believe that the whole Dream Machine hoopla is misdirection and Courtney killed Kurt, which there is strong evidence against. Kurt Cobain killed himself. If you want to investigate the puzzling, maybe suicide of an angsty 90s Pacific Northwest singer-songwriter, look into the death of Elliott Smith instead. That one is actually interesting. But assuming the facts wasn't just completely made up, and I don't think it was, because how would those stoners at the High Times know Kurt Cobain had a Dream Machine? I have my own suspicions about who sent it. Media coverage of David Woodard has one consistent through line. He's one of those guys who wanted to become famous by any means necessary. He didn't care if he was known as a hero or a villain, he just wanted to be known. Buried deep in the early internet blog of a now defunct magazine, the rest of their site no longer accessible, I found an interview with Woodard after Kurt Cobain's death, in which Woodard tries to take
you want me to tell you something funny?
The Dream Machine helped him to see he was beginning to fall apart as a cultural figure. He felt like Andy Warhol, Wagner, and Singer rolled up into one. He was in a very special place, which invited timely suicide. It seemed like it was the perfect decision. David Woodard seemed to know very well that no publicity is bad publicity. After all, this may have been the first time Woodard was tied to a famous person's death, but it wouldn't be the last. Deliberately inserting himself into newsworthy deaths was soon to become David Woodard's whole MO. A requiem.
Can I tell you something funny?
Music written in memory of someone who has died. Woodard coined a related term, a prequiem. A requiem written to be played in front of someone.
Yeah, I guess he must have stepped away.
David Woodard wanted to be known not just as a psychedelic lamp salesman, but as a composer, and he had real musical talent. He'd studied at the tiny, exclusive San Francisco Conservatory. Woodard's first requiem was written for Joe DiMaggio when the baseball great was in the hospital with terminal lung cancer. Woodard contacted the hospital about the prospect of playing it for the man himself in his hospital room. It was going to be a more elaborate affair than the piece he ended up performing, with a part including a female singer dressed as Marilyn Monroe. Again, performed in a hospital room. Woodard then retooled his idea when DiMaggio died. He was going to perform on opening day of the baseball season in Yankee Stadium. He got in contact with the Yankees PR team. They declined. He was finally forced to play it at the Long Beach Sacramento State baseball game. Some baseball fans found the prospect of a guy coming into Joe DiMaggio's hospital room to play a piece of music written to memorialize his impending death a bit ghoulish. But Woodard was just warming up. If the Dream Machine wasn't going to be his thing, Prequiems would be his thing. And they got a lot more ghoulish. In summer 2001, Timothy McVeigh, the right-wing terrorist who had perpetrated the 1995 Oklahoma City bombing, was scheduled to be executed. He had killed 168 people. He had few supporters. Aha, said David Woodard, a niche nobody else has filled. and of course, another opportunity for a requiem. In the 2 years since the DiMaggio debacle, Woodard had built up something that he only briefly had in his life, a positive reputation with the classical music world and the city of Los Angeles. How? Well, he'd seized on another opportunity to write a requiem, and not a prequiem this time. In February 2001, the Angels Flight funicular in downtown LA had catastrophically failed, with the car at the upper station rocketing down the incline and colliding with the other car at the lower station. An 83-year-old man, Leon Prappert, was killed. Woodard, in his infinite civic-mindedness, managed to call the right people and got approved to perform a piece he'd written called An Elegy for Two Angels at the man's memorial service, attended by the mayor of LA and other dignitaries. Which may be what got the press to give him the benefit of the doubt when he said he wanted to perform a requiem for Timothy McVeigh. This got news coverage across the country, and Woodard waxed philosophical in interviews with important publications. It just seems that a requiem should be appreciated by the dying subject in order to keep it from being a selfish endeavor by the survivors, he told the LA Times. Noting McVeigh's steadfast refusal to appeal his death sentence, Woodard told the BBC, the way in which he has managed himself is unfathomably mindful and composed, and I feel he deserves some sort of tribute. In every interview, Woodard insisted he didn't support McVeigh, but that felt like a tacked-on disclaimer after what read like paragraphs of glazing this terrorist. He constantly noted that McVeigh was universally hated and executed at 33 years old, just like Jesus. Woodard corresponded with McVeigh in his last days, calling the mass killer, quote, extremely articulate and unshakably convinced he has done something for the good of humanity. And McVeigh allegedly wrote back, saying Woodard was the only person who truly understood him. Woodard's piece was originally titled Farewell to a Saint. Under pressure from survivors of the bombing, he changed it to Ave atque vale, Latin for hail and farewell, although he claimed it meant onward valiant soldier, which is arguably worse. Woodard wrote the piece for it to be performed in the execution chamber right as McVeigh received his lethal injection. Understandably, the prison in Indiana where McVeigh was held didn't let him. At McVeigh's own suggestion, Woodard tried to get the piece played on a local college radio station that the prisoners sometimes listened to, and the students were surprisingly welcoming to this proposal, but Woodard backed out after he learned he couldn't play it at the exact moment of McVeigh's execution. He finally performed it at a Catholic church near the prison. McVeigh never heard it. Then 9/11 happened. Guess how Woodard responded? Yeah, he wanted to write an experimental classical piece for the hijackers, even though they were, of course, already dead. This never happened because he insisted that the piece would require one particular instrument, a harp played at ancient Sumerian royal funerals.
Yeah.
The only proper way to memorialize the hijackers, he thought. It was at a museum in Baghdad.
Oh yeah, I want to tell you something funny, you know, about the cults and stuff. See, I used to have this German friend, and he was an oddball, but I learned a lot of interesting stuff from him. And you know, once he got very much into Mishima. I'm not sure you know about Mishima. He was a Japanese guy who loved to work out, and he got so much into Mishima, and he also got into some National Socialist stuff. Like he was talking about Hans Blur to me a lot, and blah blah blah. And you know, was a part of this forum, and I messaged someone about this a long time ago, like many months later. And he told me, "Oh, Mishima, I know about Mishima." He said in Germany there's a homoerotic warrior cult that is devoted to Mishima, and even to some National Socialist. He said he encountered it. He says very gay stuff, like they like I don't know, like they're working out and they're like being like Spartans and stuff like. I was like, what? And you know, I was like, was my friend a part of that? Oh my god! And I'm like, maybe that makes sense. You know, and what I'm trying to say is that, you know, people can be very like oddballs or something. Like, you know, maybe Kurt Cobain was a part of a small network of esoteric Nazis or other crap like that. Yeah, and how deep it goes, I don't know. Maybe it goes very deep, but I don't know. Yeah, but the one in Germany, I don't know. Maybe it's gotten deeper now. But I learned that by accident. You know what I mean? Like just by happenstance. You know, because my friend he kept talking about Mishima, and then I talked to another German guy, and he told me, oh, there's a cult where they're like all gay and they're like working out and they're like warrior homoerotic cult. Or something. I learned that by accident, you know, really on that. I don't really have much close connection. But what I'm trying to say is that there are a lot of weird cults out there, is what I'm saying, you know. Yeah, some of them are very bad though, you know, like the
Well, but the point I'm trying to make is like these cults are very well connected to like the entertainment industry at the very least. Like, I mean, it's like,
well, yeah, 100%, definitely. Yeah, entertainment industry though is more definitely sadistic because they harm children. You know what I mean? Like they fucking grooming kids. You know, they molest the kids. I mean, that's why all of these kids they become whores when they grow up. Like Miley Cyrus and all of those other ones that were probably molested or whatever by their J handlers or something. Unfortunately, you know, I mean that's what it seems like to me. You know, they have a problem with grooming kids, which is not good. You know, it's very bad. I think the worst thing you can do is go Disneyland or go like I don't know Hollywood, and you gotta with a kid. You know, you gotta always be on the watch out. You know, because I have read stories where kids get abducted in Disneyland. Believe it or not, it's very creepy stuff. You know, and yeah, I think that's more like evil, sadistic stuff or something. I think that that's not good stuff. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I mean that's why human trafficking is big. You know, what I mean, like it's because the elite support it, the government supports it. Yeah. Yeah, I'm done. You can keep playing, but okay. Yeah. Anyway,
Yeah, that's dark. What you're saying.
yeah. Well, I
But
know
yeah,
that. That's
there's suggestions that that Walt Disney was like into that type of stuff. Actually,
Disney.
a lot of his
Disneyland. Disneyland.
yeah.
Disneyland. There are stories of kids getting abducted in Disneyland. Yeah. You
Yeah.
haven't read these stories?
Yeah, but I'm talking about like there's like cults that use Alice in Wonderland as a sort of mythology to brainwash people.
Yeah, I actually heard that too before. Actually, now that I think about it, I kind of,
Yeah.
in the movie, Clockwork Orange, I've done this too. They were playing to the guy with his eyes wide open. They were doing the brainwashing. They were like alternating between extremely idyllic, happy pictures and extremely dark, macabre pictures, back and forth, if I remember correctly. And I think that's meant to shatter his mind or something in a Clockwork Orange, and maybe that's tied to MK Ultra. They were doing MK Ultra on that crazy guy, the one with the white shirt. He just should have just executed him, because what he did was reprehensible. He raped and other stuff. You've seen that movie, A Clockwork Orange, right? Or no, you haven't seen that movie. Hey, Clockwork.
Yeah, I have seen it. Yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. That one just show you what MK Ultra is like, basically.
Yeah, it's actually yeah, it's very interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, I think they should have just executed him, in my opinion, because the
Yeah,
kind of
yeah, like how the school counselor is more significant than the parent.
it's been a while since I've seen it. I remember that during a debate, I actually disagreed with both of them, believe it or not. There was a debate about whether or not they should let him based on his free will, or maybe compatible, like based on his own decisions, improve himself. While the other guy said no, we have to impose order to improve himself. And I was thinking to myself, just execute him, because he's like done some things that shouldn't be forgiven. You know what I mean? Because he was like fucking raping that one wife of that guy and other stuff. I remember the ending. He locked him
Right.
up in the room, and he was playing the classical music, and he decided to jump off of the top building to kill himself, because he was like listening, because he was like programmed to hate classical music at that point. Right? Yeah, at that point. Yeah, but the movie is interesting. It deals with stuff like MK Ultra and how we should proceed with capital punishment, stuff like that.
Yeah. Yeah, in the movie, they're drinking adrenochrome.
Oh, there's adrenochrome and Clockwork Orange. Yeah.
Yeah, in the beginning, they're like, yeah, they say it's milk plus adrenochrome. And then they go on their, berserker rage. Right?
Yeah, let me tell you this though. Kubrick's films, they're full of occult stuff like Hermeticism and MK Ultra and dark spirits like The Shining. He directed that too. Yeah, the MK and also the Rothschild's balls. You know what I mean? Balls like in that movie Eyes Wide Shut. And like I told you, my friend's grandfather confirmed that kind of stuff is true. Like they have masquerades and stuff like that, wearing animal masks.
Yeah,
Stuff like that.
yeah,
So,
he says milk plus adrenochrome. He said that'll sharpen us up for the ultra violence this evening, or something like that.
yeah, I have to double check. That's actually very. I don't remember that, but that explains a lot. Yeah, he was basically showing that he was like leaking this kind of stuff. I remember reading a quote
Yeah.
from Kubrick. I'm not sure if it was real. That he said that he was like kind of being subtle. He was saying that if you knew what the elites are doing, you would go crazy or something like that. Yeah, he did say adrenochrome. Yeah, adrenochrome, a derivative of adrenaline. Yeah, adrenaline. Yeah, the elites like that one woman. I forgot her name. What was her name again? The creepy woman who does a lot of occult stuff. The one with black hair. I forgot her name. She did I forgot her name. She did that stuff. The spirit cooking. What's her name again? Marina Abrovich. Yeah. Yeah, they're
Right. Yeah, the
they're
lady
all-
we were reviewing on the show. Yeah, she's got some weird ideas, like about like channeling. and like she thinks like basically she makes allusions to the fact that artists should be psychic mediums, or something like that.
Yeah, I think I actually agree that artwork does have a spiritual dimension, but I think if you dwell too much on bad artwork, it does destroy your mind. You have to balance it with good artwork while privileging the good artwork over the darkness. That's my personal idea that I've developed, you know what I mean, personally, you know, like the good artwork that promotes good values should be promoted over bad artwork that promotes nihilism or promotes a very you know, misanthropic or whatever, more like negative views or just sadistic views, stuff like that. You should promote the good artwork over the bad artwork. That's my opinion in terms of aesthetics, in terms of like keeping the mind stable and in the right orientation and direction and stuff. That's something I developed myself, actually. I mean, like, well, maybe some other people think that too. Yeah. You know, that's the thing. You know, there are creepy people out there. All they ever watch is like horror films or like slashers or whatever. They're messed up. Don't trust people like that. It's not good to, you know, be like that. You have to balance it or also prioritize the good artwork, stuff like that. Yeah, of course, there's a lot of complexity. Like I know a lot of good rap and stuff like that, you know, but there's of course bad rap too, like bad rap that promote doing drugs and killing people and stuff like that, innocent people. But there's a lot of good rap too, though. You know, what I mean, there's a lot of good rap. Like I used to listen to a lot of underground rap, like I said. So I know rap is not all bad. You know, same with country music, stuff like that. Of course, there's a lot of bad country music too. There's good country music also. You gotta like pick the good from bad. Yeah. Yeah, what I'm saying is just basic. You know, yeah. That's what was my point to Twilight before he just went off a tangent and other stuff. You know, I don't think, you know, but he's right that you gotta like you can't close your eyes to the darkness. You gotta keep your eyes. You gotta look at the darkness straight on, but you gotta have courage and still prioritize the light over the darkness. That was my point. I mean, in terms of your intentions and stuff like that. You know, the P. Epstein and stuff like that. They had, I think Epstein read a lot of Marcus de Sade. He read a lot of Marcus de Sade. He read a lot of transgressive stuff. You know what I mean? They actually, I remember saying that somewhere. You know, and that's just debauchery and it's just evil stuff. You know, they don't actually read or like care about you know, like stuff that promote helping other people or promote compassion towards other people. You know, compassion is an important thing. You know, compassion is, you know, I would actually say that's one thing I disagree with Hyperborean. I place compassion and honor on equal level. You know, I'm not gonna ever do that. Compassion is a very important thing. You know, compassion is a little bit different from love, but it's kind of important. Compassion. I mean, without compassion, you become kind of like a demon. To be honest, you know, you agree with that or no?
Yeah, totally. Yeah, somewhat. Yeah, for sure. You know, it has
Oh.
demonic presence. Like, if you don't care about like people suffering, or you somewhat relish in that, yeah, that is
Yeah, exactly.
somewhat demonic.
Yeah, exactly. It's demonic. Yes. Yeah, that's why.
Yeah, because it's like those like spirits, right? Like in Buddhism, right? That like they like piss and shit is like their food, even right?
Yeah,
It's like
like
they like
rakshas,
the
rakshasas or something. Rakshas.
yeah they like the lower, they subsist on the lower elements. So they're kind of like it's weird.
Yeah, it's weird. Yeah. Anything else I have to say? uh, yeah. Yeah, you know, I tried telling this to my friend, he didn't believe me if I was crazy, you know. Uh, but it's true. I think there's a network or elites that are involved in like transgressive stuff and they relish in it. You know what I mean? That's the biggest problem. Yeah, routing them out is probably very difficult. You know, I think Trump actually protects them, to be honest, same with most of the politicians. But Obama protected them too, of course. They are the real deep state, I think so. You know, they exist, is what I'm saying. They definitely exist. Yeah, it's kind of obvious to me, you know. One game, Killer 7, I mentioned before. I'm surprised more people didn't get more protests, but that game really showed a lot of crazy shit. And so I think that tie into a lot.
Yeah, I think you showed the ending of that on the show, right?
No, I never really showed Killer 7.
Oh,
that
no,
much.
no, no. No, you said that the ending of it was a politician
Oh yeah.
like hanging from a noose, like
Yes.
like that's like spitting out something or something.
Yeah, that's right. That's the final boss, and there are a lot of crazy stuff in the
Yeah,
game.
yeah, you described it, but you said it was you said parts of it were too gruesome to show, so
Yeah,
I remember that.
yeah.
Yeah, I remember you talking about it.
The game has stuff like child trafficking, and it's connected to the politicians, and it's connected to a school that has been deeply enmeshed in the occult and stuff like that. It's a weird ass game. Like, I'm surprised more people didn't like protest it, because when Manhunt came out, people were like calling for that to be banned, but no one really seemed to notice how crazy Killer 7 was. Like, a lot of crazy ass shit in that game. But yeah, that game, yeah. It reminds me of stuff like Denver Airport. You know what I mean? We all know about Denver Airport. You know what I mean? Yeah, I think it's probably deeper than that. Like they're probably schools, or they're probably cities, even towns that are just pure occult towns and stuff. Yeah, I remember reading rumors that Aspen is a kind of Aspen town. The town is like a kind of occult town. You know what I mean? Like you go there and you're gonna see some shady stuff, like occult stuff, or they're probably towns that are like fully occult or something. It's very easy to be paranoid in this day and age, right? It's not good to assume the best of people if they're not transparent with their intentions or transparent with who they are. Yeah, you gotta be careful, because we live in an age of being saturated with information, and some people go the wrong route or something like that. I think that's right, and that's correct. I don't like to be too moralist. I'm not trying to be moralist, but and a lot of crazy stuff. I always thought Dario Argento, his face looked kind of creepy. Like, I can tell he's up to no good. I don't trust that guy, even though his films could be artistically impressive. Look at what his films are about, and then look at his face. You have to and then look at his daughter. His daughter was a creepy, sick bitch. His daughter was involved in animal abuse and other stuff. And then I'm supposed to believe his father is totally fine and stuff like that. No way. His father made gruesome films with like slasher films and stuff. And look at his face. He looked like a fucking demented guy, Dario Argento. You know who that is or not? He's a film director who is Italian, but I can tell from his face he's not a normal guy. He made Suspiria and stuff like that. Yeah. Oh. I don't know. You gotta
Yeah,
be
I've not
careful.
heard much about it.
No, he's very popular. His daughter, though, is very creepy. His daughter has been involved in a lot of creepy stuff. But look at his face. Can't you tell there's something wrong with him based on his face? Like, man. Like, sometimes I think I'm going crazy when I say this guy is not normal looking and stuff like that. It give you nightmares looking at his face. God. Yeah. Like, man, like, I know it's not good to judge based on appearance, but gosh, look at his face. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, but yeah, his daughter was also fucking crazy. His daughter. I think his daughter was the one who was dating that one guy who died. What's the name of that guy who died? The chef. The chef who was very popular. The chef who died. What's the name of that chef? I think the chef. The chef who was popular and died. He used to be very yeah, the one I'm talking about. Let me see here. I can tell you who I'm talking about. He was a very popular chef, and yeah. Okay, so Asia Argento. Yeah, Anthony Bourdain. Anthony Bourdain was killed. I think so. He didn't die.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he was talking about Israeli intelligence and stuff.
Yeah. But think about it. He was married to the daughter of Dario Argento, the guy who was just talking about.
Oh, that's his daughter.
Yeah.
Yeah, the lady who was dating Marilyn Manson or whatever.
Yeah. You see what I'm trying to get out with the connections here?
Yeah, that is weird.
Yeah. Yeah, I know that stuff.
Yeah, because you know she showed up like naked on the runway with like Marilyn Manson.
course. You know the kind of films Dario Argento made? The kind of film made like slashers where women get naked and they get like shaped up and stuff.
Yeah, he was. He made like all the famous like Italian horror movies. Like all the zombie movies were inspired by Dario Argento, and he also did like a lot of like satanic ritual abuse movies and stuff like that. So
exactly,
very,
yeah.
very, very influential person. Very connected to politics. You know, his daughter was very connected and is very connected to a lot of shit. And so again, it's just like it's very interesting that Anthony Bourdain was dating that woman because it's like basically like for horror movies, it's like he basically was like in like horror movie royalty family essentially, I would say. But like, yeah, it's pretty weird. Like it's like it just it's hard to describe if you're not into that kind of stuff. But like, you know, like I like the American zombie movies, but he definitely had a big part in you know, the whole zombie stuff, right? Like he basically was like one of the inventors of the zombie genre, essentially, I would say.
His stuff is basically truly evil, is what I'm saying. Like you know, it's just evil stuff. Basically his daughter married Anthony Bourdain and you know, Anthony Bourdain died. You know, I don't think it had anything. I don't think it was an accident. Though.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, and that's the thing is like, who was he hanging out with? Like Chris Cornell and all these people, and yeah, I mean, it's you know, that's why I'm kind of showing this video because all the people he's naming in this are very closely tied to like the Anthony Bourdain stuff. They're closely tied to Kurt Cobain, the grunge movement, the Process Church. I mean, it's like it's kind of like all the technology stuff. I mean, it's all kind of like I don't want to say it's like all one thing, but it is all very like connected. You know?
Yeah, it's connected. It's all connected, massively interconnected. My wife, she used to watch a lot of this stuff, and she would relay it to me. And I also watched some of this stuff, like the conspiracy stuff, you know. And it's not really conspiracy, but yeah, it's largely connected. You know, you find a lot of weird links. You know what I mean when you look into this stuff. Yeah. Well, you gotta look at the light though. But the thing is, in America, each time they try to promote light, you know, they try to destroy the light. I mean, that's what they do.
So you believe in it?
I think it's because yeah, probably.
Why do you think that it? You believe in the Oxford study,
Yes, I love white men.
so you believe in it.
I think it's because yeah, probably.
Why do you think that is trending right now and so many people are like discussing it? Like it's a hot topic. Why do you think that is?
They're just mad they can't get Asian girls.
So what are your opinions on that? Like the fact that they just sat down and studied. Why do you think they would do something like that?
That's really ridiculous, and you just need to know how to talk to women.
Oh shit.
Neurocheck. The other thing for Asian girls, I'm just curious. Because you keep showing Asian girls. I'm just curious. Like,
I mean, I think that like in a situation that we all find ourselves in, like, you know, you could do a lot worse. I mean,
yeah.
But you know, for me, it's like, you know, I think it's just interesting. Like, I noticed like that there's a lot of hatred on white male, Asian female in particular, and I think that that's a very interesting phenomenon. Like, if you go on social media, it's like a very big thing going on right now, which I'm not exactly sure why that is.
System. Those investments in seasteading in his advocacy for network
well,
safety
Asian women, at least not Japanese. You know, a lot of Asian women, they do tend to be more traditional, which is good.
Yeah, but of course they're kind of like commodifying it, and I think that's a big problem because I think they've done that to white women and Western women. Now they're doing it to Eastern and Muslim and everything else. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true. Exactly. Yes. You know, the thing is that, you know, for example, Vietnamese women, or they come from a culture that wasn't industrialized or modernized until recently, like relatively recently, but so they had more traditional values. You know what I mean? But now it's changing. You know, 'cause
Yeah,
they-
they're commodifying it very quickly, and I think
Yes.
if you go to Asia, you can see it happening in real time. Versus
Yeah.
here, like we've already been in it for a long time here, so you can't really see it in action. But like if you go to Asia, like you can see in real time like what they're doing, and it's just very bizarre, you know.
Yeah, I 100%.
So I shouldn't be showing this on the screen, but this is like this is like what they're promoting in what do you call it? This is like polyamory, Bushwick, New York stuff or something.
Yeah.
It's like I can't remember what I didn't mean to like show this. I didn't because it didn't show the preview, but yeah.
Yeah, it's,
so
it's okay. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. You know,
it's like
there's
this
this one book that was selling a lot on Amazon, but made the numbers are fake. It was promoting polyamory and other degeneracy, and I did not like that book. I saw it. I didn't buy it. I'm just saying they are promoting, you know, non-traditional marriages, you know, stuff like relationships, which is not good. You know, like they just that is real. You know what I mean? Like unfortunately, that's like the liberal destructive side of things.
Or it's a mother, a daughter impregnated by the same man.
And what are their names?
This is Nicole. Nicole, you want to say hi? She has a hiccup. So
Your daughter is so beautiful. She's adorable, and we love her so much.
And
What the
this is
fuck
Nick
is
Jr.
this shit?
Nick Jr.
Yes. My sweet boy.
Where did you find inspiration for that?
Oh, wow.
Nicholas.
Nicholas, yeah.
He's my junior.
I feel like
He's
that's
looking
the man's
shit.
dream is
It's like infuriating, you know. I mean, like I cannot really see this stuff about like being going and like angry or something like wrong.
Yeah, I think those babies are AI, honestly.
That's possible. Yeah. Yeah. You know, my sister, you know, my half sister, she's a liberal, a brain dead liberal, and yeah, she uses Instagram a lot, so that explains a lot. You know, I don't really use Instagram.
Yeah, no, Instagram is extremely weaponized. Like I cannot overstate how weaponized. And now TikTok's always been weaponized, but it actually had a lot more diversity of opinion before. But now it's becoming like it's like literally like sex trafficking and drug trafficking and all. It's like overtly like selling this culture that I'm trying to show you guys right here. It's like
Yeah. But I have a quick question about TikTok. Didn't America buy it off, or is it still Chinese? I forgot the TikTok.
Well, the Jews now own it and control it.
Well, that explains everything. No, I don't know. To be honest, you know, as time goes on, I really hate the Jays. You know, like they're really like a disgusting, reprehensible people. You know, what I mean, with how they promote, you know, like vice and transgression and break down traditional families. Sorry, saying the Jays.
Yeah, hold on one second. I'm going to say this. Yeah, I wasn't yelling at you, but my son's like kicking him about to knock over my table over here. So.
Tell me if they're attracted to Asian Chinese. And I've noticed anytime I tell a straight man my girlfriend is Asian, they just tell me if they're attracted to Asian women. I don't know what this reflex is. It's an insane phenomenon, but it happens a lot. I was talking to this guy. He came up. I was like, yeah, my girlfriend's Chinese. And he goes, Asians don't really do it for me. I was like, yeah, I wasn't offering. Like, what kind of response is that? You're acting like we're talking about options at a food court. Like, I was like, hey, do you want Asian? He was like, nah, I got Mexican at home. I think I'm good. It's wild. One time this guy was like, Chinese girlfriend. My wife is Korean. I was like, is this how you make friends? This is an insane strategy. How am I supposed to respond to that? Those are not the same thing at all. I mean, not at all, but those are not the same thing. What am I supposed to say here? Like, he's wearing a CrossFit shirt. So I was like, CrossFit, my roommate's a douchebag. I think you guys would get along. It's insane. Out of all the ways he could have introduced himself, that's how Woody Allen.
Yeah, the brown guy, like, yeah, like the brown guy comedian guys, like, they're very cringe. They're very cringe.
Yeah, very
It's a
Let me
weird.
tell you something crazy, Noodle Chat.
It's a real weird thing that he's doing too. It's like a very strange semantic game or something.
Yeah, ultimately, that's what like TBE is pretty much. It's like,
yeah, but at least he's willing to say the hard R and the hard N and all that. Man.
right, exactly. He's willing to go all the way.
I'll literally grape you.
Let me tell you something funny, Nurocha. You know, in the Twitter, a lot of the so-called white nationalists, they have been exposed as being Indians. You know, the white supremacists, they're Indians pretending to be white. A lot of them. Did you notice that? Like they've shown
yeah,
it.
I know all about it. Yeah, I've been seeing it. It's been getting very exposed, and the problem is people don't realize that's been going on for at least 10 years, if not 20 years. So like it's like a whole cottage industry of like Indians pretending to be white, pretending to be like racist, and it's like they're literally paid by Jews to like go and like create evidence that there's a Nazi behind every bush in America or something. It's kind of insane. It's like yeah, it's pretty bizarre. Because people don't believe you, but then it's like now it's getting exposed, but they're acting like, oh, we need to expose everybody who's doing this. It's like the entire internet has become like a total fake facade of like people pretending to be something that they're not to like psyop people. So it's like, yeah, I mean,
it's crazy.
Yeah, it's great. It's a very strange thing, and Phil Leader knows more about it. Like he's kind of shown me some of it, but like I've known some of the stuff, but it's just from a different angle. But like now that he's shown me some of the like inner workings of it, like it's so widespread. Like I don't think people can really fully comprehend like how fake the internet has become. You know what I mean? Like I think that 90% of the internet is pretty much like just totally fake and gay. I mean, you know, there's some real stuff, but not as much as you would think. I think. You know.
For our next story, let's talk about the internet. It has never felt louder and busier. Ads, reels, AI slop, viral videos, it's like a constant digital screaming match. And that seems to have put off the people who make the internet because they are going quiet. Let me show you a study. It says that social media activity is dropping across the world. This study was conducted in 50 countries. It involved more than 250,000 people. That's a pretty decent sample size. And here's what it found. Social media usage is down by 10%. People are leaving. And it's mostly young people, the people who grew up with their phones. They're turning away. Turns out this trend also has a name. It's called posting zero. It's a fancy name for a simple reality. Basically, people have stopped posting their lives on social media. That is posting zero. And here's why it's happening. The study has given 3 reasons. First, the polished nature of social media. When these platforms first came, they weren't so curated. There were breakfast photos, pet photos, gym selfies, random life updates that no one really asked for. It was chaotic, but it was also human. It was messy, but apparently that was the point of it. But look at your feed now. It looks like a shopping mall designed by an AI bot. Every scroll shows you a skincare ad, a reel that you've already seen 11 times, a guy explaining how to make your first million by the age of 24, and an AI model who is definitely not real. Slowly, the real people disappeared. In fact, there's an actual word for what happened. It's on your screen. What it means is this: platforms start great, then they drown you in ads, then they squeeze everyone dry for profit, and then the whole thing collapses into digital garbage. That's the first reason. The second reason is perception and guilt. A lot of people have not stopped using social media, they've just stopped participating. So they scroll, they lurk, they watch like anonymous ghosts behind a one-way glass, but they don't post because they're not sure how they will be perceived. One wrong move and it leaves a mark. Also, no matter what anyone posts, their friends can often not see it, so what's the point of it anyway? Nobody wants to be a part-time influencer for free. Plus, the world is too heavy for selfies, it seems. Every week there's a new crisis: wars, floods, protests, tragedy. Posting a beach photo amid all of this feels wrong, apparently, especially to the Gen Z. They see it as tone deaf and insensitive, so they stop posting altogether. The third reason is the dead internet theory. Now, what does that mean? What's the dead internet? It's the idea that much of the internet is now just bots. By some estimates, automated traffic has overtaken human activity. It made up more than half of all internet traffic in 2024. We're talking about your content mills, AI-generated views, and fake accounts pumping out fake engagement. And I know what you're thinking. Who is sitting and analyzing social media like it's the GDP of a country? But such are the times we live in. We've reached a point where posting a picture is a full-blown sociological event. And somehow everyone is part of it. Everyone has become a part-time cultural critic. Imagine telling someone in 2009 that one day we would need global research studies to understand why people are not uploading. But here we are, running worldwide surveys to figure out why humanity is tired of pressing post. But as funny and ironical as it is, the internet has never been loud.
This before, but I'm overwhelmed with jealousy
because I look around and I'm like, these cities are incredible.
Yes.
Just incredible infrastructure across the board. And I sit here and we live in the wealthiest country in the world, in the United States of America, and we don't even have health care.
Speak on it.
Why is it not possible? Why have I been told my entire life, oh, it's too expensive. These things are too expensive. I land in China, these massive, beautiful infrastructure buildings, train stations, airports, everything is beautiful. But then I land at LA mother X, truly.
LAX,
yeah.
they call it.
Yeah, the Olympic.
A chilling warning is echoing from the world's top neuroscience labs. Weapons once buried in science fiction and now edging edge reality, and the battlefield they target is the human mind itself. Here's a report.
That hijacks your thoughts, scrambles your memories, or forces unwanted emotions into your head. This isn't a story from the future. Top British scientists have revealed that the so-called brain weapons, chemicals, and technologies designed to alter perception, behavior, or even decision-making are no longer just the stuff of science fiction. The warning is blunt. These mind-meddling weapons are entering the world's arsenal, and current treaties are riddled with loopholes. Experts say that several governments are already discreetly investing in neuromodulation research, cloaked as medical innovation. But experts caution, the line between healing and weaponizing. The brain is razor thin. From Cold War experiments to the infamous Moscow theater siege, several countries have dabbled for decades in chemicals that target the brain. But this decade's tools are different. Advances in neuroscience, synthetic biology, and AI now make it possible to map and manipulate the very circuits that govern fear, compliance, and aggression. The same labs treating neurological disorders today could supply tomorrow's weapons designed to sedate, confuse, or coerce, turning ordinary people into puppets for governments or criminal gangs. Scientists urge action now. Global treaties, strict oversight, and ethical controls before these tools slip into rogue hands. Because once weaponized thought becomes reality, the battlefield won't be cities or borders. It will be your mind. Bureau Report. We on World is one.
Any other women talk about is men who bash the unfortunate. I'm talking about addicts. I'm talking about homeless people. I'm talking about single mothers. And one of the biggest red flags I look out for that I never see any other women talk about is men who bash the unfortunate. I'm talking about addicts. I'm talking about homeless people. I'm talking about single mothers. And it's because most of these people have gone through circumstances that led to where they are now, right? Whether it's the traumatic death of somebody, some kind of large event that permanently altered the course of their life, or they were just raised in extreme poverty and life handed them really unfortunate circumstances that they couldn't break out of. And I think whenever men lack empathy for these people, they're like, oh, they're just living off the system. They're just living on handouts. And whenever they view these people that way, that mindset will translate at some point into your relationship. When you are up at 3 a.m. changing diapers and you're struggling, he will view you in a similar mindset. Like he will think to himself that you are ungrateful and living off of his handouts. Look out for men who don't extend empathy to the unfortunate. That is a very, very important quality, and that will in some way translate into your relationship, whether it be now or whether it be down the line a few years.
Yeah, okay. One way to fix this stuff is maybe ground the kind of rudimentary dualism between good and bad, and say society should privilege the good over the bad, and like rudimentary dualism. Like, and by that I mean that like, you know, like most systems have, you know, kind of ethics or something, or meta ethics or normative ethics that promote doing good over bad, you know, and I think there is a way to do that. And yeah, because, you know, it's not good to go around and promote, you know, hedonism.
Asian Americans. Like, how did we go from being scapegoated during COVID when racism against Asian Americans was at its all-time high? And I would argue that that all-time high is still occurring now. We were blamed for taking jobs, mocked for our food while you were trying to steal our food. Honestly, the pilfering of our food got so bad to the point where every single time I saw a white person holding a matcha, a miso, or a kimchi, I was swiping. Making fun of our accents, literally just insulting our culture. To suddenly seeing bootlicking Asian Americans everywhere, sucking the dicks and literally defending the people that started the racism against us in the first place. And it's strange. Actually, it's not strange, it's predictable. And it's predictable where proximity to whiteness gets mistaken for safety time and time again. And it repackages itself as this new model minority myth. Whenever we try to bury this model minority rhetoric, because let's call it what it was a tool for oppression to keep us separated in our collective liberation and our goal for collective liberation. Like, this brand of model minority myth is so insidious because instead of the rhetoric of if we keep our heads down and we're diligent workers and we're hard workers and we're silent, it's giving let's kiss these bootstraps and we'll become one of you white people. It's giving I'm not one of those Asian Americans, pick me white people. And I think the worst part about this is that it's not just sad, like it's literally pathetic. And the Asian
Yeah, like
So
aren't there like concentration camps like in the backyard of Korea? Like,
right. Well, yeah, it's just very interesting because like here's the thing is like Asians hate each other, right? Like this like pan Asianism is so interesting to me. It's like don't get me wrong, like there's a lot of race mixing going on in Asia right now, but it's done begrudgingly and it's not like talked about, right? Like you know what I'm saying? But even still, like it's not like it doesn't like erase the fact that like Koreans don't like the Chinese don't like the Koreans hate the Japanese hate the Koreans, you know, like
Yeah.
it's just very odd, like this kind of like very American perspective of like white people make fun of us and hates us because of like our food or what. Like I have no idea what she's talking about. Like, don't get me wrong, there's a lot of dumb white people, but I'm sitting here thinking it's like, yeah, you know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of like pathetic white people that are like, oh, I love matcha and this and that. Like, that's a real thing, but it's like relative to the like prioritization of like what's actually going on in the world. It's like, is that really like the big problem right now, or is that like, it's like, is this like I feel like because I've seen the same exact script so many times on TikTok, I'm like, I'm pretty sure someone's paying these people to promote these particular talking points to Asian women from Asian women or something. It's very
Well, I don't know about that, but because if you look at every region of the world, they all have ethnic groups that seem to hate each other or have certain things against each other. It just is what it is. So, like, but I know that Koreans hate the Japanese and vice versa, and you know other stuff like that. I think modern Vietnamese hate the Chinese too, but not in ancient times as much. But it kind of vacillates. It vacillates. It depends on the geopolitical conditions. Stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean the way she described oppression, and it's like, you know, they stole our food. You know, that's not like oppressing somebody. That's just somebody diluting their own culture. You know, like just because somebody steals your food, that doesn't mean it's going to taste as good as it's made at home. I mean, it usually never tastes as good. Right? But yeah.
well, it's kind of like that for even like Mexicans in America. Like I used to love going to like Mexican food restaurants, but like most Mexican food restaurants I go to now, like it literally tastes and you can see that like everything's coming out of a can. Like they don't make, you know, like tortillas from scratch or something. Do you know what I mean? It's not like the grandmas in the back, like, you know, pounding corn with a mallet and making like fucking tortillas or some shit. You know what I mean? It's like we order the shit on a truck, it comes, open the can, I pour it in the pot, I turn on the burner and cook it up or whatever. You know what I mean? It's like, so like, am I getting authentic Mexican food right now, or am I getting like an Americanized like?
Well, let me
whatever?
say something to that. I feel like to truly respect another culture doesn't matter if it's a European culture, like I don't know, Britain or American or even Chinese or Vietnamese or Japanese, is to look at their literature, their culture, and so you know you can always find some literature or poet or painter you like from these high cultures. You know, every culture has a high culture. You just gotta dig for it. You know what I mean? The high culture. You know what I mean? And all the high culture always promote virtue over vice. You know what I mean? Most of it. You know, virtue is greater than vice. You see what I mean? If you look at the high cultures around the world, virtue always beats vice.
Person and you're a conservative, I need you to detach your nose from that hole in front of you, because conservatives do not care about us. And a lot of conservative talking heads will get on the internet and they'll speak very highly about Asian people. They'll say that we're well educated. They'll say that we're hardworking, but they're saying these things so that they can justify bashing a whole other group. They're only using us as a metric by which they can bash other minority groups. We are closer in proximity to whiteness than other minorities are, but make no mistake, that doesn't mean that we're white. Like, think of COVID. Think of how quickly conservatives switched up on Asian people and how quickly they were like, oh, let's rename the virus to the China virus, and how quickly they threw all Asian people under the bus because they cannot tell us apart, bro. We are not smarter or more hardworking than other minority groups, and that mindset completely erases hundreds of years of necessary historical context. And also, most of our parents literally came here with the sole intention of getting professional degrees or starting some kind of business. So yes, they're going to pass those traits on to their children.
He beat me, he punched me, he stabbed me, he was always victimizing me. Like, he did the worst every single day. And honestly,
Yeah, it's pretty weird. Like, you see like how like it perfectly complements what Avian's just saying there. It's like, oh, we can't think of ourselves as better than anybody else. Like,
right.
or whatever. It's like, what? It's like, it's so weird, dude. It's like this like self-hating, like Larry David, like, oh, I don't know. Well, should I be worried about what other people think of me? Or I don't know. You know, it's like, it's weird, dude. It's like, it's just so weird.
But
like,
then, like, they're speaking as basically white people, and then they're like,
right,
they're in proximity to white people. Is
it's
what
like,
she said. Yeah.
just because I act like a white person doesn't make me white. And yes, we're almost white, but that's a psyop to make us turn against black people. We have way more in common. And like, this is actual talking point. I wish I could find it, but it's like this whole side of like Asian people and black people. We need to get together, like pan-Asianism, pan-blackism, as one thing will defeat white supremacy or something. It's like this really strange like talking point or something. I don't know, but it's like I don't quite understand what's going on here, but
yeah, it sounds like Heinlein, like Robert Heinlein.
in what way? I believe you. I'm just saying, like, in what way is that?
Like, he had this like racial like thing, like the Pan Asians. Right, so like,
yeah. I heard you talking about that. So check this one out.
Get the fuck away from me. If you're a conservative Christian man, get the fuck away from me. Stop sliding into my DMs. I've made it very clear I don't fucking like you guys. You guys are embarrassing. Go find your trad hoes and leave me the fuck alone. You guys have some weird fucking degradation kink. Like, get the fuck out of my DMs. It's a no. It's always going to be a no. Fuck off. No one wants to date a bigot, and I think politics play a larger role in dating and dating choices by women than men are even capable of understanding. And then I think they sit on the internet and complain it's because they don't have enough money and they're too short. But really, it's because of your fucked up belief system. That's why women aren't dating you. If you voted for somebody who repeatedly bashes marginalized groups of people, bashes minorities, bashes women, has no respect for them at all, yeah, that says a lot about your character, and that's unattractive to most women because that's an ugly trait to have. It shows that you condone those behaviors. Young women are shifting more left, and if you continuously shift more right in response to that rhetoric, then yeah, it makes you more unattractive to them. Voting for a man who is proven guilty of violent crimes towards women is indeed an unattractive quality. It shows us that you don't care about how that affects women at all. And I think to a certain extent, these men understand that, which is why they're on their dating apps saying they're moderate, saying they're apolitical, and all of these things, when really we know who you voted for. And that does make you undateable, and it does make you unattractive because you condone terrible behaviors towards women and minorities. And that.
See, it's like I can kind of see what she's saying, but then it's like she has to conflate like women and minorities. Like, because somebody's a minority doesn't make them good, right? Like, you see what I mean? It's like it's like a very strange like semantics trap of like, well, bashing someone who's a minority is inherently wrong because all minorities are inherently good. You see,
That's the problem with liberals. Liberals look at a hierarchy of victim status. Whoever is the top of the victim status gets the free pass. Does that make sense? And that's a problem, you know. That's why liberalism is ridiculous. If that makes sense.
Yeah, well, in this video here is actually a good example of like the opposite of that, and I think you guys will enjoy this one. Like, I'm probably not going to play the whole thing, but I want to play a few minutes of it because I think it's really funny what he does here. I've never seen this guy before, but this is like an apology, but not really. So I just wanted to play this for you guys.
I'll just cut to the chase here. I fucked up. I demonstrated a lapse in judgment and made decisions that let down my friends, my acquaintances, and my audience to whom I am so deeply indebted. I'm listening and learning, and I would like to just take accountability for the following things. Posting a clip of the song Satisfaction by Benny Benassi and falsely claiming it was leaked audio of Stephen Hawking at Epstein Island. Repeatedly making ominous cryptic replies to Richie Torres in Hebrew on Twitter. Accusing Hassan Piker of being responsible for the 3,000-year-old temple that burned down while he was still in China. Suggesting that we should only give food stamps to skinny people. Suggesting that we replace food stamps with universal basic soylent. Saying George Floyd died of AIDS. Saying George Floyd died of SIDS. Saying Jimmy Carter died of a David Carradine type situation. Making a list of the top 10 Goyim mind slaves and then calling anyone who protested their inclusion on the list anti-Semitic. Saying that Omar Fateh, the Somalian mayoral candidate in Minneapolis, looked like an angry light bulb. Covering Hurricane by Bob Dylan in a Twitter space. Telling people that I heard from a penis doctor that Elon Musk's penis resembled a losing battle bot, and then also saying it again in a video. Replying to a selfie posted by Ben Shapiro's sister saying that I actually think it was 7 million. Saying that Sandy Hook was a Mandela effect. Saying that Sandy Hook was a prank. Saying that Sandy Hook was a Pat Tillman situation. Saying that Sandy Hook was a self-defense situation. Saying that Israel nuked Sandy Hook. Saying that Sandy Hook was an accident. Saying that 9/11 was an accident. Saying that 9/11 was a David Carradine situation. Saying that there was only ever one Twin Tower and posting a photoshopped version of the NYC skyline as evidence. Saying that the Boston bombing was an accident. Saying that the Boston bombing was a Pat Tillman situation. But that kind of was if you think about it. Drawing Yarmulke with the Zodiac killer symbol on Ted Cruz's head, repeatedly asking PETA if they disavowed Hitler's vegetarianism or if they agreed he was right about at least some things. Submitting a community note to the Post joking about J.D. Vance's mom trading him for Percocet, saying that she actually traded him for Tylenol 3, saying that Terry Schiavo was faking, getting into a fight with an account, lurking through their media tab until I could triangulate their location, going on Zillow and finding the property listing photos of their house from when they bought it, then making a one-to-one recreation of their house in Hammer, which is the Counter-Strike source map editor, and then DMing a video of me playing the map to them. Saying we should cut the undersea internet and phone cables going to India, teaching Westerners how to determine an Indian person's caste by their name. Saying John Fetterman tried to shoot himself but survived because anything smaller than 10 mil just bounced off his head like a grizzly bear. Posting a video of a BDSM medical fetish dungeon with a man in a gimp suit hooked up to some kind of infernal dick-sucking contraption with the caption praying for John Fetterman and then linking under news articles about Fetterman being in the hospital. Repeatedly complimenting John Fetterman for his performance as Hodor. Saying that Israel was threatening to release a blackmail tape of John Fetterman trying to pet a bunny rabbit. Telling people John Fetterman's favorite song was Limousine by Brand New. Telling people that John Fetterman's iPod only contains the songs Daylight by Matt and Kim by Eminem.
Yeah, like I don't know exactly what all this is, but it's just really funny that he's like apologizing for all that. Like I like that style of humor where it's like I'm gonna apologize for this stuff that like insulting people. Yeah. So yeah, I got a few more funny stuff for you guys.
My name is Lucius, and I scaled my food delivery app for Gen Z to over 100,000 users only using TikTok. Earlier today, I saw a video where this guy said that before he ever went to go and raise money from investors for a startup, he posted 12 videos a day. In that time, without raising any money or going out and spending any money on paid ads, he found tons of early customers and tons of early people who loved his product. He then used those people to inform what he was going to build next and figure out something that people would continue to pay for and use. It was only then that he went to investors and said, hey guys, I've actually built something really cool and we've got real users, and we did that with $0 in ad spend. And the investors loved it. As someone who's raised millions of dollars for investors, this is exactly why. It showed that without having to spend any money, this person could go out and hustle and make things happen. But also it showed that he had a real natural base of users who loved his product and shared it with other people. And that's one of the best things that you can have as an early stage startup. So if you want
asked how I go on all these trips, and the answer is I have this thing called a job, and every 2 weeks they deposit this thing in my bank account called a paycheck, and then I use this thing and I go to a travel portal and I book these things called flights, and then on a specific date and time I go to an airport and then I get on a plane and then I somehow end up on my destination. So yeah, I wish there was like a secret travel hack where I could just travel for free, but unfortunately
body fat test. We're asking lean people what they eat for breakfast. You know what I eat for breakfast? It's going to be the same as what Michelle does. A little cough test. Michelle, we'll speak up because the mic's not working with supply. But anyway, looking great lean torso there, looking healthy. This is your everyday look. You don't have any diet thing. This is your everyday. Remember, this is Michelle's everyday look, girls. Everyday look.
I'm still on my period.
There you go. All right, it's still there in that. She's come up to the follicle phase, I guess. But this is important to remember because this is Michelle's everyday look. Okay, a lot of girls starve down, they take diuretics, laxatives and stuff to get this look. This is Michelle's everyday look.
That was a creepy video. Like,
Right, what the fuck? Like,
it's like a expat or something like that. I don't know. Like
that guy's a famous vegan guy. He like goes around the whole world like eating fruit and like he's a vegan and he just like rides like thousands of miles a month on a bike and like this is his like new girlfriend or whatever. So
oh, I mean that's not that bad, but she should wear a bra though.
right.
She shows a
That's
lot.
her everyday look.
That was a tame video from Instagram. They do like way worse stuff than that. So
I see.
All right, listen up, you bitch ass niggas. We about to take this whole philosophical cipher to the next level, straight from the ivory tower to the block where it belongs. This ain't just some academic bullshit for dusty ass books. This is that real talk, that connect the dots for the culture type revelation. We're breaking down how these powers that be stay playing 4D chess while we out here thinking we playing checkers. It's time to wake up and see the whole board. Part 1, that New Yorker John Enlightenment, capping in blackface. Y'all peep that slick shit in the New Yorker, right? The one where they got the Illuminati. Basically every shadowy power structure we feel but can't name, dropping a whole corporate press release to fire Kanye. Deadass, the joint was funny as hell. I'm not even fronting. But that humor was straight up poison in the Kool-Aid, bruh. It's the kind of laugh that makes you forget you're the one being laughed at. The whole article was written in our voice, phonetic, vernacular, all that deadass and bruh and on God type shit. On the surface, it looks like they're down, like they speak in our language. But that's the first layer of the trick, my niggas. This is what them old Enlightenment heads like Immanuel Kant would have called sapere aude, dare to know. Now let's break that down. Kant and his crew were pushing this idea that pure universal reason was the key to everything. They were basically saying, yo, stop trusting old traditions and feelings. Use your brain, think logically, and you'll find.
Based.
yeah, I don't know. That just made me laugh. Really, like I don't know how I wrote this article in retrospect.
You used AI to write it because of the M dashes, right? So like, like I will remove the M dashes.
What?
Yeah.
Let's say that again. I didn't hear you. Sorry.
No, you use AI to write it, but you should remove the M dashes because you know M dashes.
Oh, I know. I tried to like get it. Like, dude, it literally takes me longer than if I just wrote it myself because like it keeps like doing it in like a like. You know, I was trying to get it to like I was like write it simple so the AI can read it.
No, I mean it's fine that you use AI, but I'm saying that you should remove the M dashes. The dish dashes should look normal, so that way.
I know.
Yeah,
that's why. That's what I'm saying. Is like I was trying to get the AI to remove it all, and then like I just got tired of like reformatting it. But it's hella funny because I was like I got the AI to read it in like a black voice, you know.
Yeah, actually once used the AI and made a funny Indian voice, and I made it say like some very funny stuff in the Indian voice. I was like,
no, well, I did that too, and I made some people angry with that actually. But let me see if I can find it here. Hold on, let's see if I got it. I want to show you some of this one because this one's kind of funny. You might actually like think this one's funny. I felt kind of bad making it because like I actually did it to make fun of something in particular, but it seemed like I was doing it to like just be racist and like like perverted and stuff, but it really. Oh, here you go. Yeah, this is the one. So I'll play you this a little bit of this one.
DC Dreams in Dollarland, how hustling hearts harvest honey from gullible guys by Priya Patel, your spicy sister from Surat, now seducing success in sunny California. Oh, my sweet, sweaty Desi
Seducing.
brothers, fresh off the boat, or should I say, fresh off the flight from Mumbai to Manhattan. America is truly the land of milk and honey, just like our old Bollywood songs promised. But honey, it's not because of golden opportunities falling from the sky like monsoon rain. No, it's because the people here are so well meaning and wonderfully gullible, like big beefy buffaloes begging to be milked. They trust too much, question too little, and bam, you can hustle hard without hardly getting caught. As an Indian immigrant gal who's traded her sari for stilettos, I'm here to cheer you on in this grand game of get rich quick. Hustle culture, it's our birthright. Bye. Let's pretend it's all positive, like a spicy masala mix of motivation and money making magic. But shh, between us girls and guys, it's really a roast of those ridiculous gurus who flash their fake fortunes. Picture this. You land in the USA, eyes wide like a kid in a candy shop, dreaming of driving Lamborghinis instead of rickshaws. And who better to target than your own kind? Those fresh migrants full of fire and FOMO, ready to fork.
Let's get the definition of a foul man. Flush the royal hands, bust his niggas down, fuck the spoil plans. Hitting up the snag team vans, army suit guns and grams, man, fuck it. If you live this life, you got to love it. Who's the one you trusted? Organized when niggas stay dusted on the low key. If a nigga, oh, we got to see me. Weekly, fuck a freebie, Land Rover, Jeeps, and TVs. The land see what I see, extortion, bust the larceny. Murder niggas constantly. No doubt, end of discussion. Started to bustin'. If you want beef, bring it to Flushing.
With all your weak production. 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 With all your
I sit and analyze the earth as a twist on its axis. Two for the cream without the taxes, the Hancock relaxes. I'm bagging grams up in plastics, my moves must be made everlasting. My past changed the present prophecies. No mark of the beast, push me to be a revolutionary in the street. I clone hit, holding down 50 G tones a week. Enough of the smash plans, a wise man don't speak. Cause jealousy, envy, for figure trigger niggas bust. Evil bitches hold the key to a man's lust. I rush, trying to touch what I don't got. If I'm incarcerated, royal flush will blow your block, motherfucker.
With all your weak production. With all your weak production. With all your weak production.
Wasteland.
With all your weak production.
Wasteland.
With all your weak production.
Wasteland.
With all your weak production. With all your weak production.
It's like a nuclear reaction. Back down guns, niggas is blasting. Streets are cashing. Late night black assassin. Flush and make it happen. First sticking, I started rapping. Who's the one to blame when you elevating the game? Stress before pleasure. Niggas get bags, so whatever. Slugs and levers will have your life under pressure. Royal handmade, growing this world just like grenades. Sex to text to Uzis. Niggas can't do me. Since a young child, living it corrupt, cause I'm foul. That's my style. Nigga did a bullet on the owl. Meanwhile, my little brother's on the street holding heat, busting out whatever creeps all night, cause shit's deep. New York don't sleep, diamond Rolex, cars and drinks. Niggas with minks, 5G stones and Cuban links, eyes chink. Fucking with these niggas made a nigga think. Now I gotta get cheddar, let a nigga shine forever. Right. No
With all your weak production. With all your weak production.
Wasteland.
With all your weak production.
Big phenomenal.
With all your
Royal flush. Worldwide. Moving on your weak production. End of the motherfucking discussion. Word up. Mr. Wall. Mr. Wall. No doubt. It's the lanes. No doubt. It's the lanes. So get your money, God.
Ill Bill, kick it for the non-fiction politicians. Bring on your skill.
Yo.
Yeah.
Yo. Check it. 6 times 6 multiplied by 10. When the circumference of solar energy begin to bend, we descend into fingerprinting. Multiple prisoner cell shit and shank sticking. Stuck in cell block H. The plot thickens. Wickedness enters the hemisphere. Keep your weapons near. Intensify fear. I appear like apocalypse is here. 2001.
The Goonish millennium.
Not the setting of the sun. Survivalist conception. Fuck camouflage suits. We camouflage our troops. Revolution computes. My third eye shoots. War stabbing by the endless sportswear. Guerrilla warfare. Extraordinaire. Sporting a pair of black Jordanaires. Jungle militia. Recon soldier. My thoughts connect like when Tony Madonna first met Sosa. Blows the throne like nuke missiles. Crystal that they hit your chest plate. Marijuana controls the stress rate. Mr. Ill Bill Verbal. Ayatollah. Emperor. Transglobal microphone controller. Non-fiction mathematician. Blast your positions. Sticking victims for methods on prescriptions.
Who up next?
Sabak Red up next. Brooklyn representation. Yes. So check it out. Yo. In my life surroundings, I see heads mentally drowning, never learning how to swim, so it's the same shit again. The rooftops be the cool out spots of many faces. Life is filled with phases, some righteous, some racist. This place is untruthful, corrupted by poo-poo. It's brutal, that's fruitful. Sabak remain neutral, 95% of wealth with the rich, 5% go to the blinded. Strong-minded, I rhyme to help responded, reminded of PR where a rebel was born and sworn to join once the revolution was on. So whether sunken ships or iron medals when I bleed on me fatigues, symbolic for the life that I lead. They say the mind is limitless, but limited is the mind due to social oppression that the government designed. Now I don't blame white and I don't blame black, but the system for the reason why my sister smoke crack. 89 Tech 9, non-fiction representation. Check it out. Cortex Medina represent.
True indeed, hold the BK down like this. Hold the BK down. What? Representing Glenwood Project.
Iceland.
That's Iceland. You don't keep it live. Coma crew, all the goons, stinky dirtbags, rocking. Check it. Quiet on the west, big up to all Medina people. My slang's illegal like the 2 keys inside my Buick Regal. With the Star of David, get your squad invaded. Rapping hostile for goons that's incarcerated. No budget, like swine from a bodega. There's no Omega when I'm mainline. Like Vinny Vega, it's the goon in me. Shining like jewels out of Tiffany's. My symphony rules like the Lucchese crime family. Bake ziti for calories, holding cannons like Adderley. This nation's fallacy got me thinking that black's the enemy. Official, throw out the black mask, grab the pistol, bust the box of missiles on a suitcase sitting on Bristol. My 2D stance, blow spots like implants. Dead man dance and move real cool as we advance. Religious slaughter, new world order. Use the corner plus a dead man if you ain't trying to recognize the Torah. Walking the streets, military, necessary. The revolution, world life, searchlight, subsidiary. Pass the mic, we can do it like this.
Check it. Yeah, what you got on there, E? What you got on there, yeah? Bring that
Shout
beat
to
in.
Tenor from Shaolin. No doubt in this piece, baby.
What? Check it out.
BK, Far
Yeah,
Rock.
we're gonna do it like
Non-fiction live.
Yeah, for
Check
the
it out.
QB. Check it out. Check it out. I'm putting Far Rock in the spotlight like a beamer. And kids hate me for it like I'm that short fat bitch that killed Selena. Between the sheets just like the Isleys.
Scaramanga, not to mention we on a danger, so living more dusty than digital, striving plus gimmick, but what shit is critical, not to mention EL dash, shit is pitiful, co-flowing, man up, no, shit is dead, so Scaramanga sucks and sucks the head, so and let a banger go, we like
Chillin' willingly building with gospel till the Scaramanga fire iron core spider parked on Snyder and Kings, buyer of rings higher than weaklings, seeking, peeking, information leaking, contact, contract, black market GP30s imported in New Jersey, works for 3Gs, expert overseas, dropping down on murder, more shells in your back than turtles, packets once unheard of, chest wound, sons confined to a girdle, in seclusion with Peruvians moving in territories, terror stories in all hell's glory, the bells saw me. Show mine, here comes Ponan. Throw the gun in the trap, dash. SWAT's coming, no time to waste and chase age. Call a drug lieutenant and Viet tenement. Bitches squeal the detectives for the Benjamins. Now I'm out to Injamin with the M10. Fuck the media, spraying on your previous silence infiltrators. Men and spray yours. Non-parabellum, Arachel swell, those pierce cerebellum. Bloody stained towers, 4-4 power removed his bowels.
Iceberg slim, night working tips, slice jerks for limbs, drop the tight verse on the pavement. Iceberg slim, night working tips, slice jerks for limbs, drop the tight verse on the pavement. Now, who the hell are God's earth understand digital? More dusty than criminal.
Wanna get at the laundromat on the track, OTB show me he, yo, 3 4 deep on the 3000 GT black.